The story begins with an old man being covered in blood, and our MC, Jong, is witnessing his grandfather's death. His grandfather was cut in half, and Jong realizes that he doesn't feel any sadness even after watching his grandfather's death, even though he was his only family, and regrets that he wasn't even a good family to his grandfather. Now he remembers his good time with his gramps. In the past, he shouts that he found a spirit connection herb, and his grandfather appreciates his hard work and tells him that they could earn at least 5 niang for this. Jong explains that there is a fox den right next to where he found the herb, but the mother wasn't there. Only the babies. Now his grandfather asks him, "Did you kill the babies?" He replies, "Why would I?" The mother would be sad if she knows that all her babies had been killed. His grandfather appreciates him again and asks him to promise something to him, that is, to never reveal his true nature, which he hides within himself, to anyone. Now coming to present, our Jong is furious and yells that he is sorry because he can't keep the promise anymore. After a few days, in the city called Zhongyang County, a carriage was traveling with prisoners in it. The people in the city are cursing them for their evil deeds. However, everyone was shocked that a boy was also in the carriage, and whispering to each other, "What has he done for him to be inside the carriage?" From an inn, a middle-aged man from Murim is spectating the scene, saying that, "I guess he is suitable in the young master place." Then another person at the table, who is an informer, is arguing that he is not fit that role, because he might be worse than the prisoners. The Murim guy asks about the boy's story, and the informant says the boy is called a scythe killer demon, because he killed more than 50 people with just a scythe. The Murim guy needs to hire someone young. Someone no one would care about if he were to die. At that moment, someone threw a stone at the boy sitting inside the carriage, saying he needs to get a divine punishment for his crime. Now the boy's face is visible, and he is none other than our Jong. After watching our Jong's face, the Murim guy amazes and leaves the inn, saying he's the perfect candidate. Now at the Golden Jade Hall, a place where the county keeps all the prisoners, our Jong regrets that he was too rash. He finally managed to find the one who killed his grandfather, and the person has covered his face with a hat, but our Jong is unable to do anything because of his low strength. Now he understands that he needs to learn martial arts to defeat such a strong enemy. However, he realizes he will not get a second chance to meet that person again, due to his prisoner life. Suddenly a smoke appears from outside to Jade Hall. Jong recognizes the smoke and thinks it is not ordinary smoke, due to he's eaten all kinds of herbs while living with his grandfather. Realizes that it is sleep aroma. Jong falls asleep. A stranger enters the cell and opens up the chains tied to his legs. However, Jong is awake and strikes the stranger and runs away from the cell. Jong thinks that he is able to escape thanks to how badly the herbs were combined. In an instant he freezes up all of a sudden, caused by the stranger from backside. And he is none other than our Murim guy. He swiftly attacks Jong, and our protagonist coughs up blood. He notices the Murim guy is a martial artist. At the moment, a young man appears in the Jade Hall, and states the Murim guy is Guardcam and asks him, is he the candidate? Guardcam responds that he is the one, and lifts him up. Now the young man unveils his face and speaks, "He looks exactly like me." Our protagonist surprises for a moment, as to how they look very similar in outer appearance. The young man looks very joyful and expresses that our protagonist is surprised. He speaks to the protagonist that how unfair life is. Even though we were with the same face, I am a young master and you are a prisoner. The protagonist can't decipher the situation. However, the young master presents him a chance, and it is to become the third young master of the Great Mock Sword Manor. And that is the stand-in for young master in front of him, Mock Jiangwon. The young master tells the protagonist about the facilities he would have, like delicious food, pretty servants, and a comfortable bed, which were the privileges Jong never had in his life. And once the stand-in period is over, the protagonist would receive plenty of gold, and the young master presents him a pill in order to take this chance. Our protagonist questions, is it poison? And our young master responds, how can we trust you blindly when you're a murderer? Then Guardcam tells him that he could get the antidote after the mission is accomplished. Our protagonist thinks of his grandpa and realizes that he got a second chance, which is to get revenge, and swallows the pill given to him. The protagonist proves himself, so the young master appreciates the protagonist and orders guard Cam to undo the pressure points and handcuffs. Guard Cam obeys the order and releases Jong from his seal. Now Jong feels a bit relieved and walks out of the prison as guard Cam leads the way outside. After they were outside, guard Cam tells them to be silent and turns his head back. However, an unexpected event happens where Jong twists the head of the young master and kills him in an instant. Jong states to guard Cam that the fakes are dead. So let's check out what happened before Jong got arrested. Everyone was shouting and running away from Jong, and the protagonist holds a head in his hand and expressed this as fun, while everyone was in fear and requesting to help. Jong doesn't even hesitate and slaughters everyone in his way with a smile on his face. He states that this was his true nature that his grandfather told never to reveal. Now he understands that he was smiling while killing all those people and understands what his grandfather was referring to. He doesn't understand whether his true nature was evil or not. He just kills for enjoyment. In that moment, a person kicks Jong from a side. He covered his face in a hat. Even though his face isn't visible, a scar on his left eye is the only thing Jong can see. The man is surprised after watching Jong survive that. Jong instantly recognizes this man as dangerous. The man pulls out his sword and understands Jong haven't learned any martial arts yet. Still, Jong somehow managed to survive his ultimate attack. The man grabs Jong's neck and is fascinated by how a kid who haven't even learned martial arts has tailing his group. The man stabs Jong and states that a talent like you shouldn't live. Jong coughs up blood and the man kills Jong. Somehow he managed to survive, but he was arrested. Finally, he got a second chance and killed the young master. Now guard Cam is furious. He grasps Jong's neck and interrogates him for what he did, but Jong responds in a cool manner that it is better to get rid of unnecessary risk, which would get me killed. Guard Cam startles for a second and questions him, "Didn't you consider the possibility that I might kill you?" Then our intelligent protagonist responds that he might have been dead already if that were the case, and he also assumes that guard Cam doesn't have any attachment to the young master. Guard Cam can't believe how a kid was so clever, and he flips Jong completely. Guard Cam picks out his knife and warns Jong that he's going to kill him now. Jong asks, is it really necessary? Because he already took the poison and the antidote is with guard Cam. So Jong would have no choice but to obey him. Guard Cam thinks for a moment and chooses to let Jong live. Guard Cam declares that, from today onwards you are Mok Jae-won. Jong smirks in an evil way, thinking about his revenge. Guard Cam takes the protagonist to the Mok Sword Manor, and he also explains the limits that Jong shouldn't cross, like not meeting the people of Mok Sword Manor, and that he should get the neutralizer every 24 hours or the poison in his body will react and gets him killed. If he tries to do something that causes trouble, Jong will not get the antidote. After the event, Jong's thoughts were all about how lucky he was, that he survived the stab wounds, and also he got a new life. He's going to pretend to be the young master and train in martial arts, so that he can avenge his grandfather and kills the man in the same way who killed his grandfather. The next day, even though he gets a new life and had a chance to learn martial arts, but guard Cam left another guard to keep an eye on Jong. The new guard's name is Go-chan, and he is guard Cam's disciple. Go-chan thinks that guard Cam has gotten soft, because what's so special about a kid that hasn't even learned martial arts? A day before, Go-chan was shocked that Jong killed Mok Jae-won. However, guard Cam only replies that to keep an eye on him and to make sure he doesn't leave this place, so that guard Cam can come up with a different plan. Once the plan is executed, they will throw out Jong and side with someone else. But Go-chan says they fed him poison, so Jong should obey us. Guard Cam objects he is not that easy to handle, because he managed to kill the young master even though he was on the brink of death. At the present moment, Go-chan is banging his head because he can't go against his master's orders and stands guard outside. Inside the room, Jong's thoughts were about, why do they need a stand-in the first place, and guard Cam just left a guard on watch and left. Jong understands that this place don't even need a stand-in the first place. That means they have some other reason for that, and Jong quickly realized that guard Cam is going to switch sides. So he opens the door, and Go-chan questions Jong where he is going. Jong replies, he wants some fresh air, and had some questions to ask Go-chan. However, Go-chan warns him to get inside the room. Go-chan grasps Jong's collar and pushes him back. Then Jong catches that Go-chan is weaker than guard Cam, and flips him upside down exactly how Guard Cam did to Zhang, and tries to seal all his preserve points. Go-chan can't even move in that situation. Then he uses his complete strength to move, and Zhang tries to seal his points again by saying he just copied Guard Cam's movements exactly, and that's not easy. Now Go-chan understands Guard Cam was right, that Zhang is able to copy what he witnessed only once. Go-chan blackmails Zhang about the poison, that if Go-chan don't give him the neutralizer, Zhang will be dead, and orders him to leave. But Zhang bites his finger and makes Go-chan swallow his blood. Go-chan freezes for a moment and tries to circulate his inner energy to expel the poison. But what he don't know is that he swallowed Zhang's blood, which contains a lot of poisonous properties, because Zhang tried all kinds of poison ever since he was a kid with his grandfather. So his blood became a unique poison itself, and Zhang can tell what herbs were used in a poison just by smelling or tasting it. So most poisons don't work on Zhang. To be clear, Zhang don't even need the neutralizer in the first place. Now Zhang blackmails Go-chan to explain him about Mock Sword Manor, or he won't neutralize the poison of his blood. Go-chan fears that he is a demon. Later, in the master's room of the Mock Manor, a doctor looks for a solution for an illness, which the Mock Master Mock-inden was caught in. The doctor uses all his experience and uses all kinds of herbs, but unable to find a solution. If Mock-inden dies with this illness, there would be a fight for succession because the master hadn't chosen the successor yet. Then a lady enters the room, which is the first wife of Mock-inden. She loves her son very much that she would do anything to secure the master position for her son. She inquires about Mock-inden. The doctor greets the lady and explains that his knowledge is lacking, so he is unable to figure out a solution. Then the first lady states she asked for a shaman to perform shamanistic arts to cure the mystery illness. The doctor objects shamanism is nothing more than a false belief. However, the first wife don't care about that and excuses the doctor. She believes to cure this illness with a shaman and commands not to allow anyone into the main hall. Go-chan explains that this is the situation in the manor. Then Zhang sets off to see the manor master with Go-chan. Zhang learns about the truth that third young master and Guard Cam planned. The plan is to let the first son start moving, so both Zhang and the first could kill each other. The first son, Mok Yongo, loves drinking and womanizing that he goes to the tavern every other day. He is the least capable of the four siblings and is greedy and cruel. The second son, Mok Yunpyeong, is clever and cunning. By learning about these two, Zhang understands the true plan is to call the first son and make him kill the stand-in, which is Zhang. Later the first and second son would kill each other. Ultimately, the original third young master would win. However, a variable has appeared after Zhang killed the third young master. Go-chan questions why Zhang is going to the manor master's hall. Zhang explains it is related to his life, and warns Go-chan to keep it a secret from Guard Cam. At that moment, the shaman has arrived to manor and requests to visit manor master. First wife trusts Shaman Myo because of his achievements. Shaman appreciates it and requests to visit the master before it's too late, because the longer the illness lasts, the more the master weakens. Shaman asks everyone to leave the main building, even the first lady. First lady reminds the shaman about a deal, and shaman tells her to not worry about that, which is the master's seal and the secret manual. First lady offered 300 silver coins if the mission is accomplished. Then First Lady commands everyone to leave the main building until she say again. When First Lady walks out of the building, she witnesses the fourth young master of Mok family, Mok Yu-chun. The fourth young master of the Mok family is the child of a concubine, and First Lady hates the concubine and her child. Subsequently, Zhang arrives after First Lady moves out, and he also witnesses Mok Yu-chun. Go-chan explains to Zhang about the fourth son that he is a martial arts prodigy, and most suitable person to inherit the master position. Zhang asks Go-chan, is it a way to learn martial arts? And Go-chan replies it is only for lower body strength, since martial arts comes from one's lower body. Then Zhang instantly asks if he can kill Guard Cam if he learned martial arts. At this moment, Go-chan grasped that Zhang has predicted their plan to abandon him. He can't believe the cleverness of Zhang, which exceeds his expectations. But Go-chan explains that the basics of martial arts is internal training, which is one method to gather the nature's energy by breathing to create an inner chi. The more inner chi one has, the stronger he is. However, inner chi cannot be obtained in a day. At the moment, even if Zhang learns martial arts, it would be difficult to defeat a first-class martial artist like Guard Cam, since Guard Cam has 30 years more inner chi than Zhang. Zhang understands it would be difficult to beat Guard Cam in a short period of time. Go Chan's thoughts are, Zhang won't be able to do it in his lifetime, because there is a period of time to do internal training like, from 5 to 9 years. If a person hasn't completed it in due time, impure energy will stack and hard to gather inner chi. Go Chan chuckles inwardly. Instantly Zhang recognizes the chuckle and touches Go's cheek and offers him to join as Zhang's subordinate. Go hesitates for a moment, but accepts it. Zhang thinks it would be impossible to kill Guard Cam in this state, and it is also hard to bring Guard Cam on his side. Go suggests to leave before fourth son notices, because 2 years ago the third young master called the fourth young master's mother a vulgar woman, and third young master was beaten to a pulp. Zhang laughs after hearing this story and leaves the place. In the main hall, the shaman observes the master's body. After seeing the martyr's body, he thinks it is murderous energy. A normal person would have been dead already, so the survival rate is 50% only. The shaman now starts the ritual. He chants a few shamanic spells and starts the shamanism. The master feels uneasy after starting it, because of the murderous energy. Instantaneously the door opens from the backside and the shaman is interrupted. The murderous energy blows from the master and shaman falls down. Zhang and Go enters the room and were shocked after witnessing the master's state. Zhang moves forward and greets the master. The shaman yells at them to leave this place, no matter who it is. But Go denies to move out. Suddenly, the master makes a unique sound, and the mysterious illness takes over the manor master. The shaman requests the two of them to help him by holding the manor master, so he doesn't break the strings. The master almost loses the strings and shaman starts chanting the spells again. However, his spells were unable to do anything to the master. The master breaks Go's arm and holds onto his arm to transfer the demonic energy to Go Chan. In that moment, Zhang cuts off the master's arm without hesitation. He won't stop there and cuts off the other arm too. Then the shaman applies the seal on the master and his arm. After seeing all this mess, the shaman tries to escape from the main building ASAP. But Zhang points his sword at the shaman's neck, and he asks the shaman, "Is this also the doing of the mysterious illness?" The shaman answers yes, and tells him to complete the process quickly. He tells there is no time for this, and he accidentally slips his tongue by saying, "Do you also want the master dead?" Zhang recognizes his fault and questions him. Who is the person that wants the master dead? Shaman tells it was a misunderstanding, but Zhang won't buy that and points his blade closer to shaman's throat. Zhang warns the shaman to tell the truth. Otherwise, he'll kill him. He answers, it was the first lady that ordered him to locate the secret manual and the manor master's seal using the evil spirit, and the manor master life is not necessary to spare. Zhang don't know what's a secret manual and manor master seal, and Go explains to Zhang that they must save the manor master life, or with the help of those two items the first lady can make her child secure the master position, and now that Zhang has interfered with the first lady plans, she will try to kill Zhang also. The shaman begs Zhang that he will save the master's life, but Zhang rejects it and orders him to locate the secret manual and seal first. The shaman and Go were shocked for a moment there. The shaman explains it would be hard to try anything now, because the matter has gotten much worse compared to before. However, Zhang don't care about that, and makes the shaman start the process. Now, the shaman uses a vessel to make the evil spirit believe that the vessel is the manor master. The shaman starts the chanting and tricks the evil into the vessel. Right after that, the shaman thinks of something evil in his mind. The shaman states that he will restrict the evil spirit, and it wouldn't be better for Go to stay here. After hearing the shaman words, Go leaves the room. Instantly the shaman commences the ritual. The spirit answers the call and wakes up. The shaman starts questioning the spirit about the secret manual and the manor seal location. The evil spirit answers the questions. Zhang and the Shamna both remembered the area. The vessel breaks, and the evil spirit moves back to the manor master. However, the shaman requests Zhang to cut the string, and Zhang does as the shaman requested. But the evil spirit now catches on to Zhang, and the shaman makes an evil face. The evil spirit contains strong killing intent from the beginning. and by the time it broke free, Zhang was caught in it. The shaman plans to put all blames on Zhang and receives the payment from the First Lady. He sticks a talisman on Zhang's forehead. Inside Zhang's body, the evil spirit is furious and plans to take control over Zhang's mind. Now Zhang is in his own delusion and trapped in a slumber. He is in a forest and remembers the place as watering hole. He does things as usual, like filling the bucket and carrying it to his grandfather. Somehow it feels a bit strange to him today, and glimpses a fire in the forest. That is the direction to his home. He runs in that direction, shouting for his grandfather. By the time he arrived, his grandpa has already sliced in half. Zhang finally understood the true meaning of his grandfather's existence, but it is already late. The spirit spectates the scene from backside, and traps Zhang with his memories. At that moment, the spirit tries to invade Zhang's body completely. Suddenly, his grandfather speaks and Zhang snaps out of it. He can't believe what he was witnessing. He hugs his grandpa with love. He thinks to never lose his grandpa ever again. The spirit laughs from a side and slowly takes control over Zhang. Zhang asks his grandpa a question about Zhang's name being similar to righteous. When the spirit closes the gap to Zhang, Zhang stares back at the spirit, which scares even the devil itself. He grasps the devil with his hand and tells him that it was annoying to make his grandfather play like that. The spirit can't believe how Zhang can see him. Zhang states that the delusion should have been him taking revenge on the bastard who killed his grandfather. The spirit senses a dangerous presence inside Zhang, which was sealed. A presence of pure killing intent, a desire strong enough to subdue even a spirit itself. That is not something a living can possess. Zhang's grandfather replies to him about his name. It was because Zhang is different from others. So, he wished Zhang to grow in a righteous way. That's why Zhang's name contains the character righteous. By saying these words he fades away. The spirit escapes from Zhang's clutches and runs as fast as possible with fear. After running for a while, he reaches deep inside Zhang's consciousness. It is peaceful with flowers and all. However, there is a door with a seal on it. The spirit understands that the door contains all the memories that were sealed in Zhang's mind. The spirit attempts to open it. But Zhang pulls the spirit back, and he swallows the devil itself. Coming back, the shaman turns back and he can't understand what's happening here. Zhang has subdued the demonic spirit and named it as demonic monk. On the outside, the inner home master, Zhang Myanjin, is worrying about the master of the Mok Manor. He and Mok Inden worked together 19 years ago to subjugate the pirates. Later Zhang pledged his loyalty to Mok Inden and settled in the Mok Sword Manor as inner hall master. The First Lady made a deal to Zhang, that is to permit the shaman, so that he could locate the secret manual and the seal. Likewise, the first young master could become stronger. Zhang thinks that shaman is a fraud, and he's going to blackmail the master to locate the items. He can't control his curiosity and moves to check on Mok Inden. In the hall, the shaman recognizes that it is not a regular vengeful spirit. It's a high-class evil spirit. Zhang commands the spirit to kill the shaman. The evil spirit confronts with full speed. The shaman uses his shamanism to block the spirit. But even the shaman is scared after witnessing that Zhang could order a high-class spirit. The spirit uses his powers to push the shaman back, with a smirk on the face. Then multiple of hands come from the spirit and catches the shaman to swallow. The shaman begs Zhang to release him, but Zhang declines. The shaman apologizes if it was for betraying him, but Zhang states, it is because he knows the whereabouts of the secret manual and the seal. The shaman realizes that from the start Zhang has planned on killing the shaman. Zhang welcomes Go inside, but Go is shocked after seeing the state the shaman is in. Zhang asks Go to carry the corpse. Zhang picks up the sword and swings it all around the room. Zhang makes a plan, which is, the shaman went crazy and cut the manor lord's arms. Exactly at that moment Zhang and Go stumbled upon the scene to put a stop to it. Go explains, no one would believe it that easily and it only draws suspicion towards Zhang. After listening to Go's words Zhang points his sword towards him and stabs his legs. So that everyone would believe the shaman even tried to murder the young master too. Zhang asks, is it more believable now? Go sees the determination in Zhang. Just to make things more clear, Zhang stabbed his own legs. Go thinks Zhang is becoming scarier. No, scary isn't a word to describe his character. It's horrifying. In this moment, Jang opens the door and his mind is blown after noticing the mess. He thinks Zhang and Go has done this mess. Go explains it is a misunderstanding. Zhang gets up to explain the situation, but falls down. Jang yells at Go to explain the situation properly. Go looks at Zhang and he is smiling. Now Go understood it is all Zhang's acting. Later, due to Zhang's acting, he ends up at Medicinal Hall. To be clear, he is in the place near to the secret manual and the seal, and he plans to look about them at night. Go visits Zhang. He gives the books that were in possession of the shaman. Go barely got them before they got burned, the manor people burning all the items that were in possession of the shaman to get rid of the evidence. Go is wondering about why Zhang is interested in those books. Zhang tells Go to look outside the window. Go looks outside the window, but he can't see anything. But there is a spirit outside. After that, the First Lady barges into Medicinal Hall to have a chat with Zhang. Go greets the First Lady. Zhang realizes her as the First Lady of the Mock Sword Manor, and even Guard Cam listed her as the #1 person of interest. The First Lady is from a martial clan, and her martial arts are first-rate, and she is clever too. Zhang greets the First Lady too, but he won't get up from the bed. Go thinks Zhang acted better than he expected. Then the First Lady instantly injures Zhang's injury. The guard points her sword towards Go, so he won't save Zhang. The First Lady figures out that Zhang is the culprit of the incident. She whispers that he can't fool her like he did to the inner hall master Zhang. She states that a skilled shaman would never be possessed during a ritual. She slaps Zhang furiously for trying to make her a fool with a lie. She queries him about what happened in the main building. Zhang laughs at First Lady, and he calls Demonic Monk. Demonic Monk swiftly moves and control the guard that First Lady brought. She recognizes the scene similar to what happened to the shaman. Zhang mentions the secret manual and the seal to the First Lady. The guard feels uneasy with the Demonic Monk. Zhang proposes the First Lady to a negotiation instead of threatening him. He states that he don't want to be the manor master, but he could give that chance to the second master or the lowly fourth master. Zhang explains to her that she is not the one with the upper hand. Later in Lady Suk's room, she is furious and throws the items around her. First Lady's anger is because of Zhang. He easily fooled her and took all the fruits of her labor. Lady Suk thinks all of this happened because she let her guard down around Zhang, who she thought would be scared of her. She believes Zhang has hiding his true self this entire time, and after his mother's death, everyone on Third Master's side began to lose influence. The guard recommends to kill Zhang before he does more. She refuses the guard because it could raise suspicions towards them after causing the ruckus in the Medicinal Hall. The First Lady plans to eliminate Zhang using the Phoenix Pavilion. The Phoenix Pavilion is the place where the shaman is from. The First Lady lets the Phoenix Pavilion know about the shaman's death so that they could take revenge on Zhang. In the midnight, at the Medicinal Hall, Zhang reads the contents of the book, and the book states that when a dead person turns into a spirit due to their unresolved resentment, they turns into a vengeful spirit, and the strength depends on many conditions, like there are 3 types of spirits. The first one is a red spirit. It is bound to a certain location, and it can cause a person to experience chills or goosebumps. The second spirit can make the human body, causing lethargy and exhaustion or even sickness. The third is a yellow spirit. These are the dangerous spirits that should be exorcised. The yellow spirit has the power to kill a person. Then Demonic Monk arrives and states that he found the area. Zhang thinks the Demonic Monk is a yellow spirit. Zhang moves to find the secret manual and the seal. On his way, he learns more about the spirits and understands that Demonic Monk powers didn't work on the First Lady, but luckily it worked on the maid. If the spirit powers won't work on a first-rate martial artist, then the Demonic Monk's power won't work on Guard Cam too. However, it worked on Go-chan. So Zhang sets a goal to find a 4th-level spirit, called Green Spirits. These spirits are existed for decades and has the abilities to control its surroundings and cause hallucinations. These are very dangerous and must be exorcised at all costs. Zhang is on his way to find the secret manual and the seal. Zhang walks down through the steps deep and deep. Zhang acknowledges the value of the manual if it was hidden this deep inside the manor. Zhang needs more cards to use on Guard Cam, because Demonic Monk powers won't work on Guard Cam. Finally, a door is visible. Inside the room there are 4 more doors. According to the Manor Master's evil spirit, it should be inside the 4th door. Zhang enters the fourth room, and there is still a long way to walk in. Accidentally, Zhang steps on a stone, and it triggers a large rock from upside. Zhang quickly jumps out and lands on another trap. Arrows were shot towards Zhang, and he deflects them with the lantern he's holding. A large trunk was released towards him. He dodges it and thinks, is there something more than the secret manual, because the cave is full of traps. Zhang is more intrigued now to check out what's inside the cave. At last, he reaches a symmetrical place made up of wood. There is a wooden box on a table in the center of the room. Inside the box there are two books, according to Go Chan. One book is a sword technique, and the other one is a cultivation technique. Zhang takes both of the books, but something feels strange to Zhang, and he spectates around the room. There is a large wooden box, which looks heavy and not functional. There are also traces of the wooden box been dragged to the place it is right now. Zhang pushes the box, and there are seals on the floor. Zhang opens up all the seals, and there is another wooden box inside it. This chest gives off ominous vibes to Zhang, and when he opens it there is book made up of leather. The lantern suddenly shuts off, and to be precise, the book is made up of human skin with beads and charms all around the book. Outside the medicinal hall, the second young master is having a party with his subordinates, and he expresses that he's going to be the manor master due to Guard Cam is on his side from today onwards. Guard Cam greets the second young master. The second young master, Mok Yunpyeong, prepared a welcome party for Guard Cam. He wanted to give a grand feast, but his father, the manor master, is unwell. Guard Cam is honored for this treatment as well. After a while, Yunpyeong learns that Zhang lost his martial arts. According to Guard Cam, the real Mok Jang-woon is dead and the fake one don't know martial arts. But he doesn't intend to tell the truth that third master is dead to Yunpyeong, because Guard Cam's life would be in danger if everyone knows that he is unable to protect the third young master. He thinks to decapitate Zhang as proof to show his loyalty to second son Yunpyeong. Yunpyeong is happy after he is informed about Mok Jang-woon unable to use martial arts. Yunpyeong is also grateful because now Guard Cam is on his side. Yunpyeong wonders about the reason how Jang-woon lost his martial arts, but Guard Cam apologies that he cannot answer to it at the moment. But he assures Yunpyeong no harm would come even if he don't know. Yunpyeong trusts Guard Cam because he is a former assassin from an infamous place. Guard Cam is irritated after hearing Yunpyeong words. Yunpyeong excuses Guard Cam and calls him later if it is urgent. Yunpyeong states to his guards to keep an eye on Guard Cam, and he commands a guard to check on Zhang. Whether he actually lost his martial arts or not, and to break an ankle of Zhang to make it more fun. Beneath the medicine hall, Zhang feels a beat under his fingertips that is closer to death. He don't understand why is something like this down here. To satisfy his curiosity, he wanted to untie the rosary and check out its contents. But demonic monk appears, and he trembles in fear. After he catches sight of the book, Zhang realizes this is something worth it, because even the demonic monk kneels before it. But if the demonic monk is here, then it means there is an intruder. Outside the medicinal hall, the guard that was sent the second young master is here to check out on Zhang. However, go guarding outside instead guarding Zhang. The guard thinks this is the right time to strike Zhang and moves to the medicinal hall. The guard peeks into Zhang's room, but nothing seems to be out of ordinary. Zhang sleeps like a kid inside the room. The guard enters the room silently through the window. The guard finds a manual on the table, and he's shocked after realizing what it is. With this book in possession of the second master, they could easily gain the upper hand. However, Zhang appears silently from backside and observes the guard. Zhang grabs the guard's head and slams it on the table. He asks the guard whether is he sleepy or not. He bangs the guard's head on the table again and again and again. The guard thinks he is a mad demon. Later, the loses consciousness, and Zhang takes him to place beneath the medicinal hall and ties him upside down. The guard wakes up and Zhang starts the questioning. Before taking the guard to the underground, Go arrives to the medicinal hall and explains Zhang about the guard that his name is Cho Il-sang, and he's an escort of the second master. By the appearance of the guard and how he infiltrated this place, he had no good intentions. Zhang picks the guard up and takes him to the underground to interrogate him. Go requests Zhang to not torture him, because the second master loves his subordinates very much, and if anything happens to them, he'll be greatly enraged. Zhang doesn't care about that, and moves on, no matter how much Go Chan begs. Zhang moves on his way. Now beneath the medicinal hall, the guard requests to let him go. Zhang demands a reason, and the guard answers he is a close subordinate to the second master, and he warns that Zhang will be in severe danger if he don't let him go now. He demands him to not overdo this, and he'll put him in a good word with the second master, so that he could spare Zhang's life at least. The guard thinks Zhang is feared, but he don't know our protagonist isn't a saint to let him go so easily. He's a demon. Zhang is fascinated, and accepts the guard's words about how much the second master cherishes his subordinates. Zhang stands to let him go and unties his ropes, but he surprises that one of his fingers is sliced. Now, Zhang starts questioning about whose finger it is. The guard can't feel anything even after one of his fingers is sliced off. He can't move nor feel his ki. Zhang explains that is because of a poison called aesthetic. He made the poison from combining the herbs from the medicinal hall, and the guard shouldn't be able to feel anything for 2 to 4 hours. Now Zhang starts questioning, and if the guard don't answer immediately, Zhang's going to cut off one finger for every 1 second that passes. The first question is about why did Yinpiang send the guard to Zhang? After the time starts, Zhang cuts off one finger, but the guards still don't respond. So Zhang cuts off the second finger. The guard curses Zhang to stop, but Zhang won't even care. In that flow, Zhang cuts off 4 fingers in total and blackmails the guard. The next one is thumb finger. Then the guard responds. He was ordered to confirm whether Zhang really lost his martial abilities or not. Zhang thinks for a moment and instantly realizes that guard Cam has switched sides so quickly. Then Zhang proceeds to next question, which is guard Cam responsible for this? The guard nods his face, and Zhang acknowledges guard Cam for using his head. The guard was astonished because of how quickly Zhang realized that guard Cam has betrayed him. The guard can't understand whether Mok Jiangwen was always this clever or Jiangwen doubted guard Cam from the beginning. Now Zhang doesn't have any questions to ask the guard, so he's thinking what to do with the guard. The guard is aware that he is going to be killed, so the guard swears his loyalty to Zhang. He screams that he never thought that the third young master was this brilliant. The guard even offers his life and will do anything to work under Zhang. Zhang happens to have a task and seek his loyalty that from the guard. The guard is happy because he is saved after completing the task and requests Zhang to use him as he likes. Then Zhang slits the throat of the guard and responds the task is to offer the guard's life. Zhang borrows the blood of the guard to use it on the book he found a while ago. After spectating the book for a while, Zhang understands to weaken the power of the seal, which is made up of pure energy. One needs to pour in pure energy to make the seal weaken. So Zhang used the guard's blood, because he died a regrettable death. This is all the information Zhang learned from one of the shaman's book. Zhang keeps the book under the guard so that his blood would fall on the book. When the blood filled the wooden book with the book in it, the impurity is completed and the seal is broken. Zhang holds back to see what would come out of it. Then the blood overflowed and filled the room. The blood slowly takes a form and releases a tremendous energy, which made Zhang unable to see. It became silent all of a sudden, and when Zhang opens his eyes, he is in a world filled with blood, and a woman appears before him. Zhang amazed after realizing that this is not the power of a 4th-level spirit. It is the power of a 5th-level spirit. According to the book, the 5th-level spirits are called blue spirits, which are existed for more than a century. Zhang thought a 4th-level spirit or something similar would appear. He thinks of this as a gratitude. In that moment, he is being kneeled to the strength of the spirit. The spirit announces to Zhang to offer his soul to her. To subdue or exorcise a 5th-level spirit, a minimum of 10 shaman masters are needed. After a while, Zhang struggles to stand up and refuses to offer his soul. But Zhang understands why they are extremely dangerous, and he speaks to the blue spirit about the knowledge he gained about spirits. The most important point about spirits is all the spirits need someone's body. So spirits can't do anything without a vessel. The spirit gets a bit frustrated after Zhang explained to her about the spirits. Zhang stands up and annoys the spirit to take his body by force if she can. Immediately she strikes him with a bloodshot and Zhang is injured severely and falls down. The spirit pities Zhang and strikes him again with much force. She warns Zhang to stay down and obediently and offer his soul. The spirit is impressed because Zhang withstood that even though half of the flesh on his face is torn off. The spirit pushes him back and makes an offer to Zhang, which is to submit his soul, and she could fulfill one of his desires. Zhang questions the spirit about why is she making an offer to him. The spirit states it is a consideration to his will. It means she could gain nothing if Zhang's body is damaged more. Zhang asks what if he refuses. The spirit responds with a death stare. She will simply kill him and finds another soul. Zhang mumbles, there is one desire. The spirit brightens up and questions him about his desire, and the spirit guesses whether it is a betrayal or a family member Zhang loved has died. She would tear them into shreds and remove their soul from existence. And Zhang brazenly responds his wish is for the woman to shut up and obediently become his familiar spirit. The spirit grits her teeth and uses all the blood accumulated in the area and makes it flow towards Zhang. She states in anger that his flesh, bones, and body will be butchered. The spirit expresses it will damage his body, but it is necessary to take his body. Zhang is unable to anything, and he loses consciousness. But his senses tells him that this tastes like blood. The color is much more red than a cornelian cherry, and a metallic taste. But it's different compared to the blood he experienced. When he was a scythe demon, he tasted plentiful of blood, and the taste back then was like trembling of life, heat, and warmth. To be exact, it meant to be alive. However, what he feels right now is death. After Zhang figured it out that all of this merely an illusion, the world filled with blood breaks down completely. The spirit couldn't believe what she witnessed, and she was pushed back by the force caused by Zhang. The blue spirit creates a butterfly with blood and moves the butterfly in Zhang's direction, but it barely does any damage to him. The spirit recognizes this realm as transcendence. This is a realm used to escape any hallucination by rejecting all their five senses. However, it is much harder than it sounds. Even a first-rate shaman finds difficulty in completely rejecting all their five senses. But Zhang, he's not even a shaman, has reached such a realm. And the only possible answer is, Zhang is born with the qualities of a great shaman. Zhang laughs loudly in front of the spirit, and it irritates her. She speaks, just because you escaped a illusion doesn't mean you have the upper hand. But Zhang states he had a fun idea. He shows the book to the blue spirit, and it makes her furious. As per the shaman book which Zhang got after killing the shaman in the main building, called Inyang School, the older a spirit, the more likely they are connected to a vessel that connects them to this realm. In that case, the vessel which is connecting the blue spirit to this realm is the book made with human skin. Zhang tears the book with his teeth, which inflicts pain to her and enrages the blue spirit even more. The blue spirit curses Zhang, and she don't seem to understand how can Zhang harm a book which is imbued with demonic qi. Even the first-rate shamans barely managed to seal it after many attempts at destroying it. But Zhang simply did it with his teeth. She grabs Zhang's neck with force and pushes him back, and tells him that she doesn't need his body anymore. Zhang snickers even in this moment and states that it could have ended if she just snatched the book, but she didn't. It means she is unable to touch the book. Even though he's being inflicted pain, Zhang still tries to swallow that piece he grabbed with his teeth. He realizes the blood that entered into his body earlier made his blood flow travel in reverse. This situation happened to him when he first ate a poisonous herb. But right now he could sense a soul's rage. A rage against someone as strong as Zhang and desire for revenge. At last, Zhang swallowed the piece of human skin even though the blue spirit grabbed his neck and shouting not to do it. She is now furious as hell and squeezes his more and more. Instantly Zhang is transferred to another world again, and this time an ocean of corpses are floating around him. And a person is kneeled with a sword in front of throne, and she is the blue spirit. She ties her hand to the sword using a cloth, and points her sword to the one sitting on the throne and speaks something, but Zhang couldn't hear it. All he felt is her rage. She speaks something again and moves forward to kill the person who is like a king. But the king-like person easily took the heart of the blue spirit and throws her away. A few masters appear from behind the king and runs toward her. Every one of them takes up their knives and stabs her, and the blue spirit died like that. Coming back to present, someone yells loudly and a red color thread comes from Zhang's heart, and on the other end it is the blue spirit. She finally became a familiar spirit. Zhang is happy now that he got a blue spirit. The blue spirit grabs Zhang's neck again. But now that she became a familiar spirit, even she could feel the pain that Zhang is experiencing. So she leaves his neck and coughs up. She is frustrated and walks away. Zhang thinks if the blue spirit is experiencing pain right now because she became a familiar spirit, that means there is a chance demonic monk could feel the pain before, because Zhang literally came back from dead earlier. Meanwhile, demonic monk's situation is like he is almost evaporated. Zhang express, why don't we introduce ourselves since we stay together from now on? Zhang walks over to the spirit and introduces himself as Mok Jiang-won and asks the spirit about her name, so he could call the spirit with her name. But she don't respond whatsoever, so Zhang plans to call her whatever he wants, and calls her Red Dung Beetle. She is frustrated for calling with such a name, so Zhang thinks she doesn't like that. Zhang asks her again for the name, but she won't like to tell her name to a stupid mortal. Then Zhang plans to call her Blue Spirit, since she is a blue spirit. She just sits quietly, and she liked the name, so Zhang plans to call her with that. However, she's got quite the ego, and it's not like Zhang could beat her up to tame or anything. He thinks to slowly persuade her to like him. Now Zhang asks the blue spirit about the book with human leather. She replies that she don't know any blue spirit and someone with that name. She walks away telling that she is busy. Zhang's eye catches something interesting, that this book is written in blood. Zhang smirks and thinks about this book, which is wrapped in human leather and written with blood, which he finds as fascinating. But the characters doesn't make sense to him at all. He can't understand what characters these are supposed to mean. Blue Spirit chuckles at Zhang. Zhang finds it a bit annoying and tries to figure the characters by himself. After spectating the book for a while, he learns something and reads out, without despair, rely on the mind of the other form. Before nothingness, there must have been a form. What seems to be may not actually be. As Zhang reads out the chant, all the chi around him circulates towards Zhang. Zhang reads out again, the demon in the way of the good, but the ultimate blood has the power to reverse all. After reading the chant, the book he holds sticks to his palm and won't let loose. Blue Spirit can't believe what he did. Zhang inquires that whether this book has something to do with it or not. Suddenly, all his veins tightens up, and he feels extremely pain. Blue Spirit also starts to experience the pain, and she immediately tells him to stop his breathing, empty his mind, and don't think about anything at all. Zhang does all of that in an instant, and the vein slowly starts to set back and the book falls down. Blue Spirit amazes how quickly Zhang controlled his body. Zhang already undone the ritual of attachment. Blue Spirit phases as to how come a mortal who hasn't even learned martial arts could attain something like this. To begin with, it's a miracle that Zhang managed to carry out the ritual of attachment. Blue Spirit witnesses something that she never did in her life post-death. Zhang feels good and sits down without knowing what happened to him. Blue Spirit explains to Zhang all this has happened because he couldn't control the ritual of attachment properly, and his breathing is also wrong. Zhang is happy now that Blue Spirit starts speaking. Blue Spirit feels embarrassed and states she is just taking care of herself because of Zhang's foolish mistakes. Now Zhang wants to know about the ritual of attachment, and Blue Spirit describes it as a way to pull things towards themselves, and they sticks to them. To be clear, it's like manipulating the very nature to one's own will. But Zhang experiences his stomach and veins hurt him very much. Blue Spirit clarifies it happened because Zhang is pulling at nothing. That's why his chi is manipulated and pulling nothing after the book, so the chi got all messed up. Blue Spirit recommends to try it with the guard's dead body. Blue Spirit tells him to focus on the guard's energy core, and his chi would probably be spread because he is dead. However, Zhang doesn't know anything about the energy core and other stuff, so he wants Blue Spirit to tell him everything. Blue Spirit prepares him to start the chant, and after he started it, he keeps his palm under the guard's belly button and slowly absorbs his chi. He feels a warm energy is flowing and circling around his energy core. Blue Spirit tells him to pull forth anything and make it stick, and questions him whether he could feel it. The flowing of chi's speed increases, and this is how the ritual of attachment works. This is the first time Zhang is experiencing how chi feels like. The warm energy is wrapping around Zhang's torso, and he finally understands what Go Chan is referring to. According to Go Chan, it takes a lot of time to gather chi, but if one can absorb other people's inner energy, it makes Zhang collect a lot of chi faster, and he can become stronger in a short period of time. In other words, Zhang is smart with an anti-protagonist mind, so it's not matter of fact for him to kill other people. But suddenly, all the energy he gathered is scattered in a moment. Blue Spirit explains that is how chi works, and one needs a special method to store the chi they've absorbed, otherwise it won't store in the energy core. Zhang needs a unique trait in order to possess a special method, so that it won't mix with other energies. To be clear, collecting chi with the ritual of attachment is impossible. Zhang is disappointed after listening Blue Spirit words. He thought he really found a shortcut to become stronger. Blue Spirit states it is not that easy to befit a martial artist expert. However, there are plenty of uses with the ritual of attachment, like the ritual of attachment is just the first ritual of the thought-shattering 8 techniques. By just learning this method, there will be endless possibilities. Blue Spirit teaches to Zhang that even if it may scatter away the chi is still a chi, and tells him to concentrate the chi into your hand by circulating it. Nonetheless, Zhang don't know how to circulate chi into his hand. Blue Spirit teaches him step by step, and advises him to imagine it. Chi circulation and chants are all just to help one person to imagine the right picture in their head. So Blue Spirit proposes Zhang to imagine sending his chi into his hand. Blue Spirit thinks it is easier said than done, and he is still a beginner without even proper chi training, so he'll just waste precious chi. It is impossible for Zhang to achieve this in his current state. However, Blue Spirit don't know that Zhang is the protagonist of the story. Zhang manages to gather chi into his hand slowly, and once he had enough chi, he strikes the pillar with his inner energy. The pillar shatters into pieces, and even the wall behind the pillar is damaged. Blue Spirit is flabbergasted that how can a beginner who hasn't even learned martial arts or any basic training has successfully achieved it. Even in her lifetime, she witnessed a lot of individual, but not someone as talented as Zhang. He quickly grasps that why martial arts are so hyped up, because it is much easier to kill someone when you learn something like this. Blue Spirit is astonished again that how rapidly Zhang grasped the essence of martial arts. Most people say martial arts is for training the soul and mind, but all of it just nonsense. The main point of martial arts is how efficiently one can kill a person. Zhang urges to learn about the second technique, and Blue Spirit starts to teach him that, but she realizes that she'd never do something nice for Zhang and walks away. She thinks she talked more than she meant to, and she understands why the old geezers were always so obsessed with their disciples, because Zhang literally absorbed everything Blue Spirit taught him. Zhang wants to ask Blue Spirit something, but she isn't interested in it. Zhang just wanted to ask about the cold energy he felt after the chi scattered away, because chi always feels warm. Blue Spirit don't want to talk to him, so he just thinks to figuring it out by himself. They both leave the place, and Zhang learned a lot after coming to place beneath the medicinal hall. At a different place, the guard who protects the First Lady arrives at the Phoenix Pavilion and enters into it. The pavilion is filled with statues of shamans which are made up of wood, and they all look ominous to the guard. Instantly a fire is lit on a torch, and the guard explains herself why she came to the Phoenix Pavilion and how Myo Shin, the shaman, has died. She claims that the third young master Mok Jiang-won is the one killed him. She states that the First Lady told her to place the 300 silver niang for expressing the grief towards Myo Shin, and offers additional 400 silver niangs if they could take upon another mission. The quest is to eliminate the third young master. She asks whether they do it, and the torch blows away. She understands they accepted the quest and appreciates them and leaves. The guard can't decipher even though there was no one in there. She could feel the stares of a lot of people in there, and she would have never come if it weren't for those quests. Inside the pavilion, the shaman's leader states it was definitely a murder, and everyone agrees to it. According to the information they received, the guard that protects the First Lady is floating, and only a yellow spirit could do something like that. The shamans think the third master was possessed by the yellow spirit. Now the shaman leader questions, is there a chance the yellow spirit has become a familiar spirit? The rest of the shaman states that if it was a beast of pure spirit or a yokai, there could be a chance, but yellow spirit would be impossible to take in as a familiar spirit. The shaman leader concludes that a shaman will eliminate the third young master of the Mok Manor and help the resentful spirit move on. Every shaman agrees to what the leader said. The next day, Go Chan yawns and curses Zhang for making him do all the errands, even though he was up all night. Go Chan tells he bought the brazier and asks for what purpose did Zhang wanted the brazier for, and Zhang replies, he had something that needs to be burned. Go asks again what does he wants to burn, and Zhang pulls out the secret manuals of the Mock Sword Manor. Zhang tears off each page and burns them without a trace. Go-chan is screaming and can't close his mouth. He is in a state of awe. Go-chan thinks what kind of human would do something so insane. Go-chan yells at Zhang and again speaks politely by stating even if those books are useless to Zhang, that doesn't mean other people don't want that. Zhang responds that is the reason why they should burn them, so that only Zhang is able to learn them. Go-chan didn't understand what Zhang said and questioned him again. Zhang replies all the information about is stored in his brain. He appeals for Go-chan to hand over that manual to the first lady and second young master. Zhang states everyone wants this book and Zhang is happen like a peaceful family. Zhang expressed with a smirk that, if they happily share the manual amongst each other wouldn't be nice. The next day, Guard Cam explains his morning routine, as once he wakes up, he organizes the things around him and quickly changes clothes. After that he cleans his surroundings and checks his to-do things for today. It's a habit he had since his assassin days, and soon there will be no need for that. Once the second young master secures the master position, he can become an elder of the mock sword manor. A guard appears and requests Guard Cam that second young master is looking for him. After a while, Guard Cam comes out of the second master hall seriously with an injury on his forehead. Just a while ago, second master states that Cho Il Sang had disappeared without a trace right after he went looking for third young master, whether he really lost his martial arts or not. Second young master is furious that Guard Cam deceived him. Guard Cam thinks something has gone off and reports that he is 100% sure about Mok Jaegwon losing his martial arts, and a different problem might have occurred. Second master throws a plate on Guard Cam and questions, then why didn't Guard Cho hasn't returned yet? Guard can't decipher how things come to this point, and his decision to change his liege will be all for naught. He can't accept this and requests second young master to spare him some time, so that he can uncover the truth behind it. Second master asks how can he trust him again. Guard Cam offers his right hand to prove his trust. Second master accepts it, and gives him 4 hours to uncover the truth. If he hadn't complete his mission by the time, he will take Guard Cam's life instead of his arm. Guard Cam realizes everything is not going his way ever since the fake Mok Jaegwon appeared. The possibilities of Zhang involved is low, but if he is the main culprit, Guard Cam won't leave it at that. Guard Cam spots Go-chan and inquires him about what he is doing here when Guard Cam told not to take Go-chan eyes off Zhang. Cam asks whether he is plotting with Zhang, and Go states the otherwise, but Guard Cam notices manual on Go-chan and pulls it out. After discerning the manual, Guard Cam furiously asks why is the manual with him. He beats Go-chan to a pulp and drags him to Zhang's room. Guard Cam kicks the door and throws Go-chan inside. Zhang welcomes Guard Cam, and Guard Cam demands an explanation and thinks his mood is ruined just by watching him again. Zhang acts innocent as to explain what. Guard Cam states there is no time for his little tricks and tells him that he made it clear from the beginning that he'll be dead if he tries anything funny. Guard Cam takes hold of Zhang's throat and warns him. Zhang responds that he don't recall Guard Cam saying not to try anything funny. Guard Cam questions Zhang what he did to the second son's subordinate. Zhang acts like he don't who it is, and Guard Cam cross-examines whether he hurt the guard or not. Zhang states that Guard Cam knows how weak Zhang is, and the guard is an expert martial artist. Guard Cam ponders he know how weak Zhang is and how strong the subordinate is also, but Guard Cam feels something off. Zhang implies how could the third son who has lost his martial arts have killed him? Those are the exact words that Guard Cam used to prove his loyalty to the second master. Guard Cam now grasps the situation and pulls his knife out to stab Zhang. Zhang ridicules Guard Cam about what will he do now. Zhang states that Guard Cam switched sides, so the fake third son killed the second son's guard. Guard Cam stabs him with the knife insanely, and later both of them sits down for a moment. Guard Cam narrates his life from how he was born an orphan and raised as an assassin. He barely managed to get into this place by sacrificing all the money and time he had. He endured all kinds of side jobs, and his life depended on those 3 years, but Zhang ruined everything. Not only Zhang killed the third son, now he also killed the second son's favorite subordinate. Guard Cam plans to escape after killing Zhang, otherwise he'll end up dead. However, Guard Cam realizes that he had an opportunity. The second master's guard is already dead, and there is nothing that can be done about it. But there is something that can replace the guard's life, which is the manual he took from Go-chan. He asks Zhang whether he had the rest of the manual. Cam thinks he can save his own life if he presents the manual to the second master. Jong states he don't know about it, and guard Cam warns Jong to answer properly, or he could just kill Jong and leave. But he gives Jong a chance to repent for his mistakes. If he gives the rest of the manual, he'll leave him alive, or guard Cam threatens Jong's going to die a terrible death. Jong downheartedly accepts guard Cam's proposal. Guard Cam feels almighty and powerful when Jong accepted his proposal. Guard Cam tells Jong that he should have done this earlier and held his hand out to let him give the remaining part of the manual. However, Jong gives his hand and not the manual, and states that he is the secret manual, which he had memorized in his head. Jong expresses there is one more thing.
It was at this fleeting moment, Jong gripped Guard Kam's hand tightly. Then by releasing his internal energy, he appreciated Guard Kam by slowly absorbing his internal energy through the ritual of attachment. Guard Kam sensed that his internal energy is being sucked away no matter how much he tries. Jong is not letting the Guard Kam's hand go. Then Jong stated,
I was wondering on whom to use this technique, but you became the lab rat just in time. I am so grateful.
From that action from Jong, Guard Kam felt that he is dealing with a savage monster, not a human. He is slashing off Jong's arm, and then Guard Kam got agitated and stabbed the dagger with everything he had on Jong. This made Jong loosen his grip. By taking this as a chance, Guard Kam swiftly launched a blow at Jong, and Jong got crashed to the wall. Guard Kam got completely exhausted where his hand is trembling. He can't feel his internal energy in his left hand anymore. Jong then smirks at Guard Kam and slowly gets up by reviewing that Guard Kam's martial arts are worthy to be a first-rate martial artist. As Guard Kam is looking at Jong with his eyes widened, as if he is witnessing a nightmare, in that moment, Jong declared,
I will kill you in a way that even the hell itself trembles in fear.
Guard Kam got a bone-shivering dread from those words. He tries to stay cool, and by extending his hand, he challenged Jong, but someone like Jong is nothing in front of him. Saying those words, Guard Kam rushed at Jong with murderous intent filled in his eyes, and as he was about to kill Jong in one single attack, by thrusting the sword into him, Jong with his eyes filled in crimson-colored aura, commanded the demonic monk. In that split second, a roar echoed through the room, and Guard Kam's hand is blocked by something. As Guard Kam is wondering what had caught his hand, he leaves the dagger and takes a step back by horrified, but the dagger falls into Jong's hand. Then Jong plans to show the demonic monk to Guard Kam, since Guard Kam mentioned that Jong uses dirty tricks. In that manner, the demonic monk makes a dramatic entrance into the scenario. Guard Kam could feel the energy of the demonic monk, and without losing a moment, Jong tightens his grip on the dagger's hilt and then he rammed that dagger right into Guard Kam's chest. Guard Kam screamed in agony by that brutal assault. Jong tells him,
Brace yourselves. Even if you beg for mercy, your death is already registered in the records of hell.
Guard Cam falls back and coughs up blood all over the place. Guard Cam presumes the location Jong stabbed is dangerous. If Guard Cam took the knife irresponsibly, the bleeding is going to be bad. He considers Jong is not easy to mess with, because Jong not only absorbed Cam's inner energy, he even used demonic monk's force to attack Guard Cam. Guard Cam concludes he was foolish to choose someone like Jong as a stand-in, but Guard Cam had a secret weapon up his sleeve, which is the poison he fed to Jong. He prepared the poison exactly for something like this. Guard Cam decides to negotiate with Jong, since it'll be a loss for both of them if they continued to fight. Guard Cam offers Jong the antidote and money so he could leave this place. But Guard Cam vomits more and more blood and realizes something is wrong. Even though he circulates his chi, his body is only getting worse, and he quickly recognizes poison. Jong speaks about the injuries he got and states he is not that badly injured. Guard Cam questions what did Jong has done to him. Jong responds it's nothing to consider. When Cam stabbed Jong with his dagger, Jong's blood spilled on it. Jong's blood is extremely poisonous. Jong names the ingredients Guard Cam used to make the poison he fed to him, and Jong divulges about the poisonous herbs he ate ever since he was kid, so that his blood has turned into a poison itself. Jong implies that he don't need the antidote to begin with. Guard Cam perceives that he is going to be killed, and his body is trembling. Jong explains that he opened the window so that Cam would live longer if his body temperature is lowered. Poison spreading will slow down when one's body temperature is cold. Now, Guard Cam pleads to have mercy on him. He begs Zhang to have mercy and that he'll swear his loyalty to Zhang. He even wishes to become Zhang's dog and licks Zhang's feet if Zhang insisted and crawls if he is ordered. All guard Cam needs from Zhang is to spare his life. Zhang likes Cam's attitude and states with that kind of attitude they could work together perfectly. Guard Cam's eyes were filled hope after hearing Zhang's words. However, Zhang professed that was only if he had acted like that from the beginning. He expresses that Cam changed sides quickly based on his needs, so how come someone could call it loyalty? Zhang thinks guard Cam is better off dead and thrusts the knife into guard Cam's heart. At last, Zhang managed to kill a first-rate martial artist with an excitement and in a demonic way, which even gave me goosebumps as I am making this video. Zhang stands up and stretches his body. He took care of guard Cam earlier than he expected. Now Zhang stares at Go Chan and thinks whether to kill him or not. Zhang thinks there is no reason to kill, and considering that guard Cam don't know that Zhang burned the rest of the manual. Go Chan didn't reveal the secret even when he was beaten to a pulp. Zhang insists Go Chan to get up now that the action is completed. Go Chan questions how did Zhang know that he was awake. Zhang replies that he noticed when Go Chan is moving little by little because Go Chan is afraid of being stepped on during the fight. Zhang appreciates Go Chan for maintaining secrets between them. Go Chan smiles humbly and thanks Zhang. Zhang commands Go to send everyone somewhere else so that Zhang could take care of guard Cam's body himself. Zhang starts to use the ritual of attachment on Cam's body. He can feel the warmth of the inner energy, but it's no use to him. What Zhang wanted to check is the cold, ominous energy he felt at the underground pavilion, which is known as the death chi that he felt when he's killing. Now that the warm energy is over, Zhang starts to feel the cold energy again. The cold chi isn't scattering away like the warm energy. So he presumes that in order to collect more cold chi, he plans to kill more people. Blue Spirit spectates Zhang from a side with Demonic Monk. Blue Spirit states to Demonic Monk she understood the reason why Demonic Monk is being controlled by Zhang, because Zhang is a monster. In the second Master Pavilion, the guard Zhang expresses to Yun Piang that guard Cam isn't lying. Second Master replies that he is already aware that guard Cam is fair and not lying. He explains to the guard that when a person is nice to someone from the beginning they get entitled, so the Second Master manifested how strict he is. If he forgives guard Cam later on, Cam will stay subservient to the Second Master. Ultimately, the Second Master states one needs to be cruel to someone before being nice with them. The guard now comprehends the Second Master's wisdom. The guard grasps that guard Cam isn't a loyal man, so it is a kind of test to prove guard Cam's loyalty. At the moment, a guard appears to report a problem. Second Master questions what is it about, and the guard states guard Cam just tried to kill the Third Master Mok Jiang-won. And this is not important. The most important point is that the Third Master announced that it was the Second Master who was behind the murder attempt. Now the Second Master is in a state of shock. He is now furious about Mok Jiang-won. Zhang testified in the outer chamber investigation saying Master Un Piang was the one who hired guard Cam. Guard Zhang inquiries about guard Cam's whereabouts, and the guard who entered now states guard Cam has disappeared after the murder attempt. Un Piang unsheathes his sword and endeavors to kill Mok Jiang-won. Guard Zhang tries to stop Un Piang that if he moves forward right now it will only end up strengthening Zhang's testimony. Un Piang won't listen to guard Zhang and articulates about how Zhang will ridicule him in Un Piang's current state. However, guard Zhang recommends Un Piang about that place act instead. Un Piang stops moving and listens to his guard. Guard Zhang explains that Zhang testified guard Cam was after him in the investigation. So they try to use the organization guard Cam was affiliated with. The organization is prideful with their rules like, if an assassin fails to complete an assassination, it is not to be tolerated. Even if they are retired assassins, there are no exceptions. They need to complete the assassination they are tasked with by any means necessary. Guard Zhang plans to explain the situation to the 3 assassination organization in the Central Plains, the Flying Death School. Un Piang is now happy after hearing the Flying Death School's name. In the Third Master's residence, Zhang is trying to create a chi center as written in the secret manual, but it's off no use. Even if he succeed in circulating the chi near the chi center, the energy starts dispersing. He don't know what is wrong with him, so he calls Go Chan and explains the situation he is experiencing right now. Go Chan is under the impression that Zhang is completely clueless about martial arts a day ago, and now he's being able to feel the qi and even circulated it in a single night. Go-chan wanted to say that's load of crap, but he politely asks Zhang to check for himself. Go-chan plans to flow his qi in Zhang's body to confirm why it's disappearing. Go-chan thinks not to get on Zhang's nerves, and that Zhang is still a kid who likes to pretend like that knows all. Go-chan and Zhang sits down, and Go requests Zhang to not pay any attention to him. Go-chan was amazed after he felt the qi from Zhang, and that Zhang doesn't have any waste matter in his meridians, so there's no blockage at all. It's an impossible feat unless a master of inner body trains Zhang every day. Go-chan realizes Zhang to be one of a genius. Instantly Go feels a strange energy, something so cold and freighting, then all of a sudden the qi blows off. Zhang is disappointed that it happened again and demands Go-chan to explain what happened truthfully, whether Zhang could form his qi or not. Go-chan responds that he felt a strange energy near Zhang's qi center and that he cannot explain what it might be. Zhang imagines that his cold energy is probably the reason to the problem and believes that he needs to give up on martial arts. At that moment, Go states that cold energy disperses the warm energy, so it doesn't feel like an energy that is created by usual circulation. The cold energy is exactly like the opposite of the warm energy. By Go-chan's statement, Zhang thinks there could be a possibility, because life qi is warm and death qi is cold. Zhang states to Go-chan that he is going to circulate his qi in reverse. Go-chan immediately attempts to stop Zhang, but he is pulled back by Blue Spirit and whispers him to shut up. Blue Spirit thinks Zhang is going to get himself killed with his incomplete knowledge. If a familiar attempts to kill their contractor, the backlash would also kills the spirit. However, if the contractor dies of their own accord, the contract will end without any constraints. Blue Spirit expresses to Demonic Monk that they are going to be free, and when Zhang comes out as a spirit after he dies, Blue Spirit is going to tear him apart with her own hands. Meanwhile, in the First Lady Chamber, the shaman from the Phoenix Pavilion arrives, and her name is New Moon. The First Lady imagines even after a powerful shaman has died, the Phoenix Pavilion sent a single shaman, and from the voice of the shaman, the First Lady grasps the shaman seems to be a young woman. What piqued the First Lady curiously is that the Lady Shaman brought the previous shaman's dead body. The Lady Shaman explains that she brought his junior Myo Shin's dead body to track down the killer. The First Lady understands that the Lady Shaman is higher in status compared to Myo Shin because she called Myo Shin her junior. The Lady Shaman expresses that the third young master is going to die at all costs. The First Lady truthfully speaks at the beginning. She didn't have high expectations of her, but now she is starting to like her. The Lady Shaman starts the ritual, and Myo Shin's eyes and mouth opens up. The shaman stabs Myo Shin with a knife by chanting the ritual, and the energy enters into Myo Shin's body. All of a sudden, a couple of hands comes out of Myo Shin's mouth, and from his eyes too. All of the hands moves forward to track down the target. Blue Spirit instantly spots the shaman's energy, and the hands breaks into Zhang's room. Demonic Monk quickly blocks all the hands, but even he is pushed back by the strength of the multiple hands. Blue Spirit recognizes the spell used by the shaman as reverse murder. It is a way to target Zhang and inflict pain on him when Myo Shin is being stabbed every time. The First Lady is imagining that Zhang is being injured, and she is overjoying that Zhang is suffering a lot, but the scenario inside is not the way she is expecting. Blue Spirit now comes to action that some inferior creature is messing with her prey, and she instantly slices all the hands and spots the location of the shaman. Then Blue Spirit attacks with her might and tears all the hands in a single blow, and the shaman flies far away from Blue Spirit's attack. The shaman is bleeding and can't believe that the reverse murder is deflected. She estimates that a spirit higher than Yellow Spirit is in there. The shaman petitions that she needs more payment for this. The First Lady questions as to why the shaman needs more payment for this. New Moon demands that she needs at least 1,000 silver niangs more. The guard screams why she needs 1,000 when they already took 400, and that's enough for them to get a bag of rice. The shaman states that she needs to risk her life for his mission, because it's an evil spirit of a very high rank. Even a yellow spirit could threaten a person's life, and this is much higher than that. Higher than a yellow spirit is a disaster, and most shamans couldn't handle anything above yellow spirit unless they are as skilled as the Lady Shaman. The First Lady accepts the condition for 1,000 more, but the shaman have to kill Mok Jiangwon. The shamans also have ranks like spirits too, from highest to lowest. They are divine, sun, moon, talent, darkness, and porter. Myoshin is porter rank, and the lady shaman is talent rank, which is 2 ranks higher than Myoshin. On top of that, the lady shaman is one of the 3 shamans of the pavilion that handles familiar spirits. The shaman guarantees that Mok Jiangwon won't survive no matter the cost. Inside Zhang's room, Blue Spirit is annoyed by the shaman, because if Zhang is died by the shaman, it is not a death by his hand, and it could harm Blue Spirit too. But Blue Spirit perceives both death chi and yin chi from Zhang. The problem is that a living person has no chance to accumulate death chi. She finally understands that Zhang is not an ordinary person because he understood the ritual of attachment very quickly and learned to circulate chi at once when he knows nothing about martial arts, and now he's collecting death chi while he is alive. Blue Spirit hates to admit it, but she is starting to like Zhang. Zhang wakes up and got the answer to circulate his chi. The chi doesn't dissipate like before, but he is unable to make an energy core because of his insufficient chi. Zhang inquiries about the room, and even the demonic monk is in a bad state, but what Zhang cannot comprehend is why Go Chan has fallen too. Blue Spirit states that Go Chan might be sleepy. Demonic monk wakes up fiercely and explains why Go Chan is in that state. Blue Spirit punishes and kicks demonic monk for telling the truth to Zhang. Suddenly, a sound comes from outside. Zhang asks about situation right now, and Blue Spirit informs Zhang not to let his guard down. At the moment, a large number of beetles crawl inside the room, and Blue Spirit is disgusted that someone took these beetles as a familiar spirit. Blue Spirit set forth these as the spirit of the mountains, called mountain-piercing shelled beast. The ones that reside in the mountain are referred to Chimi, mountain spirits, and the ones in sea as Morio, sea spirits. For a long time, the people have called these spirits which cause disaster and trouble as Kaimamorio. And one of them is the mountain-piercing shelled beast. The lady shaman releases the spirit which looks like a bird but possesses the tail of a snake. It calls forth insects to bring mayhem. It's a very dangerous and lethal being. There is no friendship between shamans, but the lady shaman is saddened to see Myoshin killed by an evil spirit. So she avenges Myoshin by making Zhang a pet food for her spirit. Go-chan sleeps peacefully and Zhang slaps on his face to wake him up. He is frightened to see all the bugs at once. Zhang orders Go to kill all these bugs, but just by touching them for a second, Go-chan's hand become disgusting. Zhang appraises Go to protect his body with inner energy. Zhang considers, even though they look small, it'll only be a moment for them to eat both Zhang and Go by how many there are present here. Blue Spirit asks Zhang what will he do now. If he don't do anything, he'll become insect food at this rate. Zhang seeks help from Blue Spirit, but Blue Spirit reasons what will she get from helping him. Zhang briefs Blue Spirit that she is a familiar spirit, so why she being uncooperative? She'll consider if Zhang offers his body. Zhang states then we'll just die then. Their bugs keep swarming on both of them. Blue Spirit expresses to make a bet if Zhang. That is, if Zhang is on the brink of death, she'll take his body. However, if Zhang manages to escape from this situation, she'll actively help him as much as possible from now on. Zhang agrees to the conditions and start planning to get out of this situation. Go-chan and Zhang stands up because now there is no place to even sit. Zhang plans set the whole place on fire if he finds something flammable. He explains to Go that they use the lantern on the table to set fire this whole place so the bugs won't survive. Go thinks the lantern is too far away from them, but Zhang uses the ritual of attachment to pull it towards him. Go is perplexed about how Zhang did it. Zhang ponders who would have done something like this, because ordinary people wouldn't be proficient in this types of schemes, and Zhang quickly realizes that the First Lady might have done this. So he founds that shaman should be near to her. It'll be a ruckus if this place is set on fire, so Zhang plans to use that chaos to kill the shaman. However, the shaman has already arrived near Zhang's room and stops the flame Zhang is trying to use. She speaks it is foolish to use this type of little tricks on a shaman like her. The shaman's right eye known as the white, I can see what others cannot see. She could clearly see what Zhang is trying behind those walls. This is what she could see. The shaman uses the spirit to destroy the wall, and she sets foot into the room. Zhang greets the shaman, and she instantly saw the red threads that connected to Zhang and his familiar spirits. And demonic monk is already nearby her to attack. but she starts chanting and crushes demonic monk to the floor. She steps on demonic monk and states that she could identify it easily. Go-chan moves forward to attack without an ounce of fear, even though she is a shaman of talent rank. But the shaman uses another curse to push Go-chan back, and the knife Go-chan was holding flies toward Zhang, and he grabs it. The shaman commands her spirit to kill Zhang, and all the bugs swarms in the direction of Zhang, and he falls back. The shaman states to Zhang to cross over the spirit realm after he dies. The bugs completely surrounds Zhang in a way there is no way to see what is happening in there. All of them are now under the shaman's spell and unable to do anything. The shaman thought it was an evil spirit of a higher level, but she lets go by thinking that it was just her imagination. The spirit is now get back to its contractor, and the shaman appreciates the spirit for his good work. The both of them plans to leave now that the problem is solved. The shaman is thinking about the commission is not sufficient for her. At that moment she felt a chills down her spine, and our protagonist the demon stands up. Zhang stabs up himself so that his blood would come out. The shaman turns back and Zhang uses his blood to kill all the bugs. The shaman is horrified after witnessing what Zhang has done. Zhang spikes his left palm and pours the blood that leaks from his body on his head. The bugs were unable to survive after tasting Zhang's blood, which contained poison. The shaman is dumbfounded after spectating the situation, and Zhang looks like a demon that comes straight from the hell. The shaman is terrified and Zhang rushes towards her stating that his blood is a deadly poison and it's effective as a pesticide too. The shaman backs down and orders her spirit to buy time so that she can cast a powerful spell. Zhang uses thought-shattering 8 techniques. First ritual of attachment, to grab the spirit right into his hands. The shaman is shocked and Zhang expresses that it's finally quiet here. The shaman runs for her spirit's life, and she instantly feels an immense pain form the spirit through their connection, and she realizes that Zhang is absorbing the death chi from her spirit. She can't express how the death chi is being absorbed by a living person. Zhang thinks to himself that it was beyond his expectations. He simply grabbed it to deal with the bugs, but the spirit has an immense amount of death chi in it. The death chi is much more compared to when a person is killed. To be clear, it is enough for Zhang to make an energy core with the death chi containing in the spirit. The shaman begs Zhang to stop, because if Zhang drains any more energy from it, the spirit will die. Near First Lady's residence, the guard recommends the First Lady to move into a room because it's cold outside, but the First Lady resists not to go inside when the situation is uncertain. The First Lady requested 2 things from New Moon. One is Mok Jungwon's life, and the other is the secret manuals, so that the possibility of others obtaining it will slow down. The guard speaks that the shaman is returning, and they already started to believe that New Moon had succeeded and Mok Jungwon is dead. The First Lady imagines that books are going to be in her possession and her son is finally the Manor Master. Both the guards congratulate the First Lady for her son becoming the Manor Master soon. The First Lady is embarrassed and commands them to shut up. However, the shaman stops walking and the First Lady questions the shaman as to what happened and to speak something. The shaman announces that the Phoenix Pavilion is unable to kill the third young master as the First Lady ordered them. The First Lady is now in a state of shock, and the shaman thinks what cruel person Zhang is, and to make her such a thing. A while ago, Zhang commands the shaman to incriminate the First Lady with the shaman's own mouth. Zhang states that the shaman is willing to do anything for the spirit's life, and he utters that the Phoenix Pavilion would send someone again even if he defeated the Lady Shaman. So he orders the shaman to incriminate the First Lady with the shaman's own mouth. That way the First Lady and the Phoenix Pavilion would become enemies. This is the master plan of our demon Zhang. Coming back to present, the shaman believes that she is now a traitor to the Phoenix Pavilion, but she had no other choice to save her spirit. The shaman now announces loudly that the First Lady told them the third young master was possessed by a mystical being, so she requested the Phoenix Pavilion to take the life of Master Mok Jungwon at the same time. But after confirmation the third young master was not possessed by a mystical being, henceforth the shaman requests the First Lady not to commission such requests from the Phoenix Pavilion ever again. All the people are coercing to each other about the First Lady, and even the order from the director states to head immediately to the First Lady's residence. The guard conveys to the First Lady that the people from the outer chamber are rushing in, The First Lady trembles in fear and is unable to do anything. The shaman enters the third master residence, and Zhang asks whether she did as he said. The shaman tells him that she successfully completed her mission. The shaman thinks that things went according to the third master's way in the end, and the First Lady and the Phoenix Pavilion are now enemies. The First Lady is now a villain for attempting murder on the third son. But New Moon is not in a position to worry about the First Lady, and the shaman is the one who betrayed the Phoenix Hall to save her spirit. So the Phoenix Pavilion will chase down the shaman forever. The shaman asks Zhang to give her spirit back, and Zhang says that he wanted to ask her something. He questions her about the Chai Morio. He wants to know about people who control spirits, demonic monk, and the bird head in Zhang's hand. The shaman understands that her expectations are right about Zhang not being possessed, but she astonishes to see the demonic monk as a familiar spirit. She can't believe how Zhang managed to obtain a resentful spirit of such level. On top of that, he had one more familiar spirit. Zhang asks whether she wants to answer or not. The shaman then starts to explain that there are 6 levels to the Chai Morio: ominous beast, strange beast, demonic beast, sacred beast, divine beast. Even an ominous beast is considered a small disaster, and the higher the level, the more dangerous they are. The Phoenix Pavilion has 3 people, including the Lady Shaman, who can control such beasts as their familiar spirits. One of them is Reflection, who has long aided the Hall Master. He handles the strange beast of Luo Mountain called Gu Jiao. She don't know the spirit's full extent, but it is definitely dangerous. The other one is the Phoenix Pavilion Master. She don't know what kind of Chai Morio the Master possess, but it's definitely a higher level once. Zhang responds then it should either a sacred or divine beast, but the shaman declares that is not, because those beasts only exist in legends. And there are only a handful of stories of people who have taken a sacred beast as their familiar spirit. She offers Zhang a book that contains all the information about Chai Morio. Zhang imagines that even a normal mountain-piercing shelled beast had that much death chi. So how much death chi does a higher level Chai Morio will have? He appreciates the shaman's kindness and gives her spirit back, and he asks her, why didn't you say thank you? And she thanks him, but he asks her to say it louder, and she says it loudly. Then Zhang lets the shaman leave. Go-chan is upset about Zhang's personality, and after the shaman leaves, Zhang really thinks it is a lucky day for him, because now the First Lady can't do anything to him, because she is being watched by the people of the outer hall, and the death chi he got from the spirit is enough for him create an energy core. At last Zhang will be able to learn martial arts. Go-chan asks whether is it alright to leave the shaman, when she might hold a grudge against Zhang. Zhang replies that a promise is a promise. Go-chan questions what if the shaman tries to get revenge on Zhang. Zhang states that Go-chan is right, and the shaman won't be able to do anything. Zhang now orders Blue Spirit to fulfill her promise. In the mountains, the shaman walks and realizes that she wouldn't be surprised if the spirit dies right now, because Zhang absorbed almost all of the death chi from the spirit. She plans to get revenge on Zhang, and all of a sudden Blue Spirit expressed that it is not good to plan a revenge against someone. The shaman steps back and instantly remembered this feeling from reverse murder, and she can't believe that someone took a Blue Spirit as their familiar spirit. Blue Spirit takes one eye from the shaman and appears in front of her upside down. Blue Spirit states that the shaman looks pretty even after losing one eye. In a few moments, Blue Spirit took the life of a talent-level shaman. The First Lady bangs the desk that she was wronged here to the outer hall master, Sang Wonbeek. She acts like Zhang is framing her, and states that she is not the kind of person to harm the third young master. She put into words that the shaman and third young master are in it together and framing her. Outer hall master tells First Lady to keep quiet and questions her about the ruckus that First Lady created in the medicinal hall yesterday. The First Lady speaks, it was about that the third young master entered into Manor Master room, even while I said not to do. Immediately the outer hall master states that the third young master did that to save the Manor Master, and questions the First Lady that she might trying to kill the Manor Master. The First Lady yells at the outer hall master, but he does not even flinch, and keeps a serious expression on his face. Sang expresses that he will not overlook this incident, and the investigation will be done fairly. They will look thoroughly into the First Lady, the second young master, and the third young master. After the First Lady left, Sang still don't understand why the First Lady and the second son were after killing the third son. It would make sense if they were after the fourth son, because he is favored by the manor master, but the third master is incapable of martial arts, and his family background is not impressive either. So there is no reason for them to do this, but Sang feels there is chance where he don't know the reason why they are after him. He also grasps that Mok Jang-woon is not like as he used to be. He used to be very arrogant to anyone who acted subservient to him. So Sang plans to check it out about the third master himself. Jong circulates his inner energy and Blue Spirit appears to check on what is happening. And she starts spectating on Jong as he is trying to create an energy core using the death chi he obtained from the spirit. Even Blue Spirit found it interesting when Jong stated that he is going to create an energy core using death chi. Blue Spirit looks Jong closely and thinks that he looks good. And Jong wakes up and asks what Blue Spirit is doing. She flusters and turns back by saying that she isn't doing anything. Jong questions if it is true or not. She tells him to stop with the nonsense and continues circulating his chi. Jong conveys that he needs Blue Spirit's help to check whether what he created is the energy core or not. Blue Spirit proudly says as if an energy would be established within a day. Jong reveals his energy core to Blue Spirit and utters, "Isn't this is an energy core?" She is really surprised and requests Jong that she wanted to take a look. Jong accepts it and questions what she is going to do, and she answers that she'll put her hand on his energy core, so she instantly recognizes it. But it won't work and she attempts many times but the result is same. She explains that her hand should go inside his energy core, then she orders the demonic monk to try, and the result is same as usual. She doubts herself and attempts it on Go-chan, and her hand really went in, and Go-chan also felt a lot of pain and falls unconscious. She tells him that there is no problem on her side, and someone knocks the door. It is none other than the Outer Home Master, Sang. Jong thinks what business does Outer Home Master had with him. Sang is one of the most loyal subordinates to the Mock Sword Manor who's been serving for 2 generations. His beliefs are very firm that even the elders trust him too. People say the one who has Sang support with him is sure to become the next patriarch. Currently, he has the greatest influence in the manor. He enters into Jong's room and Jong asks what's the matter. Sang firstly apologizes to Jong that he is unable to protect him during the recent incident. Jong acts very kindly and expresses that he is completely fine. Sang gets up and tries to put his hand on Jong and stands still for a moment. He tells Jong that he is glad now Jong is fine and questions him about the dagger Sang gave him last time. Jong don't know what to answer, and Sang tells him that he gave it for self-defense when the manor master fell unconscious. Jong looks back to check Go-chan, but he is unconscious. Jong recalls that he stored it in his drawer. Sang tells that's good and he thought that the third young master lost it. But Jong again states that no matter how much he thinks about it, he don't recall hearing that he had received a dagger. Sang speaks that's because he never gave it to him, and he instantly tries to attack Jong. Jong quickly jumps into the air and Sang states that Jong made 2 mistakes, and Sang seals all the acupuncture points of Jong. The first mistake is Mok Jung-woon always becomes arrogant to anyone who acts subordinate to him. Second is, after Mok Jung-woon got beaten up the fourth master, third master always flinched when it looked like they were about to hit him. However, Jong is too tolerant, and he didn't flinch at all. Sang states that he got his meridian, so Jong is unable to move now and questions him to confess the truth about the third young master. But Jong laughs and moves swiftly even after Sang blocked Jong's meridians. Sang is shocked, and Jong summons Blue Spirit. Blue Spirit instantly grabs Sang's heart, and she expresses that Sang is begging to be killed for his own foolish bravery. Blue Spirit understands that since life chi and death chi were opposite, and Sang used life chi to block Jong's meridians, his life chi would naturally scatter. So that means Jong really formed an energy core that no one had. Due to Jong's death chi, energy core in his body is resistant to acupuncture. But Blue Spirit tells that Jong identity is now found out, and that he won't be able to stay any longer. Jong is also depressed and he can't even kill Sang, because he is an outer hall master, so he plans something in that short moment, which is let demonic monk possess the outer hall master. Blue Spirit tells Jong that he really is a demon himself, and like that demonic monk slowly starts to possess Sang. Sang don't understand what is happening and asks who is Jong. Jong answers that he is the third young master of the Mock Sword Manor. The sun rises and Go-chan wakes up too. Go-chan walks to Jong's room, and everyone on the way is formal with Go-chan. Go-chan seriously can't comprehend what's going on, and when he opens the door, he is astonished that the outer hall master Sang is in there. Jong orders Sang to take his leave now, and Sang even nods at Go-chan too. Jong informs to Go that he just arrived at the mealtime. But Go-chan is amazed about how did all of this happen. Jong replies that he tell him later on and notifies that Jong had something to ask Go-chan. Jong asks Go-chan to teach him martial arts of the secret manual. Go-chan is shocked again. Just a while ago, Jong moves his body exactly as shown in the secret manual, but his movements aren't connecting each other. Blue Spirit states those must be ascended martial arts, and each movement contains the principle of ascension in it. To be clear, they contain the concentrated understanding to reach a higher level of prowess. Jong asks that isn't it a good thing to reach level of prowess? Blue Spirit then fills into Jong that an ascended martial arts cannot be understood without the fundamentals. An ascended martial arts is used to reach a higher level than their original limit, but if one don't have the fundamentals, it is impossible to use ascended martial arts. Coming back to present, Jong briefs to Go-chan that he is unable to learn the methods in secret manual without fundamentals. Go-chan asks Jong that is he going to become the manner master, and Jong signifies it is only to defend himself, and Go-chan apologies that he is unable to teach him the fundamentals because the fundamentals are passed down to the clan members since old times, and only those who succeeded the name of the Mach clan and those who'd continue their lineage of the Mach clan could learn. That means only the manner master and young masters are the ones who know the fundamentals. Jong cross-examines Go again. Go thinks that Jong is antagonized by the other young masters, and there is a chance that Jong's real identity will be revealed as a stand-in. Jong stands up and decides there is only a single way for this. Jong states there is only one person who could teach him fundamentals. Go asks Jong to whom are they going to meet right now, and shocked after witnessing who it is. It is the fourth young master. While Jong goes on to greet the fourth son, Go stops him from backside saying that Jong and the fourth master were not on good terms, and Jong says that he remembered that. Go expresses that he clearly remembered that day about the conflict between the fourth master and the third master. Back to that day, Mok Jongwon begs the fourth master to stop hitting him where the third master's legs and several of his ribs were completely destroyed, and he was crying and begging to be spared. The fourth master despises the third master to that extent. And above all, he's a monster who reached the stage of ascendant just at the age of 16. The martial ranks are like third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, ascendant, transcendent, zenith, profound, nirvana. Even Blue Spirit expresses to Jong that fourth master is useful because there are not that many people with that much young energy at just the age of 16, and people like them are called geniuses. And she also tells that if she were alive, she'd take the fourth master as her disciple. Blue Spirit alerts Jong to be careful because she can't use her full powers when the sun is up, and Go-chan from aside still speaks to Jong that to give up on the secret books, try something simple. But Jong is already on his way to meet the fourth young master. The fourth young master sincerely meditates, and when he saw Jong, his mood quickly changes and emits extreme hatred towards Jong, but Jong casually greets him. The fourth young master ignores Jong and focuses on his workout, but he is amazed when he saw the secret manual in Jong's hands. Jong asks Mok Yuchun if he wants the manual or not. Yuchun questions that how would he know if the manual is original or fake. Jong instantly throws the manual onto Yuchun to confirm it himself, and he grasps that all the principles inside the book can make the person ascend to the next level. However, there are some pages torn off inside the book, and Yuchun asks where are the remaining pages, and Jong states those are in his head, and Yuchun asks how did Jong got this manual, and Jong answers that is not important right now. Yuchun yells at Jong that why did he come here then, and questions is it to mock him. Jong speaks to not overthink or misunderstand about the manual, and states that he is not interested in the manner master position. Now Yuchun is furious and thinks that Jong is playing tricks with him. So he instantly punches on him and Jong is blown away. Yuchun expresses that he is not a fool to believe such nonsense, and tells Jong that he will make him remember what happened 2 years ago, so Jong won't act rubbish again. Even after Jong got beaten up by Yuchun, Jong is not furious about Yuchun. All he thinks about is that the punch of an ascendant rank is surely new to him. The man with the dark sword is out of the question, But Zhang had seen other martial arts experts like Guard Cam or the Outer Hall Master, so Zhang understand why Go Chan is hyping up the fourth young master so much. He really is a monster, and Zhang believes that it is not something that can be solved by luck alone, and Zhang's reaction time can't keep up Yu Chun. But what Zhang imagines it that he could also become that strong if he learned martial arts. If Zhang learns martial arts, he'll surely reach a level that he could avenge his grandfather. Zhang expresses Yu Chun's punch is good, and Yu Chun is irritated by Zhang and goes forward to beat him up again. And Zhang implies to Yu Chun that he really don't trust Zhang at all. And Yu Chun answers there is doubt about that, and he grabs Zhang's collar to beat him up again. Zhang confidentially speaks that he have no other choice but to give the manual to either the first lady or the second brother, and wonders what will happen if the first brother or the second brother were to become the Manor Master. They will not let Yu Chun live in peace, because Yu Chun is the successor candidate loved by the Manor Master. Yu Chun is angry because he thinks Zhang is threatening him, but Zhang states this is truth, so it is your choice whether you take this chance or not. After observing Zhang for a while, Yu Chun now questions to Zhang who is he and doubts is he really Mok Jiang-won. Go Chan is freaked after hearing Yu Chun words. But Zhang nonchalantly states, "Who do you think I am?" And Yu Chun flinches for a moment there, and Zhang asks Yu Chun that he speaks like he knows everything about Zhang, and Yu Chun answers, "Of course I know everything about you," and states that he knows how he beaten Mok Jiang-won like a dog 2 years ago, and that Jiang-won couldn't speak a word to Yu Chun at that time. Then onwards, whenever Jiang-won saw Yu Chun, he runs away, and this is what Yu Chun had answered to Zhang's question. But Zhang expresses what does Yu Chun know other than what he answered now, and starts questioning about what Jiang-won likes and what he hates, what Zhang is think right now, and what situation he is in. And why don't he want to become the Manor Master? After hearing the surplus of questions from Zhang, Yu Chun silence for a moment and questions Zhang about what does he knows about Yu Chun, and Yu Chun yells that it was because of Zhang that he is being labeled as an inferior son, and everyone kept their distance at Yu Chun, and asks Zhang, why did he choose Yu Chun and someone better to negotiate with? Zhang simply responds to Yu Chun that there is no one better than Yu Chun. After hearing these words from Zhang, Yu Chun realizes that how he's been insulted and cast out for being an inferior son. He was lonely all the time and trained all those years so that someone would acknowledge him. At last, that someone is Zhang, and Yu Chun never even thought in his dream that he would be acknowledged by Zhang. Yu Chun always thought that Zhang hated him for what happened 2 years ago. Yu Chun is happy now and decides to change his behavior around Zhang. Now Yu Chun wants to listen about the negotiation Zhang started, and he's fallen into Zhang's hand now. After a while, both Zhang and Go gets back to their residence. Go was amazed as to he had no words to express Zhang's intelligence. Go has been wondering about how to convince the fourth master, but Zhang literally did far better than what Go expected. A while ago, Zhang had to come up with a plan since real Mok Jiang-won knew basic martial arts, and Zhang demanded 3 requirements from Yu Chun, which are, Yu Chun should leave Zhang alone even after Yu Chun secured the Manor Master position. The second is to support Zhang financially, and Yu Chun is fine about the 2 requirements of Zhang. The third requirement of Zhang is that Yu Chun should teach him the basic martial arts of the Mok Sword Manor. Go was worried that Yu Chun would be suspicious about Zhang, but Yu Chun didn't doubted Zhang at all. Yu Chun believed that Zhang forgotten the basic martial arts, and Yu Chun accepted to teach Zhang. Like that, Yu Chun taught Zhang the fundamentals without doubting anything. Even the genius Yu Chun took more than 2 hours to memorize the secret manual, but Zhang memorized it all just by listening to it once. Go is happy that he ended up with Zhang even though it wasn't what he had wanted initially. Go expresses that he was impressed that he had such a plan upon his sleeve, and thinks that it is a shame that Zhang gave Yu Chun the secret manual. Zhang states that he didn't teach him properly. Go was surprised for a second there, and Zhang explains that he taught Yu Chun differently. Zhang made changes about every 13 or 14 characters, and that Zhang was afraid he might get caught, but he managed to get away with it. Go apprises to Zhang that if Yu Chun learned wrong martial arts, he might be incapable of martial arts, and worst case would be he could die from chi deviation. But Zhang doesn't care about it, and Go ascertains that Zhang is a devil. In the Phoenix Pavilion, a shaman named Reflection meditates, and the leader of the shaman states that they heard nothing about New Moon, and leader considers that she hasn't fulfilled her mission, and on top of that, she even betrayed the First Lady and exposed her. Because of that, the relationship between the pavilion and the First Lady have been cut. So the leader calls his beloved disciple to find New Moon and reveal the truth to bring back their image. Reflection accepts the mission. The place where New Moon has disappeared, Reflection arrives there to check what happened here, and finds a talisman which is half-burnt. He can't believe that New Moon, one of the 3 most powerful shamans within the Phoenix Pavilion, faced such a cruel death. He realizes that something is off here and uses shamanism to check out what exactly happened here from the beginning. Reflection now could see from the start Myo Shin entered this place, and then he is horrified after feeling Blue Spirit's presence. Reflection recognized that a Blue Spirit is here and that he needs to prepare himself as best he can. In Zhang's residence, Blue Spirit spectates Zhang as he learns martial arts, and Zhang performs the moves exactly like they were in the manual. Blue Spirit is astonished as to how Zhang does like that. Normally, when a person starts to learn martial arts, they start with the most basic techniques, and when the person repeats the same movements, they become proficient in it. However, other than the first form, Zhang has yet to make even a tiny mistake in his latter forms. All Zhang needs to do is grow big in muscles by continuing to train. Blue Spirit thinks to herself that Zhang would whine for her to teach him, not that Blue Spirit will teach him, and she is having some lewd thoughts about Zhang. Then quickly she scratches her head for thinking like that. Go-chan arrives as per Zhang ordered, and Zhang asks him a favor to do, which is to give a piece of paper to an intel organization, and Go comes to an organization called Eternal Orchid, and they are the least skilled, but Go had no chance because it is the one only intel organization in the area. He believes that he became a loyal dog to Zhang without even realizing, but he don't really mind that. The reason is Go was abandoned by his parents and raised as an assassin. Go isn't talented in that field, so he was forced into retirement at the same time as Guard Cam. However, Guard Cam wasn't a good person either. He treated Go-chan like a tool. Go-chan believes that even Zhang is treating him like a tool too, but he don't have any complaints against Zhang. Go-chan imagines that once he became useless, he will be abandoned again, and he thinks his life is better at the moment compared to all the outer hall guards. Then the organization master appears and apologies for making Go-chan wait. Go just expresses to the master to take the quest. The owner introduces the lady beside him to Go-chan and asks Go-chan about her looks. Go-chan angrily states to send her out, and the owner tells her to go on. The owner watches lady with lustful eyes without focusing on what Go-chan is saying. Suddenly the lady slaps the owner by saying that she can't do this anymore and removes her wig. The owner tries to attack her, but she dodged it easily and rotates his head 180 degrees. Go-chan becomes alert and unsheaths his sword to face her. She kicks the table at Go-chan while trying to seal Go-chan's movements and greets him that they met after a long time by calling Go-chan as low-ranking assassin number 86. The lady is disappointed that number 86 didn't recognize her. Go-chan now remembers that her name is Ha Chiron, and she is the granddaughter of the Flying Assassin sect's head. In order to become the Flying Assassin sect leader, one must go through the ritual of 100 murders, 100 humans, 100 kills. And once they pass it, they will be supported for the sect leader position for the Flying Assassin sect, and as one of the 4 great assassins of Zhongyuan. And they will also receive a secret poisonous weapon once they become the Flying Assassin sect leader, which is Keen Benevolence Needle Chiron is holding. Go realizes that if Chiron is holding that needle, she could be the current sect leader, but Go also thinks there is no way for her to be the leader. She has the talent to become the sect leader, but there is a disqualifying factor too, which is her personality. Many people believe that she wouldn't be able to kill 100 people because of her crazy personality. Go-chan still remembers how much arrogant she used to be, and he thinks when did she become so big by staring at lustfully. She states that she didn't expect them to meet again like this and mentions Go to call her sect leader from now on, because she is the sect leader right now, and asks him that he is not even giving respect to her after stating that she is the leader. Instantly Go falls on his knees and greets Chiron. She mumbles that she had begged for it. She expresses that she needs a help from Go, which is to let her into the mock sword manor. Go-chan asks for the reason, and Chiron answers that she received information about intermediate assassin number 29 has failed at an assassin, which is Guard Cam. Go-chan is frightened after hearing about that Guard Cam. Chiron mentions Guard Cam was pretty good at his job, and she didn't expect him to fail. Chiron guesses that Guard Cam might be dead since he was missing. and Chiron states that she is here to eliminate the third son of the Mock Sword Manor, because the golden rule of the flying assassin is to complete their assassination mission no matter what it takes. If the person who took the mission dies, then another person who is of higher level must finish the assassination. Inside Zhang's residence, Blue Spirit shouts how much more time will Zhang continue to practice. Then Zhang takes a glimpse at the sky and states that it is dinner time. Blue Spirit is happy when she heard Zhang say the word dinner. And at the dining table, a maid eats food like a monster, and Zhang calmly reads a book. The maid is now full, and she states that the biggest joys of life is eating, and the maid is none other than Blue Spirit. Blue Spirit possessed a maid that brought meals a few days ago, and she really seems to enjoy it, and Zhang thinks that he should have done this from the start. But the maid is unable to endure a high-ranking spirit possessing her, and Blue Spirit is irritated by that fact. Blue Spirit tried to possess a prettier maid and ended up almost killing her too, because a normal body can't handle a spirit of higher level. Blue Spirit asks Zhang that is he interested in shamanism, because he always reads books about shamanism. Zhang answers that among the shamanism books that Blue Spirit brought him, the one that she brought right now is called 6-Person Spirit Summoning Technique, and it is quite fascinating to Zhang. In that moment, Zhang sensed a powerful energy from a long distance, and Blue Spirit is amazed that Zhang's senses have really escalated. Go-chan presents the maid's dress to Chiron, and she doesn't even like that and states that even a prostitute's clothes are better. Go-chan imagines that the current situation is really bad, because if Chiron is the sect leader now, then she must be at least transcendent level. The day she finds out that Go betrayed guard Cam, she'll definitely kill him. So Go tries to inform this situation to Zhang at all costs. Go speaks to Chiron that he'll be outside while she changes. But she asks Go-chan that he could watch it if he wishes, and chances like this are very rare to occur. Go stops moving to outside and blushes for a moment there, but Chiron tells him that she is just kidding. And she thanks Go-chan, because if it weren't for Go-chan it would be difficult for her to infiltrate. And Go replies that he is also planning to avenge his senior brother, but Go-chan is only saying this because Chiron will kill him the moment she knows the truth. And Go-chan also speaks that he feels like he got a whole army when Chiron is with him. Chiron states she trusted Go-chan too, and when Go-chan is leaving she throws the acupuncture needles at him to stop his movements. She expresses that if Go-chan really wants to avenge his senior brother, he should have done something. But until now he hasn't done anything, so that means he is not loyal to guard Cam. And Chiron lets know Go-chan that it is funny watching him act like he's going to kill Mok Jang-won, when he's a piece of garbage that was basically forced into retirement. Go now comprehends that Chiron knows about everything. She declares that Go didn't change despite getting old, and he's still as stupid as always, and advises him that trash like him should just die. Go-chan thinks back to find out where did things go wrong for him. Is it because of Zhang killed the real third son, or is it because of Go-chan betraying guard Cam? At last he concludes to himself that all of this happened because he is weak. Cherian takes out her knife and says goodbye to Go-chan. Then Zhang uses his hand to break the wall and uses thought-shattering 8 techniques, ritual of attachment. To pull the knife Chiron is holding and barges into the room to save Go-chan. For the first time Go-chan thinks that Zhang is really cool. Chiron pulls Go-chan back and threatens Zhang by taking Go-chan as hostage. Go-chan is sure of himself that Chiron must have looked into Zhang's data, and it only states that he is terrible at martial arts. But now in front of her Zhang is even using skills like telekinesis. So right now she will think that Zhang is a transcendent martial artist too. But what Chiron don't know is that Zhang is a heartless demon that don't care the lives of others. Zhang raises his weapon and Go-chan closes his eyes by believing that he is going to die, but Zhang throws the weapon down and asks her to let Go-chan go. Zhang promises her that she'll be free if she leaves Go-chan safely, and he states that it would be a loss on his end if Go-chan dies. Go-chan is very touched by Zhang's words. Chiron states to Zhang that if he falls on his knees and begs her she'll spare him, and Zhang really is going to fall on his knees. This made Chiron shocked that Zhang is going that far just to save a guard, but stares at somewhere. He instantly picks out the weapon from the ground and rushes towards Chiron, but he looks at somewhere else and not on Chiron. And from backside Blue Spirit uses her spirit powers to attack Chiron, but she dodges quickly after sensing Blue Spirit's energy. Chiron can't see anything there, however she forgotten something. which is Zhang, and he immediately launches the knife. But Chiron even dodged that too, and Zhang takes the acupuncture needles from Go-chan instantly. Chiron is unable to understand that she could feel a strange energy but couldn't witness it. However, one thing is certain for her after Zhang launched the knife, which is Zhang's weak and not a transcendent martial artist. So she quickly rushes towards Zhang by taking out her master weapon, which was given to only the sect leaders. Zhang uses his ritual of attachment to pull that needle from Chiron. But the needle was made to kill the target even if it is an expert martial artist, and Zhang's movements suddenly stopped when the needle reached near to him. It has happened because the needle was specially made to pierce those with immense inner energy. Therefore, it is not affected by inner energy like ritual of attachment. Go-chan gets up at that moment and jumps in front the needle to save Zhang, and everyone was shocked by his ultimate sacrifice. Zhang is now ultimately enraged that Go-chan ended up like that, because after his grandfather Zhang spent most of his happy time with Go-chan only, so he commands Blue Spirit to take Chiron life at all costs. Chiron uses the normal needles to stop Zhang, but he uses ritual of attachment to control the needles and attacks her with the needles she used. Blue Spirit states that should have died while Blue Spirit was being nice to her. Then Blue Spirit takes Chiron to her blood world, and there Zhang informs her that it was a bad move to enrage him. And Blue Spirit took her life without any marks or bleeding. Go-chan is in a bad state, and he coughs up blood. Zhang is witnessing Go-chan in a sad way, and he notifies him that Zhang thought they would work together for a while, and questions Go-chan why did he do something like that. Go-chan answers that he fulfilled his duty as a guard and Zhang tried to protect him, so Go-chan can't betray Zhang. Zhang is the only one who didn't abandon him all his life and slowly passes away by stating that he is now happy because of Zhang. Zhang feels extremely sad about Go-chan, and Blue Spirit possesses the body of Chiron by expressing that Chiron body is young and pretty. But even Chiron body couldn't handle the power of Blue Spirit, and she is irritated by that. But even she is sad that Go-chan passed away. There would have been a chance if Go-chan became a vengeful spirit, but he didn't have any regrets in his life, so he didn't become a vengeful spirit. Zhang states that according to the 6-person summoning technique, a vengeful spirit can be born from hatred, but they can also be born when they die in a place full of regrets and death chi. Since Zhang's energy is made up of death chi, he plans to revive Go-chan by making him a vengeful spirit. Zhang starts the ritual to that by using different kinds of hand signs. Blue Spirit unfolds that a familiar spirit is born because Zhang used his own death chi, but the energy is too weak and Go might disappear at any time, and there is no vessel for him to enter. Then Zhang suggests Blue Spirit that they need to find one, and Blue Spirit understands that Zhang is planning to use Chiron's body. Go-chan feels that his consciousness is fading, and he feels powerless too, and he could still hear Zhang's voice lightly. And when he opens his eyes, Zhang is in front of him. Go-chan asks Zhang that how is he still alive. Zhang explains that he used his death chi to revive him, and he became Zhang's familiar spirit. But even his energy is too weak, so they had no choice but to put Go-chan in any body Zhang could see, and they had only one extra body. So they had to put him in Chiron's body. Go-chan is embarrassed and shocked after witnessing himself. Now Go-chan is begging Zhang to let him out of Chiron's body, because it's a woman's body. However, Zhang states that Go-chan will vanish by the time Zhang finds a new body, and Chiron should be killed too. Now, Go-chan is scratching his head, because what Zhang stated is right. The Flying Death School will be furious after hearing Chiron's death. Blue Spirit is angry because Go-chan had taken the body she liked. Go-chan is shocked after witnessing Blue Spirit for the first time. Go-chan can feel the energy of Blue Spirit now that he also became one, and he could also realize the status of their power level. Go-chan now understands that, if Zhang is with Blue Spirit all the time, it shows how great Zhang is. Blue Spirit notifies to Go-chan that he should be happy for what he got, but Go-chan answers that he is a man. Blue Spirit instructs that Go-chan is still thinking like a mortal, because now Go-chan has risen from second-rate to ascendant martial artist in a single day. Then Zhang instantly tries to kick Go-chan, and Go-chan dodges it quickly without even realizing. Now Go-chan understands that he really is lucky for getting a body like Chiron. Blue Spirit asks Go-chan that he is satisfied or not, and he still replies that he is a man. Blue Spirit funnily says that Go-chan can do all kinds of dirty things to Charon's body, and Go-chan argues that he wouldn't do something like that. Jong tells Go-chan that he will transfer Go-chan again when the opportunity arrives. Then a guard arrives to address Jong about a good news, which is the Manor Master has woken up. The shaman called Reflection has reached the mock sword manor with his Kamamorio, and is now spectating Jong's residence from afar, and he deduces that it is not an ordinary job due to a domain has casted, which is powerful enough to catch Reflection the moment he steps in. Then he detects a person in front of a door, and it is none other than the first young master, Mok Young-ho. Young-ho is full of alcohol, and he can't even stand properly. The guard informs to Young-ho that all the young masters are gathering now, that the Manor Master has woken up. Reflection grasps that this is the perfect situation for him enter the manor. He plans that Jong will have to visit the Manor Master. So if Reflection could separate Blue Spirit from him, he could kill Jong when he is all alone. Jong has spaced out for a bit, and the guard wakes him up. Jong states that he spaced out because he is happy now that the Manor Master has woken up. However, it is troublesome to Jong, since he need to be involved in the competition to become the heir, and Jong planned to leave after learning sufficient martial arts from the manor. The guard knows Jong that the Manor Master ordered all the young masters to meet him. So, Jong sets off to visit the Manor Master and enjoins Go-chan to clean up all the mess. Go-chan obeys to Mok Jae-woon's order and closes the door after he leaves. Go-chan is saddened to clean up his own corpse, and he is thinking that he never even thought about ending up in someone's body, with two big problems. He checks left and right, then slowly removes Cherion's clothes, by convincing himself that he can't be in that clothes, and he needs to change into an guard's outfit. Blue Spirit spectates Go-chan with a smirk on her face. She leaves the room, and Go-chan is very embarrassed that he wanted to die. Later, the fourth master comes to Jong very angrily. Blue Spirit states that Yu-chun has somehow survived, although his skin has become slightly weird, but he didn't fall into chi deviation at least. Jong greets Yu-chun, and Yu-chun yells at Jong to cut the crap. He whispers to Jong whether he tried mastering it or not. Jong innocently asks Yu-chun, "Is there a problem?" And Yu-chun answers that his condition can be explained just by looking at his skin. Jong expresses that he also attempted mastering the manual. Then Yu-chun believes that his understanding is less than Jong, and is quite irritated about that. At that moment, Blue Spirit alerts that someone has entered, even after she put up the domain of the ghost's will. Jong understands that someone from the Phoenix Pavilion has entered through the barrier. Like that, Blue Spirit leaves Jong, and goes on to track the intruder. In the Manor Master Hall, Jong and Yu-chun enter the hall together, and Yunpyeong can't realize how Jong and Yu-chun become so close. At the back, the First Lady scolds her son because he stinks of liquor. Yunpyeong judges the first young master as pathetic, and he anticipates that the Manor Master has called all of them to announce the heir. Yu-chun imagines that once he became the heir, he don't care even if the secret manual is right or wrong. Jong thinks that everyone said the Manor Master is one of the 10 strongest masters in Anhui province. Now Jong could feel the energy of the Manor Master as someone strong. Everyone moves into the room and greets the Manor Master and offers their respectful greetings for quick recovery. Mokindon appreciates everyone for making it here. Every single one of the young master keeps their head down, except Jong. He realizes that everyone in the manor were concerned about the master condition, not because they were obsessed with the position. They are afraid of the Manor Master. Even though Mokindon was surrounded by murderous energy all this time, he doesn't even look fragile at all. Now, what really matters is just who brought this murderous energy to Mokindon. At the outer hall martial artist residence, a guy who is big enough like Hulk has understood that Mokindon is freed from the murderous energy. And the room is full of corpses, killed by the man, who looks like Hulk, and the other one, who is a shaman. The shaman states that he heard the sounds of a Chimorio earlier. So both of them deduced that the manor was saved by a shaman. The both of them are leaving the outer hall residence, and a guard keeps his mouth tight shut and acts like he was dead, so that he wouldn't be caught by the two of them. However, the big man asks whether the guard had a good sleep, and he was instantly sliced off with the big man's sword. He kicks the head of the guard outside, and commands his deadly troop to go forth in the direction of the mock sword manor. Inside the manor, Mock Inden questions the young masters as to why he called all of them here. No one replies to his question, and Zhang bravely speaks up that it is decide who the successor will be. Mock Inden is surprised to Zhang's answer to his question. He thinks that Zhang has really changed. The inner manor master stated that Zhang is the one saved Mock Inden. However, Mock Inden didn't believe that when inner manor master said that. Now that he has seen Zhang in person, he believes that. Before, Zhang couldn't even raise his head in front of Mock Inden, but now he doesn't even seem to be nervous at all. Then Mock Inden decides to test all the young masters to check whether they are qualified to inherit the master position or not. Zhang raises his hand and apologizes to Mock Inden that he'd like to decline taking the test. Everyone has been stunned by Zhang's words. Yun Piang is happy now that things have been easier for him. Mock Inden demands an explanation for Zhang's words. Zhang responds that he is not good enough to take the master position because he thinks he lacks in many aspects in comparison to his younger and older brothers. Zhang briefs in that he neither has talent nor has achieved something great, so he believes that he is not qualified. Mock Inden laughs very loudly and thinks to himself that Zhang has changed so much. There is no arrogance in him, nor Zhang has any greed for the position. Mock Inden speaks while removing his upper garment by saying that Zhang has saved Mock Inden when the shaman is possessed, so that means that Zhang is qualified for that position too. Everyone startled after witnessing Mock Inden's lost arm. Yun Piang is dumbfounded that he heard about Zhang did something when Mock Inden was in danger, but he didn't think it was something this great. Zhang is stunned after Mock Inden opened his upper garment, because when Zhang's grandfather has died, he recognized a sword mark on his grandfather's chest, which is the exact mark that Zhang gave to Go Chan to inquire about it from the intel organization. That mark was also engraved on Zhang's body when he was fighting the man with a hat. Zhang finally found a clue about that mark. However, Zhang felt a sensation from outside and turns his head to the right side. Mock Inden didn't understand why Zhang is looking away while he was speaking. Then suddenly, Mock Inden felt that sensation too. He is flabbergasted as to what is happening on outside. Then, a guard opens the door and informs Mock Inden that there is a massacre going on the outside. The guards are standing their best to keep the ambush at bay, but there isn't enough manpower to block the enemy's troop. The big man walks ahead with his blade and breaks the main door with a single strike. The force is enough to make the guards blow away. The big man commands his troop to find their object. The reflection shaman spectates the ruckus from aside by making himself invisible to others. He thinks that he wouldn't be able to eliminate Zhang at this rate. Then, the shaman who is with the big man releases high chi from backside, and Reflection is terrified by the immense power. The shaman starts chanting the spells, and instantly, he breaks Reflection's invisibility. The shaman grasps Reflection's neck and questions Reflection that, is he one who dispelled Mock Inden's murderous energy? Reflection recognizes the shaman in front of him as moon-level shaman at the least. He mutters that there is a misunderstanding, but the shaman doesn't care about that, and tightens his grip more by stating that Reflection has disrupted something made by Origin Death Pavilion. Reflection realizes that Origin Death Pavilion is a group of shamans that is working under a huge organization, and Reflection dies like that. The big man asks what the shaman is doing, and the shaman replies that he was exterminating an insect. The big man orders the shaman to quickly find their object, and the both of them are on their way to meet Mock Inden to retrieve the treasure of their association. Mock Inden is on the rooftop and announces that the enemy is ready to throw away their lives the moment they set foot in Mock Sword Manor. Mock Inden commands the young masters to follow him. However, Zhang unfollows Mock Inden and moves onward a different direction. Zhang is thinking that, by the time he found a clue about his grandpa's death, something like this has happened. Zhang recognizes there is death chi here, and an enemy attacks from behind, and Zhang quickly catches the sword and kills him in an instant. He understands that due to this war, there is grief, pain, despair, and suffering, and a lot of people are dying, which creates a lot of death chi. This is a feast for Zhang, however it is dangerous for him to circulate his chi here. Then, Our Go-chan appears at that moment to check on Zhang's condition. Zhang expresses that Go-chan came at the right time and asks him to guard Zhang for a bit so that he could circulate his qi. Go-chan is stunned about Zhang's request. Now, Zhang slowly starts to circulate his qi, and he believes that the death qi present here is 3 times more than what he absorbed from the Chimoreo. Go-chan takes care of all the enemies that are targeting Zhang. He thinks it would be better to have some reinforcements. Then, the Outer Hall Master arrives. Go-chan remembers Zhang saying that Outer Hall Master is also possessed by another spirit. But Demonic Monk stands straight without moving at all, and a line appears in between Demonic Monk's body. He was sliced in half by the big man. The big man is fascinated that someone is circulating their qi in the middle of this commotion. Go-chan is trembling in fear. All his senses are warning him, even though Go-chan is now transcendent level martial artist. Go-chan yells at Zhang to wake up, but Zhang is sincerely circulating his qi. Go-chan thinks that if Go-chan now forcibly wakes Zhang up, he'd fall into qi deviation, and it's not like Go-chan could stop that monster. The big man swiftly gets past through Go-chan, and he wonders that Zhang's qi circulation is abnormal. He plans to confirm it by patting Zhang with his large blade. Go-chan couldn't control his emotions and jumps to fight that big man. He searches through Charon's memories if there is any useful attack he could use on the big man. Go-chan uses Flying Death Arts, 3rd form. The big man appreciates Go-chan that he is rather fast and moves his blade towards Go-chan. Go-chan rotates his body in the midair. But the big man attacks Go-chan with just flicking his finger. Go-chan falls down, and he couldn't move at all. The big man takes a closer look at Zhang, and he moves his blade quickly. Then, Mach-Inden enters the scenario to save Zhang and blocks the big man's swing. However, even Mach-Inden coughs up blood by that swing. The big man commands that he will say this only once. If he hates to see the Mach Manor fall into complete ruin, then Mach-Inden should obediently hand over the big man's association treasure that Mach-Inden have stolen. Blue Spirit is intrigued that the Kaimamoryo which entered her domain is dead. There can only be one conclusion, which is the master of this Kaimamoryo has dead too. At the moment, Zhang couldn't have killed a shaman of this level this quickly at all. So, she understands there is something in the Mach Manor, which is very dangerous. Now our demon protagonist opens his eyes. Everything around him is a complete mess, and no one is near him too. When Zhang looks at the situation, everyone is kneeling in front of the intruders. Zhang realizes the battle is over. And Zhang thinks it is a shame, because the death qi around him has become weaker. Zhang goes on to Go-chan, and he questions what's going on here. Zhang is surprised that Demonic Monk is not in the possession of the Outer Hall Master's body. Go-chan responds that Mach-Inden has recognized the strength of the big man after the first strike. Mach-Inden states that he will give the big man the treasure that Mach-Inden has stolen. He requests the big man to promise him that the big man should leave the Mach Sword Manor peacefully after he received the item. The big man is saddened that he should have asked the whereabouts of the item later, because now he have to make a promise that he will not harm the Mach Sword Manor.
I, the King of the Brilliance, one of the 5 kings of the Heaven-Earth Association.
After hearing the big man's name, Go-chan is horrified. Zhang innocently asks about the Heaven-Earth Association. Go-chan states that the Heaven-Earth Association is one of the major forces that divided the central plains of the Murim world into 3 parts. Because of their reverence towards the belief of only the strong survive, they once had the goal of conquering the entire Murim, and therefore, they once drenched the entire continent in blood. Just by hearing their name, makes someone tremble in fear. The Mach Sword Manor is great, until the Heaven-Earth Association steps in, and that man is one of the most powerful men in the Murim. He is one of the 5 kings of the Heaven-Earth Association. The King of Brilliance, Sun Yun. If the situation is not in the favor of the Mach Sword Manor, the entire manor could have been eliminated by him. That is why Mach-Inden surrendered and gave him the whereabouts of the item. However, the treasure they are looking for is the one below the medicinal hall. A book made up of human leather. Go-chan advises Zhang to keep a low profile until the Heaven and Earth Association leaves the Mach Sword Manor. However, Jong is already on his way to meet Ma Inden. Ma Inden questions Jong about his health because Jong is circulating his ki in the middle of this crisis. But Jong doesn't concern any of that and questions Ma Inden about the mark on his side. Jong inquires Ma Inden about where did he get that mark. Ma Inden is perplexed about Jong's question, and at that moment, a guard presents Sun Yoon a wooden box. Sun Yoon is very happy after witnessing the wooden box. Ma Inden states that the present situation is not good, so he will tell Jong the details about the mark later. But Jong demands Ma Inden to tell him the details right now. Sun Yoon cheerfully opens the box and is suddenly furious by radiating his aura overwhelmingly. Sun Yoon fiercely turns back and calls Ma Inden. Jong explains to Ma Inden that there's nothing beneath the medicinal chamber. Everyone in the vicinity is afraid by the aura Sun Yoon is emitting. And our first lady, who looks like Big Mom, is watching the scene joyfully because she knows that Jong has took the secret book. However, she is dumbfounded after seeing a pair of earrings inside the wooden box. Both Ma Inden and First Lady instantly recognizes that pair of earrings instantly. Those earrings are gifted to the First Lady by Ma Inden for their celebration of marriage. She instantly turns back by predicting that Jong might have put those inside the box. And Jong smirks at First Lady and shouts out loudly that those earrings belongs to the First Lady. Ma Inden can't decipher the situation as to why Jong is doing this. The First Lady puts up a terrified expression on her face, which has given me, the video creator, a very satisfied feeling. Then, Sun Yoon crushes the earrings and threatens the mock sword manner that they have chosen to be killed. Ma Inden yells at Jong to stop all this nonsense. But Jong reprimands First Lady. Despite the situation, she is being too mean. Sun Yoon angrily looks at First Lady. First Lady instantly explains that if she really has stolen the treasure from the basement, she wouldn't leave an important clue like that. Despite her explanation, Sun Yoon swings his sword at First Lady's neck to behead her. Ma Inden jumps in quickly to stop the incoming sword at First Lady, and somehow he manages to block Sun Yoon's sword. But Ma Inden's sword bends, and Ma Inden falls down too. Now the furious Bright Blade King is set to eliminate the mock sword manner. Jong asks Ma Inden whether now Ma Inden feels to tell Jong about the mark. Then, Sun Yoon raises his blade and slams it on a guard of the mock sword manner, and the unknown guard is squashed like a bug. The nearby guards are horrified by the treatment. Ma Inden tells Jong that he will answer to Jong's question later. But Jong doesn't accept that. Sun Yoon soon kills another guard by beheading him. Ma Inden yells at Jong whether Jong is trying to kill everyone here. All of a sudden, the escort of First Lady calls Sun Yoon that there is something she needs to express. The escort lady states that the culprits should be someone who would gain something if the First Lady is accused. The escort lady explains to everyone that there should be someone who entered the place to obtain the secret manual, and they are the ones should have placed the earrings there. Before a few days ago, Go Chan and Jong both handed the secret manual books to the second young master and the fourth young master each. Now to be clear, those with the secret book must be the culprits of this incident. And the best part is, the escort lady is possessed by the demonic monk. That is why she is saying all this stuff to propel them as culprits. Instantly, second young master resists that he is all innocent, and as well as Mok Yu-chun too. Sun Yoon understands what the escort lady's explanation meant. Now Sun Yoon, fixated to peel the skin of both the young masters, so that they would spill the truth. Then, Mok Inden answers that it was Ghost Blade. The one who left the mark on Mok Inden is Ghost Blade. And Ghost Blade is one of the 6 heavens and 8 stars. At last, Jong learns the name of the person who killed his grandfather. At that moment, a bunch of bells rang, and demonic monk feels extreme pain. From above floor, the shaman realizes that an evil spirit is causing troubles here. Jong instantly recognizes the shaman as dangerous. The shaman prepares to exorcise the demonic monk. The shaman chants a spell, which makes the demonic monk come out of the escort's body. Even Go Chan feels uneasy by the shaman's spell. By the time, the shaman makes demonic monk move to the world of nothingness. A dagger flies towards the shaman. In that moment, A guard blocks the dagger with his quick skill, and the dagger is thrown by none other than Zhang. The shaman now reaches out to Zhang, and he confirms that Zhang is able to discern the evil spirit too. However, Zhang acts as if he don't know what the shaman is speaking about. Zhang launched the dagger to protect demonic monk, because it is a waste to lose someone like demonic monk. Zhang can sense the strength of the shaman. The shaman is a formidable monster, close to Sun Yun. By Zhang's response, the shaman thinks to exterminate demonic monk. Ordinary people are unable to see what is happening right now. For a martial artist, talent is required to reach higher realms. But for a shaman, talented people are very rare. And even in that fewer people, the people with an eye that can see the demonic spirits clearly are even rare. Other aspects for a shaman can be bettered through training, but one cannot train to see demonic spirits. In other words, Zhang is born to be a great shaman. Even the shaman present here doesn't possess the talent to see evil spirits. However, Zhang still denies that he don't know what the shaman is speaking about. After hearing Zhang's response, the shaman makes a move to reveal Zhang's ability. The shaman chants a shamanism spell and tries to bind demonic monk in a space. Practically, demonic spirits don't follow or obey humans' orders, but the demonic monk is moving according to Zhang's wishes. Even this powerful shaman is surprised for Zhang's outcome. Then, Zhang also starts to make some hand signs, and they are the same hand signs that the shaman used to bind demonic monk. The shaman is dumbfounded, and a layer starts to form inside the binding spell. Instantly, another layer is formed and makes the demonic monk free. The shaman is shocked and asks Zhang whether he learned shamanism. Zhang unknowingly questions the shaman that, does one need to learn shamanism to do this? The shaman is astonished by Zhang's question. That, Zhang learned the spell just by spectating it once. The spell that the shaman used is known as 4-point binding chains. It is high-ranking spell even among shamanistic arts. But Zhang displayed such a skill in a short moment. The shaman recognizes Zhang's talent, that not only Zhang's eyes, he has even more talent. The shaman laughs out loudly and releases the demonic monk from the binding spell. The shaman requests Sun Yun to give Zhang to him. Everyone is confounded by the shaman's statement. Sun Yun accepts the shaman's request and states that he will kill the rest. Ma Qingdan looks at Zhang with troubled expression. Zhang sighs down with an uneasy face because Zhang has promised to Ma Qingdan that he will save the Mok Manor if Ma Qingdan tells Zhang about the mark. Sun Yun raises his blade to eliminate the guards. Then someone asks Sun Yun to stop. It is our demon, Zhang. Zhang states to Sun Yun that he has the treasure that their council is looking for. Sun Yun warns Zhang that if he is making a lie, he would receive the punishment. Zhang cuts off Sun Yun's words and points his index finger to Zhang's head and states that the book is inside his head. Zhang states that he burnt the book too. However, Sun Yun laughs at Zhang's statement and informs Zhang that all the orthodox sects a bunch of liars, because it is not possible to burn the book at all. It is protected by something, and that is item the Heaven and Earth Society is looking for. Then, Sun Yun takes his blade out again and swings at Zhang's head. In that fleeting moment, Zhang responds to Sun Yun that the outer cover of the book is made of human skin, and it didn't burn. Suddenly, Sun Yun stops his blade and listens to Zhang's words. Zhang continues that the text inside the book, written in blood, burned normally though. After hearing Zhang's response, Sun Yun thinks that Zhang knows that the text inside is written in blood. Sun Yun threatens Zhang if he lies, the situation will be severe. According to Zhang's statement, Sun Yun thinks that only a handful of members in the association knows about this fact. And what's more unbelievable is that the people who've read the book all have died. But if Zhang is indeed telling the truth, it is not something to overlook. And there is a person who commanded Sun Yun to retrieve that treasure at all costs. Then, Sun Yun takes his blade and demands Zhang to utter the contents of the book to check whether Zhang is telling the truth or not. So Zhang plans to say 1 or 2 verses from the book, and his memory power is very good. When Zhang tries to start saying the contents of the book, red blood travels underneath his feet, and Zhang recognizes this as Blue Spirit's power. Blue Spirit calls Zhang, and when he looks back, Blue Spirit tells him that the moment Zhang speaks about the contents of the book, he will die. Zhang realizes that this is Blue Spirit's wrath. A wave of blood, large enough to cover the entire mock sword manor, and to display such an illusion. Zhang can clearly understand this as Blue Spirit's wrath. And the wrath Blue Spirit is showing, aimed at Heaven and Earth Association. Zhang don't know the reason, but Blue Spirit deeply resents them. By the way Blue Spirit told Zhang not to utter the contents of the book, Zhang can realize that she hates that the association people were to learn about the secret book. However, if Zhang don't speak about the contents, death will befall both to Zhang and Blue Spirit. Unfortunately, until Zhang avenges his grandpa, he won't back down. Then, Blue Spirit speaks that she knows about Zhang's concerns. So, she tells Zhang to copy the moments that Blue Spirit will now demonstrate. Zhang imagines, if Blue Spirit displays a different stance compared to the book, his life will be done for. But Blue Spirit tells Zhang to trust in her. Zhang accepts it. Sun Yun questions Zhang's as to why he has not yet started speaking. Then, Zhang borrows a sword from a nearby guard and stands firmly in front of Sun Yun. In that moment, Blue Spirit takes out her hairpin and starts displaying a technique. Zhang exactly moves as Blue Spirit is showing to him. Then he speaks out a text and begins moving as Blue Spirit does. Sun Yun is stunned after witnessing the sword stances that Zhang is currently displaying. The comers of Sun Yun's lips slowly rose. And Sun Yun thinks, it really is marvelous, and there is not a single error in any forms Zhang is displaying. It is a graceful and a peerless sword stance. Sun Yun confirms that there is no doubt it. It is clearly the verse, which is said to have lost 100 years ago, the scriptures of the moon vein. Sun Yun is really impressed after witnessing the rebirth of the moon vein again like this. However, Zhang doesn't stop there and continues the remaining scripture too. Sun Yun suddenly flinches and stops Zhang, because it'll be troublesome if everyone spectates the other forms. Zhang questions Sun Yun whether Sun Yun confirmed it or not. Sun Yun agrees that he has confirmed it, with a serious expression. However, now a new problem has arisen, which is Zhang has learned the moon vein scripture. This is a scripture one can't learn unless he is permitted. So, Sun Yun believes to extract the information in Zhang's head first, and immediately Zhang has to be eliminated. Then, the shaman reminds the promise Sun Yun made to him earlier, which is to leave Zhang in the shaman's hand. Now that Sun Yun thinks about it, Zhang really has done something that no one in the association has done so far. And the fact that Zhang has learned the moon vein with his low martial prowess, it should be called a rare talent that everyone wants to covet. Sun Yun imagines as to how to deal with Zhang to extract information. All of a sudden, Zhang attempts to slash his own head. Then instantly, Sun Yun grabs the sword from Zhang's hands and pushes him back. All the members present here were stunned by watching Zhang's crazy attempt. Zhang explains to Sun Yun that the book must be very important to the association after watching the reactions of all the people here. Sun Yun is bewildered by Zhang's action, because if Sun Yun hadn't stopped Zhang in that moment, Zhang would have really chopped his head off. Zhang states that he understood the value inside his head, and he don't plan to open his mouth so easily. Therefore, Zhang demands to take him as they wish. Everyone in the vicinity is confounded by Zhang's demand. Sun Yun asks Zhang that Zhang is planning to go to the Heaven and Earth Association. Zhang believes that the association people won't be able to extract information from Zhang with torture or threats by the action Zhang pulled earlier. So he plans to use them to leave the mock sword manor. Like that, a carriage is passing through the mountains, with guards protecting it, and inside the carriage, Zhang is taken as a hostage to the Heaven and Earth Association. But there is someone extra in that carriage, who is also taken as hostage. And that someone is our Mok Yuchun, our Zhang's experiment piece. The carriage is halted for a short bathroom break. Inside the carriage, Mok Yuchun is frustrated that he is also taken as a hostage. For hours ago, the King of Brilliance, Sun Yun, knocked out Zhang and dictated two things. One is for the mock sword manor to isolate itself for 10 years, and the other one was to take the successor hostage. For the Heaven and Earth Association, the term successor refers to the one who is the strongest, since the association values strength the most. Therefore, as the strongest of the siblings, everyone pointed at Mok Yuchun. and he was chosen to go as a hostage. Mok Yuchun always wanted to be acknowledged as the successor, and his wish is granted in this way. No matter how hard he tried, they sure have tied him up well. They even made sure to block his inner energy too. However, they didn't knock him like Zhang. I guess as the video creator, Sun Yun thought, Zhang would be crazy enough to do something if he is awake. Then, coming to the story, Mok Yuchun imagines, just this morning, he was hopeful with the possibility of becoming the manor master. But, now he is just a hostage. Mok Yuchun at that moment senses someone. There are only Zhang and him in the carriage, and Zhang is asleep. Then, someone removes the binding cloth. And it is none other than Zhang. Mok Yuchun asks how did Zhang has broken free, and Zhang tells him that Zhang has his own ways. Zhang states to Mok Yuchun that he will untie Yuchun if Yuchun answers to Zhang's question. The question is about the Ghost Blade, one of the 6 heavens and 8 stars. Zhang is perplexed after knowing where Ghost Blade is. Yuchun tells Zhang that it is a rumor only, but most people believe in it. Zhang thinks it really is weird for Ghost Blade to be at that place, of all places. The original location isn't mentioned to us viewers. At that time, Blue Spirit calls Zhang by stating that the outside situation has been taken care of. Then, Zhang, as he promised, unties all the ropes. Yuchun yells at Zhang that it is not a good idea to run away like this, because it could a retaliation to the mock sword manor. But, as we all know, Zhang doesn't care about anything like that, and knocks Yuchun with a karate chomp. Zhang thinks that Yuchun is nothing without his inner energy. On the outside, Blue Spirit tells Zhang that she had cleared the path, and they need to escape before the shaman arrives. Like that, Zhang comes down from the carriage, and instantly he feels a strange energy. Blue Spirit casually asks what happened, but Zhang couldn't explain this feeling to her. Blue Spirit informs Zhang to hurry if there is nothing wrong. Blue Spirit asks Zhang, will Zhang be fine after using a lightness skill, which could make one person faster with foot techniques? Zhang then circulates his inner energy to start using a lightness technique. After that, Zhang swiftly moves to escape from the forest. He is going faster, compared to running, by using the lightness skill. Even his body feels lighter and quicker. At this rate, he could get out of here faster than he expected. After a while, Zhang thinks something is wrong, so glances at a tree. Then, he suddenly stops. Blue Spirit asks Zhang as to what happened. Zhang answers that they were going in circles all this time. He shows a tree and states that this is the 4th time he is seeing it. Zhang is sure that they were going in circles. Blue Spirit thinks if it is an array or something like that, she should have noticed it by now. Blue Spirit apprises to Zhang that Zhang is nervous for nothing. Then, Zhang informs to Blue Spirit that he had sprained his ankle because he is not experienced with the lightness skill. Blue Spirit comes forward to help him break free from his pain. Then she starts to heal him in any way possible. At that moment, Zhang grabs Blue Spirit's neck and asks,
"Who are you?"
Blue Spirit tells Zhang to leave her neck, but Zhang states that if it is really Blue Spirit, she would have been strong enough to free herself, and states that it picked the wrong opponent to copy, and says that the act should have done better than this. Soon, Blue Spirit becomes like a willow tree doll. Then Zhang joins his hands and starts chanting the shamanistic arts. Like that, the energy around Zhang flows towards him. After a moment, the illusion shatters, and the person who done this is the shaman from Heaven and Earth Association. The shaman is impressed, because normally the technique the shaman used is a high-level spell, and it makes the opponent to see a tree doll as someone they trust. And Zhang is able to undo it within a few minutes. After all this, the shaman insists Zhang to become his disciple. Zhang ponders that the shaman is approximately 10 steps away from him, and there is no one around. So, as long as it is before the shaman could use a spell, Zhang has a chance to win. With this in mind, Zhang moves to attack the shaman, but the shaman already used a spell on Zhang. Then the shaman speaks that he is aware that Zhang might do something to him when there is no one around. So he put Zhang in the barriers nearby. If Zhang makes his way out of the barriers forcefully, his body will be torn to shreds. The shaman states that one needs to prepare themselves in order to face the world. And this is the first lesson that the shaman is teaching Zhang as his master. Zhang responds that he never agreed to become the shaman's disciple. Then the shaman throws a doll towards Zhang. After catching it, Zhang realizes that, no matter how much he look at it, he doesn't feel any energy from the demonic monk inside the doll. The shaman advises Zhang that it will be difficult to survive in heaven and earth association without a higher-up's whims. So, the shaman offers Zhang to become his disciple. Zhang accepts to become his disciple, but he has a condition. The shaman asks what it is, and Zhang replies that the shaman needs to teach him. How did he put the demonic monk inside the doll? By sealing its presence. The shaman bursts out laughing, and speaks that it is not difficult to teach him. However, the shaman throws an alignment of beads, and tells Zhang to adorn himself with that, and to make oath. The oath Zhang needs to say is, I, Mok Jiangwun, son of Mok Indan, will become the disciple of Zhou Yuigong. Zhang asks, what will happen if he were to say those words? Then, the shaman Zhou states, once Zhang makes that oath, he won't be able to harm Zhou. Zhou made this decision because Zhang has tried to kill him and run away. Then, Zhang adores the beads and makes the oath as Zhou said to him. The beads of the cursed words. If someone makes an oath whilst wearing this bead bracelet, that person will be rendered unable to refuse the orders of the target they swore the cursed oath to. Later, Zhou passes a book to Zhang and states that this is a book of shamanism, specially made by Zhou. The spell that requested as a condition to become a disciple is also in that book. Zhang questions Zhou to release him from the spell he is in. Zhou answers that the method to dismiss the spell is also in the book that he gave. So, Zhou gives Zhang 2 hours of time to dismiss the spell, or Zhang will suffer a lot of trouble. Blue Spirit comes down from above and relaxes that finally Zhou has left. Zhang tries to grab her neck, but she dodges it effortlessly. She asks what Zhang is doing, and he tells her that he just made a simple check. Blue Spirit knows Zhang that it is funny to watch him in an illusion and going in circles. Later, Blue Spirit asks Zhang with a perplexed expression as to why did Zhang made an oath to Zhou. Zhang answers that he made the oath to obtain the book. Blue Spirit still can't believe that Zhang made such an oath just to obtain a book, which is unlike him. Then, Zhang easily removes the bracelet from his hand, and Blue Spirit is dumbfounded. Then Zhang responds to her expression that, according to the oath, he is neither Mok Jiangwun nor the son of Mok Indan. Blue Spirit now asks, will Zhang escape now that he's free? But Zhang replies that he changed his mind. And thinking of being Zhou's disciple, Blue Spirit can't hide her bewilderment, and Zhang says he happened to hear something, which is, Ghost Blade might be in heaven and earth association, and he is also one of the 6 heavens and 8 stars. It's a title referring to the strongest individuals in the Murim. The 6 people whose martial prowess is said to reach the heavens are known as the 6 heavens. It means only 6 people have achieved that stage so far. In addition to, the title 8 stars refers to the people whose martial prowess reached the pinnacle of humanity. It means only 8 people have reached that stage so far, and the 8 stars are a step below the 6 heavens. Ghost Blade is one of the 8 stars, and it has been 17 years since Ghost Blade's infamy spread. Ghost Blade has killed both righteous and evil sex faction people, so people don't clearly know whether he belonged to the Imperial family or the Heaven and Earth Association. So if Zhang goes to the Heaven and Earth Association, he could have a chance to meet Ghost Blade. That is why Zhang accepted Zhou's offer, so that he could infiltrate the association. Blue Spirit knows Zhang that it really is a coincidence, but it is all fated in the end. That's why Zhang and Blue Spirit both met, so that they could get into Heaven and Earth Association together. All of a sudden, Blue Spirit asks Zhang to become her disciple, and to bear her karma, and avenge her. Now that Zhang thinks about it, in the mock manner, Blue Spirit aimed her wrath at Heaven-Earth Association. Then, Zhang states that a lot of time has passed, and time should have avenged her. After that, Blue Spirit questions Zhang. Will Zhang takes off his hand if a lot of time has passed? Zhang stays silently without any response, and that is the same for Blue Spirit. She can't forgive the bloodline of her enemy, or she can't be insulted by the covering of the truth. She wishes to wipe them out completely, until she can cover everything in blood. By the illusion Blue Spirit is creating right now, Zhang can feel how intense her revenge is. It is deep, cold, and dark. Zhang understands her feelings, and accepts to be her disciple. In return, Zhang has a condition, which is to tell him the reason she desires revenge. Because Zhang don't want to be entangled in something that he don't know about. She tells him only one thing, which is the Heaven and Earth Association is born from 3 veins, and one of them is moon vein. Zhang assumes that blue spirit belongs to the moon vein. Zhang is just curious as to what happened for her to be holding her tongue so much. Zhang then formally introduces himself with his original name, Zhang. He wishes to be the fate of blue spirit and becomes the disciple of blue spirit. Blue spirit appreciates Zhang's will to become her disciple with a mighty expression on her face, then demands Zhang to call her master from now on. Zhang now states the second condition, which is that he will be omitting formal titles like master and disciple. Blue spirit asks Zhang with a flustered face that Zhang greeted Zhou as master. Zhang states that blue spirit is Zhang's familiar, so she should also call him master. Because demonic monk always calls Zhang as master. Blue spirit turns around and leaves with an annoyed expression. Now Zhang plans to dismiss the spell and leave this place. Zhou on the other side is waiting for Zhang to appear. He thinks that Zhang is taking longer than he expected. He believes that it might be too much for Zhang in his beginning stages. Then, a foot appears in the nearby area. It is none other than Zhang. The guards are stunned because they didn't see Zhang leaving the carriage. Zhou is now astonished that Zhang has able to pass his test. Zhou imagines that Zhang is the best talent from all the others that he had seen, and now Zhou has obtained Zhang as his disciple. Zhou wishes Zhang and tells him to get on the carriage. Zhang speaks to Blue Spirit that they haven't get caught by Zhou. Blue Spirit is now inside the doll, and she feels uncomfortable inside the doll because if she moves just a bit, cracks started to appear on the doll. Zhang notifies that Blue Spirit will get a new vessel later. Until then, she needs to be patient. The real deal here is, Zhang is able to comprehend the entire book that Zhou handed to Zhang in an instant. If Zhou knows the fact that Zhang has comprehended the book this quickly, Zhou would faint on the spot. And like that, the carriage is moving to the Heaven and Earth Association, and we will enter into a new arc. Now, half a month has passed, and someone is tailing the association guards, and that is our Go-chan in Charon's body. After becoming Zhang's familiar, a string is formed to Go-chan and Zhang. And when Zhang is separated from Go-chan, Go-chan feels anxious, because if Zhang dies, Go-chan dies too. If Go-chan now wants to stick together to Zhang, he needs to infiltrate heaven and earth. And Charon's body has reached transcendent realm, and she is also an assassin. Now Go-chan searches her memories as to how he can infiltrate the association. In her memories, Honey Trap is the only solution, but Go-chan is flustered to do something like that. However, Go-chan can't decipher why they are not heading straight into the association, but taking a round trip around the entrance, with gathering all these adolescent children. Zhang Kami reads a book, and an escort announces that they have arrived. Zhang takes a peek from the window, and the Heaven and Earth Association is really massive. Sun Yun thinks that the main gate is always magnificent for sore eyes. Blue Spirit notifies Zhang to be nervous from here on, because Zhang's level is first-rate at current situation. Even though Zhang has managed to grow at an unbelievable speed, from third to first-rate in half a month, but truthfully, Zhang has still a long to go. Zhang asks Blue Spirit that he could simply become stronger using the Death Key like last time. But Blue Spirit states that once Zhang reaches peak realm, he needs to gain enlightenment to improve further. Zhang cuts off her words in the middle and tells there is something wrong because the group is not entering from the entrance, but headed somewhere else. At that moment, Zhou opens the carriage doors to inform Zhang that things have gotten awry. Zhou gives Zhang a ring, which allows one to use spell without any need of talisman. Zhang asks Zhou what is happening, and Zhou replies that the leader of the Heaven and Earth Association has declared that the Mock brothers to be sent to the Corpse Blood Valley. Zhang imagines how the place will be from Zhou's words. It is a testing ground to pick the best individuals, and the survival rate is less than 10%. Zhou clenches his fist and speaks that he will request the head to separate Zhang from there later, and until then Zhang must survive at all costs. From backside, a guard interrupts between and tells them to stop and he states that this ground is for those who must undertake the test. He calls Zhang as an righteous brat and welcomes Zhang to the Corpse Blood Valley. In the valley, all of the students who are participating in the Corpse Blood Valley are crossing the bridge. In that batch, Yu-chun is also present, and after he had woken up from unconsciousness, he thought he finally arrived, but that's not the case here. Yu-chun glances at Zhang from backside, and he calls out to Zhang loudly. But the nearby guard strokes Yu-chun from backside to keep quiet. Yu-chun don't even know where he is being taken to, and even his inner energy is blocked from usage too. He thinks that maybe this is how the association treats their hostages. Zhang realizes that needles on their back of the neck is blocking their inner energy from usage, and they're embedded in everyone, including Zhang and Yu-chun. Zhang inquires Blue Spirit about this Corpse Blood Valley test, but Blue Spirit responds that she couldn't know about the current affairs of the heaven and earth. However, she could say one thing, which is, this type of tests did not occur in the past, and she alerts Zhang to be careful. Zhang arrives to the destination, where there are only a few torches and guards guarding the place. Zhang realizes that students who join them on their way to heaven and earth are also dragged to this place. Then, a man speaks that this is the testing ground, and from here on, all the students will be taking a test. The man shows a marble to everyone, and announces that these kind of marbles are also fallen into the valley. Those unable to find it within the allotted time will fail the test. Someone raises his hand, and speaks that they have all come from various sects and schools to take a test here, and he can't understand the test without any proper explanation. Before even he could speak completely, a marble is hurled to his face, and he died on the spot. Then the man states that status, inner energy, and everything else has no meaning here. Only subordination. Defiance will lead to death. Raising a question will also lead to death. Even failing the test will lead to death. The man in the demon mask welcomes everyone to the Corpse Blood Valley. In a room, Zhou is frustrated that Sun Yun should have told the association leader that Zhou has taken Zhang as his disciple. Sun Yun speaks that it is useless because the leader never goes back on his words. The leader's words are absolute, and they have to abide to them. Zhou thinks that he had no other choice but to request the demon mask guy from the Corpse Blood Valley to take Zhang out of there. Because Zhou can't lose a prodigy he just found. Sun Yun believes that Zhang is not just useful, Zhang has achieved something that no one in the association ever has. Zhang revived the sword scriptures of the moon vein, that's said to have lost 100 years ago. Sun Yun could only come to a single conclusion, which is the association leader is testing Zhang's capabilities. The first trail begins in the valley, and all the students are rushing towards the lake to find a marble as quickly as possible. The demon mask says that the incense stick burns for 20 minutes exactly, and moreover, there are less marbles than students present here, so it is best for them to find a marble ASAP. Yu-chun runs quickly to the valley to find a marble, but he don't understand why Zhang doesn't moving at all. However, he doesn't care about that, because the time is short. The incense stick is burning, and still not even a single found the marble. Someone gets a marble, and shouts loudly, "That got a marble," and everyone's attention turns towards him. With joyful expression on his face, he moves forward to hand over the marble. In that moment, a person strikes from backside to take the marble forcefully. But he somehow escapes from his clutches and goes on forward. Then, a person stands before him. It is none other than our demon, Zhang. He didn't know when Zhang arrived before him, and there is still some distance to reach the demon mask. In addition to, the guy from earlier is approaching him quickly. He can't understand what to do in this situation, and tries to swallow the marble. The guy from backside yells not to swallow, so that he can obtain the marble. But he already kept the marble in his mouth to swallow it. At that time, Zhang grasps his neck, and the backside guy suddenly stops from approaching. And Zhang moves index finger on his neck to check where the marble is. Zhang tells it is quite annoying to search it like this, so he tightens the grip on the guy's neck, and everyone witnessed the scene with confounded expressions, even the Corpse Valley guards too. Then, Zhang pulls out the food pipe from the guy's neck, and the blood flows like a fountain from the guy's neck. The guy earlier sits down, with a terrified expression, and Zhang takes out the marble from the food pipe. Then Zhang walks out to the podium, and presents the demon mask, the marble Zhang obtained. Zhang looks like the very embodiment of the demon himself. Blue Spirit imagines that something that should never have been released finally was. Demon Mask states that Zhang has passed the test. Demon Mask informs Zhang that Zhang's number is 63. The number is given to 1 by the number that is engraved on the marble they bring. Demon Mask gives Zhang a silver insignia, which signifies that Zhang is the top performer on first trail. Zhang keeps it in his garment and moves to his side. The Demon Mask is dubious at first as to why the association leader sent an righteous sect child to Corpse Valley. He thought that association leader is trying to kill Zhang by sending him here, but now Demon Mask guesses that association leader had predicted Zhang's capabilities. Demon Mask thinks that Zhang is similar to the demonic sect in terms of nature and behavior. Zhang holds the insignia in his hand and imagines that one must not survive, but to compete with others too. Zhang realizes that the competition is getting fiercer as time is near to end. Someone kicks a person on his face and runs to the Demon Mask, but the person's head is grabbed and slammed to the ground. This tattoo guy takes the marble from him, and he looks kind of vicious too. The guards thinks that the useful people are starting to appear. The guards judges that, based on the tattoos on his body, he belongs to the Crimson Death Valley, one of the 3 organizations under the heaven and earth. They train 30 disciples only, and each of them are said to be Grand Masters. From other place, a woman attacks multiple students at once. The guard nearby recognizes her from Hooded Flower Sect, one of the 4 assassination originations, and this organization works under heaven and earth only. Then a huge guy lifts up a student like nothing. This guy looks like Logan Lee from Lookism. And this guy is from Colossal Build School. They're famous for external strength. And there are others who demonstrate exceptional talent too. The tattoo guy, who looks vicious, approaches Zhang and tells him that Zhang can't surpass the tattoo guy in the next trail because the tattoo guy is going to kill Zhang. LOL. Man, I really laughed there when this guy said that he is going to kill someone like Zhang. Humph. Absolute foolishness. Like that, a lot of people have passed the first trail, and the incense stick is nearing its end. However, Yu-chun still had unable to find a marble. He thinks to plead the Demon Mask, that to leave him because he is a hostage. Then, someone with a marble is beheaded for raising a question against a guard. The fact is that that person took a random marble on the ground, which doesn't have a number engraved on it, and raised a question against the guard, so he is beheaded. At that time, someone points their finger at Zhang by recognizing him. Then the other person tells him that Zhang is a lunatic that ripped of someone's throat. But they don't understand what Zhang is doing. Zhang utters a spell, which is the ritual of binding, and attempts to absorb all the death energy present here, because the ritual of binding doesn't need inner energy to work. And this place is swarming with death bodies everywhere. Zhang wishes for the students to kill each other, more and more, so that Zhang could absorb their energy. Now, there is only 1 minute left, and Yu-chun is beating a person to a pulp, so hardly. And the other person's face went inside and died like that. With this, Yoken picks the marble from the dead person's hand, and feels relived. At that moment, the incense stick burns out completely, and the Demon Mask orders the guards to kill the dropouts. The guards obey the command, and eliminates all the dropouts who haven't found a marble. Yu-chun is stunned there witnessing this scene. Then a guard approaches Yu-chun, and Yu-chun shows his marble to the guard. And the guard congratulates Yu-chun that he passed the trail. Yu-chun is happy that he passed the test, but he falls down after realizing that he killed a person to obtain a marble. In that time, the Demon Mask announces that there are 468 participants who have passed the first trail, which is 60% to the number of people participated. The Demon Mask tells that it is a good number, and he congratulates all the participants who passed the trail. Now, he announces to commence the second trail. Everyone is startled after hearing that the second trail is now commencing. Yu-chun is shocked that he barely passed the first one, and he has another round to go. The Demon Mask claps his hands loudly and tells everyone to keep quiet. He then speaks that the second trail is simple, which is to survive on that mountain until sunrise. Everyone looks back and takes a glimpse at the mountain. Now the participants thinks that it is easy to survive on that mountain. The Demon Mask states that it is not all there is to it. There are a total of 40 flags set up through the mountain, and the participants must be near a flag when the sun rises. 8 people for one flag, and no more and no less. 8 people, exactly 8. If they don't meet those conditions, the team will be eliminated. Yu-chun imagines that there are 40 flags, and the participants are nearly 500. That means only 320 participants can survive through this trail. This is like a team fight, where they have to steal the flags of others while protecting their own. The demon mask wishes good luck to everyone. After that, the participants are busy finding a team, or forming a team, consists of only 8 people. Someone asks the tattoo guy to be in his team. The tattoo thinks that he don't remember this guy. It means this guy has not performed well in the first trail, then there is no need to be in his team, so he rejects him. The main point of this trail is teamwork. That would mean that it's more advantageous for the tattoo guy to team up with those who passed the first trail early. The tattoo guy recognizes our Logan Lee type of guy and tells him that it is better to team up with someone strong so that he gets the flag early and can protect it firmly. This big guy believes it is right to do that, but he rejects it. He states that we can also form a team after one finds a flag. The big guy thinks that he needs to fight the tattoo guy sooner or later, so it'd be better to hide his secret technique from the tattoo guy. The frustrated tattoo guy says that the big guy will regret this. Then he asks the assassination girl to be in his team, but she flatly refuses him. The tattoo guy is now furious to kill all of them. Then someone approaches the tattoo guy. It is our protagonist. Zhang asks the tattoo guy to be in Zhang's team. The tattoo guy is perplexed that Zhang reached out to him first. However, he thinks that it'd be better to be in Zhang's team, because Zhang has finished the trail in first place. But he rejects Zhang, because even the tattoo guy, who is vicious and savage, is afraid of Zhang. Because he don't have a good feeling around Zhang. Blue Spirit is shocked that Zhang has been rejected. She tells him that Zhang has done something, that even a vicious guy like him is afraid around Zhang. The fact is that Zhang really tried to kill the tattoo guy first. But it is a shame that he escaped from our ferocious Zhang's hands. At the present moment, someone comes toward Zhang and asks Zhang if he is willing to be on their team. In their team, a girl waves her hand at Zhang, and Zhang smiles at her and accepts to be on their team. Yu-chun watches Zhang from aside and thinks that Zhang will be fine on own way, and Yu-chun needs to stay alive. Then, a guard beats the drum and shouts that the second trail has begun. The guard sympathizes with the participants, that they will realize how good the first trail is. As all of them are going to the mountain, Zhang is a bit far from his team, and a team member questions the girl named Soa that having Zhang is not a good thing. An other team member also respects his choice to not have Zhang. Soa asks if they are scared of Zhang. Then he replies that he is fine. Then, Soa says that the others were all idiots to ignore Zhang, because everyone here now knows about Zhang, so they wouldn't mess with Zhang easily. Then it could help their team a lot. She plans to use Zhang as she needed, and then abandon Zhang after the sun rises. The team had already planned in another member, and he is tailing the group from afar, so that they could have 8 people when they kill Zhang. Soa looks at Zhang, and realizes that Zhang is very handsome, and it would be a waste to throw someone like that. So, she goes toward Zhang to flirt with him. She queries Zhang that would he tell Soa that he likes her. Everyone stares at Zhang with jealous-filled eyes. Soa plans to seduce Zhang so that other team members would be more loyal to Soa with jealousy. Then, Zhang places his hand on her shoulder and tells Soa that he likes her. Soa is blushed after Zhang's boldness. At that moment,
Zhang raises his voice higher and informs to everyone that not only he likes Soa, but he likes everyone who is in this group. As all the people are stupefied by Zhang's words, in that fleeting moment, he twisted the neck of the girl casually and declared to everyone,
Now that we are deep in the forest, shall we get the party started?
From that point, Zhang released the girl in her hand, and all the students who are ahead of him are shuddering in fear, as they couldn't even believe what they have seen with their eyes. Then Zhang, by extending both of his hands, stated to everyone,
Now, this is mealtime. So where do I begin my meal?
Although the students didn't know why Jong killed the girl, they all knew one thing for certain, that there was a fearless and monstrous predator in front of them. Jong, with his eyes resembling a demon, gave advice to all of them.
Don't even try to run away, because I will chase you to the depths of hell.
A team member is agitated with Jong's attitude and swears that he is going to kill Jong. Then another member tells him to calm down. Otherwise, they are going to fall for Jong's plan. Then the spiky guy says that, even if So is dead, there are still 6 of them left. So they have the advantage here. The fat guy thanks the spiky-haired dude that the fat guy had almost fallen for Jong's scheme. Now, all of them forms a group and plans to eliminate Jong to avenge Soa. At that point, Jong shows a disappointment and states that he thought all the team members would be lost on what to do after losing their queen bee. But they're calmer than expected.
This is when the fat guy yells at Jong as his veins are swelling out of his face, that Jong is nothing but a small insect to him, where he believes that he can squash Jong like a bug. Those words woke up a demon which is residing inside Jong, and with a bone-chilling smile, he reached the fat guy at lightning speed, where the fat guy is still speaking something. Jong, by grabbing that head, charged to a tree, then he smacked the face of the fat guy to the nearby tree, where the force made the fat guy's head explode into pieces. The students couldn't even see when the fat guy was dragged by Jong. This is when they realized that they have messed with the wrong person. Then, all the members have moved forward with everything they have to attack Jong. Jong dodges the first attack, then he grasps the leg of the opponent and swings that towards a student. Both of their heads have crushed by that momentum. On that point, the spiky dude jumps in at last. He barely attacks Jong. Jong blocks it, while the rest of the team members are now aiming at Jong, as they are planning to subdue him by falling on him all at once, as all of them are landing a barrage of blows on Jong without any break. They really thought that Jong is done for, now that he is cornered like a rat. However, Jong tells them only one thing, which is,
You can pray to whatever gods you like. But remember this, I will exterminate you in a way that even the heavens will cower in despair.
Then, he launches a kick to a team member, punches another one on face. In a single moment, Jong defeated 2 opponents. Now, he breaks the leg of the spiky dude so hard that the earth beneath the legs shattered, and the spiky dude is screaming for that excruciating pain. At last, only one person is visible to Jong. The last person can figure out that they can defeat a monster, but it is impossible to defeat death itself. The last guy screeches and runs away to save his life. The spiky dude curses the last guy, who is running away because he got to escape from Jong. Nevertheless, Jong extends his hand and chants a spellcraft. Then, a blue color aura radiates from Jong's hand, and it goes forward in the direction of the running person. As the running person is yelling out to save him, that is when the phantom aura caught the running person's leg. With the spell, Jong uses the Azure aura to drag the running person. The last person implores Jong to leave him. However, Jong doesn't care about that and pulls the last person. Then he kills him by stomping his foot on the last guy, tears flowing down from the spiky dude's eyes. He is regretting that he should have stopped the girl from letting Jong into their team. And as Jong moves in his direction, suddenly, Jong senses something and looks around. And Jong tells the spiky dude that there is a rat who is trying to escape from his clutches. To Jong's statement, a person is running hurriedly in the forest. The spiky dude now remembers that the girl has hidden a team member before Jong even joined in their team. The spiky dude prays inwardly that the hidden member at any cost must escape from this mountain, so that hidden guy could tell everyone what is happening in here and could get someone powerful to protect the spiky dude. The man right here is Jong, the Hellbringer. He pulls out a doll and summons the demonic monk. At that moment, the death energy begins to leak out from Jong, and he calls forth,
Demonic monk, it is your time to show your true power by killing that student, even if it means destroying this whole mountain. Do not let him go.
Then, in an instant, a whirlpool of death energy explodes into the surroundings, the ground shaking violently as a deadly presence is unleashed. The spiky dude is terrified as to what is happening, and at last he realizes that a bloodthirsty demon has participated in the Corpse Blood Valley trials. The hidden guy runs as fast as he could to protect his life from the demon. He believes that Jong is a demon born in a human's body, and the hidden guy is running at a high speed so that he can inform the nearby participants about this monster. But he feels something ominous is tracking him, and as he looked to his backside, in the darkness between the trees, he can feel a presence. At that time, multiple hands are moving in his direction, and they belong to our most loyal spirit, the demonic monk. The Lord that shook the heavens, and the infernal fury raging in his eyes, is storming to kill the hidden guy. The hidden guy falls down as he senses a presence that is similar to a grim reaper. The demonic monk then unveils his eminence and devours the hidden guy.
Zhang now slowly absorbs the death energy of others. Blue Spirit didn't know that Zhang has planned something like this. She was wondering why Zhang has joined some weak people's team. Zhang answers that it is a good opportunity for him. Then, someone arrives from the bushes. It is demonic monk who possessed the hidden guy's body. Zhang understands that demonic monk didn't kill the hidden guy, but possessed him. Because Zhang could absorb the hidden guy's death energy too. Zhang expresses that he is grateful to demonic monk. Demonic monk keeps a smug face. LOL, it is really funny to watch demonic monk's expression. Blue Spirit beats demonic monk that he is so happy about helping Zhang. Zhang's death energy is now full, and he is satisfied with the meal. In that moment, a group of people approaches Zhang, and Zhang feels that he is having a feast today. This mountain looks like one giant dinner table to Zhang. He will eat them, and leaving leftovers behind is bad manners. Zhang's mind has only one thought. According to the rules, he only needs to keep 7 participants behind to ace the trail. He imagines these words by sitting on a lot of corpses like a demon king. In a cave, 2 guards and 1 official goes through it. The official is Demon Mask, and on the other side, there is an old man whose eyes are completely white. The Demon Mask orders the guards to stay here. Then he and the old man moves forward. Demon Mask question the old man that the arrangement is finished or not. Old man replies that it is completed. And behind the bars, a being is prisoned, and Demon Mask guesses that this being is much more dangerous than the one they brought last year. To his guess, the old man speaks that it is not good to stay close, even if the being is prisoned, because those who haven't fully developed are still disastrous beasts. Then the old man calls the being as the hunter of the weak. It is a Chimorio brought from the northern sea, and it feeds on the people who it thinks is weak. The Demon Mask states that once he gives the signal, release the Chimorio. Zhang has found a flag and thinks it is a bit difficult to carry it around, as the flagpole is connected to some hunk of metal. So, Zhang attempts to break it, and he saw something unusual, that there are words written on the flagpole. He reads out the words, so that Blue Spirit could understand them. After hearing them, Blue Spirit mentions it is a sword formation. However, Blue Spirit tells that there are only a few stances, and a strong formation needs more than that. After observing it for a while, Zhang comes to a conclusion that the rest of the stances could be written on the remaining flagpoles. Blue Spirit thinks it is the best possible solution, and it looks like a hidden test. Zhang believes that once people find about this, they will try to obtain other flags, and like that, a fight will occur. Zhang is fascinated by this setup. He breaks the flagpole so that he could carry it easily. Then, Zhang senses that something has released after he braked it. Blue Spirit asks whether it could be a curse or a trap. But Zhang denies it and imagines that something has undone rather than activated after he braked it. He thinks that something else is there. A man falls down with pressure, and the person who beaten him up is our tattoo guy. The people who gotten beaten up by the tattoo guy believes that he is stronger even being his inner energy is blocked. The tattoo guy moves ahead to beat them all again, and the people looks at each other and nods their head. Instantly, all of them runs away from the tattoo guy's team. The tattoo guy now feels like a tiger hunting a pack rabbits, and runs quickly to kill them all. He states that he is going to kill the fallen team members, and display their heads to show others his attitude. Then, the guy ahead of the tattoo guy suddenly stops, and is killed by the Chimorio. The tattoo guy flinches, and stops moving. All his team members are unable to utter a word by the scene they are spectating. The tattoo guy clearly realizes the difference between their powers, and thinks it'd be best to back down. He tells to his teammates to move slowly, without making a sound. However, a person beaks a tree's branch, and causes a sound that could distract the Chimorio. Tattoo guy slowly turns his eyes to the beast, and it is roaring at them, as if it would devour them all with its mighty powers. All the people runs off backwards to protect their lives. And the Chimorio glares at the flag, and by the magic imbued in the flagpole, it runs off from them. The team members were all confused, seeing such a dangerous beast here in the mountains. Tattoo guy looks at the back, because he saw the Chimorio looked at something and ran off. Tattoo guesses it could be the flag. Two people are running, and the Chimorio is behind them. It then caught a person, and now targets the other one. The other one is running, and he can't even use his lightness skill due to his inner energy being blocked. At that time, he saw a person on his way, and requests him to help. However, it is Zhang. Man, he ran from a wild animal, and now caught by a ferocious beast. Zhang instantly broke the neck of the participant, and glares at the Chimorio. Zhang inquiries about the animal before him, and Blue Spirit explains that it is her first time seeing it, and based on the appearance, she tells that it is called Hunter of the Weak. A Chimorio that preys on the weak opponents and takes pleasure in eating their heads. The Chimorio charges at Zhang, and he dodges it quickly. He uses the shamanistic arts called Four Binding Technique, and traps the Chimorio in it. He clenches his fist tightly and makes the Chimoro suffer. Yet, it breaks out the binding technique and roars out loudly. The Chimorio became bigger than before and glares intensely at Zhang. Moreover, Zhang is also staring at the beast. Zhang's left eye is radiating with red energy. As the beast is glaring at him, Zhang's eye looks like that of a demon king. Even this savage is terrified of Zhang and runs off. Blue Spirit believes that the beast thought of Zhang as not weak, so it went away. Zhang imagines that it is troublesome to him, not because his technique didn't work on the beast, it is because the beast is eating all the prey that Zhang planned to devour himself. He sighs down that there would be nothing left for him if he didn't hurry. The people who are with the tattoo guy are carrying the metal hunk that is tagged with the flagpole, and one of the participants asks, they just need to break the top part of the flag which has the stance written on it. So why do they need to carry the metal hunk as well? He responds that they will thank him later, so for now they need to shut up. The beast arrives at that moment, and everyone is frightened. The tattoo guy commands them not to move, and as the beast took a glimpse at the flag, it ran off from them. One of them is stunned that the beast ran off all of a sudden. The tattoo reveals that the flag has some kind of mechanism that drives away the beast. He then urges everyone to hurry, since some of the people might have already figured out about the stances, one by one, so they need to steal the remaining flags to gain good impression on the instructors. Near a cliff, carts full of corpses all around, and the guards are supposed to throw the corpses that are tagged with talisman down the cliff, in addition to they shouldn't look down the cliff at all. A guard wants to know as to why they are discarding the corpses like this, when they could just burn all of them. The guard next to him states that even he don't know the cause of it, but this has been the case for every test. He advises the guard not to ponder much about it, yet the guard can't control his curiosity, and thinks that there are more than 100 corpses right here, so how many had been piled up down the cliff? As he reached near the cliff, blue color energy is flowing all over the place. Then, someone grabs his shoulder from backside, and the guard is flabbergasted as to how got near the cliff without his presence. The old man warns that never to look down the cliff ever again, or else he will be possessed. The beast is devouring another participant, and Yuchin's group is petrified of the beast in front of them. As the beast turned its head towards them, it ran away from them due to the flag. His teammates believe that the beast might have lost its appetite, so it left. Yuchun falls down, and is stressed that 2 of his teammates have died securing the flag. Furthermore, they have to deal with the Hunter of the Weak. Yet, what's surprising him even more is that if people fought each other or were eaten by that monster, they should have been headless or attained wounds from combat. But amongst the corpses that he had seen, some of them had their necks broken. He is confounded as to what is happening on this mountain. As Zhang is absorbing the death energy, he is depressed since there is not enough death energy. It is because Zhang is consuming them from the corpses that the Chimorio had eaten. Zhang feels like he is eating leftovers that someone tossed away. Now the demon has fixated to kill the beast that became a competitor to him. At that point, Blue Spirit states that she will find the beast because Zhang might find it difficult to face without any inner energy. Then, he releases Blue Spirit from the doll, and the energy flows around him. Blue Spirit is joyful that she is now free, and flies into the sky to check where the Chimorio is, and she is perplexed that why she is unable to find the Chimorio, which has almost reached the level of a monstrous beast. As she was searching all the place, the cliff that has a lot of corpses in it is radiating a tremendous death energy which is reaching sky. Subsequently, she calls Zhang and informs him that she found something more fascinating than the chai Morio. Like that, Zhang is following Blue Spirit, and on his way, he recognizes the tracks of a bunch of carts which are loaded with something. As he reached the end of the cliff, Blue Spirit questions if Zhang knows about the goo poison. Zhang responds that hundreds of venomous creatures are put into a single pot, and it is left alone until only one survives. And so, the surviving creature becomes the venomous of them all, which is then referred to as goo poison. Blue Spirit points down the cliff and speaks that very goo poison is down the cliff. Zhang is now intrigued, and the spirits down the cliff are showing resentment, grudge, and unfulfilling desire for revenge. Moreover, every corpse is chained as if someone locked them forcefully. It is the same spell that Zhang has used on Go-chan to snare his spirit to the living world. Zhang now grasps the situation here as to, if all of these spirits had lost their lives in the Corpse Valley trails, each one would become a vengeful spirit. Like that, spirits will devour each other, and ultimately a goo poison would be born from this. And that goo poison can rival against Blue Spirit. Zhang licks his lips, and Blue Spirit recommends Zhang to extend his hand and use ritual of binding on those spirits. However, Zhang jumps across the rope and states that, why should he eat side dishes when the main dish will be even more tasty and right in front of him? Blue Spirit forewarns Zhang that he would lose his life, because down the cliff the energy will be even more terrifying and Zhang can't handle it, and he will be eaten instead. Zhang states that Blue Spirit is the one who told him that he is no match for heaven and earth society at his cultivation level, so this could be his only chance to improve and move step forward in his revenge. Besides, how could anyone leave an opportunity like this? After he said those words, he jumped off the cliff, and all the spirits are charging towards him, that a living being has appeared. Zhang uses the ring that Zhou had given to him, where Zhang could use spells without a talisman. Like that, Zhang uses different kinds of hand signs, and activates a technique called sealing palms, which is a barrier, and this so-called barrier is blocking all the spirits from reaching him. After escaping from all the beasts using the barrier, he falls into the water. Surprisingly, there are more spirits in the water, and all of them are getting closer to him despite the barrier he had. Zhang remembers from the shamanism book that spirits of water are much more dangerous and determined than normal ones. So, he uses his Vajra finger technique to drive all the spirits around him, and comes out of the water unscathed. Nonetheless, some of the spirits are still holding him tightly, and attempts to pull Zhang back into the water. In that moment, Blue Spirit swings her smoking pipe, and attacks them using it. Likewise, all the spirits are now gone back to water. Zhang believes that the situation is not as bad as he expected. Moreover, the spirits aren't getting close to Blue Spirit. That shows how stronger she is compared to the rest. Blue Spirit briefs in that these spirits are not the reason she told him to be careful. She tells Zhang to around him, and these are the spirits which are very terrifying and horrifying compared to the ones here. She explains that even she would be having hard time protecting Zhang against them, especially in the center of that dark hurricane. If Zhang goes in there, he won't be able to walk back out. Zhang speaks that it is fine and removes his upper garment, while Blue Spirit is feeling flustered. Then, he places his finger on his back and uses the ritual of attachment to pull the forbidden path lock that blocks the inner energy from usage. Blue Spirit is amazed that Zhang removed the lock so easily, which could cause one to feel extreme pain and dangerous, and he did it without blinking an eye. What's more shocking is that he used ritual of attachment in a unique way that she never thought of. As he removed the rest of them, his inner energy is finally unleashed, and most of the spirits are now frightened to approach Zhang right now. He explains that if he were to do this on top of the cliff, there is a chance that the instructors could find him. Nevertheless, who could find him in so much death energy present in here? Blue Spirit is astonished that Zhang had a plan before he jumped down the cliff. Now, Zhang is headed to the center of the hurricane, and he requests Blue Spirit to stop the remaining spirits when he is moving to the hurricane. Blue Spirit agrees to it, and opens up her blood barrier. From the domain she activated, chains are coming out from it, and they are blocking the spirits that are trying to interrupt Zhang. Like that, Zhang quickly entered into the hurricane. Inside the hurricane, it is like a desert, and at the center there is a spirit which is devouring other spirits, and it looks like a baby with its teeth out of its mouth. Even the spirits are fleeing away from the baby, yet the baby is grasping them by chains and eating them. Zhang is surprised to see something like this, and he thinks that this baby might be the goo poison. At that moment, the baby turned its gaze at Zhang and speaks that a living being is here. As the baby opened its mouth, there is another set of sharp teeth inside, which looks disgusting and scary at the same time. Then the baby moves in the direction of Zhang to eat him, also employs its chains to trap him, and pulls him into its mouth. Like that, the baby ate Zhang as its meal. However, the baby didn't know that Zhang is much more monstrous than all the beings in here. At that time, Zhang speaks that he is also here to eat the baby. Likewise, he removes his ring and uses a spell, which made the baby wide open its mouth in pain. Then, Zhang holds its teeth, so that it can't close its mouth, as well as Zhang raises his hand and uses the ritual of attachment to absorb its death energy. But there are spirits inside the baby's mouth, and they are dragging Zhang into his stomach. Therefore, Zhang lost his grip and finds himself in a different space. In that space, there is a middle-aged man and two teenagers. The man is instructing the teenagers about the succession of the 5 kings in the Heaven and Earth Association. The teenagers obey his command, and one of them whose face is visible cherishes his brother that he will be his right-hand man forever. Zhang could understand that this is the past of that baby. The participants are fighting in the corpse valley to obtain the marble. The person whose face is not visible gives his marble to his younger brother so that he could ace the test. After some time, the younger moves forward with tears flowing down his eyes, and the older brother falls down on his knees so that he could find another marble. Afterwards, the older brother is bleeding all over his face. Moreover, his younger brother is the one who did this to him. The younger brother frustratedly speaks that everything will be achievable once his older brother dies, because the older brother is always pitying on him. So his younger brother couldn't digest that fact and killed his brother by hitting with a boulder on his head nonstop. Thus, the older brother is eliminated from the test and gets loaded on a cart which carries the corpses and hurled down the cliff. As he was sitting on top of the spirits after he became a spirit too, the remaining spirits are seeking to consume the older brother. He gets fired up because even after his death, he is getting consumed by others and reveals his face. And now he endeavors to partake every spirit that is living here. Furthermore, the spirit is enraged and grabs Zhang to eat him as well. In that moment, Zhang faces an extreme amount of energy from the baby, which can be called as the hatred, regret, rage, and other emotions of a resentful spirit. In all these emotions, Zhang could feel one emotion which is very strong and similar to his, the desire for revenge. At that time, Zhang extends his hand and utilizes the thought-shattering 8 techniques. Besides, outside the hurricane, Blue Spirit feels that the connection between Zhang and her is getting weaker. As Blue Spirit is spectating the energy in front of her, she is annoyed by it and is commencing to attack the goo poison. However, there are a load of chains targeting the spirits outside to devour every one of them. The spirits are avoiding the chains as much as possible. Nonetheless, it is like filling water in a pot with an hole in it. Ultimately, a being has absorbed all the spirits, and now it is at the level of a blue spirit. Blue can realize that the goo poison has reached this level by absorbing all the spirits around it. As Blue Spirit landed on the ground, the being is coming out of the smoke, and a foot is visible. The being is none other than Zhang himself. Blue Spirit imagines that Zhang might have been taken by the goo poison, but he rejects it and clarifies that he is the one who is devouring. Blue Spirit is in a disbelief that Zhang is able to consume all that death energy. Besides, she could feel the intense energy leaking out from him. Zhang expresses that he feels uneasy as if his stomach might burst. Blue Spirit flinched after hearing that and urges Zhang to instantly expel the over-energy because there is a limit to human absorption. As Zhang gains enlightenment, he could absorb more. In his current state, the more is just as bad as less. After hearing to Blue Spirit, Zhang climbs up the pile of skulls and searches for something in that pile. Later, he picks out a skull from that bunch and expels his death energy into that skull. Slowly, the skull gets a neck bone and forms a skeleton, Lastly, it transforms into a human, and the skull comes out separately. Blue Spirit asks Zhang if that skull belongs to the being at the center of that hurricane, and he nods his head. Blue Spirit questions if it was a girl, and Zhang is confused because it used to be a baby. The spirit gets up and yells that it was not a girl, and it was a man. The both of them are looking at that spirit strangely, and Blue Spirit interrogates the spirit if it is a girl, but the spirit speaks that it was a man. Blue Spirit suggests Zhang that Zhang should just kill it, because her mental state is not intact, and Zhang responds that he thought the spirit might have been useful, since it wasn't like this earlier. The spirit mightily shouts at them that they are not allowed to speak to it in such a manner. Before it could even finish its words, Blue Spirit grabs its neck, and warns it that she is allowed to do that, and the spirit shouldn't raise her voice at her. The spirit mumbles that she will obey as Blue Spirit wishes. Zhang now states that he revived that spirit so that he could crush the skull that came separately after he expelled his death energy. The spirit feels an extreme pain, and the skull is powdered to ashes, and Zhang swallows the ashes. Like that, a red color thread is formed between the new spirit and Zhang. The spirit is surprised, and now Blue Spirit understands that her being a familiar spirit is not a coincidence, but a one of Zhang's master plans. Zhang is happy now that he gained another card to his collections, and the spirit is saddened. At last, Zhang rocks, and the spirit shocks. At a pavilion, an old man is sincerely meditating. He is called Underworld Pavilion Master, in SEOK. A Sun rank shaman, which means his rank is just below the top rank. He suddenly feels something ominous, and runs out from the hallway, and opens a door. Inside the room, a pot is shattered into pieces, and he is stunned to see it like this. Outside the hall, Shaman Zhou is waiting for someone, and an SEOK comes out aggressively. Zhou appeals to an SEOK if he could request the association leader to stop the trails, because Zhang is so useful to Zhou and can't let Zhang die like that. An SEOK states that it is not the time right now, because in SEOK's art of goo poison has just broken free. So it could mean only one thing, that a Kaimamorio passing must have done it, which should be at least at the level of a mythical beast. Then, in SEOK commands Zhou to bring some equipment, because they needed to head to the Corpse Blood Valley. Zhou thinks that it is a good situation for him, since he could use this as an excuse to cease the trails. The new spirit still can't believe that she became a familiar spirit. Zhang inquiries about her name, and she annoyingly responds that she would never tell Zhang about her name. Yet, before she could even finish her sentence, Zhang uses the authority of the red string by reddening his eyes, and commands her to tell her name. Then, she bows down her head, and states that her name is Gyu Soha. Blue Spirit is shocked at her sudden change in behavior, and Zhang asks if Soha could be his loyal dog, and she sounds like a puppy. Normally, a vengeful spirit wouldn't reveal its true name. Yet, a green spirit almost became a blue spirit, revealing its name right away, shows how mighty Zhang is. Blue Spirit asks why is she seeing double energies from Zhang, and he answers that he recently acquired a new technique of the thought-shattering 8 techniques. As he chants the verses of the spell, Blue Spirit stood in bewilderment, because even she didn't know the verses Zhang is now chanting. So, now Zhang is able to divide up the energy between his lower dantian and central dantian. Commonly, a martial artist needs to break through a new martial realm before they could do such a thing. Nevertheless, Zhang skipped that step using the thought-shattering 8 techniques. Zhang realm is currently at ultimate peak, and if Zhang has 2 dantians, it shows that he possesses double the amount of inner energy compared to martial artists at ultimate peak. In other words, Zhang is now 2 times stronger than those at his current level. Zhang thought that he needs to leave only 7 people. However, the time is short now, so he planned to kill anyone who comes to his sight. In the mountains, a war is going between Team Yuchun versus Team Tattoo Guy. Of course, Team Tattoo had surrounded Team Yuchun. Yuchun questions why they are stealing his team's flag. Tattoo Guy answers that he just wanted to steal for fun. He speaks to Mo Harang, the lady from an assassination pavilion, that he offered her to be teammates, yet she rejected last time and joined in a fool's team. Yuchun plans that sun will rise soon, so all of them need to hang out until then. Tattoo Guy grasps on their plan, and all of Tattoo Guy's teammates yells loudly all of a sudden. Team Yuchun can't understand why Tattoo Team is doing like this. Yuchun realizes what it meant and hurriedly attempted to stop them, but the beast is already on its way, and there could be footsteps of the beast could be heard. The fact is, the beast became bigger. Moreover, now it is at the level of a monstrous beast. Team Yuchun is frightened of that beast and tried to escape. In that moment, Murim witnessed that Team Tattoo is sticking together near the flag, and she deduced what is happening and advises to all her teammates that they need to move near the flag. However, she was far from the flag, and Beast had already jumped at her to attack. Like that, the Beast made Murim fall down using its claws. The tattoo guy teases Murim to be unable to protect herself, and the Beast is looking to eat her joyfully. Team Yuchun is throwing stones at that Beast. Besides, Yuchun is moving in her direction to rescue her.
The beast don't stop. Even though it's getting hit by the stones, it is fixated on eating the girl. In that heart-stopping moment, a command is given to a spirit to bind that beast. Like that, the beast is captured by chains and is unable to move at all. The person then makes a dramatic entrance into the chaos, where the entire surroundings have started to feel heavy with a deadly presence. Then the protagonist speaks that,
I was worried as I had a small time left, but to my surprise, all of my prey has gathered into one spot to be devoured by me.
For all the participants present in that situation, a chill ran down their spine, as if something ferocious has entered.
As the beast is tied by the chains and is unable to move, Tattoo Guy is scolding the beast to move, because no one could see the chains that is used by Soha. Even Yuchun couldn't grasp the situation, but now is not the time for him to think about that, and starts rescuing Murim first. However, Murim could somehow see the chains that binds the beast. Soha figured that Murim could see her, so she informed Zhang about this. Zhang knows what's happening.
The beast is shaking violently, the ground trembling under its fury as it struggled to break the chains with every ounce of its monstrous strength. The tattoo guy is happy to see the beast gaining back its power. It was at this moment Zhang stomped on that beast like a meteor, crushing the beast's head into the dirt with such force. The earth itself cracked, and he stood on that beast like a demon king who had descended from the deepest depths of the abyss. Everyone is confounded to see this bizarre sight. Then Zhang opens the mouth of that beast and knows the beast that,
You are nothing but an insect in front of me, yet you dare to devour my prey. Now I will show you the fury of a predator.
The beast is screaming in pain, and like that, Zhang tearing off the upper part of the chim, Morio with his eyes radiating the wrath of a crimson nightmare. As such, the beast, which is at the level of a monstrous beast, is murdered by another savage creature, which is Zhang. Then the blood of the beast has started pouring out like a rain of blood. Zhang demonstrated to everyone what true horror feels like. Up until now, the tattoo guy thought himself as a tiger, hunting rabbits on this mountain. But only now had he realized that there is a fearsome dragon on this mountain. Everyone in the vicinity could only have one thought. Zhang's appearance was the embodiment of fear, dread, and death itself. Tattoo Guy ordered his teammates to retreat immediately. Nonetheless, Zhang commanded Soha to bind all the participants present here.
Nobody could understand what is restraining them, and Zhang moves on to check all their flags. As he went on to check Team Yuchun's flag, it's the same verse that Zhang already knew. So he break the flag, and Yuchun is swearing at Zhang for breaking his team's flag. Then, Zhang moves on to check Team Tattoo's flag, so the tattoo guy speaks that, if Zhang is looking for other flags, so that he can learn the verses. The tattoo guy proposes an alliance, because Zhang don't have a team, and tattoo guy would let him in and spill the secrets of other flags as well. Nevertheless, Zhang already found out where the flagpole is, that tattoo guy got while fighting other teams. Tattoo guy thought of destroying that flagpole, but one of his teammates is unable to memorize it, so he brought it with him. As Zhang took that pole, the tattoo guy's real name, Yomjie, is telling that. He gives that flagpole to Zhang as a gift for joining his team. But, Zhang speaks that, the flagpole is already in his hands, and he never agreed to join Yomga's team. So what purpose is there for Zhang to join Tattoo Guy's team right now? Yomjie is frustrated, and is yelling at Zhang to give the flagpole back. Yet, Zhang took their team's flag by saying that, from now onwards this flag belongs to him. Yuchun then states that, Zhang shouldn't believe Yomjie. Also Yuchun had Murim's flagpole that she brought with her, so Yuchun wishes Zhang to be in his team. Yomjie yells that, Zhang belongs to his team because he proposed an alliance first. Yuchun raises his voice that Zhang should never listen to that baldy, because Team Yuchun also got other verses too. In that point of time, Zhang claps his hands and announces that, seeing that everyone here wants him to be on their team, he was deeply touched. However, if it were to him, he would like to be with everyone, yet the rules don't allow it. So, it'd be unfair if Zhang were to accept some and decline others.
At last, Zhang frees them from the chains and declares the only solution is to kill each other, so that he will pick only the last 7 survivors. Everyone thought that Zhang's heart is filled with demons, but he wasn't just filled with them, he was the demon himself.
Later, a man is punching the other one to a pulp, and everyone is fighting to the death. It all happened because of a single man. Yom Jie has killed a person, and Zhang appreciates his work. Yom Jie tightens his fist just by looking at Zhang's temper. But what can he do when he is facing off against a monster like Zhang? As the sun rises, the guards are stunned after looking at the scene. They came here to announce the end of the test, yet they can't even speak a word. It was a gruesome scene to even an evil faction like Heaven and Earth. Furthermore, what's shocking them even more is that the Hunter of the Week, which is at the level of monstrous beast, has died very terrifyingly. Even Demon Mask is shocked to see this. Then Demon Mask orders a guard to check if Zhang has opened his inner energy. A guard went on to check Zhang and verifies that everything is all right. After that, they are heading back, and Zhang realizes that they haven't been able to figure that Zhang has opened his middle dantian. However, Blue Spirit advises Zhang to be careful, because that Demon Mask is equivalent to the King of Brilliance, Sun Yun. At a later time, as soon as the trail ended, the selection process began. Out of 468 participants, 209 participants have died. Also in that 259 participants who are alive, 59 participants couldn't find a flag and dropped out. So in the 200 participants who have passed, only 80 students know that their stance is written on the flagpole. So these students have advanced to next trail, and 220 students were disqualified and assigned as low-rank warriors. Yom Jie believes that the disqualified students took the trail lightly, but Yom Jie is waiting for the top position in this trail. Besides, he is planning to show Zhang the difference in their strength. Then, the Demon Mask declares that he is going to announce the top performer in the second trail. He is thinking as to how to decide the top performer in this trail, because it was team fight. At that moment, someone raises his hand, and Yom Jie states that he could answer to any question the Demon Mask asks. Everyone's attention is now at Yom Jie, and Demon Mask questions him to explain about the verses written on the flagpole. He answers that it is a sword technique, and explains some details about it. Demon Mask appreciates that Yom Jie is remarkable, because he was able to figure this much amidst the chaos. Yom Jie is now feeling prideful in front of Zhang. He thinks that he is at the top of the wall, and Zhang is like an ant in front of him. As Demon Mask is about to give the silver insignia, someone raises his hand. This time, it is Zhang. He states that it is not a sword technique, but a sword formation. Now, everyone's attention is at Zhang, and Yom Jie is staggered to hear that, and the Demon Mask asks him to explain more about it. Zhang explains that it can be used when dozens of swordsmen forms a technique, and uses it to defeat a strong enemy. After this explanation, Yom Jie feels that Zhang has reached the sky while Yom is still on top of a mere wall. The Demon Mask tests him again by raising a question as to how many swordmen are needed to perform this technique, and Zhang answers 8 people to 32 people should be possible. Also any more than that could make their paths overlapped. The Demon Mask is truly impressed at Zhang and laughs out loudly. Then he presents the silver insignia to Zhang by stating that he is the top performer again. Yom Jie is so furious that his nerves are bulging out of his forehead. As Demon Mask declared that Zhang is the top performer in this trail, Zhang thanks Blue Spirit, since she was the one who helped Zhang and explained about the formation. Yom Jie is gritting his teeth and biting his lips in frustration. The Demon Mask congratulates all 80 of them who passed the second trail successfully. So with this, they are intermediate ranks from now on. Everyone's face had brightened after hearing that they are now intermediate warriors in Heaven and Earth Association. Then, Demon Mask starts explaining about the third trail, which is Heaven-Earth engraving formation. This is the name of the formation that is written on the flagpoles, as it is a sword formation which is created by the previous leader of the association. They need 8 swordsmen to activate it, and has a maximum capability of 32. So the third trail is for 8 people to demonstrate the sword formation in a group. Moreover, the group leaders of each group will automatically pass the third trail, regardless of the result. They'll be given a day to rest in their lodgings, so they are given a day to form a team and decide their group leaders. Furthermore, murder is not allowed from this point onwards. As the demon mask is leaving after explaining about the third trail, he remembered something and speaks that, from now onwards the guards will be unblocking their inner energy. Everyone felt relieved after hearing that their inner energy will be unlocked back, and Yeomjie grins that Jong will be over once Yeomjie gets his inner energy back. At the outskirts of the heaven and earth, in a courtesan house, Go-chan is stressed that he can't be able to find Jong yet. Additionally, he was unable to even infiltrate the heaven and earth. A few days back, Go-chan was trying to enter into the heaven and earth by any means necessary, but the security is too tight for him, so he planned to bribe the guard to infiltrate it. He explained to the guard that he wants to start a relationship with the heroes of heaven and earth, so by letting her in, she could marry a hero and start a new life. But the guard states that it is impossible, because he could be killed if the higher-ups know of this incident. Then, he suggests Go-chan a decent method to enter heaven and earth, which is, Go-chan needs to join in a courtesan house called Cheery Passion, which is very famous in heaven and earth, where many heroes would visit it. With the appearance Go-chan, they'll welcome with open arms. That is how Go-chan is in this situation. At that time, a person comes forward. It is the head of this courtesan house. Moreover, she looks like the first lady of Mock Sword Manor, and she expresses that Go-chan doesn't need any makeup. With that face of hers, she could be a concubine so easily. At a lodging, Yeomjie has finished his lunch, and is now prepared completely to face Jong, because his inner energy is unsealed. After getting unsealed, he sensed that Jong is only a first-rate martial artist. Yeomjie is at early peak, so he could easily overwhelm Jong with his inner energy. Now he is on his way to subdue Jong, and as he opened his door with confidence, Jong is in front of him, and speaks that,
Looks like we both have the same thought.
Then he grabs Yeom's face, and closes the door. Inside the room, he pushes Yeom into a corner, and as Yeom tried to resist Jong, he can feel that his inner energy is being sucked, and Jong whispers that Yeom is weaker than he thought. At that point, he punched Yeom's face so hard that his nose is bleeding and the nearby guard is frightened to even get near them. Jong tells him that he will take Yeom into his team even though Yeom is weaker. Since they both think alike, they will be great comrades. All the people are witnessing something in quite astonishment, and in front of them, Yeom-ga is being dragged by Jong on a staircase, where his head is bumping to every stair. The crowd is whispering, how did Jong is able to beat Yeomjie, who is from the Crimson Death Valley? That too without receiving any wounds, which can be considered as a great feat. All the people are wondering, just who is Jong, for him to be the top performer in both the trails. Jong wipes off the blood from his chin and looks at Yeom. He is pondering. Yeom is quite weaker than he thought, when Yeom is in Ascendant Realm. Blue Spirit explains, Yeom is quite good actually, it is just that Jong is a monster. Blue Spirit continues, Jong would have not sensed it, since he became stronger in a unique way compared to others. For more detail, she informs Jong about the martial realms. The lowest is third rate. Above that is second rate, then first rate. Most martial arts wouldn't go further from this level, and remains at this level forever. Guard Cam is at this stage. However, those amongst them with greater martial prowess will break through the wall, and reach new heights in martial world. That stage is known as Ascendant Realm. In this stage, there are 3 realms, beginning, experienced, and lastly, apex. If 50% of the people have remained at the first rate, then in that remaining 50%, 40% martial artists would remain here. When the cultivators have gained an enlightenment after the Ascendant Realm, they will reach the Transcendent stage, which is the next wall for martial artists. The Manor Master of the Mock Sword is at this realm. Nonetheless, that Manor Master is at the beginning stage, and the people at the apex stage are far more powerful, where the gap is like heaven and earth. The Bright Blade King, Sun Yun, is at the apex stage of the transcendent realm. Even the Corpse Valley's head, Demon Mask, is also at the apex stage of transcendent realm. The transcendent realm is only for the most talented martial artists. Normal cultivators couldn't even dream of fighting these people. They will ran away just by hearing their names. Zhang further inquiries if there is a next stage that is after the transcendent realm. Blue Spirit answers, there is indeed a stage that is after the transcendent. That realm is known as the life and death realm. It is a realm of evolution, where the humans can split mountains and oceans. The 6 heavens of the martial world, who are considered the peak of martial universe, are at this stage. If any of the watchers have read the Nanomachine Manhwa, which is the sequel to this Manhwa, they could realize what life and death realm refers to. Besides, if you want me to make a recap of this Nanomachine Manhwa, just comment in the comment section so that I will be sure to start the recap. Now coming back to the story, Zhang nods his head to show that he understood her synopsis. Blue Spirit describes, Yom Ga is a mid-level ascendant, and Zhang is an apex-level ascendant. As she mentioned before, the difference between a mid-level and apex level is off the charts. That is why Zhang felt an insane amount of superiority when fighting Yom Ga. Yet, Blue Spirit advises Zhang to not let his guard down, because this is Heaven and Earth Association. Now Zhang asks, what level Blue Spirit attained is at her previous life. Blue Spirit didn't respond for a moment there, and when she didn't disclose any information about her. As Zhang opened the door, he is disappointed, because Blue Spirit is still refraining to reveal about her past. Nevertheless, Zhang didn't put much concern into it, since it is not that important to him right now. He starts his mission called Recruiting Talents. Then, slowly Yom Ga is waking up from his unconsciousness, where his nose had already let a lot of blood out. When Yom Ga opened one of his eyes, the first thing he saw is Zhang's monstrous innocent face. Now Zhang stands up in excitement that Yom Ga had woken up, where Yom Ga is scared of Zhang and crawls back from Zhang. Yom Ga is blaming Zhang, that he used an energy-dissipating poison on him. Zhang with a perplexed face questions back what this energy-dissipating poison is, and Blue Spirit notifies, it is poison that scatters the energy, so Yom Ga must have mistaken it for thought-shattering 8 techniques, which actually not scatters, but absorbs the energy. However, Zhang doesn't care about all this poison stuff, and with a straight face, he reminds Yom Ga about the offer that Zhang proposed. Yom Ga now recalls the last moments before he got knocked out, where Zhang offered him to join his team, even though Yom Ga is weak. Yom Ga is faulting himself for being involved with Zhang, when he learned Zhang is an unpredictable demon. Even though it hurts his pride to accept it, he grits his teeth and believes Zhang is stronger than him. Then, he tells Zhang to get lost, that even if he were to die here, he would rather choose to kill himself than being working under someone else. Zhang is surprised at Yom Ga's strong will. Zhang claps to Yom's determination and for his unyielding spirit. Later, Yom wakes up from his seat and leaves the room by bad-mouthing Zhang inwardly. Even the barbaric Yom Ga himself is frightened to stay in the same room as Zhang, where most of his senses are warning him to leave as quickly as possible. Likewise, Zhang stops Yom Ga from leaving this room by grabbing his shoulder. Zhang speaks,
Where are you going? You think I would leave you peacefully when you declined my offer?
Yom Ga is terrified of hearing those words, and he reminds Zhang that murder is forbidden in the association. Without listening to Yom Ga's words, Zhang starts his chanting, and when he activated it, all of Yom Ga's nerves are bulging out of his body, and he could feel an intense pain. As he is shivering by that pain and falls to his knees, he extends his hand to pull that strange energy out of his body. Yet, our bloodthirsty Zhang wouldn't allow it, so he quickly punched right into Yom Ga's stomach, and he vomited in that room. Zhang is saddened since Yom refused his offer, so for the punishment of committing a crime against the demon lord is just to give up on their body and die. The demonic monk is using its hands to possess Yom Ga completely, where Zhang is smiling eerily at Yom Ga when is dying cruelly. Man, the MC is such a menace that most of the manhwa protagonists wouldn't even be compared to him. He just smiles when others are begging for mercy. It was at this moment. Someone knocked the door, and Zhang's eyes have widened. As he turned his head to the left side, demonic monk quickly possessed Yom Ga without any delay. Zhang now questions who is behind that door. It is voice of a lady,
I am Mo Harang of the Hooded Flower Sect.
Zhang recollects her from the second trail, so he instantly looks at the demonic monk to check if he had finished taking over Yomga's body. Then demonic monk sets his nose straight and fixes all muscles to make sure that he looks all fine and nods at Zhang that he is ready. Zhang then invites Mo Harang into the room. When she entered into the room, she quickly figured out something is wrong. Zhang explains, Yomga willingly joined his group, yet Mo denies it, that it is a bluff. Mo states she is sure that it is not Yomga, but someone else. Zhang now calls back to his mind the words that Gyu Soha spoke that day. Now he grins menacingly at her, after comprehending that she could see evil spirits. After seeing that smile, a chill ran down on her spine. She takes up the fighting stance to face against Zhang, and he starts his chanting by pulling out a doll out of his kimono. She flinched at the sudden wave of energy that has appeared in this room, and the chains of Gyu Soha are targeting Mo Harang. Mo Harang deflected them with her dagger immediately. Zhang won't back down. Since Mo Harang already knew a lot about him, she needs to be silenced. As she hurled her daggers at Zhang, with a horrified expression, Soha requests Zhang that she wants Harang's body to possess. Blue Spirit interrupts. Soha mentioned that she is a man, but now she is requesting to possess a woman's body. Soha mutters, due to unknown reasons, she needs to have Harang's body. Harang proposes she is not here to fight Zhang. Zhang demands an explanation for her words, so that he could trust her. Harang describes, she is here to check up on Zhang's unique power that she had seen at the second trail. Zhang states, if that is her reason to invade in his business, then she needs to pay quite an expensive price. Sweat is pouring down from Harang's cheek. As she is conversing with Zhang, she smiles with unease and agrees to whatever price Zhang demands. Zhang is stunned after hearing those words from her. She continues that she needs Zhang's power to finish her task. Zhang inquires the reason behind her request as to why she needs his power. Without answering to his question, Harang offers her body to Zhang so that Soha could possess her body. In return, she wishes to use Soha's power. Zhang scratches his head in surprise and whispers to himself. Harang is also able to hear Soha's voice. Blue Spirit confirms, even though Harang could see and hear Soha, she couldn't identify Blue Spirit's aura. That can mean Harang has indeed opened her spiritual eyes, but they are not comparable to Zhang's ghost eyes, which could even discern the very nature of the other side. Zhang now recollects the shaman Zhou's teaching. The greatest innate talent of a shaman is the eye. Zhang now smiles eerily and declares, if Harang wants Zhang's power in return of her body, he can just use brute force to take her down forcefully, so why should he do a deal with her? Harang slashes off her dagger in the air and realizes that Zhang can't be brought with words. She tells him with a cold expression that Zhang is underestimating her too much. Blue Spirit recommends Zhang to stand back without moving an inch. As Zhang is confounded about it and moves just a little, his cheek has been cut with an unseen object. Harang now speaks with an attitude befitting of a main character.
I can kill you whenever I decide to, Zhang. Right now, you are just a plaything in my hand.
Zhang comprehends. When she threw the daggers earlier, she attached these strings to her dagger and attacked him. Blue Spirit reveals she had been wondering about the strings for a while, as if they had been familiar to her, and now she grasps. Harang might be the descendant of the forgotten Death King. As Zhang tapped the string and uttered the Death King's name out, Harang is flabbergasted that Zhang knew about the Death King. She is now interested in Zhang and wants to know how Zhang knew about the Death King. Blue Spirit now helps Zhang by giving out information about the Death King such as,
after seeing the art of the shadow flying daggers, one could only think of the Death King himself.
Zhang repeats the same exact words that Blue Spirit spoke, and Harang is unable to believe it. The Death King is the founder of Harang's sect, where the martial arts are exclusive to her sect only. The Death King ruled over the martial world about 150 years ago, and if you want to know more about the previous generation and the history of this manhwa, then you need to watch another manhwa, where I have already done the recap, and the link is in the description. Go check it out after watching this recap. It is also an interesting series too. Coming back to the story, Mo Harang now realizes the situation has flipped upside down. Now she even dares to warn Zhang that if he don't divulge everything he knows, she will torture him to death. After hearing the words of a mere side character, who thought she had an upper hand just cause Zhang isn't moving. Zhang lifted his leg and stomped on the wooden floor so hard, where the ground below them got crushed and all of her strings have fallen. Zhang is rushing towards her since the playtime is over. Harang is startled for a moment, and then she tossed the remaining daggers at Zhang. Yet, Zhang dodged them without even blinking an eye, and used his claw to take down Harang. She jumped from there using the help of the door, and now she points the last dagger at Zhang's back of the neck. But she forgot one thing, that Zhang is an unpredictable psycho. As he looked at her with crimson-colored eyes, he grabbed the dagger with teeth, as if Saitama had blocked the Sound Sonic's blade with his teeth. Now Zhang catches her neck, and forces her off to the door strongly, releasing the dagger from his mouth, which is also attached with strings. Zhang is amazed that he didn't recognize the string tied to his neck. As Harang is controlling the string with her hands, she once again forewarns Zhang to not underestimate her.
If I put in a little bit more strength, I'll slice off your head.
Zhang with a cool attitude. By using his demonic energy, he cuts off the string effortlessly. Harang herself is taken aback by Zhang's continuous surprises. Zhang struck her with his might on her stomach, where she fell to her knees by that pain. Now Zhang sits down and grabs her mouth to express. She passed the recruitment test. He thought of giving her body to Soha. However, he changed his mind to use her instead. As he wipes the blood on his cheek, he thrusts that finger into Harang's mouth, which had the blood of his body's deadly poison. Harang's eyes have instantly felt that dangerous poison, so she immediately attempted to remove the poison by circulating her inner energy, but it didn't work. Zhang kicks off Harang like a dog and commands her. All he needs from her is obedience. Then he'll consider lending his powers to her. As saliva is coming out from her mouth, she expresses, Zhang hadn't need to go this far just to show his might. Zhang replies,
I don't particularly trust anyone, you see. And didn't you say it yourself, that you'd pay whatever price to have my powers?
He smiled like a predator by expressing these words. Harang's thoughts wandered back to a memory from her past. Her father's voice, clear and serious. He once told her about a dark nature that only a few people in the world are born with. It's rare, maybe one in every million. This nature cannot be learned, but something someone is born with. Those born with that nature lived for death and destruction. They found meaning in chaos, joy in suffering, and pleasure in ending lives. It was, as her father had said, the strongest quality an assassin could possess, the ability to kill without hesitation, and they enjoy every second of it. People like that felt nothing after killing. No guilt, no fear, only pure, twisted satisfaction. That kind of person is called evil incarnate. Her father gave her a clear warning.
If you ever meet someone like that, stay away. Cut all ties with them. Don't ever get involved. They're not just dangerous, they're danger themselves.
And now, she was kneeling right in front of such monster. Zhang. The moment he stepped forward, the air grew heavy. His presence alone made her heart race. It wasn't anger she felt from him. It was something far more violent. Like a raging storm barely held back, a monstrous force that is to be unleashed. His eyes were cold, yet burned with something terrifying inside. There was a dark, powerful energy pouring out of him. Every breath he took felt like a threat. This was the one her father warned her about, the one who kills without mercy, the one who feels nothing, the one who shouldn't exist. He wasn't just evil incarnate. He was evil itself, and now she is dealing with the devil himself.
As Zhang is walking on the staircase and moving upwards with a serious expression, the nearby people were all shocked, since Zhang is backed up by Yom-Ga and Harang. The crowd can't believe their eyes, since 2 of the 4 biggest powerhouses is backing a single member. Zhang is walking like a leader with an emperor's aura surrounding him. Yu-chun is watching Zhang from the sidelines. He closed the door after Zhang passed right in front of him. He recalls the events from the second trial, where Zhang didn't seem like a human to him at all. He clenches his fist tightly by that inferiority he received that day from Zhang. From Yu-chun's memories, Zhang might have hated him a lot, but Zhang wasn't so evil. Nevertheless, Yu-chun doesn't care about it and started practicing his martial arts by punching the air. He is fixated to take down Zhang even if it means to reach the top of the world. He thought, He is the only Ascendant Realm martial artist in the Heaven and Earth trainees, but after everyone got their inner energy opened, he believed the world is vast, and he shouldn't be carefree. It was at this moment, a man at the door is speaking. He thought that it was just his hunch, but those martial arts that Yu Chun is displaying right now absolutely belongs to the Mock Sword Manor. Yu Chun is shocked that someone without his knowledge has been spying on him, yet he was unable to figure out his presence. Yu Chun shouts the participant's name as Ma Sang. Sang recognizes Yu Chun from the Mock Sword Manor, so he is interrogating him to know the reason behind Yu Chun's participation in the Corpse Blood Valley. Because the Corpse Blood Valley isn't for the Orthodox members, so that could mean as Yu Chun betraying the Orthodox faction or working for them as a spy. Yu Chun thinks back to the trails, where Sang is the first person to recruit Yu Chun into his group, and Sang is a comrade to Yu Chun, who stood during with him through life and death during the second trial. So he is perplexed of how Sang knew the martial arts of the Orthodox faction if he is from the Heaven and Earth. Yu Chun puts into question of how Sang knows about the Mock Sword's martial arts. Sang skips his question by mentioning it as not important right now. What's important to him is that the reason for Yu Chun participation. He guesses if the Mock Sword Manor had betrayed the Orthodox faction and joined hands with the Heaven and Earth, but Yu Chun raises his voice and denies that suspicion of Sang. Sang's suspicions raises even more, because what could be the purpose of participating in the trails if it isn't for someone to become the executive of the Heaven and Earth? Yu Chun with a doubtful expression asks what Sang meant by becoming an executive. Sang then stops walking and probes Yu Chun to not act like a fool, because everyone knew the top participants of the Corpse Valley will have a chance to become the disciples of the three sovereigns, or for the 5 kings of the Heaven and Earth. Yu Chun stood froze the moment those words reached his ears. Now he is slowly starting to put all the pieces together. He falls on the bed after comprehending why Sang is furious at Yu Chun. He realized why everyone is putting their life on the line just for a simple test. All that misery, death and more is just for winning in this trails, so they could have the opportunity to elevate their social status, since becoming the disciple of the Heaven and Earth executive would make one capable of swaying the Murim in the future. Yu Chun covered his face in disbelief, due to he always thought of becoming the greatest martial artist and walk in the righteous path. But there is no way for him escape from the Heaven and Earth, and he couldn't even understand where his fate is leading to. Sang can figure it out. Yu Chun really didn't know about the Corpse Valley, but that doesn't change Yu Chun's stay in Heaven and Earth. Yu Chun claims that he is being held as a captive here. Sang can't comprehend why Yu Chun has been sent to the Corpse Valley if he is a hostage. Yu Chun responds. Even he didn't know the reason for that. After hearing the story from Yu Chun's side, Sang moves near the door if someone is eavesdropping at them. After confirming it there is no one, he discloses he is a spy from the Orthodox faction's Murim Alliance, and a member of a group called the Covert Steps. The Murim Alliance, it is a pillar of the Orthodox faction that has divided the world into 3, along with the Heaven and Earth Association and the Unorthodox Evil faction. Within the Murim Alliance, there are 4 key organizations. The one said to deal with secrets and assassinations is the Covert Steps. However, as the Murim Alliance aims to pursue the path of the Orthodox, they always denied the Covert Steps' existence to the outside world, making it a rumor. Yu Chun asks if it is okay for Sang to divulge all of these information to Yu Chun, and Sang answers. The situation is dire for them, so they are in search for manpower. Yu Chun inquiries about this dire situation, and Sang sits down on the chair and reveals, a total of 15 members has been dispatched to this mission to successfully infiltrate the Corpse Blood Valley, and luckily all of the 15 members have done the infiltration without any mistakes. However, 11 of the infiltrators have died in the second trail, which is something far more unexpected number, even though all of them passed the first trail. So Sang don't have a choice but to request help from Yu Chun. Yu Chun asks if it was because of the Chimorio that 11 of his teammates have died, and Sang agrees to it, but not 11, only 2 people. Sang grits his teeth and speaks. 9 members have died by the hands of Zhang. They have never anticipated a variable like Zhang, who is far more monstrous and evil, that even the unorthodox evil faction doesn't have such cruel members like him. Yu Chun sighs down by getting embarrassed of since Zhang is his brother. At the beginning, Sang thought of Yu Chun being on the same side Zhang, since both of them are from the same clan. But after seeing Zhang's actions, where he made Team Yom-ga and Team Yuchun fight to the death, he realized the brothers are not on the same side. Despite that, Sang let knows Yuchun about Zhang since the both them are brothers, that Zhang will be executed here in the valley, since he had allied with heaven and earth, and the cause of 9 members getting killed. Yuchun is curious and concerned about what will happen to Zhang. Sang with a serious expression makes an heartfelt request to Yuchun to join them in this mission, since the number of people that have eliminated is far more than they imagined. Moreover, they had a plan to execute Zhang. Yuchun yells, "Zhang is a lunatic they can't handle." Yet Sang smirks at Yuchun and briefs in. They are covert steps from the Murim alliance. In the second round they let their guard down, but now they knew about Zhang's character. So Zhang is like a puny puppet to them right now. Sang cross-folded his arms and describes, there is a lunatic on their side too. A girl in pink kimono is walking around the hallway, while every man is staring at her with lustful eyes. As the girl stood in front of the door, she belongs to the 4th division of the covert steps, where that 4th division is known by another name as monsters. They are known with that name not because of personal strength alone, but also because everyone in that group has an innate ability. For that girl who just opened the door, she possesses a body incapable of feeling pain through countless modifications and experiments. So she came to a strange personality. That is, she is able to find pleasure in the ecstasy and pain. Zhang inquires who she is, and she replies she needs to have a conversation with Zhang. Then she is slowly opening up her kimono, where her cleavage is starting to be seen, and then she is completely naked. Her name is Nung Wayang. She clarifies, she wants to have a conversation with their bodies. Zhang, without any lustful eyes or any excitement to do mating with this woman, cannot be seen in his eyes. He just expresses that her body looks quite good. That's it. Hello recap Rangers. Due to some issues I'm changing some of their names, where Zhang will be called as Azrith, and Blue Spirit will be Alaris, and Gyu Soha will be Mirin. I believe you can adapt to the new names quickly with your Manhwa brains, and I am planning to change the names for other recaps that I have already started, so I need some help for naming some characters. You can comment a few names in the comment section. Now, Azrith and Mirin are looking at someone intensely, and it is the new seducing girl who had just entered into the room in order to seduce Azrith, and then got a punch where one of her eye is bruised. As she lying naked on the bed, Azrith covered her up with a blanket, and Mirin is questioning why did such a girl came here all of a sudden. To this Azrith replied, even he is wondering about the same thing. So he just subdued her since she stripped down naked and charged at Azrith instantly. Alaris responds this seducing girl came here to mate with Azrith, and there is no other explanation to it, and Azrith denies it and wonders there is something more to it. As Azrith is pondering about how to make the seducing girl confess the real reason she came here, he is preparing to wake her up and torture her to death to confess her identity. However, Mirin, after listening to Azrith's planning, points her finger at herself with a bright expression to express that she will do the investigation for Azrith, and Azrith accepted to it. Then with wide gleaming eyes and a twisted grin, she clutches her hands together in excitement, radiating pure, crazy joy like she's about to cause chaos. Then 2 people are hurriedly running at some direction. They are Gon and Raiden, where Gon is imagining about Azrith. A few moments prior to this situation, Gon is on his knees and begging Raiden by keeping his head on the ground to just forgive Azrith this once for all the crimes that he committed. Gon is expressing even he himself didn't like Azrith much, but that didn't change the fact about their brotherhood from Mocksword Manor. So Gon is incompetent to watch his fellow brother become completely incapacitated. To which Raiden is scratching his head with irritation, but what can he do when Gon is begging him so much that he will try his best to convince Azrith? Then Raiden raises from his chair and accepts to his request. So he is urging Gon to quickly move and stop the seducing girl before it's too late. And Gon thanks Raiden for agreeing to his proposal. Raiden then opens the door by stating, even though he didn't like Azrith, he just considered this sudden change of plans since the one who requested is gone. So he'll give Gon only a single chance to convince Azrith. Now coming to present, Gon is seriously running to Azrath's room and is pondering, despite the fact that Azrith's demonstration in the second trial, he believes Azrith is also a person from the Orthodox faction, so he concludes Azrith will return back to him if he were one to convince. Nonetheless, there is a huge crowd in front of them, in which all the people are spectating something curiously. Both Gon and Raiden are speculating that someone is being dragged on the ground, and Raiden's eyes have filled with tension after recognizing something in that scene. And Gon is looking at Raiden to know what Raiden had figured out. And Raiden unveils the people who are being dragged on the ground by getting beaten up are no one else but the agents of the Orthodox factions. Both Gon and Raiden have been terrified by that surprise and are still in shock as to how the heaven and earth have figured all the members exactly. Then a warrior of the cult is appreciating Azrith for helping them out finding the spies amidst them. And Gon is bewildered with his eyes wide open. To know Azrith is the one who helped the unorthodox faction figure out the Orthodox faction spies. 15 minutes ago, Azrith is listening to words of the other person carefully, where Murim is leaking out the information from the seducing girl by possessing her, and by reading the memories of that girl, Murim informs Azrith that there are still 4 more spies in the cult that are left, including the girl here. Alaris is expressing that this is plain stupidness for spies to share information with each other, and Azrith agrees to what Alaris said. But this is Azrith's first time hearing all about the Orthodox and unorthodox stuff. He now grasps that people have split into 2 factions by depending on their values and became hostile with other, and Alaris clarifies him. Everyone has their own values in their life. So both the factions do have evil people and righteous people within it. In conclusion, people just wage their lives to what they believe is right. Azrith now understands what Alaris meant by that. And as Murim is getting back dressed up, Alaris briefs in. Even during her time there are people like this who are bothersome. However, this is not important right now. So Alaris inquires what Azrith will do now. Since he discovered the spies from covert steps are showing hostility towards Azrith because he is an eyesore to them. And Murim asks if she needs to take care of them one by one due to they are targeting Azrith, and Azrith is thinking about something. And then he chuckles and responds, there is no need for them to go through all that hassle. As a crazy idea just popped up in his mind, he opens the door and headed to somewhere. Then coming to present, the warrior is applauding Azrith for such great contribution towards the heaven and earth, so he'll be rewarded handsomely for this. Azrith had planned out to reveal the information about the covert steps to the cult itself, because why does he need to take care of this problem himself, which is quite bothersome? Therefore he leaked the information to the cult warriors so that he can earn merit for this contribution, and at the same time, he can eliminate the obstacles as well, which is getting 2 birds with 1 stone. As the seducing girl stood right beside Azrith, she saw Raiden from afar who is witnessing them, and then Murim pointed her finger at Raiden by declaring that Raiden is also from the covert steps. And Raiden had startled to see the one who exposed him is an agent from the covert steps itself. He immediately turned back and ran away from that place by cursing his fate. And the warrior had ordered other low-ranking warriors to quickly catch that traitor, where the warriors are on their way to catch Raiden. Gon is standing in the middle of this in disbelief, and when he saw Azrith in front of him who is smiling at him, his nerves are slowing, bulging out little by little for what Azrith had did just now. So he grabbed Azrith's shoulder at that time by stating they need to talk about something. He quickly raised his voice to say that Azrith has just betrayed the Orthodox faction, and Azrith with a confident smile expresses, Gon is just naive to believe all that, and he questions if Gon wants to be treated like a spy and get hauled out by the cult, and Gon yells at Azrith to explain what he meant by that, and Azrith by sharpening his eyes reveals the head of the Corpse Blood Valley. The demon mask had already known of their existence from the beginning, and it is just the covert steps deluding themselves like they have successfully infiltrated without getting caught, and after listening to Azrith's theory, Gon stared in denial. Azrith let knows. As he learned about the existence of the spies, his mind wandered back to when the second trail had ended. During the selection process, he saw the demon mask is monitoring the spies, but at that time he didn't know the reason behind it. Then chills ran down on Gon's spine after realizing the truth. And Azrith advises Gon since the both of them are from the Mock Manor. If Gon were to act foolishly like this every time, the Mock Manor will be in danger too. In addition to his survival rate would only decrease with that kind of mindset. Then as Azrith is leaving the place and Murim is mocking Gon, Gon clenches his fist and asks if Azrith knew the purpose behind the trails of the Corpse Blood Valley, and Azrith then turns back to inform Gon that he doesn't care about stuff like that. Alaris then suggests Azrith to eliminate Gon together with Raiden, and Azrith believes this is not the right time, due to the fact that the both of them are from the Mock Manor, and if Azrith were to be one to eliminate Gon, it would only raise suspicions in others, so he is letting him leave for the time being. Then a warrior is approaching Azrith and calls out for him. Then he tells him, the head of the Corpse Blood Valley. The demon mask is calling out for him, and Azrith flinched at that sudden summoning. In a manner, a person's half-face can be seen in the mirror where it looks like the face had burnt for some reason. At that point of time, a guard from outside the room had notified him about the arrival of Azrith. The man with a burnt face is the one and only the demon mask, and he puts back his mask on and orders the guard outside to send Azrith inside the room. As Azrith is walking into the room, the demon mask put down a cup of tea on the table and tells Azrith to take a seat, and with an extraordinary aura radiating from him, he is seeking to have a brief talk. As Azrith took a seat, the demon mask has started his questioning, where he questioned if Azrith and Gon have been to the heaven and earth from the Mock Manor as captives, and Azrith accepts what the demon mask said to him is correct, and within an instant a sword is already near to Azrith's throat, and the demon mask is unable to understand the strange actions from Azrith, in which if Azrath is taken forcibly by the heaven and earth, he should show hostility towards them. Besides, if he were to know about the spies, naturally one remains silent if they are formed the orthodox factions, so he is perplexed why Azrith just informed them about the spies, which can he considered as a loss to Azrith. With his eyes radiating with bright orange energy, he tells Azrith to give a convincing answer, since his fate lies in the demon mask's hand right now. As Azrith is looking at the sword, even he needs to acknowledge the sword is quite faster, and moreover there is heat being released from the sword. So now he realizes why Alaris had told him there is still a long way for him to go. As he was pondering what he needs to do in this strange situation, Alaris sensed something from the demon mask, and just remained silent without responding anything. She recognized the sword in the demon mask's hand, so she instantly recommends Azrith to repeat the words exactly as she whispers, due to the situation can be resolved better than they have imagined. The demon mask urges Azrith to speak quickly because his patience is running thin. Then, as Alaris whispering to him, Azrith is repeating the words,
Is the Lee clan capable of controlling the energy of heated dawn now?
After hearing those words from Azrith, the demon mask startled for a moment. He questions how is Azrith able to know that information, where the demon mask's body is trembling slowly. Then Azrith gets up from his seat like the situation now is under the control of him. So he speaks if the demon mask is asking regarding the crimson flame sword technique with boldness seen in his eyes. As the flames are raising even more from the sword, the demon mask is pondering. The information about the crimson sword technique is only exclusive to 4 people in the entire cult, including him and the leader of the cult. So he is confounded that someone not even from the cult has learned about this intel. He concludes the leader of the cult might lie to him and send Azrith by making his identity as a hostage here in order to test him. Then the demon mask finds himself thinking about the words of the cult leader.
Swear allegiance throughout the 4 generations. Only then shall the Lee clan be permitted the title of the kings once again.
The demon mask tightens his fist in rage, thinking that he had proved himself to the leader by working diligently, and Azrith continues speaking. The Lee clan should have received the title of the 3 kings by now, so he questions why the demon mask nor his family has ended up as just a mere valley head. With eyes colored in red, the demon mask puts into question if the cult leader had sent him here, but without replying to his question, Azrith tells him he should answer to his questions first. Yet without answering to Azrith's question, he raises his voice at Azrith to confess the truth to him right now. Then his eyes flew open, where Azrith has closed his eyes and took a sword stance with a sword finger. Sword finger means the 2 fingers that he displaying, and this sword stance is the one that he displayed to the Bright Blade King at the Mock Manor. Then he starts demonstrating the sword technique without a sword, and at the end of the technique he launched his sword finger at the demon mask where the air blew at a strong pace, in which the demon mask can sense the energy and the technique that Azrith is illustrating without even saying a word. Moreover, the trajectory of the sword finger is aimed exactly at the 8 major meridians of his body, and the technique is flawless and precise. Even though what Azrith showed him right now is just a mental image, he can feel the pressure as if it were real. The demon mask jumped to the back, and as the crimson-colored energy is starting to swirl around Azrith, and a moon has appeared right behind him, The demon mask recognized the technique as the sword scriptures of the moon vein. Azrith smiles at him since the demon mask recognized the sword technique, and he continues repeating what Alaris is telling him. Then he considers the demon mask as the grandson of Steve Moon. Then the demon mask remembers the words of his grandfather.
Do not dislike her too much. Milady, the one I've served for most of my life, is not the wicked traitor as you think she is.
When the demon mask is still a child, he inquiries his grandfather if their Lee clan is really a clan of traitors. And his grandfather, called as Steve Moon, responds if the demon mask is inquiring about this because of the injuries on his face. As the demon mask is at the age of an early teenager with his face full bruises and his nose bleeding, he remains silent, since this sort of thing happened to him every now and then. While he attained the martial academy of the council, he was subjugated to all sorts of bullying as his peers are insulting his clan by calling them traitors. He was furious because the consequence of his grandfather swearing loyalty to the moon vein had got him to this stage. His grandfather encourages him to stay loyal no matter the outcome, as it's only right for a retainer to trust their lord until the end. However, the demon mask is unable to comprehend his grandfather's intentions, since he was the one being tormented by a burden that which would never end. So he puts into question to his grandpa. They can just swear their eternal allegiance to the current cult leader to make things better, yet his grandpa shakes his head off. He is now frustrated that he is incapable of convincing his grandfather. As tears are starting to flow from his eyes, he yells at his grandpa, because of the lord that his grandpa choose. His clan is being labeled as traitors. Furthermore, it is because that lord, that his grandpa has been regulated to a valley head despite being from one of the top 10 sections. He couldn't control this bullying and torture that he experiencing every day. So he just chose to ran away from his home by stating that he is not someone who will continue to stay loyal like his grandfather. Without hearing to what his grandpa is trying to say, he just ran away. As he is running to somewhere, he got enraged by the fact as to why they received the sin for something a woman has done. From that day, he started cultivating in martial arts by practicing near waterfalls every day relentlessly. Besides, he didn't talk to his grandfather from that day onwards, not even once. Instead, he gritted his teeth and trained his body to the limit. Like that, the fruits of his labor had begun to show at last, where he is the first person in their family to reach 5 stars before reaching the age of 20. He clenched his fist joyfully for what he achieved in 4 years of hard work by practicing the Crimson Sword technique, in which not even a single person in his clan has ever completed the Crimson Sword technique completely. Even his grandpa had struck at 8 stars. However, he is certain that he can go beyond the 8 stars, where 9 stars and 10 stars could be possible dream. Nevertheless, the greed became a poison to him, where his grandfather had once warned him not to challenge the 6 stars unless he completely mastered the 5 stars. Where the demon mask's body in burning and intense flames, and he is screaming in pain, he was being punished for his impatience. Not even a single guard tried to risk their lives by reaching the demon mask. The technique that he used to develop the Crimson Sword technique is called Envisioned Flames, and once this Envisioned Flames are being mastered, they get stronger and stronger, and if the user is powerless to control it, it will burn the user's flesh as well. He can grasp his end has neared, by thinking that he is going to die today. That is when his flames are starting to get blown away from him. But what's surprising is, they are not getting blown away, rather they are being absorbed by his grandfather. As he looked at his grandpa, he can realize not even his grandpa is capable of controlling the flames of the envisioned. So he guessed what might happen to his grandpa if he were to absorb them completely. He is shouting at his grandpa to give him the flames back, since he didn't want to see his grandpa suffer that much for his mistake. He is screaming in agony because this is the first reunion with his grandpa after 4 years, where he didn't even speak a word with him at all in the past 4 years. But now it turned out like this. And as he is reaching near his grandpa signals him with his palm to stop. Even at this moment, his grandpa didn't even speak a word and just stood there in silence as he was being engulfed in flames, where the love and affection and the sorrow of being not in a position to speak with his grandson can be seen in his eyes. Tears are flowing down the demon mask's eyes like a waterfall. He burst into rage and anguish for losing his grandfather. Therefore, his grandpa has been burned by that flames completely. The demon mask then cried half of the day while he was getting treated, only stopping when he lost consciousness from exhaustion. Afterwards, his grandfather's funeral came, and the demon mask confessed to his father that the death of his own grandpa is because of his incompetent grandson, so he begged his father to get punished, yet no one in the clan had blamed for his fault. Afterwards, his father handed over a letter written by his grandfather, which is the poem he left for the demon mask. As the demon mask opened the letter and read through the contents in it, the poem describes the appearance of his lord, which is Alaris.
Ah, as I look at her dark cloak, I remember the days when I followed her back. No matter how the times change, how could I ever forget those years, even if they may have been a dream?
The demon mask is deeply unsettled for what he had done to his grandfather, where his grandfather's body is right ahead of him. He remembers all those events about his grandfather's loyalty, and even during his dying moments, the demon mask mocked his grandpa's will and devotion. So that is when he decided something for his grandfather's soul to rest in peace. He takes hold of the red-colored demon mask and take on his grandpa's will in order to reclaim the honor he once lost. Even if it take him years to preserve, or if it would leave a horrible brand on himself, he will put on a mask and deceive everyone and await the day to meet the Lord he grandpa mentioned. As the flashback ended, the demon mask can identify the moon vein sword art since he heard it from his grandpa countless times. Now he questions Azrith as to how he knows the martial arts of his lord, and by raising his sword even more, he questions Azrith to reveal his real identity, because the technique that he displayed right now has ended a long time ago, since all the techniques were written in a book and is completely sealed. Moreover, no one is able to touch that book, and later onwards. It just got lost from the heaven and earth. So with an angry tone, the demon mask tells him to disclose the truth. Then Azrith raised his sword finger by saying,
"Seeing once is better than hearing than 100 times, so see her for yourself."
Then by grasping the doll, he chanted the spell and released Alaris from inside the doll. Surrounded by swirling wind and blazing energy, the demon mask's eyes have widened with shock. His grandfather always spoke of Alaris till the demon mask got tired of it, so he could recognize her from the pipe she is holding and her peerless beauty that is off the charts. Without hesitating, he removed his mask and falls on his knees by introducing himself as
Clan head of the Lee clan. Lean Moon greets his lord the master of the moon vein.
Like that, the demon mask bows down his head to the ground, where Azrith and Alaris both are standing like king and queen. Alaris is happy seeing that as they still upload their loyalty even to this day, and she had her faith where the bloodline of the Steve Moon will for sure be loyal to her, and now she boasts in regarding to her loyal people. And Azrith with unease can't believe Alaris is still believing and has trust in humans even after becoming a vengeful spirit. He just considers it as foolishness. However, what catches his eye is not Alaris's foolishness but the demon mask's loyalty, where his family had been loyal to her for over 100 years, and here he was expecting that see Alaris's disappointment. Nonetheless, our protagonist's mind is on a whole other level, so he came up with a plan in this short gap. As he kept his hand inside his kimono and pulled the doll out of it, Alaris is commanding the demon mask to raise his head, and before she could even finish her sentence, Azrith from aside is chanting the spell to abide Alaris back to the doll, and then some kind of energy is pulling her over. When she turned her head at Azrith's direction, he had completely sealed her off back to the doll, and the demon mask now raised his head. Alaris from inside the doll is screeching to let her out, and the demon mask is questioning where did Alaris went all of a sudden, and Azrith replies, just like the demon mask saw right now, Alaris is with him. In that moment, the demon mask is requesting Azrith to let him see Alaris once more since he had a lot more to ask. Azrith now states Alaris is right in front of the demon mask, to which both the demon mask and Alaris were stunned to hear Azrith's response. Then Azrith sits down and pours himself a cup of tea. Then he clarifies Alaris has possessed him. As Azrith is having the cup of tea, now the demon mask comprehends what Azrith meant by right in front of his eyes, where he believes Alaris is now having the cup of tea rather than Azrith. Azrith is imagining. Even if Alaris had completely trusted the demon mask, he still can't trust him. So he plans to put him under control by making the demon mask realize that Azrith has been possessed by Alaris. Now Azrith smiles eerily, since he can now take the loyalty of the Lee clan that transcends through generations, all of himself. Later, he hands over a paper to the demon mask, The demon mask is trembling after realizing what is in the letter. It is the completed technique of the envisioned flames. He remembers his grandfather's words, in which both his grandfather and Alaris had invented the art of envisioned flames. But before they could even finish the technique, a tragedy had happened, and Alaris lost her life. As the demon mask is reading the contents inside the paper, he is so happy, for the aspirations of his clan is in his very hands right now. As the demon mask is flattering Alaris for her to complete the technique, and to come up with a method like this he could never thought of, where Alaris is whining about the hassle she had to go in order to complete the technique. Furthermore, she only deciphered the method after she opened her ghost eye. She reprimands for revealing to Azrith everything about the promises and their techniques, while telling him about the Lee clan. Thanks to that, the demon mask will end up trusting Azrith even more for what he revealed. As the demon mask had read the whole technique, he notices that all of the technique hadn't been written down, and Azrith agrees to it. The demon mask asks why he did that, and Azrith reveals that even if he were to write down the complete technique, the demon mask needs to be careful. He then joins his hands and describes, the demon mask suffered a lot just because of his hurry to restore his clan, so Azrith sympathizes where the demon mask may suffer the same fate once again if Azrith were to provide the complete technique. The demon mask is so happy after listening to his lord's graceful words. The demon mask then instantly falls on his knees and keeps his head down on the ground to state, he didn't fell on his knees because of the technique only. He expresses even though Alaris had died so long ago, she is still striving to achieve the aspirations of their Lee clan, so he once again swears his loyalty to the master of the moon vein. Azrith, watching the demon mask, is speechless, and Alaris now informs Azrith can cease his suspicions and can trust the Lee clan. She had comprehended that Azrith is suspecting the demon mask, but she let know she believes the demon mask the most. And furthermore, she decided not to reveal any kind of information nor giving Azrith any advice based on the Lee clan, for what Azrith had did right now. Then the demon mask raises his head a little and seeks to find an answer about something. Azrith then asks what the demon mask wants to know, and the demon mask questions Azrith about the events related to the Great War between the Association and Alaris, where Azrith is baffled about this war. And the demon mask further describes where his grandfather was branded as a traitor 100 years ago due to the so-called the Great War. So his grandpa is unable to come out of that humiliation. For that reason, now the demon mask is seeking to hear the truth about that day. And after hearing those words, Azrith looks at Alaris for an answer, and she just tells him to look away from her, because he is the one who sealed her back into the doll. She then speaks in a confident tone. Even though if Azrith hadn't sealed her in the doll, she wouldn't have revealed anything about her past to Azrith, so the only option to Azrith right now is to unseal her out of the doll. Yet she forgot who the protagonist of this story is. Azrith then sits like a king and questions the demon mask as to how he knows about the story. It's just that he wants to hear if the truth about how other people have learned about the Great War. Alaris is quite flabbergasted of Azrith's intelligent way to turn things around. Yet the demon mask is apologizing to Azrith, since he is uncertain if Azrith might be taken aback by the story he heard, but Azrith insists the demon mask to reveal the truth that he knows, and Alaris is yelling at Azrith to stop playing games with her, and Azrith is smiling faintly at her, by indicating she should have just advised him about the Great War as Azrith asked him, and here she is raising her voice and punching the air in frustration for Azrith to stop all this nonsense, and he just muted her down by pushing her inside the kimono. Azrith is intrigued about Alaris's past, so he is willing to do anything just hear the tragedy that happened more than 100 years ago, and all that hatred towards one of the three greatest organizations in Murim, the Heaven and Earth Association, where even the Bright Blade King is seeking for her martial arts that have long extinct, and as to why she became a vengeful spirit with her heart being ripped off from her chest by a person that looks like a king. Alaris is shouting at Azrith that she will just break the doll using her spirit powers if Azrith don't cease his actions immediately, where the doll is starting to crack. And it was at this time, both the demon mask and Azrith have sensed some strong energy, which was terrifying, and looked outside the window, where some kind of strange energy is coming from outside the window. Alaris is confused by looking at the demon mask and Azrith as to why they are looking outside the window without conversing anything. And the demon mask gets up from there and heads to the window. As he is looking from it, he can figure out the energy is coming from outside the perimeters like in the forest, and Azrith also had raised from his seat, and informs the demon mask that he will be leaving first, in order to do something that only he can accomplish. In the forest, there is a massive amount of strange energy is spreading all over the place, that it is even reaching the sky itself, and as we look into it, Murim is being suppressed on the ground, and a person then comes forward using his staff, where this old shaman and the master of Azrith are here, to which the old shaman is expressing his happiness once again for discovering his curse poison. 30 minutes prior to this situation, a carriage is heading towards somewhere, and as the driver saw the old shaman blocking the way like that, he recognized the old shaman and quickly halted the carriage. Now he gets down from the carriage and pays his respects to both the seniors from the Death Pavilion. Then the old shaman inquiries as to where the carriage is now heading to, and the driver responds that they have caught a spy from the Orthodox Alliance, so he was tasked to transport the spy. In that moment, the old shaman scans down all the cart, and now the driver asks for the purpose behind the old shaman's visit to the Corpse Blood Valley. The old shaman questions back if there have been any strange oddities in the Corpse Blood Valley entrance test, where any minor details would help the old shaman. As the driver puts his finger on his chin and is pondering, he answers, according to his memory, there have been no problems at all. However, one strange thing had really happened, where he mentions that a trainee named Azrith had killed a Chimorio by tearing off its mouth like a monster, where even he shudders in fear by a feat like that. After listening to the driver's report, the old shaman and the master both were in a state of awe, and the master of Azrith quickly informs the old shaman that this person named Azrith is the one that he was begging to be excluded from the test, where Azrith is his disciple. The old shaman then starts to acknowledge Azrith's skills, since to kill a Chimorio that is at the level of monstrous beast by only learning the shamanistic arts for a month is something so incredible, where genius-like that are very rare to find. The old shaman said he needs to meet this person called Azrith soon, but there is something other than that which he needs to find right now. In that fleeting moment, the old shaman thrusted his staff on the ground, and a spell has activated. Both the people other than the old shaman are experiencing a strong surge of energy, in which this dense energy is coming out from the ground and is spreading all over the place. The old shaman is using a spell called the Cursed Barrier, on which this specific spell is something that only the most powerful shamans could use it for purposes like confronting an high-level spirit. At that time, a chain is getting pulled out by that technique. Then Murim instantly was pulled out from the carriage and is rendered unable to move on the ground. The old shaman named, in SEOK, is an eccentric shaman who is fascinated in shamanism of Een nature, which means the curse poison like Murim, and when he reached the age of 60, he discovered a cave with walls inscribed with the secret arts of the Mount Mao sect, where this particular sect is famed to create 60% of all the shamanistic arts that are existing. However, all those secret arts that the old shaman have figured were forbidden by the Council of Shamanism, so he had no choice but to leave the secret arts, and thus joined the heaven and earth to fulfill his dreams. Likewise, he became one of the most powerful shamans in the current world. The master is appreciating the old shaman, that he was able to see this cursed poison because of that barrier that the old shaman has casted. The old shaman responds, if only the cursed poison had marinated for a little more time, it would have become a blue spirit, where even the old shaman himself has never seen that high-level spirits once in his life. As Murim is clenching her teeth, she could sense the martial prowess of the old shaman, and figured out that this person is the one who had sealed her off down the cliff beside the Corpse Blood Valley. Although her hatred towards the old shaman is off the charts, she couldn't suppress a shaman of that level on her own. Like that, she just runs away from them to inform Azrith about this news. Nevertheless, the Master Zhou had used a spell, where there is a phoenix came out of his fingers, and rapidly it attacked Murim, and she falls to the ground once again. The old shaman then keeps his hand inside his kimono and speaks that he will soon become her master, so she shouldn't do things like running and all, where it could hurt his feelings. Then he takes out a talisman out of his kimono and states, Murim will soon become his familiar spirit, and he tells Master Zhou to watch closely as to how he turns the vengeful spirit like Murim into his familiar. Then the talisman slowly started to burn, and then, a thread is starting to form between the old man and Murim. The old man is now having a malicious look on his face, where both greed and joy can be seen in his eyes, because if he succeeds in capturing Murim, he will have the chance to command the calamity of the heaven and earth, where a spirit that is sealed off for 100 years, which is Alaris. Now the old man orders Murim to call him as a master, yet she tells him to shut up, due to his mouth stinks of bad breath, and the old shaman instantly closed his mouth in shock. Then Murim declares, once her master arrives to this place, the old shaman's one-way ticket to hell will be booked by a demon that even the hell itself trembles in fear. As the old man is stunned to see his spell has been deflected so easily, someone walks into the scenario emerging from the darkness, and it is none other than Azrith himself, where his presence alone made the nature suffocating to breathe. He demands an explanation from the old shaman as to what he is doing with someone else's spirit. Murim's face right away glowed with happiness, and the old shaman is shaken to hear Murim calling Azrith as master. At once, Master Zhou also apprises the old shaman that the person ahead of them is the disciple he took, called Azrith. Azrith also hadn't noticed his master being here, and then his master tells Azrith to pay his respects to the old shaman, since this old shaman will be Azrith's grand master. As Azrith was about to pay his respects to the old shaman first tells him to explain the things clearly about this. As Azrith is confounded about what his grand master is speaking of, the old shaman's one eye is widened, and one eye is sharpened since he is in a state of shock and anger at the same time. He urges Azrith to reveal as to why Murim is calling him as a master. All of a sudden Master Zhou turned back his head and remembered that Murim had called Azrith as master, and Azrith on the other hand believes that the situation is starting to unfold in a way where a fight will be necessary. By releasing his inner energy, the old shaman warns Azrith to disclose the truth without delay, and Azrith had sensed that the old shaman is someone not to be taken lightly. So he accepts that he is Murim's master. As the Master Zhou is bewildered to hear this, the old shaman commands Azrith to give an order to Murim. Azrith then orders Murim to get back on his side, and Murim slowly started to walk by passing the shamans, where she is obediently following Azrith's orders without making a fuss. In that moment, Master Zhou yells at Azrith as to how he did something like this, yet Azrith just smiles at him and responds. Even he wonders about how something like this had happened, and he won't reveal the information about it even if he knows it. The Master Zhou then realizes that Azrith is still acting like a child, so he starts activating the cursed beads that Azrith adorned himself. In that manner, Azrith's cursed beads are slowly taking their effect, and the old shaman is surprised to see that Master Zhou is using the beads that he had given to him personally, where Azrith on the other hand is witnessing the power of the cursed beads, which has the power to force someone to follow whatever is commanded. But the best part is, Azrith made the oath by using a fake name, so there'll be no effect on him in the first place. Then he schemes something in his dangerous mind and grins inwardly, where he slowly had begun his acting skills as if he had been in Master Zhou's control, and Murim from the backside had her jaw dropped by spectating Azrith following someone's order. Out of all the disciples that the old man had, Master Zhou is the one who resembles the old shaman the most because of his cunningness. Then right that instant, the old shaman attacked Azrith using his staff, and Master Zhou is asking what the old shaman is doing right now. Then the old shaman briefs in. He is just checking if the spell had properly been cast, since Azrith might even be pretending to be fallen into the spell. The Master Zhou is recommending the old shaman to stop, as the Master Zhou is certain that Azrith is under his spell, because Azrith himself had sworn an oath by the name of Hall Master of the Mock Sword Manor. Even though the old shaman is kicking Azrith with his leg, Azrith is just getting beaten by the old shaman only. After seeing Azrith's unmatchable acting skills, the old shaman believes that the spell had indeed taken effect. In that way, he takes out his leg from Azrith's neck and tells the Master Zhou to interrogate Azrith as he wishes. Then, the Master Zhou had begun his interrogation by asking Azrith to inform them about the circumstances he faced in order to obtain Murim as his familiar spirit. Azrith then whispered to them in very low voice, where he mentioned the leader of the Heaven and Earth Association, to which both the shamans have flabbergasted to hear the leader of the Heaven and Earth, where they hadn't expected for Azrith to mention about the leader. The old shaman aggressively puts into question as to why Azrith had involved the leader in this, and Azrith then stated, "The leader of the Heaven and Earth Association is," and he just spoke the rest of the matter in an inaudible voice, so that both the shamans couldn't hear him. From there, the old shaman grabbed Azrith's hair and is shouting at him to speak loudly since the old shaman couldn't hear what Azrith is speaking.
It was at this moment Azrath smirked darkly, and thereafter Azrath plunged his fingers deep into the old shaman's chest with a demon's look on his face. Then Azrath finally spoke. "Ha ha 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 ha!
You fragile old fool! Have you ever seen a demon fall into such pathetic tricks?"
To those words and his actions, even a crafty person like the old shaman, who believes he is most cunning fellow in the world, is now overwhelmed by dread, as if fear itself had chained his bones.
As the old man is about to use a spell, Azrith just seized the old shaman's hand, and Azrith could comprehend that the old shaman's body has not been trained well, so he can just break some of his fingers to entertain himself cause of boredom. Then Master Zhou, witnessing this, can't believe his eyes. Even though he is continuously chanting the spells, there is no single movement from Azrith is getting restrained. Master Zhou tightened his fist where he thinks that he could control a merciless person like Azrith is the biggest mistake he did in his life. Then he jumps back in order to create some distance between them. He pulls out 2 tree dolls from his kimono and hurled them at Azrith by chanting a spell. The dolls are now slowly taking their appearance, where an appearance similar to the demonic monk has come out of the doll. By having the support of the 2 demonic dolls, the Master Zhou is now warning Azrith to leave the old shaman alone, or else he'll to face the wrath of the Master Zhou himself. Azrith is amazed to see this spellcraft, where his master had never once mentioned about it. So Azrith makes an offer where they need to continue their master-disciple relationship furthermore. Yet the Master Zhou still opposes Azrith, that Azrith should stop calling him master from now onwards. Azrith, by looking at those puppets that the master had summoned, he can perceive that both the dolls are containing formidable energies within them. Moreover, he has to face those puppets while attacking his master, so Murim alone won't be enough for this. And on the other hand, he can't even use Alaris because of the demon mask incident from earlier, where Alaris is still mad about it. So Azrith then lets out a bone-chilling smile and proposes a present to his master, where Azrith just dug deeper into the old shaman's body and removed the heart of the old man as if he had plucked out a flower, and the blood is gushing out of the body like it is raining. The Master Zhou is now furious to see Azrith's action, and Azrith just declared, "Why is the Master Zhou throwing away the opportunity that his sincere disciple is giving him?" As the Master Zhou is perplexed about the nonsense that Azrith is now spouting, with a devil's smile and blood droplets on his face, he states, "The position of the Death Pavilion is now empty, so the Master Zhou could take on that seat and rule the shamans of the heaven and earth under his fingertips." To which the Master Zhou is astonished about this sudden proposal, one he couldn't get with normal means. So the Master Zhou now wants to know if Azrith is telling him to take the vacant seat after the death of his master. Then he walks in the direction of Azrith and describes, despite having no attachment towards the old shaman, the problem that the Master Zhou needs to face is complete different. Because who would acknowledge him as a head when the Master Zhou couldn't even protect his own master from a threat? Besides, this situation had made his position of obtaining the head seat even more precarious. As Azrith keeps the old shaman's corpse on the ground, he speaks to his master that there will be nothing for the Master Zhou to lose, since Azrith had already laid a way to escape that fate. Then he starts chanting a spell, and the Master Zhou quickly remembers what Azrith is doing right now, where Azrith is pouring the blood that he had got after squeezing the heart, and now he pours it into the old shaman's mouth. This is a technique called six-man necromancy, where it is taught by the Master Zhou to Azrith when they were on their way to the heaven and earth. This technique is used to make a corpse into moving as if it's alive, and it requires the blood of the owner's heart, and by only gathering death energy, one can use it efficiently. It is a secret art that was forbidden to its inhumane nature, but the problem lies in somewhere else, where this technique demands an immense amount of death energy that one needs to kill countless people just to control a single corpse. As such, the Master Zhou concludes, even if Azrith were to kill everyone here, it would have been difficult to succeed. Now Azrith continues that this is what he is talking about from earlier. So the Master Zhou now can use the corpse of the old shaman as his puppet to rise to the head position of the Death Pavilion. Azrith asks if the Master Zhou is still going to refuse such an life-changing opportunity, and the Master Zhou just bows down where he can't believe what is happening to his life in just a few moments, and he guesses why he had such a horrible dream last night. Now he raised up his head and agrees to do as Azrith wishes, and Azrith now nods in agreement to those words. And on his backside, he starts to release his death energy with his hands at Murim, and Murim now starts to laugh, just like Azrith. The Master Zhou states that he has 3 conditions before proceeding with whatever Azrith is going to suggest, and Azrith seeks to know what those conditions are. The first condition for Master Zhou is, he wants to know just why those cursed beads hadn't been able to work on Azrith. And the second condition is, just how did Azrith had succeeded in the 6-man necromancy technique, which requires a lot of death energy. And third one is, to ensure his safety, since Azrith could just kill him like the old shaman. Azrith accepts to all those conditions. Then by taking out the cursed beads from his hands, he tossed it to the Master Zhou and notifies that he can ensure the safety of the Master if Zhou were to adorn himself with the cursed beads. Azrith clarifies, if Master Zhou were to swear his loyalty to him, there will be no reason for Azrith to harm him in any way. Azrith now discloses the reason why the cursed beads hadn't worked on him. He divulges that his name isn't Mok Jongwon, but Azrith, and he notifies the Master Zhou to remember it, since Master Zhou needs his name when pleading his loyalty to Azrith. The shaman couldn't accept this inferiority, that he was outsmarted by such a simple tactic. After listening to those words, the Master Zhou gripped the cursed beads tightly, where his eye can be seen through his mask, and declares in rage that he will be subduing and torturing Azrith forever. And later he uses this cursed beads on Azrith to work him like a slave to the bone until he dies.
In that fleeting moment, the Master Zhou had released his demons into the battle once again, where they are rushing towards Azeroth with a spear and sword in their hands, and Azeroth just jumped off backwards to evade the attacks. Yet the sword demon is trying to slash off Azeroth into pieces by its ferocious swordsmanship, where Azeroth used the sword to jump off backwards once again. Now the spear demon gets into action, and by trusting the spear into the ground, it used a move like somersault and kicked Azeroth in midair, as Azeroth is hurled back by about 20 steps. Then the shaman pulls out a talisman and chanted a spell, where thunder sparks are forming around him. Like that, a huge blast of thunderstorms have descended from above the sky, along with the 2 demons, non-stop attacking Azeroth one by one. As the Master Zhou is now controlling the thunders and thought the battle is almost over, Azeroth commanded Murim to rapidly bind the Master Zhou by clenching his fist. Then a chain has launched towards the Master Zhou, and it instantly bounded him from moving. As the Master Zhou looked at Murim, he understood that until one has a large amount of death energy, a spirit like Murim won't be able to recover that quickly. Like that, the Master Zhou is tied to tree, rendering him not to even move his fingers to activate any more spells. As the 2 demons are screaming at Azeroth, Azeroth used his death energy to eradicate the 2 demons out of the existence, where a huge blow had taken place, and Azeroth walks out of the destruction as if he was born to destruct, and he demonstrated why he is known as a heavenly demon.
Now that the battle had finally finished, the Master Zhou is terrified of this outcome, where just a few days ago, Azrith is nowhere near his level, yet now he completely cornered him like a rat without even revealing his true powers. According to the second condition, Azrith let the Master Zhou knows his internal energy is made up of death energy, so that is why he has a lot of death energy to use the 6-man necromancy. To which the Master Zhou is shaken to death for what he heard the first time in his life, since there is no one in this world who can use death energy, unless they are dead themselves, which is impossible. As Azrith presented the cursed beads one more time, the Master Zhou can realize the look on Azrith's eyes, where those are signaling him to refuse the offer, so he can just use the Master Zhou as he wishes if he dies. As his hands are shivering for what he had to undergone, he just worn the beads and pledged his loyalty to Azrith. Then Azrith stands using the T-pose, the one only the greatest people of anime and manhwa characters use it. The Master Zhou only now had he realized that he had took a savage demon as his disciple. In the forest, now that the Master Zhou had also became a pawn in Azrith's hands, And the old shaman had become a living corpse, just like Murim said. His ticket has been successfully booked to hell. The Master Zhou sighs down, as to how things have turned out in a way that he would never thought of. Whatever the case, the Master Zhou is still frightened by someone, because he knew the Death Pavilion very well, that ordinary people in the pavilion can be fooled by this corpse. However, there is one person that won't be fooled so easily. This person with a unique bamboo hat is known as Zhou Taichung, Master Zhou's senior brother. This person is also a shaman who is capable of defeating the old shaman, and he has 2 Chimorios under his control. Also, this senior brother is likely to be the successor of the Death Pavilion. As the Master Zhou asked Azrith for a way to deal with the senior brother, Azrith just replied that the Master Zhou should take care of it. As the Master Zhou is clenching his fist in enjoyment, where he'll be soon become a head, he forgot as to how he was defeated by Azrith. All he considers right now is to succeed in becoming the head. Nonetheless, as he is walking to the Death Pavilion, something feels uneasy to him. He ponders that he had forgotten something important, but unable to recollect it. Azrith on the other side is having a cup of tea by smiling eerily, where he himself is shocked to know the powers of the cursed beads, on which he commanded the Master Zhou to forget Azrith's real name. And just like that, the Master Zhou had really forgotten it, and is calling Azrith as Mok Jungwon only. Azrith is now interested in these cursed beads, so he desires to have more of this, but the Master Zhou replied that is something difficult, because the cursed beads are crafted by a Dharma master, who is one of the 6 diviners, Myung Yul. The point is, there are only 4 of those items, and the old shaman received it as a gift when he participated in a competition of shamans. Then later on, the old shaman had presented it to the Master Zhou. As the Master Zhou is looking at the beads, he explained that the old shaman had researched for a way to obtain more, yet he was unable to figure out a method to have more. Azrith sighs down by getting dissatisfied, so he hopes to at least come across the other 3 cursed beads in the future. As he was spacing out, the demon mask snaps him out of it, and Azrith now remembers that he is back to the demon mask's office. By placing the cup on the table, he tells the demon mask to continue speaking about Alaris's past. Azrith is so intrigued about this, since he wants to know just what happened 100 years ago. As the demon is mumbling where he needs to start the story from, Alaris is calling Azrith from inside the doll, and Azrith just smiled at her and said, he's busy right this instant, so he'll talk with her on later occasion. To which Alaris is sincerely asking Azrith to stop inquiring more about her past, where she'll naturally reveal everything when the time is right. In addition to, if Azrith were to do as she wishes, she'll teach him one of the 8 thought-shattering techniques to him. Azrith's eyes have flew open in shock, because whenever he sought her to teach him about the 8 techniques, she just stated that only by gaining enlightenment could Azrith master the techniques. But now for her to go back against her word like this, means only one thing, where Alaris dislikes her past getting known. Alaris tells him that if Azrith agrees to her deal, he can just signal to her by using his finger. Azrith, by realizing Alaris's intention, smiles calmly, and signals her 2 of his fingers, which means that one ritual won't be enough for him, so he plans to learn 2 of the techniques at the same time. Alaris is cursing Azrith for not being a moral human, and Azrith just replied, she can just forget it and sit idle, where Azrith, by taking some popcorn, will listen to her flashback as if watching some movie. Alaris had no choice in this manner, so by keeping her annoyed face, she agrees to his condition. Then Azrith raises from his seat and stops the demon mask from her revealing the history, where he tells the demon mask that he'll hear the story at a later time. He is happy with this deal of gaining 2 thought-shattering rituals, where with just a single ritual, there are endless possibilities of using it. Alaris is frustrated to get used like this. She believes that Azrith won't be able to bring out the true potential of the techniques if you don't get to the proper realm to understand it. At any rate, she dislikes it more if Azrith were to learn about her past, because she just don't want to hear the fabricated story that the Heaven and Earth Association made. As Azrith is preparing to leave, he notifies the demon mask that he'll hear the story once the time is right, and as he was about to leave the room, he turns back again by pointing his finger at himself and puts in a question from the demon mask's perspective, whereas Azrith's current martial prowess is at. The demon mask has flinched about this sudden query, and Azrith tells him to speak honestly. Now the demon mask starts to scan Azrith whole, and reveals that Azrith is currently at the first-rate martial artist level. And Azrith is surprised to hear that judgment from the demon mask, as Alaris had informed him before, where Azrith is at the level of the ultimate peak with his internal energy alone, and now that he thinks about it, many martial artists haven't been able to see through his real cultivation. He ponders by grabbing his wrist, if there is no one that could sense his cultivation perfectly. Then Alaris let him know that Azrith's internal energy is made up of death energy, and no martial artist is able to detect death energy even if they master high-level cultivation techniques. So it is impossible to see through his cultivation accurately. Now Azrith realizes why others haven't been able to feel his martial prowess. That even includes people who are superior to him in terms of cultivation and strength. The demon mask asks if Azrith is hiding his energy at the moment, and Azrith refuses it, that what the demon mask is sensing is indeed right. The demon mask then got a bit disheartened after knowing that his lord is only at the first rate, and Azrith figured it out that the demon mask is indeed disappointed to hear that. So to satisfy the demon mask, Azrith discloses that he possessed this body just 2 weeks ago, and within that short period of time, he leveled up the body from an ordinary human who's not even at the level of third-rate to first-rate martial artist. After listening to Azrith's cultivation speed, the demon mask is dumbfounded by that high-level cultivation speed. He questions Azrith if it is true or not, and Azrith tells him that it is true. Also, he understands why the demon mask is so conscious about his cultivation level, because by only having a stronger cultivation level, Azrith in the form of Alaris could take revenge of what happened to the demon mask's family. The demon mask is truly impressed by that cultivation speed, but what's surprising is, in just 2 weeks, Azrith had reached the ultimate peak, and he's a master in shamanism, where he had 2 high-level spirits under his control, and with the most unique internal energy, which is made up of death energy. So if the demon mask knows all of this information about Azrith, he'd just die out of amazement. Coming to the story, the demon mask now makes his mind and inquiries Azrith as to when he'll reach the level of his past life. To that question from the demon mask, Azrith himself is pondering about Alaris's original level, because she had never once mentioned anything about her past life. So according to the current circumstances, where he needs to avenge Alaris, and to eliminate the ghost blade who is at the level of the 8 stars, Azrith needs to become stronger in one way or the other, as there might be a chance that even the most powerful opponents like the 6 heavens might also stand in his way. So according to his grandpa's teachings, where a person's revenge is a revenge taken even if it is settled 10 years later, but Azrith don't have that much time. Then he smiles as usual and raises his hand to inform the demon mask about the time he is going to take. The demon mask is shocked to see this. He asks if Azrith can really reach that level in that short of a time, and he just agrees to it. To which Alaris is petrified if Azrith is out of his mind, in which Azrith had just said that in 2 years of time, he'll reach the level of Alaris in her past life. Then Alaris uncovers her cultivation, where she is at the level of Zenith. This is martial realm, where only the current strongest people in the world have reached that level, the 6 heavens and the 8 stars, where all the 6 heavens have surpassed this level. The 8 stars are at the level of Zenith. So it means Alaris is at the level of the Bright Blade King in her past life, and Azrith just challenged that he'll reach that level in 2 years. The demon mask's eyes are filled with happiness, that tears are flowing down like waterfalls. Alaris accepted the challenge, where she updates him that Azrith will take more time than that, because it is not a level that someone could achieve just because they are obsessed with martial arts. Then she tells him, if Azrith were to really reach that level, she'll call him as a master, and serves the rest of her life as a servant and does everything he wishes. Then Azrith with bright smiles said, Alaris shouldn't forget those words when he reaches that level. Now who won't be fired up, when a person like Alaris is going to serve them as a servant? So what greater motivation does the protagonist needs than this? As someone is holding a tag in their hand, it is none other than Gon who is glaring at the tag sadly. Because a few hours ago, Murim had pointed her finger at Raiden and revealed that Raiden is also a spy, and when Raiden is about to run away from them, he called out for Gon in that fleeting moment, and handed over the tag of the covert steps to him with a look of trust on his face. Gon couldn't control his anger at Azrith, where he slammed the wall right beside him by gritting his teeth. He thinks that Raiden should have blamed him for what happened there, because it is Gon's fault for Raiden to get captured by the heaven and earth like that. Yet instead of resenting Gon, Raiden had trusted Gon to take up on his duty. Now Gon finds himself remembering the event where Azrith spoke to him, that he doesn't care about the purpose behind the trails, and the incident where Azrith made the two teams fight to the death just because of his entertainment, where he's grinding his teeth in fury, and is venting out his anger by punching the wall. He's landing non-stop strikes on the wall by remembering all the events Azrith had caused to him from since his birth. Then he stopped punching the wall, and his eyes slowly settled back. Even Gon himself knew that what Azrith said to him is indeed right, and if weren't for Azrith, Gon would have also be a suspect as spy for the Orthodox Alliance. Then he sits on the bed and is imagining that he needs to overcome his weak-willed mindset, where he always thinks about how to survive from the present situation, whether he is in Mock Sword Manor or the heaven and earth. Then he tightens his fist and makes a vow for himself that power decides everything in this world. So he aims to abandon his way of thinking, and from today onwards, he sets to go beyond surviving and makes his name known throughout the world, where he plans to achieve that dream by using any means of necessary. So by sitting cross-legged, he started his cultivation. The method he's using right now is the one that Azrith had gave him, after altering the contents in the secret manual back at the Mock Sword Manor. This is the starting of the blood reversal technique, where this technique is infamous in the manhwa called Nano Machine, and the one created this technique is Azrith from this manhwa. In the Demon Mask's office, where Azrith stated that he would achieve the level of the 8 stars in the world within 2 years. As Azrith is tying up his hair back, Alaris exposes that even she had to take 20 years to reach that level. So it's not something someone like Azrith who didn't know anything about the martial arts could achieve in 2 years. Then Azrith tells her that no one knew what would happen unless they try it. And these are the words his grandpa had taught him. Now that Azrith thinks about his grandpa, he recollects a faint memory of his grandpa warning Azrith about the dark nature within Azrith himself, which is something that he should never try to use it. And then instantly Azrith undergoes through an immense pain that he never experienced even when he is about to die by the hands of the ghost blade. As the demon mask hurriedly came near to Azrith to check what happened, Azrith knows that he is okay. But he couldn't discern just what that memory was, because his grandpa is revealing to him something about the dark nature within himself, and the memory shuts down at that point, and no matter how much he tries to recall that memory, he couldn't do it. Alaris inquiries as to what happened, and Azrith, without speaking anything, just whispers to himself that when he was about to think back about that memory, he is experiencing a pain as if his head is splitting apart. Nevertheless, he could guarantee one thing, that there is something inside him, which is blocking his memories. Just imagine how strong the protagonist will get if he were to add the power of the darkness within him into the current powers that he's already holding. Then the demon mask calls him, and Azrith just relives him not to get worried. So he stops heading back to his room and wants to ask some questions. He questions if the demon mask knows anything about a person called Ghostblade, and as he sat down and pouring himself a cup of tea, the demon asks if Azrith is talking about the person who is at the level of the 8 stars. Azrith doesn't care about the memory that he's unable to recollect. He only came to the heaven and earth to find the whereabouts of the ghost blade, because that is the only reason he had in his life. With terrifying smile, he responds that he don't know much about the current martial world, so he wants to ask some questions. As the demon mask is about to take his seat, he started to apprise the ghost blade. The ghost blade is someone who's famous for his infamy, because the ghost blade has committed so many crimes, where not even a single person had survived after battling him. Moreover, Ghostblade's real identity nor his affiliation isn't known to anyone, because Ghostblade picks up fight to the death with both the orthodox and the unorthodox masters. Azrith finds it strange, since the wound on the Mock Indian is the mark of Ghostblade, and Mock Indian himself disclosed that he fought and lost to the Ghostblade. Then the demon mask remembers there is one person who survived after fighting against the Ghostblade. It is a person called Beksaha, who is known as the Poison King, and one of the 5 kings of the Heaven and Earth Association. Furthermore, there is rumor that Ghostblade disappeared after fighting the Poison King. Azrith, having a sip of the tea, finds it strange, since the one person who survived after battling the Ghostblade is not Mock Indian, but a person called Poison King, who belongs to the heaven and earth. Azrith asks if it is true that the Ghost Blade is an hidden master of the heaven and earth, because when he was heading to the heaven and earth, Gon informed Azrith that Ghost Blade might belong to the Heaven and Earth Association. And the Demon Mask said, even though it is just a rumor, there is a possibility since the only survivor after fighting Ghost Blade is the Poison King who belongs to the heaven and earth, yet the Demon Mask couldn't confirm it. Azrith comprehends that Ghost Blade's identity has not yet revealed, and there is only a small chance that Ghost Blade might be a personal guard to the leader of the heaven and earth. So the Demon Mask suggests, if Azrith wants to know more about the Ghost Blade, the only person who can help him is the Poison King. Then Azrith asks his next question, as to what is the purpose behind the Corpse Blood Valley, where this type of system hadn't existed 100 years ago. Then the Demon Mask knows. The real purpose is to pick out the talented ones, who might be suitable to inherit the martial arts of the Heaven and Earth Masters. The participants who pass the first 2 trials will be selected for the Basic Warriors category, and the participants who reach the last trail will be given an opportunity to become the disciples of the executives in the Heaven and Earth. Now he gets a vague idea about the purpose. He knew that once he gets to the finals, he will have the opportunity to become the disciple of an executive. So that means the Poison King is also an executive. Then he smiles after realizing his goal, because once he gets to the finals, he will have the chance to become a disciple of the Poison King, and he can start his interrogation process. The Demon Mask apologizes for his insolence, where he is preparing to send a notice to immediately exclude Azrith from the test, since the Demon Mask can't risk his master's life like this. And Azrith tells him stop that process, because he's planning to use this as an opportunity, by mentioning that he is going to become a disciple of an executive, and then starts his process to eliminate the heaven and earth from inside the core itself. In Gon's room, the internal energy is strangely surging at an incredible speed, where all his nerves are slowly starting to swell out of his body, and then slowly his face is turning into pale red color, as if his blood is flowing in reverse direction. Gon thought of stop using this method because there are side effects of his skin turning into black color whenever he uses it, yet he is not hesitating to do that, since this is his only way to become stronger. And as he opened his eyes, which are emitting crimson-red aura, he is strategizing the best way to take down Azrith with the new technique that Azrith himself had given him. The next day, many students are gathered in a single place, and Azrith has confirmed that there is one extra person in this group. He inquiries the red-haired girl as to why there is an extra person, when the limit for the group is only 8 members. Then the red-haired girl apologizes, as both the tattoo guy and she went on separate ways. They must have brought an extra cadet without realizing it. Azrith then extends his hand and orders a person to leave the group quickly, since they don't need more than 5 people. Then a cadet is annoyed by this treatment and steps forward by pushing out others, as to who is Azrith to command them as he wishes. Azrith is surprised to see a mere side character attempting to do some aura farming right in front of him. And the annoyed cadet then describes, he joined this group only because he thought that the tattoo guy is the leader, but he can't accept someone like Azrith to be a leader candidate. Then the fellow cadets are trying to stop him by informing that Azrith had just beaten the tattoo guy to the death, so of course Azrith would be the leader. But the annoyed cadet couldn't buy that, since there are no wounds visible on the tattoo guy, because if someone is beaten to death, there should be at least a single scratch on them. The remaining cadets now slowly starts to agree with what the annoyed cadet had said, and the annoyed cadet continues. The leader of the group will pass the test regardless of the results, so he believes that Azrith must have bribed both the tattoo guy and the red-haired girl. Then he smirks at Azrith and states that Azrith must have enticed the tattoo guy with his woman-like looks. The tattoo guy, seeing the overaction of a cannon fodder, is now frustrated, and Azrith stops the tattoo guy from picking a fight. Azrith asks the annoyed cadet if a duel between the two of them can settle the leadership of the team, and the annoyed cadet thinks himself as a hero and agrees to the fight with a thrilled expression.
It was at this moment Azrath used the ritual of attachment on the annoyed character, where the air itself grew heavier. Then in an instant, the annoyed cadet's head is in the palm of the protagonist, where he slammed the annoyed cadet into the ground, which made even the floor shattering to pieces. The entire room is now filled with silence for what Azrath demonstrated.
Azrith, on the other hand, is quite disappointed to see the annoyed cadet fall down in a single move. The remaining cadets couldn't believe their eyes, because they don't know about the ritual of attachment, so they concluded that Azrith might be using a telekinesis skill that only the Grandmasters use. Azrith looks at the cadets and probes if anyone needs to verify his skill for the leadership, and all the cadets just shook their heads in fear. Now that Azrith saw no one had disagreed to his leadership, he questions if everyone is ready to the ultimate showdown before the third trial. Then a cadet asks about this showdown that Azrith mentioned, as the annoyed cadet is slowly waking up by grabbing his head in pain. Azrith just stomped on his leg, where his ankle had broken completely, making him unable to move. As the annoyed is screaming in pain by catching his leg, a cadet puts into question as to what Azrith is now doing, and Azrith starts to explain the ultimate showdown that he mentioned earlier, that this won't end with just this one leg. He replied that this is just a demo of how to do things, and everyone in this group is now going to be busy, since all the group members should now start breaking the legs of other cadets expect from their team, so that by the start of the next trail, only their team will be able to participate, so obviously their team is going to win. After listening to the scheme that Azrith stated, everyone couldn't hide their astonishment at Azrith's evilness. Sounds of bones getting cracked can be heard through the rooms of the participants, and a cadet then, after hearing this noise, asks his roommate if he heard anything, and his roommate replied that he didn't heard any noise. In that fleeting moment, someone opened the door to their room. The presence of Azrith made the room feel ominous, and a cadet huts off Azrith by declaring that there is no space for a new member in their team, so Azrith can go check other teams, but Azrith, without listening to the cadet, starts counting the room members. He is happy to see that there are 4 members are in a single room, which made his work a bit easier. As a room member is swinging his leg casually, Azrith just smashed his leg which the room member is swinging, and started his counting by mentioning 3 more to go. As the cadet is lying on the floor screeching for his leg, Azrith moved on to the next prey. Now the room members are complaining that Azrith should leave the room if there is no space for him to join, and Azrith responds that he had already got himself a crew, and he is here just to break the limbs of other cadets. Then he resumed his counting, and in a single moment, he broke 2 legs, and finally he grabbed the last person's hand and gave him a piece of advice, that if he moves his arm, it will hurt him, so he just needs to keep his hand still, and Azrith will take care of the rest. Like that, he successfully accomplished the mission in this room, and now is headed for the next room. He started calculating the legs he needs to care off, where 4 people are taken as spies, and now he took care of 4 people. So by cleaning the blood on his face, he finalized there are still 64 members more to go aside from his group. Alaris is stupefied to see the way that Azrith deals with. Likewise, the building had echoed with sounds of people shouting in pain. At that time, Gon is cultivating his martial arts in his room. Suddenly he got distracted by the noises that he is hearing, and in that moment, someone knocked his door, and Gon told them to come inside. Then a person opened the door, and Gon recognized this person as Mujang. This sleepy-eyed guy is now waving his hand at Gon, and is happy to see that Gon still remembered his name. Gon answered that he wouldn't forget the name of the person who saved his life, in which this sleepy-eyed guy is the one who took Gon into his team, when Gon is separated from his previous team for a brief moment, and the sleepy-eyed guy has protected Gon for that short while. So Gon wants to know as to what brought the sleepy-eyed guy to his room, and sleepy-eyed guy is explaining that he got a problem on his side, where one of his teammates went missing. So he searched the building to check on him. Only later he figured out that his leg is broken just to eliminate the competition. From what the sleepy-eyed guy heard, he mentions that Azrith is one who commanded this operation, and Gon is startled to hear the name Azrith again. He is getting mad at Azrith, that whenever there is a problem, Azrith is always the one who takes a leading role in it. The sleepy-eyed guy continues that he came searching for Gon in order to make an offer, where he extends his hand and welcomes Gon into his team. The sleepy-eyed guy knew that Gon's teammate Raiden is a spy from the Orthodox cult who got caught, yet he don't have any doubts regarding this at Gon. So if Gon joins his team, they can figure out a way to stop Azrith. Gon has no other choice but to agree, since he had no team to participate in the third trail, and one must be in a team to win in this. And for the sake of defeating Azrith, he would do anything by risking his life. Then he accepts the proposal by shaking the hands with sleepy-eyed guy, and then the sleepy-eyed guy released his internal energy to check up on Gon. Where Gon is surprised to see the martial prowess of the sleepy-eyed guy. And even the sleepy-eyed guy had to acknowledge Gon's cultivation too. Now the sleepy-eyed guy is pondering for a way to stop Azrith from breaking the legs, and Gon by smiling comes forward and suggests a way to block Azrith from doing that, where he had perfect blueprint for it. 3 days later at the third trail ending ceremony, the Demon Mask is announcing the results of the third trial, where the top performer of this trial is the sleepy-eyed guy, and the sleepy-eyed guy's team is celebrating their victory. Whereas Alaris is asking as to how Azrith is now feeling after getting betrayed for the first time in his life. Azrith just responded by looking at Gon and sleepy-eyed guy.
It is very interesting to get defeated, but this isn't the last trial, so let's see what will happen in the future.
Let's check out what happened 3 days ago. As Azrith opened the door after finishing his side of work, there are only 8 people remaining, where he broke the rest of the cadet's legs. It was at this time, the red-haired girl barged into the room hurriedly, as if something terrible had happened, where she's reporting to Azrith that a huge problem has occurred, and Azrith seeks to know more about this problem. Then at a later time, the team members of Azrith are tied up after getting beaten, and were all kneeled on the ground, as if this work is done by the sleepy-eyed guy's team. Azrith asks as to what they are doing with his team members, and he is pondering that. He warned his teammates to stick together since a problem might appear, yet they still didn't heed his warning and caused trouble to him. Then by combing his hair with Smile, he tells the other party to explain the situation perfectly. A teammate of Azrith is briefing in that he apologies for what happened. Moreover, the sleepy-eyed guy's team had figured out their strategy, to which Azrith is completely dumbfounded, because he can't believe that his team got ambushed by this. Furthermore, even if the other party knew of their strategy, there is no need for them to tie up his teammates like this, so he guesses there is another reason for them to do this. Gon now puts into question as to why Azrith has to degrade to something like breaking the limbs of other people, where he shouts at Azrith that there is no need to do something like this when this trail is completely different from the previous trails. Azrith just responds, this trail requires 8 people to enact a sword formation perfectly to pass the trail. To be clear, if there are only 8 people in this entire competition, including Azrith's team and Sleepy-Eyed Guy's team, they can automatically pass the test without much effort. That is the reason why he's trying his best to reduce the competition, and right now Gon is also doing the same thing by tying up Azrith's teammates. Gon gets his blood pressure to the maximum whenever he speaks to Azrith, so he controls himself and clarifies that he tied Azrith's teammates so that they could use them as hostages and to solve this problem without any physical force. Yet he knows that Azrith wouldn't care any of this, so by opening up his shirt, he calls the sleepy-eyed guy to display the item. At that instant, both Azrith and the red-haired girl are shocked, where the sleepy-eyed guy's clan is famous for a needle called cartilage needle, which is a secret heirloom of their clan. If this needle is once pinned into a body, it should be pulled out correctly without any errors, or the victim's body will limping for 10 days, which means the victim won't be able to walk perfectly for 10 days. The sleepy-eyed guy has pierced this needle into his group members as well, so if Azrith don't cooperate with them, both his group and the sleepy-eyed guy's group will fail in this test. The red-haired girl realizes there is no way out of this, since it could be a fatal blow to both the teams if this proceeds any further. Gon, by wearing his shirt back again, informs to Azrith that this time it is a loss for Azrith by raising his arm.
In moments like this, even the bravest warriors feel their courage tremble and their hope fades away. But as Wrath smiled, then Protagonist bursts into laughter. It's as if darkness itself had found a voice. The rage of his laughter had unleashed a torrent of dark energy that made the air suffocating by that pressure. All the people in the room who thought of themselves as the strongest are now shivering by that overwhelmed horror. All the people can sense one thing in common. They have provoked an unholy presence which shouldn't even be eye-contacted. Gon's eyes enlarged by that brutality, where Azrath released the pitch-black maelstrom of energy from inside his body. From that aura alone, Gon's body refused to move even an inch. As the violent force is radiating from Azrath, he is whispering to himself,
Should I just kill him in a way that even the underworld won't recognize him anymore?
Then his eyes started to ablaze in infernal crimson color, where the demon in his body is slowly starting to awake, that one that his grandpa told never to reveal. By that malicious killing intent from his eyes, even fear itself is trembling in fear by cowering in a corner of the room. Yet Azroth snapped out of it by realizing that this puny characters are not worth witnessing his greatest form.
Then slowly that ferocious energy started to cool down, where all the people inside the room have regained their composure. So he clapped his hands and decided to not take that huge risk, since this one loss couldn't change his main events of meeting the Poison King in any way. Then he announces that he accepts Gon's offer. In return, he'll be taking 4 of Gon's teammates as well, and they'll exchange them in the morning. The sleepy-eyed guy has no choice but to accept to those conditions, or else he knew that he can't gain nothing by making the Demon King furious. The next day, the hostages were traded exactly according to the deal, and each group had their time to practice the sword formations for 3 days. After taking the test, both groups have performed the sword formation perfectly without any flaws. Nonetheless, it is just that the sleepy-eyed guy's team performed a little better than Azroth's team, so the top performer insignia was presented to sleepy-eyed guy since he is the leader of the group. Moreover, there are only 16 candidates who participated in the test, and all the participants passed in it, so the Corpse Bloody Valley was a bit troubled at this numbers. Nevertheless, all the expected candidates have passed the test, so there wasn't much problem in the end. A few days ago at the Demon Mask's office, Azroth desired to eliminate a few participants to reduce competition from the Demon Mask, and the Demon Mask said that there will be no problems until Azroth stops abiding by the rules. Yet the Demon Mask is shocked to see that his lord had reduced the competition by leaving only 2 groups. And thus, the 4th trail began immediately. This trail was a test to avoid the mechanism traps laid out in the darkness and to escape through the exit as quickly as possible. To pass this test, the participant needs to come out of the cave before 30% of a candle burns out, and those who pass this test will obtain the qualification to be the head of a small division in the heaven and earth. There are a total of 6 members who pass this trail. The 6th place is this big guy, and 5th place is Gon. The 4th place is the red-haired girl, and at the 3rd place is the sleepy-eyed guy, and 2nd place goes to the tattoo guy, and the first to clear the trail is the protagonist himself. Even the guards are flabbergasted to see the martial prowess of Azroth, since Azroth finished this test before even 5% of the candle could burn out, and this is the highest record made by someone in the Corpse Blood Valley since the beginning. As Azroth passes the cadets, the sleepy-eyed guy thought he'd take the 1st place in this trail, and even back at that meeting day, as Azroth left the room after making the deal, the sleepy-eyed guy saw his palm, where there are cold sweat on his palm induced by fear. As Azroth is leaving the trail place, the sleepy-eyed guy understood that he never considered anyone to be his rival, especially around his age, but Azroth was different to him, where he doesn't feel any rivalry towards Azroth. It is just that his body is warning him that if Azroth were to be his enemy, he should kill him right here. I guess this person still thinks himself as someone great. His body should warn him about running away now, or he'll be killed later. And so, that was the end of the 4th trail, leaving only the last trail, which is the most important one in the Corpse Blood Valley. This trail will decide who is the real top performer in the Corpse Blood Valley. Now that the 4th trail is finished, there is one last trail in this Corpse Blood Valley, and before proceeding into that, the Demon Mask is congratulating the 6 students for making it this far, and these people will have the right to be a squad leader within the heaven and earth. Also, now he is going to distribute the rewards to the students who got the 1st place in the trails, to which the students have surprised that there were rewards in this trails. Azroth is clueless about this rewards and stuff. What he wants is to find out more about the Ghost Blade from the Poison King. For the people who received 1 silver insignia, they will get a heaven and earth exclusive pill, and this pill will grant them 10 to 15 years worth of internal energy. The big guy is a bit upset that he didn't got such a chance, and the sleepy-eyed guy is happy to hear that since he had 1 insignia. And for those who earn 2 insignias, they are allowed to the Heaven and Earth Treasury Room, where this is a library filled with countless martial arts and sacred manuals, and Azroth can pick only 1 martial technique from there. The sleepy-eyed guy is saddened to hear that, and Azroth could discern that the other people are showing jealousy, and he then comprehends that the more knowledge he has about sacred manuals, the more stronger he could become. But Alaris lets him know that one person won't get stronger just by having knowledge about martial techniques, in which they will make the person's insight much better. The demon mask is happy to declare the third price, since it had been 8 years that someone obtained 3 insignias, and the third reward is, Azrith can request teachings from one of the 5 kings, 3 sect leaders, and 4 valleys. And this made the audience blown away, and Azrith is asking the red-haired girl if it is worth the reaction. The red-haired girl can't believe that Azrith didn't know about how great the reward is. Then she informed him, the heaven and earth is able to compete with the 2 other powerful factions, which are the righteous faction and the evil faction, because there are 3 martial masters who attain the title of 8 stars in the association, and they are the 5 kings that Azrith could receive his teachings from. Even the Ghost Blade is also from this category. Alaris is a bit stunned about it, because in her era, there aren't 3 people who had reached the evolutionary realm, and as the demon mask is now going back to his room, as the explanation about the rewards is over, someone raised a hand. It is just that. Azrith wants to know about the reward that one could get if they have obtained 4 insignias. The demon mask then stated that the one who got 4 insignias can receive the teachings from one of the 6 heavens, the heaven and earth's leader himself. But there will be no more insignias given to the participants. The 6 heavens are stronger than the 8 stars, and Alaris clicked her tongue in disbelief that the association master is way above their league, and Azrith then responded to her. She need not to be worried about that, due to the fact that there is still time available for them to confront the leader. In the mountains, Azrith and a guard are here to enter the treasury of the heaven and earth, and as the guard greeted himself and relayed to the in-charge of the treasury about Azrith receiving 3 insignias, the in-charge is congratulating Azrith for the feat he achieved. Then he introduced himself, that he is Yang Yuan, and he is the in-charge of guarding this place. Now both the MC and the in-charge are moving further into the cave, and as they are walking, a doubt arisen in Azrith's mind as to why the treasury is located this deep, unless there is something hidden inside. Then they saw the entrance of the place, and the in-charge made Azrith know that he can choose only 1 book, and that he can't take original, so he needs to copy it down. Azrith inquired the in-charge if he can skim through as many books as he wanted, and the in-charge said that he can do that, because only by looking at the topics of the book one can know about what it does. As the in-charge handed over the lantern to the protagonist, Azrith is relieved that he can skim through the martial art books. At this moment, the in-charge advised and warned Azrith about one thing, as there will be a room in the library, in which the entrance to that room was marked with a red line, and that he shouldn't step into that room no matter the reason. By making a scary face, the in-charge told him, as there is a terrifying thing inside the room, and Azrith wants to know that is. Then the in-charge was about to reveal him something that has happened a long time ago, but he stopped midway and suggested him not to go inside the room in any case. Azrith now understood as to why the treasury is deep inside the cave, and then he opens the door to the treasury, where there are a lot of martial arts technique within the treasury, that there are 3 floors completely filled with books. Azrith is slowly looking at the books that are in the first floor, and he guesses that 2 hours of time won't be enough to even look at the topics of every book that is in here. Then Alaris advised him to move on to the second floor, as everything here is useless, or else Azrith will just waste his precious time looking into common martial arts. As the MC is heading onto the second floor, the in-charge is quite impressed about Azrith, because not everyone realized this quick about the second floor unless they have entered into it before. Alaris notifies him that all the books and martial techniques in here are copies of the original ones. She explains that they do this method in order to protect the manuals if a fire breaks out or an invasion happens. But she is confounded about one thing, that this place is secured than the original treasury, so she assumes things have changed a lot from the past 100 years. In that manner, Azrith is taking out the books that Alaris is recommending him. At that time, he opened a book and started reading it. However, Alaris is in a state of awe for some reason. Then she is completely speechless about something, because the MC is just flipping through the pages of the books. After flipping a book for only once, he inquired about what book he has to read, and Alaris then recommended him another one. But she can't control her curiosity and questioned him if he is at least looking at the contents of the book, and by flipping a book he replied, that he is even memorizing the book accurately. He disclosed to Alaris that he can memorize any book just by skimming through them, yet that doesn't mean he can understand the things inside. Alaris is bewildered to hear that, because even in her era, or from her knowledge about the greatest martial artists, there is no one who could memorize a book just by looking at it once. I guess some people have read Nanomachine Manhwa, in which that manhwa takes place in the same timeline 800 years ago after this, and even that MC had to use Nanomachine to read martial arts at an alarming rate. But this MC is just a born predator, that he doesn't even need any machines. As he closed this book because he completed flipping through it, Alaris is considering just how strong Azrith could become, given that there are 2 hours in the treasury room. Outside the cave, as the guard is watching over the place, a person then sets his foot in the area, and then the guard looks into that direction, in which there is a young man and a young woman heading in the direction of the cave. So the guard is about to draw out his sword, but the young man quickly leaped forward and blocked the guard from unsheathing his sword. The guard is amazed to see this speed, and the young man then tells the guard to calm down. The guard seeks to know the identities of these people, and the young man keeps his hand in the kimono, and then he takes out an identity tag with the mention of the King of Brilliance. The guard knew the identity tag, and the young man now slowly lifts his bamboo hat by revealing his identity, that he is the disciple of the Bright Blade King, the King of Brilliance, Sun Yun. And this young man's name is Yobwison. In the library, Azrith is flipping through the pages of each book swiftly. He is going one after another without a break, and as he asked for what book he need to read, Alaris then saw an intriguing book in the shelf, and Azrith then took it out. This martial art is called Mysterious Footwork, and Alaris describes that this martial art is given as an offering to the association, which belongs to a sect that once became a part of the heaven and earth. And this martial has the potential to become an extreme ascension with some add-ons. The MC is astonished to hear that, because according to what Alaris had informed to him, that martial arts do have the levels like human cultivation. In those levels, Supreme Peak is considered to be a powerful one, and this book is Ascension level, which is one level above the Supreme Peak. Then he started to memorize this book, and as he finished memorizing it, he wants to have more books that are similar or above the level of Mysterious Footwork. In that way, Alaris proposed a book to him. It is a palm technique which belongs to Wudong sect, but she hesitates a bit, because although this book is on the same level as the Mysterious Footwork, she tells him not to read that. Then he asked why is she hesitating, and Alaris replied, this book belongs to Shaolin Temple, where their objective is practicing divine powers, and Azrith holds the power which is similar to the underworld, so there is a chance that the energies might collide. Even after listening to her theory, he still attempts to memorize this book, because Alaris herself said to him once, if a person ever gets killed, one could easily identify the martial art behind it by looking at the dead person's body. So Azrith with devil's look on his face states that he could easily manipulate people by creating fake evidence using martial arts like these. Alaris is terrified of the evil brain of Azrith's, and he started to memorize this book too. As he was flipping through the pages, he figured out something strange in the book, and he asked Alaris that this book doesn't seem like a copy to him. Then Alaris takes a look at the book, where this book has some blood and a peculiar way of writing. Azrith believes that they must have mixed the book unknowingly, but Alaris denies it. Because, even if it takes some time, the association would carefully look at each book and make copies of it. There is only one reason the association would give this much importance to this work, since the original version of a martial art holds the true power of a martial art, and the copies only have the teachings in it. Azrith comprehends the reason behind it, as the original version is written by the creator of the martial art, and holds the traces of the creator's habits as well as the technique itself. Alaris is stupefied to hear that, because Azrith just spoke like the person who has reached the level of Supreme Peak in cultivation, and now Alaris realizes that, not only Azrith's memory skills, even his comprehension skills are unmatched to anyone his age. He questioned her if what he said is right, and Alaris didn't want to admit it, so she said this with a serious expression that Azrith is somewhat okay. From her words and expression, Azrith figured out that Alaris is envy of his skills, and didn't want to admit his skills which are superior to hers. Now that he knew that he is reading an original one, He is carefully observing the strokes on the paper and is now visualizing what are the habits of the writer while he is writing the book. And it was at this moment, Azrith felt the stroke made with the brush, and he sensed what the writer is expressing through the book. As this martial art is a palm technique, Azrith could clearly discern the palm technique of the creator himself, where it was as if he is living in that moment. And after a moment, he closed the book, and he is confounded about where he was in that moment. And then Alaris called out for him, and he asked her if he is reading slowly. To that question, Alaris answered to him that Azrith was in a trance. The trance is a state in which one person needs to focus so much that one needs to lose their own self of awareness. So she advises him not to force his way out of the trance, and he will for sure learn something from it. And by looking at Azrith falling into a trance, Alaris with her eyes wide opened with amazement tells him that everything present here weren't just mere copies, but the originals itself. From her vague memory from 100 years, she tells him to move onto the 3rd floor and recommends him to take out the book that she will locate. As he took the book, it is a martial art called Fierce Sword, yet she tells him to ignore the book and to take out the paper which would be tucked inside it. And as he saw the paper which is folded into a small piece, he puts into question as to why she is giving it so much significance. And to his curiosity, Alaris divulges to him that she kept this piece of paper herself in the book, and what's more awesome is that this is the moonless sword technique that the heaven and earth is looking for the past 100 years. She tells him to consider it as a fortune, because this martial art is nothing to take lightly. The value of this martial art is so high that even the 6 heavens, who are the pinnacle of martial arts, would try any means necessary to have it. And soon as Azrith unfolded the paper, he can instantly see through the martial art that was written in it. This martial art is so great that it is considered as the 5 great sword techniques in the old martial world. And for the people who don't know, the old martial world is about 150 to 200 years ago from the current timeline, and there is a separate manhwa based on this timeline too, and this sword technique belongs to that timeline. The world that Azrith currently visualizing is a world made up of blood itself, and in that, Alaris is demonstrating the sword technique, and Azrith has slowly immersed in the technique so highly that the demonic aura around him is starting to radiate, and Alaris guesses that Azrith is now in a state of absolute trance, which means one shouldn't disturb them in the middle, so Alaris hopes no one to disturb him in this moment. At the entrance of the treasury, a person is walking toward to the library. Seeing these people, the in-charge inquires their reason. Then the young man introduced himself as the disciple of the Bright Blade King, which made the in-charge flabbergasted to that, as the in-charge heard a lot rumors about the disciples of the 5 kings as extraordinary talents, and after seeing this young man, the in-charge understands that the rumors about them aren't exaggerated. And as the young man asked if he is allowed to go inside the library, the in-charge raised his hand and signaled him to stop. Because even if this young man is disciple of the Bright Blade King, the difference between the Bright Blade King coming to this place and his disciple coming to this place has separate values. And before he could even finish his words, the young woman beside the young man showed her identity tag, and when the in-charge saw that, he fell to one of his knees and greeted the young woman. The woman stated that they are here for only one thing, and the in-charge is imagining after seeing the identity tag that this young woman in front of him is the woman of the rumors, and he could perceive the martial realm of the young woman to be highly. Now this woman asked if they can get inside. Nonetheless, the in-charge still shakes his head off, and the young man then speaks that they have heard a person earned 3 insignias in the Corpse Blood Valley and is currently inside the treasury. In that way, he tells the in-charge that he shouldn't make the young woman beside him wait for some mere trainee. Likewise, that both young people are now headed inside the library, and the in-charge hopes for nothing to go wrong. As the young man opened the door and entered into the room, he tells to the woman beside him that this treasury looks exactly like the main one, and the woman agrees to that. On that occasion, the young man saw the MC on the 3rd floor, and realizes the MC as the top trainee in the Corpse Blood Valley. The young woman is amazed about the MC getting 3 insignias, and believes that as an amazing feat, and this made the young man click his tongue. Now the young man boasts about his greatness, that any disciple of the 5 kings can do something as simple as that, and the young woman tells him That reason alone makes the MC a guaranteed disciple of the Five Kings. So she suggests that making a connection would definitely come in handy, and the young man is irritated about the young woman getting interested in a man. Now that the young man observes the MC, he figured out something was wrong since the MC is not moving even after there are people in front of him. Now he called the young woman beside him as a young lady, and told her that he will bring the MC here since he don't want to see her wait for a man. And as the young woman accepted that, the young man now jumped into the air and landed on the 3rd floor. As soon as he reached on the 3rd floor, he is grinning at the MC that what he predicted is indeed right. He doubted as to why the MC is not even looking at them when they entered the room, and now knew that the MC is in a trance. He is planning to disturb the MC, so it'll make the internal energy inside the MC twisted, and as a result, it would make him lose his martial realm.
As the young man is trying to move the MC with a sneer on his face, and just as the hand was about to move the MC, the protagonist turned with a stare so fierce it felt like a beast had awakened. It made the young man flinch, startled by that overwhelming presence. Now Azrath closed his book and is questioning him.
If you don't tell me what you are planning to do right now, you'll have to realize just how better the hell is.
A few moments prior to this situation, Azrath is in a trance, and Alaris is watching over him. Then the young man lands on the 3rd floor, and Alaris wonders as to who this young man is. It was at this time, Alaris realized that the young man is trying to put his hand on the MC to disturb him. Like that, Alaris is shouting at the MC to wake up from the trance, and as the hand is reaching near the MC, slowly the death energy around Azrath is getting back to normal, and Alaris understood that Azrath is back to action. Then Alaris told Azrath to look at his right side quickly, and Azrath then glared to his right side, and by closing the book, he probed the young man as to what he is doing now. Alaris then apprised him that the young man is trying to interrupt him, and if someone who is in a trance gets interrupted, the outcome will be so severe that the internal energy becomes completely blocked and the person will no longer has the chance to learn martial arts. Then the MC interrogates the young man that if he knew about the energy blockage from getting interrupted if a person was in a trance, and the young man shudders to answers to that question, and the protagonist grasps that the young man knows about it. So he keeps the book inside his kimono.
It was at this moment, the protagonist gave one blow to the young man's throat and declared,
Now that I know of your intentions, there is no need for me to hold back.
As the young man was sent flying back by a single attack, he couldn't even breathe properly since his throat got struck. With fury in his eyes, he grabbed his blade and swung at the monster before him. The moment the blade moved, the protagonist shot into the air like a beast unleashed, flipping backward in midair by stepping on the blade. In that instant, he somersaulted and used the mysterious footwork technique, exploding like a predator's dance, unleashing the deadly technique learned not long ago. Alaris is baffled that Azrath is using a technique that he memorized just a few moments ago. As Azrath launched his new technique, the young man raised his blade like a shield, desperate to block the incoming force. But the sheer power behind Azrath's strike was monstrous, raw and unrelenting. It tore through the guard like a battering storm, blasting him straight off the 3rd floor like a rag doll hurled by a god. Then the young man used his blade technique in the mid-air. Azrath evaded it effortlessly. That blade strike made the books on the shelf fall down. As Azrath landed on the ground, the young man is scared of his master, because the in-charge will definitely complain his master about the ruckus that the young man made here. The young man thrusted his sword on the ground, and as released his grip on the blade's hilt, he started to generate his internal energy to his right hand. Alaris recognized that move right away, which this is called sword energy. Sword energy cannot be trained. It is something that one must earn it through enlightenment. This young man had reached the ultimate peak in the martial realm, and Azrath is only at the ultimate peak in terms of internal energy only. At that point, the young man charged at the protagonist with his full speed. In that moment, internal energy being leaking out from Azrath's hand, which made both the young man and Alaris speechless, as Azrath had formed the sword energy which is on equal footing to the young man.
Alaris is happy to see this, and understood that Azrath had gained enlightenment in this treasury, so Azrath is also in the ultimate peak. The young man is furious that Azrath had hidden his true strength up until now. And as the young man is using his sword energy to kill Azrath, the MC could clearly see the movements made by the young man, in which he could even see how the technique will end, and what are the weaknesses of the technique too. The protagonist then unleashed the moon sword technique that he learned just now. And as the both of them are charging head-on at each other, Azrith's sword technique made the young man lose his sword energy on his right hand. And by taking this as a chance, Azrith is about to drive his sword energy into the young man's face. In that breathtaking moment, the young woman interfered in the battle and blocked Azrith's sword energy. Her interference made the young man and Azrith frozen in shock. The young woman is impressed that Azrith's sword energy had counterattacked her internal energy, which is a lot of times stronger than Azrith's. And Azrith could sense that the young woman in front of him is strong, and the young woman praised Azrith for his extraordinary techniques and skills. Azrith reviewed the young woman, that even if her hands look delicate, her martial prowess is great, and those words made the young man angry, that Azrith is not giving any respect to his lady. The young woman now twists the young man's hand and tells him to keep quiet, and then she warned him that if he were to speak again without her permission, she'll personally have to kill him with her own hands. And the young man had no chance but to nod his head in agreement. Contemporarily, she apologized for the young man's mistake, that the young man is too loyal to her, that he sometimes takes things far, and Azrith then questioned as to who she is, as the young woman is taking off her bamboo hat with the veil attached to it. Now the young woman introduces herself as Wei Soyan, the third disciple of the Heaven and Earth's Association leader. The MC is surprised that he never thought he would meet one of the successors of the Heaven and Earth like this. And as the lady took her hat off, the expression of Azrith is slowly changing. It is as if he had seen something terrible, and even Alaris herself is taken aback by this, in which the young woman is exactly like Alaris herself. Even the eye color is also same. And as she introduced herself, she was about to talk something, but Azrith raised his hand at her and told her to wait for a moment. Then he instantly ran to the bookshelves, and he made a serious and doubtful expression by asking Alaris that if she had any descendants, and he didn't know that she was married. Then Alaris yelled at him with embarrassment that she never had any children, and he said to her, as to how would he know anything about her past, if she skips it every time he mentioned about that. Alaris then understood that it is her fault for not revealing anything about her past, but she makes it clear that she hadn't even got married in her life, so the young woman is not her descendant. Then the MC walked back to the young woman, and no matter how he looks at her, this young woman is like a twin sister to Alaris. And there is one differentiation between the both of them. That is the aura they are excluding, where Alaris gives off an arrogant, cold, and overwhelming feeling. This young woman has a brighter and more cheerful vibe. But he dismisses it at that, because even Azrith himself was not the original Mok Jongwon from the Mok Sword Manor. So he realizes that there are cases of two people looking alike each other. As he is looking intensely at her, she believed that Azrith had fallen for her peerless beauty, but he replied like a Sigma, that there is no chance for that, which made the young woman a bit disappointed. Thus, he kung fu saluted to the young woman and greeted her.
Forgive my late introductions. I am the newly appointed squad leader candidate. My name is Mok Jong-moon.
As the young woman is looking at him, even a woman who considers herself as a peerless beauty is fallen for Azrith's handsomeness. And what's more attracted her is the martial realm that he achieved at the age of 17 only, so she is strategizing to take him on her side. Then she closed off her eyes and was about to say something. Nevertheless, Azrith interrupted as he had too matter to speak off. Then the young woman allowed him to proceed, and Azrith thanked her for the generosity. The first thing is, he can only stay here for 2 hours, and before he could even finish his sentence, the young woman granted him that she will provide him more time, and Azrith appreciated her consideration. Now by pointing his finger at the young man, he revealed the second topic, that because of the young man, he had nearly lost his life, so he would like to have some form compensation. As the young woman is imagining what compensation Azrith is speaking about, the MC then declared to her with a menacing smirk,
As I nearly lost my life, I would like to take his life as a compensation.
But then he said to her, that is what he wanted to say, but that would make the young woman to lose a loyal subordinate. As such, he changed his mind, so he prefers to have a compensation which is equivalent to the young man's life. The young woman was awestruck by Azrith's intelligence, where his boldness is so high that she realized that not only Azrith's martial arts, but his intellectual skills are also great. Then the young woman smiled at him after scheming a way to counter his words, where she accepted Azrith's previous deal, that Azrith can kill the young man here, to which the young man couldn't even utter a single word, and Azrith is baffled at her challenge. The young woman then clarified things, that she had already apologized to him, and even twisted the young man's hand for his wrongdoings. But if Azrith is not satisfied with her punishment, Azrith himself can kill the young man here. However, he needs to face the consequences on his own. The MC then inquired her about the consequences she mentioned, and the young woman then notified him that this young man here, who is her subordinate, is the Bright Blade King's disciple. Then Azrith realized what this young woman is trying to say, that Azrith has to face the wrath of the Bright Blade King if he were to do something to his disciple. Then Azrith is pondering that if he were to kill the disciple of the Bright Blade King here, and he successfully comes as the top 1 participant in the Corpse Blood Valley Trails, there is a chance that the Bright Blade might accept Azrith as his disciple, but that would make his goal of making the Poison King as his master a failure, as only the Poison King knows about the Ghost Blade. The young woman is thinking, if Azrith were to step back here, it would only prove that Azrith is all talk and no action. Then he accepts that he has no choice here, and gives up because of the consequences he has to pay for angering the Bright Blade King. The woman is disheartened to hear that response from Azrith, but in that fleeting moment, Azrith had already launched himself at the young man, where by tightening his fist, he gave one hell of a blow to the young man, with a satisfaction smile on his face. The young man then got enraged by the assault and cursed the MC that if he is a crazy person. Then Azrith responded to him, that he opened his mouth and spoke. The young man couldn't decipher what Azrith is trying to say here, and Azrith then made things easier for him. Earlier, the young woman herself said that she would kill the young man right here if he spoke anything without her permission, and now that the young man reprimanded the MC for beating him, so he needs to die by the hands of the young woman. As the two people are shocked by Azrith's other dimensional master scheming, Azrith then disclosed that he was thinking to forgive the young man by punching him once, but now that the young man spoke without the lady's permission, that young woman has to kill the young man with her own hands. His craftiness and plotting made the young woman amazed. This is considered as indirect killing. If the young woman were to kill the young man here, she needs to face the wrath of the Bright Blade King, and Azrith could easily escape from this situation without making his hands dirty by achieving what he needed. The young man is reminding the young woman about the Bright Blade King's temperament, and Azrith from aside has cut him off by saying that the young man is a disgrace to the young woman because he is trying to manipulate the feelings of her by mentioning about the Blade King. Then with a cold voice he said to him,
"Don't disgrace your lady's honor. Just die, quietly."
The young man is rebuking Azrith inwardly. Then the young woman began to laugh out loudly. She is captivated by Azrith's cleverness, because she thought that Azrith was all talk and no action. Then she puts into question if Azrith had assumed the possibility of her killing him here to silence this entire discussion, and Azrith, by keeping his hand on his chin, is thinking deeply. Then he answered to her in a confident tone that if she is really going to do that, the young woman now keeps her hand inside her kimono and expressed that she liked his boldness. Then she tossed an identity tag at Azrith and made him know that she will grant any one request of Azrith since he has her identity token. And as Azrith asked for the purpose behind her giving this him, she replied that this is a compensation that is for the young man's life. Azrith thought that the young woman would go back on her words, or would have killed her subordinate, but now he grasped that the young woman is not a foolish one, so he keeps the token in his kimono by accepting it as a gratitude. On that occasion, the young woman told him to view the token as an investment rather than gratitude. Then she offered him a proposal to join her as a follower, as she is intending to become the leader of the heaven and earth. So she is in search of capable people like Azrith. Azrith could perceive the internal energy that she is emitting, but he declined her by bowing down his head. He stated that he hates disputes and won't get involved in it. The young woman now brushes her hair back and believes that Azrith is spouting nonsense, instead revealing the truth, that he rejected her proposal because she is the weakest of the 3 successor candidates, on which the other 2 candidates are overflowing with talent and back my powerful people. But she told him one thing, as there will a time come for Azrith that he would regret about not taking this offer right now because she won't offer him again like this. Then Azrith declared that she will offer him again, because if he proves that his talent is the best, the young woman will desperately desires for him. The young woman is astonished by those words and the confidence that Azrith is displaying, and from his eyes, she could say Azrith isn't joking about this. Then with a cheerful smile she mumbled that this is the first time she got rejected when she proposed an offer about recruiting someone. In that manner, both the young woman and the young man are heading back on their way, where the young woman is looking forward to the day they meet again, and Azrith responds that he will live up to her expectations. Alaris is quite unhappy that Azrith didn't do as she wished, where she was telling him to act like the young woman's subordinate for a while, and later to take the chance and backstab her. Then Azrith informed her, the risk is too high in this case, and Azrith already knows that Alaris had made that request, as that Alaris could possess the young woman's body which is identical to her. Azrith heard from the demon mask that there are 3 disciples for the association leader position who are in the successor race, and the first disciple named Nal Yulrang is the one with the most support, where this successor had 40% of the heaven and earth support, so Azrith believes that it wouldn't be good idea to make the first disciple as his enemy. Then as he was walking down to the first floor, he said to Alaris that they will get another chance like this, so she needs to be patient. All of a sudden Azrith stopped walking, and Alaris inquired him as to what happened. Then Azrith stated that he didn't notice it until he got closer, but the doorway where the entrance is marked with red color line. Azrith could feel that the demonic energy is leaking out of that place. Alaris recollected the warning the in-charge made, as they shouldn't cross that line no matter the case. Even though Azrith could sense that something is wrong from that place, he thought he should check it out first, and as he was in front of the room, he could see something blurrily, and then his vision got clear, on which there is a small wooden chest on top of a table. Azrith found it peculiar as the demonic energy is leaking out of the wooden box. Then he heard a scream from his backside, and turned his head into that direction. The in-charge is shocked to see that the bookshelves and records of martial arts are damaged. By seeing that the in-charge is not paying any attention to Azrith, the MC is about to step into the room, and soon as he did that,
Azrath,
he heard a voice that he thought he would never hear again. It was the voice of his grandfather.
Azrath, over here. It is so uncomfortable in here. Help me, Azrath.
A projection of his lost grandfather can be seen through the darkness on top of the chest. Azrith has lost his sense, and has almost fallen for the trick, but then Alaris made him snap out of it, and Azrith asked her if she could not see the person on top of the wooden box, and Alaris asked him as to what person he was referring to. Then Azrith sighed down and grasped that it is an illusion if Alaris couldn't see that, and Alaris said to him that he shouldn't fall for such petty tricks. Even though Azrith knew that it was not his grandfather who called out for him, deep down in his heart, he only cared for one person in his entire life. So now he narrows his eyes and finds it unpleasant that someone is pretending to be his dead grandfather. Then someone is shouting at the Alaris that a mere inferior spirit like Alaris had disturbed its master plans, and Alaris is yelling back at the wooden box that the thing inside the wooden box is an inferior one. On top of the wooden box, there is a small crack, and the demonic energy is sweeping out of it at an immense amount, and the voice then commanded Azrith,
Human, open the chest.
Azrith is reeled slightly, as the voice is changed into something monstrous, and the voice then offered him,
Human, if you do as I say, I, the ruler of death, shall grant your wish.
Azrith is now mocking the voice, that the voice is now pretending like the ruler of death, when it couldn't even save its own body, and Alaris is intensifying his statement even more, that if the voice couldn't break the seal itself, how could it grant someone's wish? The voice is shaken by those statements and responses. Then Azrith realized that there is a monster which is sealed inside the chest, and as Alaris took a smoke, she noticed the crack on top of the chest and guesses that the voice is coming out of the small crack. The voice is speaking to Azrith, that it was happy when it felt Azrith is able to hear its voice, but after seeing that Azrith is roaming around with a mere spirit, he speculated that Azrith must be a religious person. Then Azrith clarifies that he is a shaman who learned some sorcery, and the wooden box then gotten a bit surprised about that, where the voice regarded that Azrith must be same kind as the 3 eyes that came last time. Azrith is pondering as to who this 3 eyes is that the voice mentioned, and the wooden box then apprised about the 3 eyes, where this is a mythical creature that was born in human form with 3 eyes, and there are rumors about this creature, that it will be killed upon the birth after a single day, and the voice heard that these creatures had extinct in the ancient times. Because it is stated in the ancient books that the 3 eyes creatures will bring misfortunes and disasters to the world. Then the voice narrated that this 3-eyed being had made its presence sealed off completely, where no one had been able to detect his presence, nor been able to hear his voice, as if he never existed. At the words that flowed from the wooden box, Alaris strongly denied. Erasing one's presence goes against the natural order, and the voice is impressed that a mere creature like Alaris knows a bit about the natural order. Alaris is frustrated that the voice is calling her an inferior spirit over and over. Then Azrith told her to calm down, and with an evil face, he said that he had something in his mind. Alaris knew how cruel Azrith's ideas are, and she realized that Azrith is going to absorb the demonic energy from the spirit, and is going to make the voice into his familiar spirit. Then Azrith is preparing to absorb the energy through the ritual of attachment, but then the voice stated that Azrith is underestimating the voice just because it is trapped in here, but it is the ruler of death. And Azrith puts in a question that doesn't make any difference to him, and the voice then relayed to him. Earlier it heard that Azrith saw an illusion about his grandfather, so if Azrith does help the voice, it makes his dream come true. Azrith triggered by those words. Normally he wouldn't care how much people rebuke him, but when it comes to his grandfather, the situation won't be the same. Then Azrith wanted to know if the voice is seeking to come outside of the wooden box, and it agreed to his words happily. And Azrith, with a sinister expression, is taking in the demonic energy of the voice by using the ritual of attachment. The voice is begging Azrith to stop, because it had been a long time since it was sealed, and this is the last remnant of its demonic energy. But Azrith said that it was too late, and the demonic energy is so rich that only by absorbing a little bit, he already has 50 lives worth of demonic energy. He is so thrilled to absorb even more, until he was sure that he made the voice dry out of its demonic energy. The voice has now not even been able to speak properly, and is telling Azrith to stop because the demonic energy is getting depleted. And Azrith felt that something is wrong in here, as if he needs to stop what he is doing right now. However, Alaris is encouraging Azrith to focus on what is ahead of him, and to take the voice as its familiar spirit once the absorption is completed. Then with one hand Azrith is squeezing out the demonic energy, and with the other hand, he is using his sword energy to break open the wooden box as it is nearing its end.
Right when Azrath was about to break open the wooden box, a blow erupted where it made Azrath's sword energy vanish, and Azrath was caught off guard. And cracks are beginning to form more and more, which made Azrath and Alaris dumbfounded by the demonic energy that is leaking out of the wooden box, because only now had they realized that Azrath had not even absorbed 0.01% of the demonic energy the voice had. What's more terrifying is that the demonic energy is increasing even more, to the point that it is unbelievable. This leak of demonic energy made even someone like Azrath to start pouring out sweat, because he couldn't understand if there are beings out there that are powerful enough to have this much demonic energy in them. He was not afraid of the being, but he was quite surprised to see something like this. The box is starting to shatter, and it then spoke to Azrath, but the voice had a vague suspicion that Azrath is a man capable of handling death energy. Then someone is smiling at Azrath horrifyingly.
I was very lucky to meet a person capable of handling death energy. I shall possess your body.
Azrath grasped that the voice had made a fool out of him. A scroll burst open from inside the wooden box, and Azrath understood that the voice had pretended to have gotten weaker, and now it took the chance when he had let his guard down. The scroll then unfolded itself, which made Azrath startled by that, and inside the scroll there is a beautiful painting of a landscape, and in the middle of it, a creature can be seen through. Then the demonic energy is pouring out from the landscape on an extreme level. Then a middle-aged man with white hair and his eyes glowing in a radiant molten color. As the being is stepping out of the landscape, Alaris is warning Azrath to run away right this instant, without even looking back, because this is a being far more terrifying than any creature she had encountered. And as the being landed on the ground, Alaris has told Azrath one thing, that she once encountered a powerful person who is one of the 6 heavens of the world. And this being right in in front of them is multiple times powerful than the martial artist who reached the top level in this world. There was a book called Classic of Mountain and Seas. This book is banned from the world, where no one should read this, as this book contains the information about the ancient times of the world which shouldn't be revealed, and it is mentioned in this book.
Among the Chimorio, there are beings that are in a realm so high in dimension, one cannot fathom reaching it.
Azrath knew that those words are about the beings like this in front of him.
This is the Kimi Morio of the Sacred Beast Realm, the highest level of the Kimi Morios.
This middle-aged man is looking intensely and is in a joy by eye-contacting Azrath. Then he did put into question.
Are you shuddering, you mortal?
The order of Chimorio goes in this order. The lowest level is Ominous Beast. The next one is Strange Beast. After that is Mythical Beast, later Demonic Beast, and then Sacred Beast. The highest level is Divine Beast. The Lady Shaman once informed Azrath that the divine beasts do not exist in the current world, and the being in front of Azrath is a sacred beast. According to Lady Shaman's words, the sacred beasts also shouldn't exist in the current world because they are immortals, and not even the six heavens, who are known as the pinnacle of martial arts, are not capable of defeating them, unless one has reached a level beyond the human limits. Azrath's body is pressured so much just from the bare presence of the being, he can't even keep his head high. As the being pointed its finger down, the internal energy of the being made Azrath to slam his head on the ground, which the ground itself shattered from the momentum. The being is taken aback, seeing that it wanted to crush Azrath's head to death, but somehow he survived. Azrath is perspiring due to the pressure. He is stunned to see the being is full of energy even after being sealed off for a long time. The being chuckles at Azrath speaking about full energy. To Azrath's bewilderment, the being disclosed that this is the being's weakened state because it was sealed off for a long time, and he is a bit angry that an insect like Azrath is judging the being like Azrath was a king. Azrath is stupefied that someone had compared him to an insect, but he knows that he couldn't argue with that, as the being is not something to underestimate. Then the being pulled up his index finger by saying that Azrath is a unique person that he never met even in his thousands of years living in the world. Now both the spirit dolls that he is holding onto are pulled out from his kimono, and Murim had shouted for Azrath. Then Alaris had come out of the spirit doll immediately, and by grabbing Murim, she is running out from there. But the being won't let Alaris do as she wishes, where he is sucking out the air by saying that he has been starving for a long time, so Alaris should satiate him a bit. As Alaris is being sucked into the being as a food, and the being is telling Alaris to offer up her soul, which could be considered as a great sacrifice. But Azrath won't let things go as the being desires, so he is using his sword energy to save Alaris. And as the being saw Azrath charging at him, he gestured his index finger to the top, which shifted Azrath's gravitational force, and he was smashed to the ceiling of the cave, where the debris had blown apart. The blow made Azrath let out a deep groan, yet the being didn't let Azrath to have a small break and swiped his index finger, and the gesture made Azrath to smash into each corner of the cave densely. He was suffering a damage that is beyond human limits, yet he is staying alive just to take his revenge for what happened to his grandpa. Murim witnessing his master like that made her enraged, in which she used her chains to make the being stop moving, and they have tied up the being. Nevertheless, it didn't last a second. The being freed himself from the chains effortlessly, which made Murim flabbergasted. Then the being snapped his finger like how Thanos did in Avengers. As Murim, who used her hands to bind the being, he took out both of her hands as a revenge in one swift motion. Murim is having an immense agony by that, and as Azrath watching this couldn't think of a way to defeat that monster, because even the six heavens are no match for it. Even Alaris, who is known as Blue Rank Spirit, is speechless. Azrath, with his voice shuddering, spoke in a low voice that he made a grave mistake this time. And as Azrath is slowing getting up from his state, the monster is perplexed that only now had he figured out that from the beginning of this situation, he never saw fear in Azrath, in which Azrath just got a bit of sweat, but he didn't got frightened by the being. Then the in-charge is here to see what had happened in here because of the loud noises he heard, and as he saw the evil being, he is confounded as to who it is. But to his surprise, the being recognized the in-charge right that instant. As the in-charge is here for a long time, the the being lifted his hand to pull the in-charge to eat him as a breakfast. And as he was about to use his demonic powers on the in-charge, it didn't work for some reason, and the being realized the cause behind it, where the in-charge is outside the red line. So he takes a guess that this work might have been done by the three-eyed guy. The in-charge, by grasping that his martial arts won't be a match for the being, is running away to inform the higher-ups about this situation, and the being is also following the in-charge. And as he was nearly crossing the red line, a sorcery has been activated, which made sure the being not to cross the red line, where the sutress made the being repelled back to the wooden chest. Azrith sensed that the red line is the being's weakness, so in that split second, he made quick decision and ordered Alaris and Murim to get out from there without a second thought. As the three of them are hurriedly running off to cross the red line, the being is extended his hand as he is not letting them out from this room. Alaris and Murim have somehow made it past the red line, but Azrith didn't manage to do that, as the being used the demonic powers to stop Azrith. Now the being pulled Azrith closely to him. He is amazed to see that Azrith is a quick thinker, because not even a second has passed from the being got repelled by the sorcery, yet Azrith commanded his spirits to use that chance to escape. Azrith said that he has to think that fast, because the being is a difficult one to deal with, and the being is frustrated about the three eyes, because the three eyes had made sure the being to not escape in any way possible. Then Azrith inquired if the offer is still valid, and the being is confused about what offer Azrith is speaking about, and Azrith with his face full of blood answered, about the offer that the being granting him one wish if he were to be out of the wooden box, and Azrith said that the being is able to come out of the wooden because of Azrith coming to this room. Then the being pointed out a mistake, as Azrith had stepped into this room because of his greed to absorb the demonic energy from the monster. Azrith with a smirk on his face responded, to at least get along with that, and not to be petty about these things when he is an old one. The being is baffled as to why Azrith is not feeling any fear even when he was on the verge of death. He questioned by breaking Azrith's right hand, if Azrith is born to be not frightened, or if he is confident even in this situation, that he won't be killed by the being. Azrith, by sneering at the being, replied that it wasn't the second option for sure. The being has enjoyed breaking Azrith's one arm, so now he is planning to take out both of the legs, and Azrith then spoke to him. If the being were to make Azrith into an immovable state, the being won't be able to cross past the red line. The being understood that Azrith is bargaining with his life here, so he imagines that Azrith also values his life. But to his astonishment, Azrith briefed in that he doesn't value his life, as humans are bound to die naturally. Then the being asked for the purpose behind Azrith's breath taking attempts to escape from this place. Then Azrith, with an expression which resembled an Azura, made the being know,
I am living in this world because there is someone I have to kill.
Even the evil being itself is thrilled to hear Azrith talking about revenge with that hellish expression. The being is intrigued about this revenge, so he inquired if there is only one person to kill, and Azrith responded that he couldn't ask for more in this situation, and the being is impressed about Azrith's intellectual skills to know how to speak in every moment. Then he released his controlling technique and accepted to Azrith's proposal, as he was in a good mood today. As Azrith sat on the ground, he grabbed his elbow and twisted in fell swoop, where his hand became back to normal, but he couldn't use it as freely as he was before, and the being is awestruck to look at Azrith's healing skills. Then Azrith peeked slightly at Alaris, where he is blueprinting a way to get out of here. Due to the fact that the being released his controlling technique means that the being believed in him, so he plans to make it out of here in the split moment. Nonetheless, the being caught on Azrith's schemes, where he lifted Azrith once again and is pondering if he really needs to have Azrith's body to get out from this room. He can easily control Azrith with his skills. He never placed his trust in any humans, but the being before his eyes is even worse about trust matter, because this being has lived for so long that it is not giving any small chance for Azrith to do anything. As Azrith is unable to think of a way to fight against the being, both Alaris and Murim are looking at him with their eyes filled with sadness, and when Azrith glanced at them, he just chuckled once, and he could discern one thing, that Alaris and Murim are trying their best to get their revenge even after they have died.
Just when his eyes are about to shut down, he remembered how his grandfather had murdered. In that moment, only one thing flashed into his brain: that if there are people out there who are trying their best to get their revenge even after death, he should be able to avenge his grandfather when he is still alive. It was at this moment Azrith clenched his teeth. His veins are burning in rage, which could even melt the heat energy. Just when he clenched his fist in anger, the being could sense that something dreadful is starting to occur. Azrith, with his eyes scorching an infernal blaze, is so furious that his grandfather was sliced in half, and his resentment was so weak that he is dying like this. Ilaris, whose spiritual energy had been drained and weakened, staggered and looked at Azrith with a haggard face. She figured out that the demonic energy was being sucked in through the palm of Azrith by the ritual of attachment. The concentration and vastness were beyond imagination. The color also plays a crucial role in this, and that was when Ilaris comprehended one thing: that Azrith has ascended to transcendent realm, and he unleashed one of the greatest martial techniques that once represented the old martial world, the moon sword technique. As he fell on the ground, without any break, he launched himself at the being, and the being is dumbfounded to see this, because he noticed it earlier that Azrith is somehow controlling the death energy, but he didn't give much thought about it as it didn't bother him. But now that he has seen Azrith's potential, which is on a whole other level, he gathered some internal energy and is on his way to counterattack Azrith, where his internal energy took the form of a claw.
And just when he was putting his life on the line to deal with this monster, he saw hands coming out from the ground, on which those hands are made up of blood. The blood hands are trying to grab the being. And this is when Azrith saw Ilaris coming into the room once again to help him, where she had bet her life as a stake to protect Arath. Then she looked back for a brief moment, and recommended Azrith to run from here without looking back. Azrith is confounded for a second, as he don't know if he needs to abandon Ilaris and run, but he doesn't have any choice here. So he took this chance, and is running away. As he peeked at his back, he was wondering why Ilaris is sacrificing her life for someone like Azrith, when she is just a familiar spirit. In addition to, she could move freely if Azrith were to die. Then the being caught Ilaris's throat, and is surprised that Ilaris is far better than an inferior spirit. Now he's sucking her soul as a meal once again. Ilaris couldn't do anything to that being, and just accepted her death one more time. And as Azrith is watching this, in a low voice, she whispered to Azrith,
"Get out! Hurry!"
After seeing her like this, Azrith couldn't bring himself to run away. On that occasion, he gritted his teeth, and quickly halted his sprinting. As the being is confused why Azrith is looking in this way instead of running, Azrith then channeled some of his internal energy as a small sword energy. Both the being and Ilaris are watching as to what Azrith is doing. To their bewilderment, Azrith stabbed his heart, and he spatted a mouthful of blood, where the being and Ilaris had their minds blown away by this act. Even in this moment, Azrith sneered at the being and declared that the being now has nowhere to escape as Azrith is going to die. The being released his grip on Ilaris and is hurriedly coming to catch Azrith as he was falling off. Then he caught Azrith, and is questioning if Azrith has lost his mind, and Azrith on the other hand is using the ritual of attachment. The being is getting tensed, as Azrith is the only way for him to get out of this room, and before his thoughts could even process, Azrith grabbed the being's hand tightly, and stated to him that all this effort was just to grab his hand. As the being is staggered to see Azrith risk his life just to catch a single hand, Azrith is utilizing the ritual of attachment. Even Azrith was not sure if the being would fall for his trap. It was just a gamble on his life. Because he figured out that the being had only regained less than 1% of its original power, so Azrith merely needs to absorb that demonic energy to settle the things. The being now got tension danced in his eyes since Azrith caught on its weakness, so he took hold of Azrith's hair unyieldingly. Even though he slammed Azrith's head hard enough to break the floor and blood was flowing out, Azrith didn't lose consciousness, no matter what he does. Azrith is just laughing at the being without ceasing his technique. At that point, Ilaris is using her blood hands to stop the being from hitting Azrith's head on the ground.
In that heart-stopping moment, Azroth started to laugh out loudly. And as the being looked on Azroth had burst into laughing so menacingly that even the being has started to perspire. That laugh, it wasn't human. It was the sound of malevolence and unholiness taking joy in itself. His laughter made even the being, who is known as one of the 6 demons, tremble in fear for the first time in his life. He lived for more than 1,000 years. He fought against the immortals of ancient times, and even when he was being sealed, he never knew what fear is. Yet a person like Azroth, who is nothing compared to those legends he once fought, had made him known the emotion called fear. The being ground his teeth as he could not take this inferiority from a person like Azroth, who is nothing but a mere parasite. So with all his might, he raised Azroth's head and is using a method where his soul is starting to take a form, and this form is heading inside of Azroth. Ilaris recognized that soul method as astral body, where this astral body gets inside a person and takes full control over the body. As the astral body is heading inside Azroth's body through his eyes and mouth, Ilaris is rushing towards the being to pause the process. But then, the soul reached to the depths of Azroth's mind, where the demon seal is present, and as soon as the soul is near the seal, Azroth's eyes have glowed with infernal crimson. The soul that penetrated into Azroth's body had popped out and went back into the being, in which the being suddenly let out a scream. Then the being opened his mouth, with eyes filled with tension, no, fear, his arrogant expression nowhere to be seen.
You... what is that thing inside you?
This being is definitely considered as a monster from the ancient times, but this is the first time in his life that he encountered a being like Azroth, a demonic monster who is a bloodthirsty savage. Azroth didn't know what the being was talking about, since all those memories are sealed inside in his mind. As the being was about to speak something, blood erupted from its mouth, and it instantly loosened his grip on Azroth, where Azroth's eyes have enlarged. Suddenly, a fur sprouted all over his face, and his skeleton began to change rapidly. Then a huge shadow had fallen upon Azroth and Ilaris. Then the being's true form has been manifested, in which as the being is glaring at Azroth fiercely, it is a raccoon-like beast. The being then shouted at Azroth. The demon seal inside Azroth is something ferocious, which even made it manifest the true form, as if the demon seal is high in authority compared to the being of the sacred realm. Then the being sensed something is wrong, as Azroth is using the ritual of attachment, but the being couldn't feel his demonic energy being absorbed. Then he looked at his back, and Azroth is sucking out the energy from the wooden box. The wooden box is regaining its lost power, as the death energy is being absorbed from it, and the being now grasped that Azroth had faked from the beginning, where he did all of that just to make him divert from the wooden box. Then he rotated his head towards Azroth and commanded him to stop his actions. In that moment, the scroll that has fallen on the ground has once again risen into the air and unfolded itself. Then a white light began to radiate, where this light is wrapping the being with some strange white strings, and Azroth figured this out when the being is banging his head on the ground, that the being is sending its demonic energy to the wooden box, and that is when he felt strange at that moment. As the being is roaring over the cave, it was trying its best to unseal the strings, and slowly the strings are getting cut off as the being is tearing through them. Both Azroth and Ilaris have leaped into the air. The both of them gave one banging strike to the being, which made the being lost its balance. As Azroth and Ilaris are looking at the being, Azroth, with a smirk on his face, wished for them to never meet again.
In that manner, no matter how hard the being attempted to come out of the scroll is pulling the being, and as it successfully pulled it into the scroll then set to fold itself, and the wooden box, which has been shattered, has smoothly attached its own parts, and then it was placed on the table silently. The room is now back the way it was earlier. However, this time there was no leak of the demonic energy, as the box repaired itself fully. Azroth is finally relived, where he expressed that he almost got indigestion from that. As the two of them have completely exhausted to the point they can't stand still, Ilaris is glad that the seal worked again. Then she saw something peculiar at that time, in which there are cracks being formed on the skin of Azroth. As all the energy from the surroundings is being absorbed into Azroth, Ilaris knew what was happening to Azroth. This is called as metamorphosis. It literally means changing the bones and shedding the previous waste. It's a phenomenon where the body undergoes a rapid change in response to enlightenment, and a truly strange thing had occurred. It's something that could only happen when one reaches the transformation realm. But for Azroth, he absorbed a lot of demonic energy from the being. Normally, if a person absorbs internal energy far more than their capacity, Their body couldn't hold that much power, thus they will die from the overflow. However, Azrith's body is truly something, in which his body just adapted to the demonic energy, and he has reached the level of Alaris in her past life, in terms of internal energy. And now, he can control the flow of internal energy far better than he used to have. After some time, the process is complete, and Azrith had recovered from his wounds. Besides, his body now feels much lighter than before, and he could understand that. He is on the level of transformation realm. As he clenched his fist, he could see the energy and strength in it, which has changed a lot from before. Now that he is on the level of 8 stars in terms of internal energy, he is going to ace the last trail of the Corpse Blood Valley. About a few days ago, when Azrith is on the carriage heading to the heaven and earth, Azrith asked his master if there is anyone who had taken a spirit which belongs to the sacred realm as their familiar spirit. His master told him that there are 2 shamans who did that, where those 2 belongs to the highest rank of shaman cultivation. However, the shaman clarified Azrith about one thing, that spirits of the sacred realm are so high in power that even the 6 heavens are match for it. So the shamans who took those spirits are not actually humans. But the master halted his words in the midway and stated that Azrith shouldn't concern about those things right now. Azrith, by looking at his palm, realized one part for certain, that he still has a long way to go, but his priority will always be his grandfather. Then Alaris called for Azrith in a low voice. As Azrith turned his head over to her, his eyes have enlarged by observing Alaris' condition, in which her body is starting to crack over, and it is commencing to disappear. Azrith sensed that Alaris' soul has been weakened, so now her body is finally disappearing from this world. As Alaris knows that this will be her last time on this world, she is appreciating Azrith for attaining metamorphosis. Then by looking at him, she revealed by getting disheartened that she didn't have the chance to tell her backstory, but by seeing Azrith's martial prowess, she believes that Azrith will become strong enough to avenge his grandpa. Azrith questioned as to why Alaris has returned back and saved Azrith when she could just stay behind the red line. Alaris, by smiling faintly, answered him that everything will be over once Azrith dies, but now that Azrith is alive, she knows that he is going to reach the top level of this world even if she vanishes. Azrith, without any emotion on his face, is perplexed that Alaris is going to fade away, and as half of her body had already evaporated, she requested Azrith to promise her one thing, that she is going to die without any regrets because she had hope on Azrith, that Azrith will definitely take revenge on the heaven and earth on her behalf. By closing her eyes and letting a tear to flow down, Alaris had vanished into thin air. But the protagonist is not a common man to let her go away like that. So by grabbing her hand, he began releasing his demonic energy, in which Alaris is startled by the immense amount of demonic energy that is being transferred into her body. She never experienced such pure and thick demonic energy ever before. This demonic energy made her body to completely recover from the wounds inflicted from the battle, and surprisingly, her body is processing to level up further from the blue spirit level, and the area is slowly changing the atmosphere into a blood field. Alaris is astonished to look at her cultivation level. As such, Azrith congratulated her for reaching the next stage. According to the Book of the Shamans, Azrith knows that there is a level beyond the blue spirit level, and that is the indigo level. These indigo level spirits are far stronger and are incomparable to the blue spirits. If blue spirits are able to hallucinate the opponent to their blood field, the indigo level spirits are able to descend that blood field into the reality and makes the opponent trapped in it. Furthermore, the indigo spirits are strong enough to rival against the demonic beasts. Alaris, by looking at her hands, is in a state of joy by looking at her cultivation reaching new heights. Now Azrith, cross-folding his hands, asked Alaris as to what did Alaris spoke just a few moments ago, and this made Alaris flinched. Then Azrith reminded Alaris as to how she begged him when she thought that she is going to perish from this world. And Alaris is chewing her clothes as she is embarrassed by those words that she spoke in the heat of the moment. Azrith wanted to know if he needs to call her with a new name as she leveled up, but she told him to call her as usual without any changes. Then Azrith realized that Alaris liked the name that he chose at the beginning, and Alaris is shouting at him that she never liked that name and to stop making fun of her. Now Murim, by crying out, called for Azrith as she lost both of her hands in the fight against the sacred beast in an attempt to save Azrith. Then right after a few moments, she made a joyful expression. Subsequently, someone is waving his hand by mentioning that he will be waiting for them, and it is none other the in-charge who is giving a send-off to Azrith as he is leaving the library. But Alaris, by looking at the in-charge, is stupefied that Murim is happy after possessing the in-charge's body. And to our shock, Murim has possessed the body of the in-charge and is cheerfully waving her hand at the MC. A few minutes back, unlike Alaris, who took some time to level up from the blue spirit to indigo spirit, Murim leveled to blue spirit level as soon as she received a small amount of demonic energy from Azrith. And this was possible because Murim was on the verge of the green spirit level. And right after that, Murim successfully took the in-charge's body, because this guy is trying to blow the horn of emergency, and Murim stopped him doing that. Murim is very happy to possess a man's body, and Azrith imagines that Murim liked that body because now she is able to read all the martial arts that are in this library, but Alaris expressed that it is disgusting. As Azrith and Alaris left the place, Murim is organizing the books which have fallen on the ground when the young man and Azrith fought earlier. And this is when she stumbled upon the demonic room again, as the room is completely filled with silence, and everything is back to normal to the way it was before. She remembered the words that Azrith told them, that he is not capable of handling such a thing. So he grasped that it is safe to leave this wooden box here, and he instructed Murim about one thing, that if anyone ever comes to this place in search for the wooden box, she needs to inform Azrith quickly through the telepathy. However, Murim is pondering that if it is really safe to abandon such a terrifying thing here. Moreover, she is really intrigued about the three-eyed person who managed to seal such a powerful spirit when it has its full power, that even the 6 heavens of the martial world are no match for it. She knows that the 6 heavens of the world are not ordinary martial artists, that this realm is so powerful that only 6 people have pulled off to this realm so far. But she didn't want to bother that wooden box anymore, and is going to keep the books back into their position. Outside the mountains, the guard who escorted Azrith to this place is waiting for him for a long time. He was informed by the young woman that Azrith will be late, but he knows that it has been more than an hour. And just when he was moving from this place to check upon Azrith if everything is all right, someone appeared right behind the guard, and the guard is suddenly shocked to see Azrith standing behind him, and Azrith inquired the guard if he got bored for waiting too long. The guard shook his head that he is all right, but he was amazed about one part, that before Azrith entered the library, Azrith's aura was like that of a first-rate martial artist, but right now, he couldn't even sense anything, as if Azrith had become stronger than the guard. As the guard is escorting Azrith back to the Corpse Blood Valley dorms, he guesses that Azrith must have attained a way to completely suppress his martial energy. But the guard could guarantee one thing. Unless Azrith wanted to lose in the final trail on his own accord, there is no one in the cadets who could even make a small scratch on his body. On the night before the final trial, a person is walking towards a building, where his hand is weighed by a lot of weight bracelets and a pot on the other hand. This middle-aged man with a serious expression is one of the 5 kings, and the 8 stars of the martial world, known as Lightning Fist King. As he is seeing the building ahead of him, that manor belongs to the Dark Sect, which is one of the 3 powerful sects in the heaven and earth. He is a bit unpleased about this place, because no matter how many times he visits this place, the Dark Sect always has ominous and dark vibes. Then someone, by seeing that one of the 5 kings is here, someone greeted the Fist King. As the Fist King, by rotating his head to the back, greeted that person. This person, who looks like an innocent one, is the leader of the sect, the Dark Sect leader, in which this Dark Sect has the most power in all the sects that are in the heaven and earth. The Fist King conversed to the Dark Sect leader if he is still wearing a mask to hide his identity, and the Dark leader, by chuckling at the Fist King, mentioned that it is a rule that he must follow. The Fist King, by smiling at the Dark leader, agreed to that, because he knows the reason as to why the leader needs to hide it, due to the fact that the Dark Sect is created for the purpose of intelligence and record-keeping, and only the Heaven and Earth Association leader knows the true face and gender of the Dark Sect leader. Even the Fist King doesn't know if the Dark leader is a male or female. At that point, the Dark leader puts into question for the arrival of the Fist King to his sect, and the Fist King then placed the pot that he brought here. This pot contains wine, and that is known as the Top Scholar wine, which is a famous wine in the world, which is equal to another renowned wine known as daughter in red. The Dark Leader couldn't get a grip on why the Fist King is giving him such a high-quality wine, and the Fist King made things clear that he is bribing the Dark Leader for one request, that the Dark Leader needs to do a difficult favor for him in the Corpse Blood Valley final trail tomorrow. And the Dark Leader laughs in a low voice at the Fist King, as he wanted to know about the favor. Now the Fist King explains to her in detail, but before the Fist King could even speak, the Dark Leader interrupted and made a guess, that if the Fist King is here to request the Dark Leader to give up on a disciple. The Fist King flinched by the Dark Leader response, because the Dark Leader indeed made the right guess. After the completion of the final trail, the Masters of the Heaven and Earth can choose one disciple each from the 6 students that have reached the final trail, so the Fist King doesn't want to lose the student that he had selected beforehand to other Masters. Yet, the Dark Leader declined the request made by the Fist King, as he had his own reasons. On that occasion, the Dark Leader then again mentioned one thing, that he would have rejected that request made by the Fist King, but after seeing such a precious wine in front of him changed his mind, so he is willing to know as to which student the Fist King is referring to. The Fist King remained silent for a moment, because he couldn't make a decision, that if he needs to reveal the student that he chose, as there might be a possibility for the Dark Leader to take an interest on that student from then onwards. Nonetheless, he didn't have any choice but to disclose about the student, that this big guy is the student the Fist King is aiming for. In all the Masters present in the heaven and earth, only the Fist King had not been able to have a successor, given that, if anyone wants to take over the Fist King, that person needs to successfully master the martial arts of the Fist King. Nevertheless, there is a catch here, that all the previous students who took on that role have their body crippled, as their body is nowhere near the level of supporting the fist martial arts. Only the people with an outstanding physique are able to manage and master the martial arts of the Fist King. The Dark Leader understood why the Fist King made that request, then by clapping his hands and laughing, he divulged to the Fist King not to worry, as the Dark Leader is aiming to take a girl into his sect. The Fist King knows there is only one girl in the 6 trainees, and that is the red-haired girl. The Dark Leader nodded his head at the Fist King that he is going to select that red-haired girl. The both of them are happy that they are not seeking for the same trainee. Besides, the Fist King knows about a detail in here, that a woman, who is the head of a sect called Musician Sect, is also pursuing the red-haired girl, but the Fist King, by Kung Fu saluting to the Dark Leader with a joyful expression, hadn't revealed that information to the Dark Leader, that the Musician Sect is also aiming for the red-haired girl. In a manner far off from that place, a girl's ear suddenly felt as if someone is speaking about her. It is the red-haired girl kneeling in front of Azrith. Azrith, by seeing the red-haired girl to suddenly turn her back like that, asked her if she is having a problem here. Then she stated that she is fine, but she is curious about the motive behind Azrith's sudden summon in the middle of the night. By narrowing her eyes at Azrith, she is getting stressed as to why did he look for her when it is so late at night. That too they are completely alone in a bedroom. Then Azrith stated to her, by sitting like a king, that he is planning to use her tonight. The red-haired girl, by hearing that statement, is protecting her body by covering it with her hands. She couldn't understand why Azrith is behaving like a nighttime beast, but inwardly, she is ready to do it with him, because Azrith's charm and his demeanor are majestic. Then Azrith straightened up, that he is wishing to have a duel with her. This made the girl to be stunned there, as she was having some lewd thoughts about him. She got discouraged when she learnt that Azrith had never seen her as a woman. Then Azrith continued, that she can even kill Azrith in this duel, and Azrith is doing this only to get warmed up for tomorrow's final trial. The red-haired girl is calculating that she has the advantage in here, because Azrith only have to defeat her. However, the girl has the chance to kill him if she wants, so she took up on that duel. As Azrith is getting up from his seat, he is cracking up some of his muscles as he is getting ready for the duel. After that, Azrith is offering her that if she manages to win in this duel, he will undo the poison that he previously inflicted on her. Before his explanation could even finish, the red-haired girl had already launched herself with the dagger in her hand pointing towards Azrith's neck. But within an instant, Azrith pressed his index finger on the girl's neck, which made the girl to realize the power gap between the both of them. She knows that if Azrith had a dagger in his hand, her neck would have been stabbed by the dagger instead of his index finger. Then Azrith licked his index finger and declared that she is too slow to him. As he is opening and closing his hand to feel the muscle grip, even Azrith is surprised to see the sudden spike of power levels within him because of the metamorphosis process. Alaris is advising Azrith to not get overconfident by thinking that he is a powerful master, as there is huge gap between someone whose internal energy has reached to transformation realm and someone who is actually in transformation realm for a long time. Azrith acknowledged why Alaris said those words, but there is something that is greatly influencing him, which is the power level that he is having right now and the ability to keep anyone in check with that newborn power. Up until now, Azrith had always considered martial arts as a method to take revenge, but from now onwards, his perspective towards martial arts has significantly changed, where he is now thriving to learn more about martial arts, so that he could dominate the entire world with his presence. The red-haired girl can sense the abnormal energy spreading into the room. She clearly knows that Azrith used to be a little bit higher compared to her cultivation level, but now, only a single phrase had come out of her mouth, that he is a monster. The next day, the time to witness the final winner of the Corpse Blood Valley has finally arrived. The Demon Mask is monitoring over the entire field and the nearby areas. Then he saw the Dark Leader attending to spectate the match, and the Demon Mask is somewhat difficult to accept the Dark Leader's arrival. Not because there is any conflict between them. It is just that the Dark Leader has never shown any interest in these type of ceremonies for a long time. In that moment, someone drew her fingers across the music instrument, and the sound waves from the instrument made the guards of the Corpse Blood Valley to tight shut their ears. The higher-level masters are unaffected by that melody, in which the Fist King is a bit irritated that the lady has once again begun her stupid way of showing off, to which the Dark Leader chuckled. This woman who is playing the violin-type instrument is the head of the musician sect, the Sound Valley Master, Hang Yirang. The Demon Mask is a bit unsettled to see the Sound Valley Master to attend this ceremony. This is a wicked hobby of the Valley Master, where she tries to show off her martial arts even though everyone already knows about that. Even the vice leader of the Heaven-Earth Association, who is known to be a very tolerant man, had once warned her to stop doing this cheap tactics, yet her arrogance knows no bounds that she doesn't even listens to the vice leader and does as she intends to do. As the woman is going to raise the tempo of the instrument even further, the guards are slowly falling to the ground as they couldn't bear it anymore even if they closed their ears. By seeing this rudeness from the woman, the Demon Mask has hesitated up until now because it could cause a disturbance to their relationship as sect leaders. Nevertheless, the Demon Mask is a man who always prioritizes his men, so by gripping his sword tightly, he is going to cease the actions of the woman.
This is when a person emerged with a presence that shook the area. It is none other than the Bright Blade King himself, one of the most powerful people in the Murim, the 8 stars of the world. With a serious and annoyed expression, he roared with his voice at the woman.
Master Hain, you must pause your music.
As soon as the lady realized that it is the Blade King, she got a bit nervous and obeyed to him, that she will now stop playing the instrument. As the Blade King is climbing on the steps, the lady felt the air around her getting lighter as it is getting back to normal. As the Blade King took a seat, the woman is awestruck by the martial prowess from the Blade King, which made the ground tremble even if there are a lot martial masters present here. The Demon Mask knows that the woman can't do anything to the Blade King, because in the past, the woman once made an argument with the Blade King, and the Blade King used his power to show the woman as to why he is called the King of the Brilliance, where he drove her to the verge of death just because he was irritated a little. Nonetheless, the Demon Mask couldn't grasp why the Blade King wants to spectate the match, because the Blade King already has a lot of disciples, so there is no need for him to attend this. Then a student turned his head to the left side in a state of awe. All the students are dumbfounded to see the masters who participated to take in the disciples from the 6 trainees, but nobody knows for what trainee they are all fascinated about. Afterwards, the Demon Mask greets the Blade King by bowing down his head, and the Blade King also cheers at the Demon Mask for seeing him after a long time. The Demon Mask then sought the Blade King, as to what disciple is the Blade King interested in this time, and the Blade King said that he wishes to keep it a secret as a lot of people might hear them. The Blade King is now sharply looking at the trainees who are gathering on the stage. And in the trainees, the Blade King saw Azrith being one of them. This is when the Bright Blade King let out an exclamation of excitement. He is very happy to see Azrith surviving the Corpse Blood Valley, because he is the only person in the world who can retrieve the Lost Moon sword arts for what the heaven and earth is looking for the past 100 years desperately for it. The Blade King is brimming with happiness that Azrith hadn't let him down, and he is now prepared to take an Azrith as his disciple. The Blade King assumed that Azrith will get trampled upon the trails, yet he never anticipated that he would even reach the last trail. Some time ago, the Blade slammed his hand on the table furiously. He questioned the person in front of him as to who did this to him. The young man who fought against Azrith yesterday is making a victim expression and is elaborating to the Blade King that if the young man had used his full power, he would have definitely won against his opponent. However, the Blade King cut off the words of the young man and asked him only about one thing, that the young man first needs to repeat the name of the person who did this. The young man then mentioned the name, Azrith. As soon as the Blade King heard that name, he exhaled out deeply with astonishment. Even he got goosebumps for the first time. By clenching his fist tightly with exhilaration to know that Azrith is alive, he thought that the moon sword technique might get extinct, but to his surprise, the protagonist made it to the last trail of the Corpse Blood Valley. Then the Blade King seriously demanded the reason for fighting Azrith, and the young man genuinely said that he was just trying to disturb Azrith from a trance unknowingly, without any ill intentions. As soon as the Blade King figured out that his disciple was trying to do something so dangerous to the person who's the most important one in the heaven and earth, the Blade King gave one powerful knockout to the young man on his head. The Blade King is truly impressed about Azrith's performance, because not only had he survived in the Corpse Blood Valley, but he even is competing on the finals. Now with an aggressive grin he is pondering, he is fixated to take over Azrith as his disciple, that even if the others criticize him for having an orthodox student as his disciple. As the Blade King then turned his eyes to the right side, he saw another intriguing trainee in the competitors, who is no less than the Mock Brother. The Blade King is quite amazed to see the Mock Brother to enter the finals. The Blade King knew that the Mock Brother's potential is good, but he never anticipated that his aptitude is high enough to kill the unorthodox trainees. The Blade is glad that he visited this year's final ceremony, because there are very talented people this time. Now, even the Blade is ready to see who would dominate this Corpse Valley's final trial. The Demon Mask then voiced out about the final trail's description, where the Demon Mask commanded some of his men to bring the item. At that instant, the Mock Brother and the sleepy-eyed guy were dumbfounded to see the item the Demon Mask ordered to bring, where it is a match bracket. If the match bracket is being placed in the trail, the Mock Brother comprehended that the final trail is going to a one-on-one battle. The Demon Mask then reveals to everyone who didn't know that this trail consists of duels, and the trainees need to win against their opponent and to show their worth to the martial masters who are here. Furthermore, all the trainees will be chosen by one master, and the trainees won't have the privilege to choose their master, but the one who gets the first place in the trail has the privilege to choose their master. The students who are here as audience are muttering to each other that the top trainee will be a lucky one, because he will have the opportunity to choose a master from the 5 kings, where there are 3 of the 8 stars in the world are present in the 5 kings, and 2 of them are here. The Demon Mask then wished for everyone to give their best shot without hiding anything under their disposal. The fat guy is happy to hear that, and is thinking about what master to choose if he gets first place. And the sleepy-eyed guy is already daydreaming that he is going to be the winner. Both the red-haired girl and the tattoo guy who is possessed by the demonic monk are silent, and the Mock Brother has no intention to win in their trail. His only goal is to stop Azrith at all costs from winning this trail. Azrith is disappointed about something, where he was no longer interested in getting the first place, because he was hoping for the Poison King, who is one of the 8 stars, to attend this ceremony, because only then Azrith will have some chance to retrieve data from the Poison King about the Ghost Blade. But now, Azrith was left in a situation with no reward, and according to the Demon Mask, the trainees can only choose the masters who attended the ceremony only. So Azrith just mumbled that he was quite displeased about this trail. On the flip side, the Mock Brother is puzzled about an issue where one-on-one won't get directed well if there are 6 members, where there should be either 4 or 8 members. Then, as per the Demon Mask's order, the subordinate came forward with an wooden box filled with tokens numbers. As the mock brother went forward to pick out a token number, he picked out the token number 6. As drawn in the match bracket, number 6 will compete with number 5, and the winner of that duel will directly advance to the last round. The fat guy is jealous of the mock brother, and he thought he could pull out a number 5, but due to his unluck, he got number 4. And the sleepy-eyed guy took out number 2, where the red-haired girl got number 3. So the red-haired girl and the fat guy will battle against each other. Now Azrith is going for his token number, and as he placed his hand inside the wooden box, he picked out a token number, and his token number is 1. This made the sleepy-eyed guy to flinch, because he was matched up to fight against Azrith. And lastly, the demonic monk is matched against the mock brother. As Azrith is casually walking past the sleepy-eyed guy with bad mood, the sleepy-eyed guy is feeling unease about this, because his first opponent is the most toughest one present in the here. But he still has his sense of confidence, because he has a hidden trick up his sleeve, and this could even rival against a strong person like Azrith. Alaris can see that Azrith is currently mood off, and he agreed to that, because he was only interested in the trails as he was looking clues to find more information on the ghost blade to kill him. But the Poison King is absent to this ceremony. The sleepy-eyed guy then approached Azrith by extending his hand, where with a cheerful smile, he was hoping for the both of them to do their best in this match. But Azrith is not such a softie, whereby closing his eyes, and with a serious tone he remarked the sleepy-eyed guy,
If I were to do my best, the match will end before it could even get properly started.
The sleepy-eyed guy is biting his lips hard that he was embarrassed by Azrith like this, but what can he do when the main character is aura farming? The demon mask told Azrith and the sleepy-eyed guy to quickly appear on the stage. As the both of them are walking on the steps, the sleepy-eyed guy called Azrith, where the sleepy-eyed guy is unable to take that inferiority from Azrith. He mustered up some courage and recommended Azrith to make a bet. Then by turning to the backside, he said that the loser has to call the winner master for the rest of their lives. As Azrith just blindly stared at the front without responding anything, the sleepy-eyed guy is relieving Azrith that Azrith could just leave it off like nothing happened if he is scared enough to take up on that bet. But to the sleepy-eyed guy's madness, Azrith said that the spiciness in the bet is not enough. So to make it up even more spicier, he suggested by smiling like a devil, the loser has to bark like a dog, and they should behave like a dog for the rest of their lives. The sleepy-eyed guy just stood frozen for that stake made by Azrith, and Azrith now said the same words as the sleepy-eyed guy, that if the sleepy-eyed guy is scared, he could just drop off. Then by placing his leg firmly on the ground and releasing his internal energy, the sleepy-eyed guy accepted to that bet. Every master who attended this ceremony is shocked by that strong internal energy at such a young age. Including the Blade King was surprised to see the internal energy released by the sleepy-eyed guy, where the Blade King is already considering that Azrith might lose in this match. The Fist King is baffled to see someone of this caliber. He just couldn't control his level of manners, where he inquired the nearby guard about the sleepy-eyed guy. And the guard let the Fist King know the sleepy-eyed guy is from one of the lower clans, so no one gave much thought about his martial prowess. The Fist King is getting remorseful for making a bad decision by bribing all the masters with such a precious wine for the fat guy. And the Blade King knows why everyone is interested in the sleepy-eyed guy, since the sleepy-eyed guy is currently at the end of the ultimate peak, which means he is closer to the level of Transcendent Realm. The Demon Mask raised his hand to the top and told the two of them to get ready. And as the two people took their fighting stances, the Demon Mask begun the battle between Azrith and Sleepy-Eyed Guy. As everyone is getting hyped up just because the Sleepy-Eyed Guy is close to the Transcendent Realm, Azrith had already surpassed the Transcendent Realm and reached the Transformation Realm, where his internal energy is equal to the martial masters who are spectating the match here. As the battle between the both of them has started, the Sleepy-Eyed Guy is looking forward to see Azrith's power because of the challenge he made, but the Sleepy-Eyed Guy is confident in his strength not because he is at the level of Transcendent Realm. It is because of a secret technique that he has which couldn't be mastered by the martial masters.
In that instant, the sleepy-eyed man lunged at Azrith. His sudden speed was so terrifying that every trainee froze, their eyes wide with shock. With a blinding strike, the man's fist shot forward. but Azrath caught the blow with ease, his body unshaken, his aura untouched. Now that Azrath is going for a counter, because the sleepy guy won't be able to use another attack with his left hand. Yet before Azrath could counter, the man's other fist came crashing down like a thunderclap. The impact forced Azrath back a single step, a sight that left even the Bright Blade King and the Shadow King speechless. The sleepy guy used his left palm burned with a crushing technique, while his right fist hammered forward in a relentless barrage. Blow after blow rained upon Azrath, each strike carrying the weight of an earthquake, forcing him backward under the sheer onslaught. Every trainee, except the demonic monk, stood dumbfounded to see Azrath, the infernal storm himself, pushed back by another's fists, was a nightmare none of them thought possible.
Because using a fist technique with one hand and a palm technique with the other hand is not easy as it looks. The sleepy-eyed guy posed, if Azrath is surprised by his secret technique. Azrath just stood there without any answer, and the sleepy-eyed guy, by projecting his internal energy, challenged Azrath to win against this move, as this is his ultimate technique. The judges knew that this cannot be brushed off easily, because anyone with the knowledge of martial arts knows that using two techniques simultaneously is impossible, because the two techniques require separate amount internal energy to perform, and just a tiny mistake could lead to a permanent loss of internal energy. Moreover, the brain should also move accordingly to the martial art. So even if a person trains so hard in it, he cannot do anything unless he has the talent to do it. This alone shows the proficiency of the sleepy-eyed guy. The Blade King is feeling bad for Azrath, given that Azrath was matched up against the toughest opponent before he could even prove his worth.
Normally, humans get either frightened or discouraged when they were faced up against such an opponent, but Azrath right here is the resemblance of a demon, in which he is actually exhilarated to see this and expressed.
You did the wrong thing by showing me your ultimate technique at the beginning. Now, I will show you the difference between our power levels.
The sleepy-eyed guy had suddenly felt a dark presence. He don't know the reason, but all his instincts are telling him to drop out of this match. But he compressed those instincts and confidently spoke that Azrath should stop acting like a tough person when he is going to lose. His legs shattering the ground beneath him under the sheer weight of his power, the sleepy-eyed guy charged at Azrath to finish him off with a final blow. Just when the sleepy-eyed guy thought that his victory is confirmed, it was at this moment Azrath clenched his right hand into a crushing fist and stretched his left hand open like a blade. This is when Azrath made everyone realize how high his martial prowess is. With a single surge of his power, he shattered the rhythm of the sleepy-eyed guy's assault, deflecting each strike with blows so devastating they resounded like sky-shattering booms tearing through the heavens. With that overwhelming might, Azrath hurled the sleepy-eyed guy backward, breaking him under a savage force that no ordinary being could ever withstand. But the sleepy-eyed guy is not going to stand still, so by forcing back his momentum, he ripped through the air with terrifying speed. Yet Azrath met him head-on. An annihilating strike cracked his chin, snapping his head back. Before the man could even fall, Azrath's blazing fist smashed across his cheek, and in the same breath, Azrath's knee drove into him like a death sentence, a bone-crushing blow that left no room for escape. The sleepy-eyed guy was flabbergasted that although he displayed the fist and palm technique, Azrath is strong enough to mix foot techniques into this. Azrath is storming in a rain of blows at the sleepy-eyed guy, and the sleepy-eyed guy can see through one thing, that he is no match for Azrath. And what's more dangerous about Azrath is, Azrath just increased the amplification of the fist and palm strikes to the next level, so even defending himself from Azrath had become pointless. The sleepy-eyed guy had no chance to breathe. Azrath's ruthless onslaught caged him from every direction. The sleepy-eyed guy is gritting his teeth as he couldn't back down without putting up a fight. He burned his last shred of internal energy, so fierce that the ground beneath him shattered and debris surged upward. Before the fragments even fell, he vanished and reappeared beside Azrath, as he was about to deliver a devastating hit to at least knock out Azrath even once. Azrath evaded that mighty strike by curving his upper body to right side, and by using his hand support, he said to the sleepy-eyed guy in that form,
"From now on, you better act and bark like a dog."
That is how he dealt a cataclysmic heavenly slam. The sleepy-eyed guy spilled blood from his mouth, and Azrath directed his body back to the position. This presentation made the masters and trainees to actually witness the martial arts of a demon god. The demon mask then raised his hand to the top and publicized,
"The match is over, and the winner is
Mokyong-won. The sleepy-eyed guy has fallen unconsciousness, and Azroth stood like a person with majestic appearance. The masters all have risen from their seats when they have seen this, and the trainees have no words to say, because this is not a normal thing, where the renowned geniuses of the world are not capable of imitating a person's moves just by looking at it once. The whole area was left silent by what Azroth had just demonstrated. Both the two kings are left awestruck by that performance. Even they themselves are incompetent of doing it. Azroth's single action changed the whole atmosphere. The Dark Leader had at last figured out that Azroth is the real deal in this trail.
The musician head is looking at him with her eyes opening with fascination. Now a new desire has woken up in her, where she is carving to get Azroth into her sect. The mock brother never knew that Azroth has risen to such level. The Blade King never saw nor heard about this phenomenon, and he is certain about one aspect. There is no one in this world who can do what Azroth is doing right now. So even the Blade King had to accept it, that Azroth is a monster. After witnessing this battle, all the masters present here are now going for Azroth, whereas the trainees have all lost their hope of winning, and the mock brother is perspiring after he spectated the match. As the match is over, the guards are picking up the sleepy-eyed guy's body as he has fallen into a slumber, and Azroth is walking down the stage. Hence, Azroth's martial prowess made every master to feel the urge to take him as their disciple. As the Fist King saw Azroth's dramatic performance, he is whispering to himself that he changed his plans on his disciple, where the Fist King is looking to take Azroth as his disciple. The Blade King, after catching on those words, got uncomfortable and asked the Fist King to clarify what he meant by those words, and the Fist King, by eye-contacting the Blade King, made things clear that he will be taking Azroth as his disciple, and he boldly made a statement towards Blade King that the Blade King shouldn't interfere in these things when he has a lot of disciples, so it would make the Blade King a greedy person. The Blade King just crushed the chair's handle with his grip strength, and by rising from his seat, he glared at the Fist King as he slowly started to release his aura and questioned him if the Fist King really dared to call him greedy, and the Fist King, without losing his composure, begun discharging his internal energy and responded that how can he describe the Blade King's actions when he was trying to attain more disciples, even though he has a lot. With those few words between themselves, the both of them have set loose in their power and preparing to engage in a battle. The spectators couldn't just say anything or try to stop them, because they are the 5 kings, and the rest of the masters are in no league to stop this. As the situation is getting uncontrolled, a person finally stepped in. It is the Dark Leader, where he had something that he wishes to say. As the both of the kings are looking to see what the Dark Leader is going to say, the Dark Leader just pointed out a rule in the final trial, where the one who gets the first place has the privilege to choose their master, and according to the battle, Azroth's potential is enough to get him the first position, so there is no need for the 2 kings to fight for him, when Azroth will be the one to choose by getting the first position. After hearing to that, the 2 kings didn't even know what to say. The Blade King is feeling shy as he acted like that, because what the Dark Leader said is indeed true. The Fist King, by looking to his side, is cursing himself inwardly as he got agitated without even thinking about such an easy rule. Both the kings have realized one thing, that they have lost their patience because of Azroth's demonstration of his powers. The Dark Leader stated to the 2 kings that they should just enjoy watching the match, and a guard has brought a new chair to the Blade King, on which the 2 kings are still feeling so embarrassed as they have acted like small kids fighting for a chocolate. As Azroth is sitting on the steps and is observing the next match between the red-haired girl and the fat guy, the musician sect head isn't interested in what the Dark Leader has to say, where she is planning to make Azroth her own disciple by contacting him without letting anyone know. The Demon Mask then commenced the battle between the 2 of them, where the red-haired girl struck the fat guy, and the fat guy defended himself from all the attacks. Just when Azroth is calmly viewing the match, someone spoke to him, and the voice is directly transferred to his brain, to which Azroth is perplexed about this. As Azroth is scanning the area to find out who is speaking to him in such a manner, that person provoked Azroth, that Azroth is not strong enough to figure out who it is. And before the person could even finish those words, Azroth's eyes have rapidly swiped to a certain person, where he is eyeing the musician head, and this made the musician head to get amazed, as Azroth spotted her in a matter of time. By licking her finger, She is now desperate to take him under her wing. Then by sending another message directly to his brain, she complimented that Azrith is far better than a lot of martial artists with his sharp senses. So she asked him if Azrith wanted to know how she did that. And Azrith nodded in agreement. And now she is going to teach him how to do that, as it is a gift for Azrith's accomplishment in the first match. By sticking her tongue out, she explained to him in very detail by touching her tongue that there will be a certain part under the tongue where by clicking it a set of times by using internal energy, one person can speak to the person they want without opening their mouth or letting the voice outside, and no other person other than the speaker and receiver could hear what they are speaking. She told him that if Azrith practices this for 3 months, he could achieve it easily with his outstanding talents. However, Azrith spoke to her using this voice transmission right after she completed her explanation, and the head is overwhelmed by Azrith's matchless speed in learning things. In that way, Azrith is trying to find out the name of this move, and the head filled him in, that this is called secret sound transmission. As the fat guy is pushing the red-haired girl with his heavy body, the head is revealing her true intentions to Azrith. She made Azrith to get aware of things, that if he is planning to become the disciple of one of the 2 kings, it could lead him to a hopeless future, providing that the Blade King already has a successor and a lot of disciples under his command. So Azrith would only get trampled by his fellow members for doing that. But if he chooses the Fist King who doesn't have successors, not disciples, the Fist King uses a powerful martial art that ordinary people can't train and get themselves crippled in the process. However, if Azrith chooses the musician sect head as his master, he will be surrounded by beautiful women, where they will do all sorts of tasks that Azrith wants them to do, because the musician sect is full of girls without a boy. So Azrith can enjoy a lot of women like an emperor. Then by sharpening her eyes, she even forewarned Azrith, if he dares to reject her down, she will have no choice but to take the mock brother under her wing selfishly, because he is Azrith's brother, and then she will play with him until she gets bored of him, and then she'll kill him. But the person she is trying to blackmail is Azrith, and to her craziness, Azrith with a cheerful and bright smile offered her that the head can do anything as she wishes with the mock brother, and Azrith is giving her full rights to kill him. The head can see that Azrith isn't attempting to make some nonsense, and that he is serious about this. She could perceive how dangerous and evil-minded Azrith is. The fact is that Azrith is trying to kill the mock brother from the beginning, but he is backing down because it could cause an uproar if he does that aimlessly. And now that the head made a threat to Azrith that she will kill the mock brother, so why won't Azrith agree to that, as he is getting what he wants without staining his hands in blood? This is when the sleepy-eyed guy opened his eyes after his deep sleep caused by Azrith. Then by rising up from his position, the mock brother suggested the sleepy-eyed guy to rest for a while. The sleepy-eyed guy remembered the loss, and how embarrassingly he lost to Azrith, and the mock brother is comforting the sleepy-eyed guy that he did well. Then by getting up, the sleepy-eyed guy smiled and told the mock brother that he made a deal with Azrith, and now he needs to do his part as he promised. As the sleepy-eyed guy stood in front of Azrith, the sleepy-eyed guy fell to his knees and accepted to be Azrith's dog from now on, and by bowing down his head, he greeted Azrith as his new master from today onwards. The mock brother couldn't grasp the scenario properly. He is just shouting at the sleepy-eyed guy to stop doing that. On the other side, the match is won by the red-haired girl, where the fat guy was failed to keep up with the martial arts of the girl. The next match is between the demonic monk and the mock brother. The mock brother, by seeing the red-haired girl coming down from the stage, alerted her. The Azrith is using some strange tactics to make everyone around him as his subordinate, but the red-haired girl didn't bother to listen what the mock brother is trying to say and replied to him that the mock brother is a bit too late. To the mock brother's stagger, the red-haired girl is now bowing down her head and greeted Azrith as her master. Seeing all the people act so strange made the mock brother to get disoriented, and now he is yelling at Azrith to tell him what he did to the sleepy-eyed guy and the red-haired girl. But Azrith is not sure of what the mock brother is currently going for, and just when the mock brother is questioning about the subordination scheme, the demon mask from the backside is calling the mock brother to get onto the stage, as the demonic monk is already here. The mock brother has no choice but to obey the demon mask's words, and by going onto the stage, he is pondering about where he did things go wrong for Azrith to act like this. The mock brother is only seeking to get Azrith back to how he was before, But the more the time passes, even the people around Azrith are slowly changing to a new way of behaving, and the mock brother assumes that everyone is doing this because of Azrith's overwhelming talent. As he got onto the stage, he knows by only getting stronger than Azrith, could the mock brother bring Azrith to the way he was before. Then by facing the demonic monk, the mock brother clenched his fist in rage that his veins are popping out of his hand, and at last, he is going to use the blood reversal technique for the first time in his life in a duel, and he never shown this power in front of anyone ever before. As the match is over between the mock brother and the demonic monk, someone falls to his knees, where the demonic monk has lost the match against the mock brother. The mock brother is exhaling heavily, but he somehow managed to take down the demonic monk. These two people are also masters who are here to recruit the trainees, but they are not at the level of the sect masters and the Five Kings level. The red-haired spiky dude is the squad captain of Sacred Blood, and the long-haired man is the squad captain of Yama Squad. The both of them are discussing about the skills of the two participants, where the demonic monk has great efficiency, but the mock brother has great instincts to cover his weak experience in fighting. However, the masters and Five Kings are completely silent for some reason, and to warm it up, there is a strange radiation surrounding the mock brother. The Dark Leader sensed something vicious from the mock brother, and not only him. All the masters are watching the mock brother seriously without saying a word. In that manner, the mock brother is getting agitated, as if he couldn't control his body for an unknown cause, and the Blade King has his mouth agape, because the mock brother's internal energy has just got increased twofold when he was about to lose in the match, and right after that sudden surge of power, the mock brother defeated the demonic monk with a single hit. The Fist King is apprising the mock brother that the mock brother must have used some forbidden technique to double his internal energy, and the Blade King alerted the Fist King that they need to be prepared, as there might be chance of the mock brother getting uncontrolled, and the two kings will have to step up in order to subdue the mock brother when that happens. Alaris is indicating to Azrith that the mock brother is getting impatient, and in the worst-case scenario, all his veins can even explode due to the pressure. That is when Azrith stated a shocking thing, that the person is already dead. Alaris is baffled about those words, because the mock brother is alive and is in front of them, and that is when Azrith resolved Alaris' doubt, that it is not the mock brother who is dead, but the body the demonic monk possessed. And due to the body getting killed, the demonic monk is back to his original form. The demon mask then announced to everyone that the tattoo guy is dead, where the tattoo guy has been dead by coughing out a lot of blood. That announcement made all the masters and the trainees to get shocked, and the mock brother is depressed by that fact. The demon mask, by placing his hand on the tattoo guy, is checking for the reason behind the tattoo guy's death, and that is when the demon mask found something peculiar. It is not only that the tattoo guy is dead, where all the veins in his body have exploded in a strange manner. That is, the part where the mock brother landed a hit was completely blackened. The problem here is, if a person ever killed someone, most of the masters tries to figure the murderer by the wound or the martial arts inflicted on the victim, and this pattern on the tattoo guy is something that the demon mask had never seen in the righteous faction nor the evil faction, and it doesn't even belong to the heaven and earth. Alaris then said the cause of the mock brother doing this, and it is the fake cultivation technique that Azrith taught the mock brother when Azrith was learning the basic martial arts for the first time. Now that Azrith had given a thought about it, he told something unbelievable to Alaris, that if he is matched up with the mock brother, Azrith is planning to lose in that match. As the mock brother is looking at the tattoo guy's body with his eyes filled with guilty, even though the mock brother killed a lot of people when he was dragged into the corpse blood valley, he only did that because there was no other choice. So the mock brother is feeling guilty for killing a person when it is not even required. This feeling of deep sorrow made his mind to change over. He just couldn't accept that he killed a person so unjustly. And now the energy field around the mock brother is getting savage, where his body is bursting with a blood-red essence. Now only one thing is repeating in his mind. It is to kill all the people who are near to him, and by grabbing his face, the mock brother is doing his best to control this powerful malevolence. And that is when he discovered that this is not some otherworldly power. These are the side effects of the cultivation technique that he practiced. The mock brother is recollecting all the memories from when he began learning this technique, And that is when he noticed this cultivation technique stops all other emotions that a human has, and it only drives him to kill everyone. And this can be called as killing intent. The mock brother is laughing as if he is enjoying this. And to his surprise, this feeling of killing intent is making his body to feel pleasure whenever he kills someone. The Blade King rose from his seat as he detected that malicious presence from the mock brother. And just when he was about to tell the demon mask to restrain the mock brother, a small tag is falling off from the mock brother's robe, and as the material fell down, the mock brother's gaze turned towards it. The material is a pendant, and the mock brother evoked the scene when the spy handed over that pendant by trusting the mock brother to fulfill the mission of the Justice Sect. Those echoes of the past made the mock brother to grit his teeth, and by stomping on the ground to maintain his balance. All the top-tier masters are astonished by what the mock brother is doing, in which the mock brother is going for the most difficult part. He is regulating his composure by keeping his body in a tight position. The Blade King is impressed that the mock brother is pulling off an amazing feat, that most people fail to do so. The mock brother's entire body has spread with his veins swollen out, and in this moment, his mind went back to the time when Azrith expressed why he chose the mock brother to train the fundamental martial arts, as Azrith told him that the mock brother is the best talented person out there is. The mock brother is tightening his teeth, as that is his first time someone acknowledged the skills of the mock brother. And with that, the mock brother has successfully settled the blood reversal technique. As he was getting relaxed, his veins have all forged back into his body, and now he only has one goal, that is to bring Azrith back to his former self. The Fist King is complimenting the mock brother inwardly for being able to maintain that energy. Alaris can discern that Azrith will be fighting the mock brother in the end, so Azrith is getting onto the stage for his match against the red-haired girl. Nonetheless, that red-haired girl raised her hand and surrendered herself. The demon mask then agreed to her surrender and procced to the next phase. The Blade King had never anticipated this kind of outcome to appear in the Corpse Blood Valley, because even though he doesn't know the true intentions of the Heaven and Earth Association Leaders Order to send Azrith and the mock brother to Corpse Blood Valley, he is surprised to see that the finalists of the competition held by the Heaven and Earth are someone from the Righteous faction, and this has never happened ever before.
This is now a battle between two brothers, one who has the power of some unknown kind of demon energy, and the other one who is a true demon himself. Even the demon mask is not in a state to hold his breath as he is urging to begin the match.
The final contestants of the Corpse Blood Valley, Mak Yo-chun versus Mak Kyung-woon. Get ready for the ultimate showdown.
As the battle was about to begin, both the competitors are looking face to face. Even the masters are looking forward to see the outcome of this finale. The mock brother gave a heads up to Azrith that the mock brother is his brother, and Azrith has just went too far this time by killing a lot people unnecessarily. And by looking at Azrith's way of doing things, the mock brother can foresee that Azrith wouldn't stop killing people. So as his brother, the mock brother is going to put an end to all of this. The mock brother knows that he is not capable of defeating Azrith with his current power level, so he forewarned Azrith that there are side effects to the technique that Azrith taught him, and the mock brother's power level increases dramatically when the side effects are activated. And with that power level, the mock brother is strong enough to kill Azrith. So that is why the mock brother is telling Azrith to stop all his evil doings and to forfeit this match before things get intense. Azrith hadn't responded to those words and stood idle. He is now sure that the increase in power level has happened because of the fake technique. So by using a move called Demonic Eye, Azrith is able to view the other person's flow of internal energy, and he learned this move from the Lady Shaman, where it lets the user to see what a naked eye could not. And after inspecting the body of the mock brother, Azrith was able to see the flow of the mock brother's internal energy, where the internal energy's flow power is so high that if the user of this martial art attacks a person, the victim's body will explode from the veins being overwhelmed by the pressure. However, if it is not well maintained, even the user might receive a backlash, where the user will also have the same fate as the victim. Azrith never knew that just changing a few verses in a book randomly can cause such a powerful martial art to born. This is when an interest was born in Azrith to learn more about this. But even if he remembers the verses that he altered, he didn't know the breathing technique that the mock brother used to perform this technique. and there is only one way to find out. So in order to learn that martial art without any mistakes, Azrith is going out to intensify the martial art, and that can only happen when the mock brother loses his sense of justice or gets consumed by rage. But right now, the mock brother is neither angry, nor he has any intention to kill Azrith, so Azrith has no option but to provoke the mock brother until he uses that martial art. Azrith then smiles and states to the mock brother that Azrith had never expected the mock brother to gain such an immense power. Nevertheless, he expected that the technique he taught to have some serious side effects. At that remark from Azrith, the mock brother was perplexed as to why Azrith taught that technique to him if he knows that technique has side effects. At last, Azrith with a dreadful smirk revealed why that technique has side effects, as that technique is a fake one to begin with. From that statement, the mock brother stood paralyzed as he had never presumed Azrith would do such a thing. The mock brother had put into a question, why did Azrith go to such length when there's no need for him to do that? The mock brother is shuddering heavily as he has failed to accept the sudden truth. The aura is slowly beginning to draw out of his body, as he finally understood that Azrith had never really cared for him. But the mock brother still has a faint hope on Azrith, that Azrith is provoking him by saying a few lies.
Demon Mask swung his hand down, signaling to start the fight. The mock brother rushed at Azrath with an intention to make him surrender. But Azrath instantly countered, slamming a blow into his chin. Without pause, Azrath's leg whipped around and crashed into his cheek with bone-rattling force. Blood burst from the mock brother's mouth as his body shook violently under the raw brutality of Azrath's power. But his spirit was unyielding. He rose once more, hurling himself at Azrath in a last attempt to end him. Strike after strike thundered through the arena, yet Azrath remained untouchable. He flowed past every blow with a calm and deadly elegance, where Azrath is sliding like a butter. Azrath is even suggesting the mock brother to use that powerful martial art, and the mock brother is just confounded as to why he is not being able to hit him. In his mind, Azrath is like a huge wall that is big and sturdy. However, it is not like the mock brother had an easygoing life until now. He trained since his childhood like a maniac, yet his arms aren't at least gracing Azrath. Only one notion is flashing in his mind, that is the urge to use that martial art, and now the killing intent is also rising. But the mock brother is resisting the martial art to consume him with killing intent, because when the mock brother is thinking back about how Azrath was used to be when he was in the mock manor, his desire to use that martial art is residing back. Sensing the mock brother's attempt to resist the martial art, Azrath only poured more fuel into the flames. His fist crashed into the mock brother, and without pause he surged forward, unleashing a cyclone of merciless strikes. Each blow ripped through flesh and bone, driving him down with a violence that made the very air tremble. His pride twisted into rage for a fleeting second, and with a roar, he dragged his arm back and hammered down a savage strike that forced Azrath to skid several steps across the floor. Azrath knows that the mock brother is finally showing his martial art, and if he needs to increase the intensity of this, there is only one way. As the mock brother is looking at Azrath with a sneer mocked and disgraced the mock brother, that Azrath was looking to have a great fight from his brother, but the mock brother is only landing some puny hits, so he declared that he shouldn't expect much from the son of a concubine, where the mock brother is just a low-born. That declaration sparked a flame which is leading to a volcano. All the veins in his body are bulging out heavily, and Azrath noticed the energy leaking from the mock brother's body, and the mock brother is now responding to Azrath that he never believed Azrath to teach him properly. He thought that Azrath might be scheming something when Azrath suggested that he would teach the mock brother about the secret martial arts of the mock manor in exchange for learning the fundamentals. But later, when the mock brother is practicing the martial art, he finally started to believe that Azrath is not having any evil thoughts, because that technique made him multiple times stronger. Right after the mock brother finished his words, blood-red aura that pulsed with a menace is gushing out of his body. Clothes are slowly being torn apart as his muscles are growing. The aura is swirling like a whirlpool, and anyone who is nearby to such power can tell that they shouldn't engage in that battle. Azrath activated the demonic eyes and figured out the internal energy has been tripled, and it is persistently escalating further to the point that his current attire is not being able to hold on as his body is growing like a dominant beast. But for some reason, Azrath is not even afraid of this. He's just grinning like a monster. As the mock brother extended his hand, the body that is like that of a heavy beast. He lost his sense of justice and patience. His only aim is to kill Azrath no matter the cost. The Blade King can see that this is not the time to continue the match, so he shouted at the Demon Mask to stop this duel right now. But the Mock Brother had already begun moving towards Azrath, where the entire ground is being crushed as the weight of his presence made the stage to crumble.
The two kings have jumped into the action to stop the Mock Brother, but the Mock Brother has lunged at Azrath by breaking the sonic barrier, and the Demon Mask and other guards are moving in to stop the Mock Brother before he makes any contact. But all the masters are a bit too late, where the Mock Brother has just dissolved the stage behind him into nothingness with his annihilating power. Within a blink of an eye, the Mock Brother is right in front of Azrath, where Laris is telling Azrath run away or to defend himself, but he replied that he is not here to win this match. And then the Mock Brother, with all his might, without leaving a single drop of his energy, smashed Azrath, where Azrath is blown to the audience stand, breaking the wall in the middle. And that is when the two kings have immobilized the Mock Brother by slamming his head onto the ground. But the Mock Brother still didn't gain his senses and is laughing hysterically. In contrast, the remaining guards and the trainees are checking out if Azrath is all right. Alaris asked if Azrath is alive or not, and Azrath, with a nosebleed, answered that he is well, but that punch is really strong, and by raising his hand, he had successfully acquired the martial art, and only for this sole reason he hadn't fought back or defended himself against the Mock Brother, where he is truly happy now that he has another powerful card up his sleeve.
As the Mock Brother is laughing out nonstop, all the masters and guards have covered him, so he won't do anything rash. Then the Blade King, by seeing the Mock Brother still not gaining back his sense, is about to give a punch by controlling his power to the minimal. In that moment, the Blade King knocked out the Mock Brother with a small blow. The Mock Brother got unconscious by that power, and by taking this as a chance, the Dark Leader is pressing the acupoints to keep the Mock Brother unmovable. But those acupoints aren't working on the Mock Brother because of the unknown martial art, where the Mock Brother is slowly gaining his consciousness once again. That is when the musician head came forward to solve this. By placing both of her hands near to the Mock Brother's ears, she used some sound vibrations on the Mock Brother, which made him to screech in pain. That is when the Mock Brother finally settled down, and all the masters have relaxed by seeing that. The Fist King questioned as to what type of martial art she used, and she said that she didn't use anything special, just her everyday sound martial art, and even she didn't think that it would work. As the Mock Brother is sleeping, the Blade King finally got relaxed because they were about to lose a powerful man like the Mock Brother. The Blade King can grasp that the Mock Brother needs to recover for a while as he used some forbidden martial art carelessly. However, the Blade King instantly turned his head at the direction where Azrath is. Because of the Mock Brother, the Blade King has completely lost his focus on Azrath, but Azrath is doing well without any problems. Both the two kings were speechless to see that. Because if the Mock Brother landed a powerful punch with all his might on Azrath, and Azrath took that punch without any defense martial arts, it could mean that Azrath's levels are way above the Mock Brother in terms of martial prowess. The Demon Mask is inquiring if Azrath is alright, to which he relieved the Demon Mask that he is fine. Then Azrath divulged to the Demon Mask that the Demon Mask doesn't need to worry about that, as Azrath took that punch head-on on purpose, and the Demon Mask was stupefied by that, because Azrath didn't even try to guard up when the Mock Brother is aiming to kill Azrath. And the Demon Mask is pondering that if Azrath was able to calculate the power level of his enemy in that short period, he can see that Azrath has some kind of motive for doing this. The Demon Mask is unable to control his curiosity and asked Azrath for what purpose Azrath took that blow. And Azrath, by showing by fist displayed to the Demon Mask that his target is to steal that martial art from the Mock Brother, and the Demon Mask has no words to express his amazement. Azrath, by exercising his hand, can realize how the veins are making his fist even more powerful. He let the Demon Mask knows that if he uses the technique on a single place on his body, he could deal perfect death blow to the opponent. But by looking at the Demon Mask just standing there like a doll, without saying anything, Azrath questioned the Demon Mask if he hadn't liked what Azrath did just now. The Demon Mask shook his head and expressed to Azrath that the Demon Mask was just taken aback by Azrath's martial prowess. And the Demon Mask is having a lot of thoughts that Azrath is doing something that no one in the world is capable of doing that. And now that the Demon Mask thinks about it, Azrith just promised that he would reach the transformation realm in 2 years, but by seeing his capabilities, the demon realizes that Azrith would reach a realm far beyond that in 2 years of time. The demon mask is thinking just how powerful and dominant the future Azrith would become. The demon mask can discern one thing, that Azrith would definitely become a power that even if the entire world is against him, they won't be able to take him down. Now Azrith, by attaining this powerful martial art, wants to name it. So he asked Alaris to name the martial art a suitable one. And as Alaris is giving some thought to it, she finally come up with a name, that is, Blood Reversal Technique. She named it like that because, whenever the user uses this martial art, the flow of blood reveres. Azrith, by tightening his fist, is happy to hear that name, and the demon mask is complimenting Azrith, that Azrith always surprises the demon mask with his unparalleled talent. Now Azrith looks away and wants to know the condition of the mock brother, and the demon mask, by looking at the mock brother, elaborated, that the masters have entered at the right time and ceased the actions of the mock brother, or else the mock brother would have died right now because of the blood flowing in reverse and the increase in his internal energy forcefully. Azrith thought that the mock brother would be dead because of the overflow in energy, but he concludes that the mock brother is fated to live longer, and his primary objective to have the blood reversal technique has also been achieved. With that, the corpse blood valley trails have ended, but there is one problem which hasn't been solved. That is, the winner of the last trail, and who should be the top trainee. The Blade King thrusted his blade into the ground as he is getting serious, where all the masters are fighting on two sides. One side is vouching for the mock brother to be the top trainee, while the other side is vouching for Azrith to be the top trainee. The Blade King, with a ruthless expression, said that if the match had been continued, Azrith would have won the match, because the mock brother would have died because of the energy blockage. Yet the Fist King argues with the Blade King. If the match really had continued, Azrith would have died, because Azrith is no match for the mock brother. Then the Blade King replies that Azrith was able to hold his own against an ultimate attack, so Azrith will live longer than the mock brother, as the mock brother dies early because of his overflowing energy. According to the rules of the Corpse Blood Valley, the top trainee gets the privilege to choose their mentor. However, the Fist King knows that Azrith would choose the Blade King, because the Blade King has the highest power in here. So he is planning to make the mock brother the top trainee. In that way, Azrith would have no choice but to obey whoever takes him in. And if both the Fist King and the Blade King are seeking to take Azrith, everyone would support the Fist King because the Fist King has no disciples. And the Blade King is vouching for Azrith to be the top trainee because he knows Azrith from the Mock Manor. And the Blade King is the only one other than the Demon Mask who knows about Azrith's real identity. So Azrith will obviously choose the Blade King if he gets first place. The musician head is telling that the Mock Brother has just used some evil arts, so they should make the Mock Brother the top trainee, as the heaven and earth acknowledges evil arts as a form of martial arts. The Blade King is getting enraged more and more because the opposition party is trying to snatch Azrith. Now he is preparing to fight every single one of them to take Azrith as his disciple. That is when a person raised his hand and made a proposal. As everyone's attention is now on the Dark Leader, the Dark Leader, by seeing all of this commotion finally, is going to put a full stop. He said that they are arguing like this because no one knows what would have happened if the Masters hadn't intervened at the last part. So there is only one way to conclude this problem. It is to make both the participants as the top trainees. In other way, it is a tie. The Fist King likes to decline that opinion, because then Azrith will have right to choose, so he couldn't take that risk. And that is when the Demon Mask finally expressed something, that they cannot make both the trainees as losers, so he accepts the Dark Leader's opinion to make both the trainees as winners. At last, the problem has been solved without the Blade King killing anyone. All the Masters have remained silent without dragging the conversation anymore, because the test is made by the Corpse Blood Valley, and the head of the Corpse Blood Valley is the Demon Mask, so no one can argue with the Demon Mask declaring the two trainees as top participants. The Fist King just shuttled his mouth, because what can he do when the Demon Mask had already declared the winners, and it only makes the Fist King look bad if he starts arguing with the Demon Mask. Even the musician head is upset by the final declaration. Both the Dark Leader and the Blade King are happy that things went according to their wishes. Like that, Two trainees were made top trainees for the first time in the Corpse Blood Valley history. And a lot of people don't know that these two people are from the Orthodox sect, which means the righteous sect. The demon mask then told Azrith to come up on the stage, so that he can select the master he wants. The Fist King is really annoyed to see that Azrith makes the choice. And as Azrith is getting up on the stage, with a majestic look and strong demeanor, he stood like a king. Now everyone is looking forward to see as to which master Azrith is going to choose. Azrith with a bright smile already made his decision, and as tension is rising up for the Fist King. Then Azrith just kung fu saluted and apologized to everyone. He just made a statement that all the masters present here are great figures, and someone like Azrith is not capable of making the right choice in such a situation. The masters are clueless about what Azrith is speaking. Then he clarified to everyone.
Therefore, I will be direct. I would like each master to tell me as to what they can offer me, and I will choose the master who gives me the best offer.
All the masters who are sitting on the chairs have completely frozen for a moment. Then the King of the Brilliance had burst into laughing as he had never seen someone so gutsy. The Fist King had watched a lot of trainees in his lifetime, but this is his first time to see a trainee who is making the martial masters to fight for him. And Azrith, by extending his hand, told the masters to start the bidding process. The Fist King is really impressed by Azrith's bold actions, because Azrith is literally negotiating with the higher-ups of the heaven and earth, and the masters don't even have a choice here. Because if the Fist King thinks about his pride and leaves this opportunity, another master will take this as a chance and pulls Azrith as their disciple by offering to Azrith something valuable. Then the blue-haired squad captain offered Azrith that he will give the vice leader position in his squad to Azrith. Then the red-haired squad captain offered Azrith that he will give the vice leader position plus a secret martial technique to Azrith. This made the blue-haired squad captain to click his tongue. Then the musician head jumped into the offerings and spoke that by watching all this time, she can see that Azrith learned to wield a sword, and she is the only one in here who knows about sword techniques better than the others. And she even teaches him the musical martial arts too. And this made both the squad captains to click their tongues. Azrith is pondering that the musician head's offer is not bad, because he can learn both the sword and musical arts at the same time. Plus he had already learned one of her moves, which is called secret sound transmission. Then the Fist King set foot into the program. This made the musician head to click her tongue, and the Fist King questioned Azrith one thing before presenting his offer, that if Azrith's wish is to learn multiple techniques, or a technique which actually makes him powerful, in which the Fist King told him that Azrith has the potential to learn any technique, so there is no reason for him to learn sword techniques like everyone else. Then Azrith with a confident expression answered to the Fist King that his goal is to become stronger, so he is willing to learn any kind of martial art that makes him stronger and any kind of weapon. The musician head is getting irritated and disgraced, while the Fist King laughs in excitement that Azrith's way of thinking is the same as the Fist King. Now by welcoming Azrith with both of his hands, the Fist King offered to Azrith that no ordinary martial artists have ever managed to learn the martial arts of fist techniques, and the Fist King could discern that Azrith is more than formidable enough to learn the fist martial arts, and once he masters this, there will no one who is a match for Azrith in hand-to-hand combat. This is when the final boss entered. The Blade King opened his mouth and expressed that Azrith and him have once again got connected like this. And this made the Fist King to click his tongue, and Azrith replied to the Blade King that he was glad to see the Blade King once again after some time like this, and he appreciated the Blade King, that it was because of the Blade King Azrith was able to set foot in here. The Fist King's facials have changed as soon as he realized that Azrith and the Blade King already knew each other. The Blade King stated that he never expected Azrith to reach the position of the top trainee, and Azrith, by catching his back, responded that Azrith had a good experience thanks to the Blade King. From Azrith's words, the Blade King could at least see there is no resentment from him, so he is happy to know that Azrith is still on his side. Then the Blade King wanted to know if Azrith had the chance in the future. Well, he runs back to the place he was before, and Azrith shakes his head that he came to this place on his own volition, so why would he return back? All the nearby masters are nowhere to understand what the Blade King and Azrith are speaking about, and then The Blade King told Azrith to become his disciple, and in return for doing that, the Blade King offers Azrith not only his strong martial arts, but even protection for him, that if anyone ever makes a commotion about Azrith's whereabouts, he will defend Azrith from them at any cost. So by raising his hand, the Blade King told Azrith to grab this hand and to join him as his disciple. The musician head is not getting the situation as to why anyone would make any commotion about Azrith's whereabouts, and the Dark Leader is chuckling as he is comprehending a gist of the scenario. Then the musician head has put into question, what are the whereabouts of Azrith that would make them hate him? The Demon Mask is starting to feel that the situation is getting out of their favor. The Dark Leader finally comprehended that Azrith is from the Orthodox sect, and this information is only known by the Blade King and the Demon Mask. But right now, Azrith is in the Heaven and Earth Association, and once people learn that he is from the Righteous sect, Azrith will be cornered like a rat because the Righteous sect is the enemy of the Heaven and Earth. The Dark Leader really has no words to explain the Blade King's intelligence, since Azrith has no way but to take the hand of the Blade King in this case. But the protagonist of this story is not someone that one could blackmail like this, so he just grinned at the Blade King and started to speak. The Blade King's authority expression has changed into a stunned expression as couldn't grasp what Azrith is planning to do. In that point, Azrith made a remark that if Azrith's whereabouts are going to make a trouble for him in the future, he should better explain it right now, so there won't be any nuisance in the future. The Blade King is wise enough to know that Azrith is about to reveal his real identity. And before the Blade King could even stop him, Azrith, by kung fu saluting, is once more introducing himself.
I am the third son of the Mock Sword Manor, which belongs to the Righteous sect, and I am Mock Gyong-woon.
The Fist King rose from his seat with his mind blown by that shock. Not only him, the trainees, and the rest of the masters were all bewildered to know that. And surprisingly, our mock brother also woke from his deep slumber because of the shock Azrith had given. Azrith then continued that he was brought here by the King of the Brilliance as a hostage from the Mock Manor. The Blade King cannot do anything any more than he has no choice but to cover his face. Then by seeing from the gap he made with the fingers, that Azrith is an insane bastard who revealed something that can be considered as his biggest weakness. The fat guy with his mouth wide open is flabbergasted. Why is Azrith, who is from the Orthodox sect, has participated in the Corpse Blood Valley? And the red-haired girl can't believe that she swear her loyalty to someone who is from the Righteous sect. And the sleepy-eyed guy is surprised that not only Azrith participating in the Corpse Blood Valley, he even is the top trainee in this. The Dark Leader is really influenced by Azrith's brave actions, and not only that, the two top trainees of the Corpse Blood Valley are brothers from the Orthodox sect, which is the enemy of the Heaven and Earth. Then the two squad's captains are really furious to know this, because the blue-haired squad captain's father is murdered by the Orthodox sect, and as soon as the two captains are about to suppress Azrith, the King of the Brilliance commanded them to pause their actions, or the two captains will have faced some serious consequences. The musician head can't accept this anymore, because the Blade King might be okay with it, but she was just about to take someone from the Righteous sect as her disciple, which could have been a huge disgrace to her sect. The Fist King is telling the same thing. He even reminded the Blade King that the Blade King's sister is killed by the Orthodox sect, so he shouldn't support the Righteous sect like this. Then the musician head flared the conversation even more, that the Blade King might have sent Azrith into the Corpse Blood Valley to kill him, but Azrith just did much better than he envisioned. And the Blade King warned her that she was crossing a line and that she should know her place. The musician head knows that no one in here have the power to oppose the Blade King's words, so both the musician head and Fist King have turned their chairs to the flip side and made an agreement that they don't need someone from the Orthodox sect as their disciples. Only the Dark Leader and the Blade King are now on the side of Azrith, and the Mock Brother is seeing the hatred against the Orthodox sect in the eyes of Heaven and Earth people for the first time. But what made him truly astonished is that, despite everything, Azrith knows that his identity will make a huge chaos. Yet Azrith still divulged his real identity to everyone, and this made the Mock Brother to know that Azrith is still a true Orthodox martial artist, whose blood flows with righteous, even if everyone is antagonizing him. So the Mock Brother is about to swear to the heavens that he will risk his life for Azrith, and before he could make his promise, Azrith once again by Kung Fu saluting was about to say something, because Azrith knows a way to handle this circumstance that has happened by him. And the mock brother is looking forward to see what Azrith is going to say this time, and Azrith notified to all the masters that although Azrith was born in the righteous sect, he always hated the concept of black and white logic. The mock brother is stupefied to know that, and sweat is pouring down all his face because of Azrith's sudden surprises. As such, Azrith made a declaration that starting from today onwards, he is going to separate himself from the past, and furthermore, he is willing to cut off all the family connections to the mock manor and become a true Heaven and Earth Association's member to fight that disgusting Orthodox faction. His declaration echoed to everyone's ears, and all of them are immobilized as Azrith is disowning his own roots. The Blade King is really joyful to hear that, because he was getting countless thoughts as to how he can resolve the problem about Azrith's whereabouts, and Azrith just made it way simpler to him. And the Fist King is regretting that he shouldn't turn his chair very quickly. The mock brother has now completely lost his hope in bringing Azrith back to his past self, and he is also happy, because if it were a little late, he would sworn to the heavens about his loyalty to Azrith. The Blade King is laughing out to his heart's content, because Azrith is really unpredictable, and Azrith asked the masters that there won't be any problem right now. Both the musician head and the Fist King are repentant for what they have done, and the Blade King is raising his voice, that no one has any right to say that Azrith is from the Orthodox sect starting from today onwards. The Blade King is now smiling with superiority, as now Azrith is going to be his disciple, because all the masters have turned against Azrith just now. Then the Dark Leader made his move at last by chuckling, that he was final bitter in here, and the Blade King forgot that the Dark Leader is still beside him. He is getting tensioned as to what might the Dark Leader is going to propose. Then the Dark Leader is speaking, that his blade techniques are nowhere near the Blade King's level, and his position in the heaven and earth is lower compared to the Blade King. But there is one thing that could attract Azrith. As Azrith said earlier, he is not attached to any weapons nor any martial arts. He only needs to become stronger in the Murim world. Now, let's go back to past, which is about 300 years ago. A person who is getting murdered by someone ruthlessly, and no matter how much the victim is begging to save his life, the other person is not letting him go. The other person has a long white hair, and this person has the power that is off the charts. Then a person with a cloak stepped into the room and said that it is really his first time to see a person who just made a tower of heads by killing the most powerful and renowned martial artists, and later he piled up a tower of heads by beheading the martial artists. This white-haired man is about to get executed tomorrow, and just when the guards have let their guards down, the white-haired person killed every single one of them. But the cloaked person is not interested in any of this stuff. He is rather curious to know the reason for the white-haired man to do this evil things, where everyone is calling the white-haired man as Seogayui, the Thousand Heads. The white-haired man could see that the cloaked person is not someone ordinary martial artist, and he could smell the scent of metal and something burnt. With that information, the white-haired man guessed that the cloaked person is a powerful blacksmith. The white-haired could see that the blacksmith has killed all the warriors who are present in the prison. And the white-haired man first answered to the blacksmith's question, that the white-haired man is doing all these things because he never knew what emotions are. Even now, he is killing the people because he could see the emotions that people make when they are dying. Moreover, he also accepted to be executed tomorrow so that he can know what emotions are when he is going to die. The blacksmith then responded to that answer, that the white-haired man is qualified. The white-haired man didn't know what the blacksmith is talking about. Then the blacksmith explained that if the white-haired man's desire is to die, why is he getting executed when they will kill him in one shot, and he will eventually be forgotten by the world? But if the white-haired man agrees, then the blacksmith is going to show the emotion that the white-haired man is desperate for. Besides, the blacksmith is going to create a sword using the white-haired man's flesh and bones, that this will be the most powerful demonic sword ever created. Also, the white-haired man won't be ever forgotten by this world. In a hot molten lava, a person's hand came out of the lava in a furnace, and that is the white-haired man who is enjoying a lot by getting burned in the furnace. He is so happy that he is experiencing pain for the first time, and the pain making him feel happy as his body is being burned alive. At last, he understood what true emotion is, and his expression tells us how happy and joyful the white-haired man is. Then the blacksmith without any delay used the white-haired man's body which was melting in the furnace, and then he hammered a lot of times to prepare the sword. Finally, the sword took a form and has been the most sovereign demonic sword in the history. Just a small break. If you like my content, support me on Patreon too, where you can get access to my new videos earlier than YouTube, and your name will also be added on the video credits. It will be a huge support for me, and the link to Patreon will be in the description. Now coming back to the present, the Dark Leader snapped his fingers and called his subordinates to bring the thing that he is going to offer Azrith.
Azrath is really intrigued to see what the Dark Leader is preparing. From the shadows, 2 armored guards marched forward, with a long sealed chest trembling in their grasp. Before the box even reached the center, the air twisted violently. The masters watching this have all stood froze. That energy wasn't just ancient, it was deadly, demonic, and unrestrained. The disciples have collapsed to the floor instantly, their bodies forced into submission by the malignant aura bleeding from the chest. That is when the Dark Leader offered,
Azrath, if you walk with me, the world itself will kneel before you. I shall grant you the most demonic weapon ever forged, the Evil Commandment Sword.
And the 2 guards have placed the sword in the center of the stage, on which the Blade King got up in rage, as he knows what is present inside the box. By unsheathing his blade from the scabbard, the Blade King warned the Dark Leader. If the Dark Leader don't give a reasonable explanation, the Dark Leader will have to face the wrath of the Blade King. Because what lay inside that box was no mere artifact, it was a calamity bound in steel. Azrath's fascination burned in his eyes as he leaned forward, eager to witness the infamous Evil Commandment Sword. Then the Dark Leader outlined to everyone that this sword is made by the world's most greatest blacksmith, Uyezi, and this person created a total 5 demonic swords, and this is one of those swords he made, where the first sword he created is obtained by the MC of the previous Manhwa, and the third sword will be delivered to the MC of the nanomachine Manhwa, and this second sword is the Evil Commandment Sword. However, the heaven and earth got their hands on this sword in the Imperial City, where this sword created a bloodbath in that area, as the owner of this sword is consumed by it and died too. This sword was not made for the weak people, nor even for the powerful people. It was destined only for the untouchable few, those who exist beyond the measure of mortal power. And for those who were unworthy, there was only one fate, to be devoured by the sword. And since this sword is made by using a human body whose power level is otherworldly, its rightful wielder will not just fight battles, they will create a history in the martial world as a legend. Even the King of the Brilliance, who is one of the 8 stars, has no choice but to be horrified by the energy that is emitting from the sword, where his body is trembling.
The Blade King trusted the Dark Leader on this, and is spectating the scene in anxiety. Just a few moments ago, the Blade King, with his eyes radiating the thunder energy, swung his sword and destructed everything. The Blade King wants an explanation from the Dark Leader as to why he brought something so dangerous in here. And the Dark Leader is also not someone that can be easily touched in the heaven and earth, so he just replied coldly that he won't give an explanation to the things that he does. And the Blade King threatened the Dark Leader that there won't be a second time. Then the Fist King, by foreseeing the war between the Blade King and the Dark Leader, interrupted in the middle and told them to stop. Since the Dark Leader has no choice, he is willing to explain the situation in a clever way, that the Evil Commandment Sword has unique power too. When someone holds the Evil Commandment Sword, they go crazy the moment they hold, and then they will announce all their hidden desires. And since Azrith declared that he will be leaving the Orthodox sect and plans to become a member in the heaven and earth, they need to check the desires of Azrith, that if he truly mean those words, or is he just lying blatantly. That is why the Blade King cooled down and is seriously looking forward to know the hidden desires of Azrith, because even he doesn't know why Azrith has volunteered to become a hostage and came to the heaven and earth. As Azrith is about to take the demonic sword, the Dark Leader is chuckling and is intrigued to see how things will go. If Azrith expresses his desire for the Orthodox sect, then he will be punished for the crime. And if he not expresses anything towards the Orthodox sect, he can become a part of the heaven and earth. And then the Dark Leader will have the strongest trainee as his disciple. Now that Azrith sat down and is opening the box, Alaris is whispering to him that the sword's demonic energy density level is pretty near to the Sacred Realm Beast. Alaris advised him to watch out before holding the sword, because the energy is not normal, and Azrith smiled and replied that this sword is urging him to unsheath it. Alaris had one more doubt. If everything goes well, and Azrith is capable of handling the sword, will he choose the Dark Leader for a sword? And Azrith responded that if the Dark Leader is someone who specializes in intelligent network, then Azrith could find more about the Ghost Blade from the Dark Sect too. Plus, Azrith is someone interested in this very much, as this sword contains demonic energy.
At last the sword was drawn from its box, and terror itself seemed to awaken. A torrent of demonic energy burst forth, its madness clawing at the air. When Azarath's hand closed around the hilt, that power surged to an even greater height, as if the sword had found its rightful vessel. If this sword is assessed as the demonic sword, and Azarath is a demon himself, just imagine what would the world witnesses when a dangerous demon holds the most demonic sword ever created by the greatest blacksmith in all the martial generations. That instant, the entire domain drowned beneath its presence, and even the bravest of warriors could do nothing but tremble, their courage shattered to dust.
And now that Azrith has held the sword is trying to consume Azrith to check his deepest desires. Like that, the sword transformed into an evil being and has sensed the demonic energy inside him, in which an eye has appeared on that sword's hilt. And that is when the sword went inside Azrith's mind to check out his memories. Now that the sword is checking out the memories of Azrith, a tree is burning down, where Azrith's grandfather is lying on the ground after getting killed. And Azrith felt no emotion at that time, where he is incapable of even letting a single drop of tear to flow down from his eyes. The sight of his grandfather with only the upper body remaining, the lower part torn away, was indescribably horrible, where Azrith always treated humans as mere tools. But there is only one person he loved the most, that is his grandfather. And the evil being from the backside is examining all these memories, where it is enjoying seeing this. And Azrith is unconscious right now. The evil being understood the goal of Azrith, that his desire is to kill the person who killed his grandfather, which is a bloody revenge. Then by grabbing his shoulders, the evil being knows that revenge could also become a desire. But this wasn't the desire that Azrith fundamentally possessed. Then by looking at somewhere, the evil being knows that something is wrong in here, because there is a hidden power, a maelstrom of darkness, a rage that is uncontrollable and regret that no one in the world possess. That is when the evil being saw a huge wall near the area. The evil being can see that these walls which covered from the sides are planted by Azrith. But the evil being hesitated again, that this wall is 100% is created by Azrith. But as it is seeing Azrith in front of him, the evil being cannot hide its bewilderment, because Azrith's current strength is nowhere near to the power of the being that planted this wall. And this walls are making Azrith to solely focus on revenge about the person who killed his grandfather. But when the evil being walked outside the wall, it can see that Azrith's true desire is not only to avenge his grandfather, where there is another desire that is sealed off somewhere. This is when the evil being saw a door in the grassy plains. As soon as the evil being saw the gate, it knows that this gate is the one that is binding the memories and deepest desires stored in him. The evil being is starting to laugh, and it is now interested to see what is beyond this gate, because the evil being can feel sadness and vengeance from inside that gate. However, there is a seal called Demonic Seal, and inside this gate lies the origin and true self of Azrith that no one, not even Azrith, remembers. Once this seemingly impenetrable wall of lamentation was shattered, the origin of desire that had been accumulating would pour out. And the evil being caught the door's handle and was about to break open the seal. And as soon as the evil being opened the slightest part of the door,
it was at this moment someone grabbed the hand of the evil being. It was none other than Azroth. The demon immediately shook its hand and is flabbergasted to see that Azroth is here when he was supposed to be before his grandfather. And when the evil being wanted to see how he escaped from his grandfather and came here, Azroth was still before his grandfather. He never left from that position. So the evil being rapidly turned its head to see what is in front of him. And that is when the evil being begun to feel a emotion. Even when it was dying, the evil being only felt pure joy, but this emotion that it is feeling right now is called fear and dread. The entire sky is divided devoured by a raging storm of darkness, even the heavens trembling at the sudden surge of deathly power. Azarath's ultimate power has been unleashed, his eyes blazing with a maelstrom of darkness. The land itself is shaking violently from the presence of Azarath, as Azarath took a step forward. Each step was a destruction-breaking reality itself. The evil being used all its power to run away from this area. It dared to challenge an unstoppable force, a hellborn entry that even gods would dare not confront. Even the beast of the sacred realm, which has the power to dominate this world, had no choice but ran away as soon as it saw Azarath's true form, which is the definition of terror and dread itself. As the being glimpsed back for a moment, Azarath is following the being with an aura that is like the demon god. The being has seen countless humans and different creatures in its lifetime of more than 300 years. There is no human who has this level of aura. The energy and dynamism is ferocious. The being tripped himself as it is not focusing on the ground, and as Azarath is approaching the being, where the being felt something more dangerous and more fearful than death. The shadow of Azarath is a symbol of an monstrous demon. The evil being knows that it will be partaken by Azarath, but Azarath just passed over the being as someone called him, but he stopped in the midway, and that is when Azarath spoke something.
There have been a lot of visitors recently.
And Azarath was mentioning about the demonic monk and the commemorio of the sacred realm. Then, Azarath looked back, and with a deadly smirk, he flicked his finger at the being, and this made the whole world to cover in the darkness, and the being got sliced into pieces the moment the darkness touched it, where the being was sent back to Azarath. In the outside world, the origin of Azarath is slowly making an appearance. This is when a crack appeared in the sky, and Azarath is unleashing the darkness which is stored inside him for the first time in this world. This level of energy is not something the Bright Blade King, nor the Dark Leader has ever seen nor heard of. The King of Brilliance asked the Dark Leader with a fearful expression if this how the process usually goes, and the Dark Leader with his voice trembling responded,
"This is not the power of the blade. This is the power of Azarath. Bright Blade King, we need to run away from here. We cannot handle this level of energy. We need to call the association leader."
And then, before anyone could move from their places, a storm of the most deadliest energy has unbounded. As soon as the King of the Brilliance saw Azarath's eyes, in which Azarath's eyes have darkened into pitch black, and suddenly blood is flowing on the ground, where the whole place is flooding with blood, and the Blade King is unable to grasp what is happening in here. And just when he saw to his front, his eyes have widened as if he saw something unholy, and he exclaimed,
"What is this?"
The place is filled with skulls, and the Heaven and Earth Association has been destroyed and is in a bloodbath. The Bright Blade King sat on a chair in the middle of this chaos. He was calling for the Fist King and the Dark Leader, but the both them were already dead by the level of the energy, but only their skeletons have left. The Bright Blade King thought this might be an illusion, but he can clearly feel all his 5 senses, so he knows that this is reality. That is when Azarath stepped forward, descending from the stage with his sword gripped tight, a torrent of boundless energy roaring from his back. His face blazed with ferocious black flames, a maelstrom of dark fury, while his eyes are coiled with infernal fire, searing the air with unrelenting wrath. As Azarath is climbing from the stage, the Bright Blade King realized there is no man nor a creature that is as powerful as Azarath right now. Even the Bright Blade King acknowledged that Azarath is dangerous, because right now, Azarath's power level is multiple times greater than the Sacred Realm Beast. And that is the reason why the beast got frightened and got sealed back. The manifestation of Azarath is so overwhelming that the King of Brilliance is not being able to even lift a single finger. The Blade King is violently trembling in that position, and just when Azarath is standing right in front of him, the force field is so tremendous that the Bright Blade King's flesh is leaving his body without Azarath doing anything. His presence alone, made a martial artist of 8, starts to extinguish into nothingness.
And that is when the Blade King returned back, and he once again caught his breath, as if he is having a second chance in his life. The Blade King couldn't believe that it was just an illusion. Even now, his hand is still not moving as he wishes. Not only the Blade King, even the Fist King and the Dark Leader have gone through the same experience, where the Fist King had an illusion of him getting decapitated. The Blade King is now doing his best to avoid eye contact with Azarath, because the moment when someone eye contacted at Azarath's eyes, they will have to go through the same thing. The Blade King, by furrowing his eyebrows, can tell one thing.
Something that should have been sealed away for a long time has been unleashed into this world once again.
And then, the Blade King saw the sword in Azarath's hand, where the sword itself is trembling in response to its wielder's power. And that is when Azrith came of his unconsciousness. He is just looking at his sword, as he didn't even know what happened after he gripped it. But he can see that the sword is shaking violently, and he is able to tell that the sword finally subordinated itself. As he lifted his head, all the masters who were acting all high and mighty just a few moments ago were all now cowering in dread by what Azrith has shown. Now that Azrith is gripping his sword firmly, he can grasp that the sword has been settled, and Alaris with a worried voice is questioning Azrith, that if he is all right or not. Azrith in a composed manner reacted to Alaris, that he is fine as always, and he wants to know if anything had happened while he was spacing out. Alaris responded that Azrith just lost consciousness while he was standing, so she is curious to know what he was doing, because all the masters in the audience have started trembling when Azrith took hold of that sword. Azrith explained to Alaris that the moment he was trying to suck out the demonic energy from the sword, he started witnessing some memories related to the sword, as to how the white-haired man gave up his life to be a part of the sword. Even Azrith is amazed to know that someone is crazy enough to give up their life just to experience emotions for the first time. Not only that, there are a lot of memories he glanced while he was unconscious, and among them, there are memories of the dark sect leader, when he first held the blade and went insane. By licking his lips in an evil way, Azrith is fascinated to see what more is the sword capable of doing. As the masters are slowly regaining their senses back, the dark sect leader still couldn't believe that what he saw right now was nothing but a mere illusion, which made all the martial masters in here to think that it was real. When the dark sect leader grabbed the sword for the first time, he accidentally killed his loyal guard, and he was not able to forget that humiliating incident as it etched in his mind. The Blade King is seeking to find out if Azrith is in a good shape, to which the MC answered that is having no problems with the sword. So the Blade King had no choice but to go check the sword for himself. As he jumped on the platform to experience the sword, the other masters are telling him to stop that, yet the Blade King isn't listening to them. As the Blade King held the sword, nothing strange is taking place, as it was like holding a normal sword. This made the dark sect leader to get bewildered, as it was contrary to what he expected to happen. So he can conclude one thing, that if the sword is not excluding its ominous energy, that signals as the sword accepted Azrith as its master. With that, the Corpse Blood Valley trails have come to an end, where Azrith and the Mock Brother are deemed as top one, and Azrith became the dark sect leader's disciple. Since not only the masters, even the other trainees and cadets had seen that illusion by that sword, they all have come to an unspoken agreement, which is, if they ever had to face Azrith as their enemy, they need to detach Azrith and the sword first. The Blade King is filled with regret as he has failed to have his hands on Azrith. He never anticipated that the situation would alter because of a sword. However, the Mock Brother confronted the Blade King and offered to become his disciple, if the Blade King can guarantee that he will make the Mock Brother stronger than the protagonist. The Blade King without a glint of hesitation agreed to that. In such a way, the Blade King took the Mock Brother as his disciple, whereas the Fist King chose the Sleepy Eyes guy, and the musician head got her hands on the red-haired girl according to her wish before coming to spectate the final trail. And the Big Buy is owned by the red-haired captain. With that, the Corpse Blood Valley arc has ended, and this marks the start of a new arc. At the Heaven and Earth main door, Azrith and the Dark Leader are going to the Dark Sect, as this is Azrith's first time entering in the Heaven and Earth. He is excited to see such a massive place. The Dark Leader by laughing is baffled, as he never took in any disciple who had not chosen the path of the sword, and Azrith mentions that no matter the training, he can adapt to it rapidly. Those words made the Dark Leader to get a cheer on his face, but there is something that the MC needs to pay before learning the martial arts of the Dark Sect. Since the Dark Sect's martial arts needs Yin energy. Yang energy means the energy that is stored within men, and Yin energy is stored by women. So in order for Azrith to gain Yin energy, he needs to be castrated, which means to get the two balls under his small brother to be sliced off. Suddenly Azrith's small brother woke up from his sleep when he heard those words, and Alaris is unable to hold off her laugh. At a strange place, all the candles have ignited, and a person is coughing out. This old man with a gloomy yet serious expression old guy is the Heaven and Earth's vice leader, Mong Seakian. The gloomy old man asked the person who is coughing as to how is he feeling right now. And the person behind the curtain who was coughing is the Heaven and Earth's Association leader. The gloomy old man is recommending that he can call the renowned physician, Huaita, who is considered the best physician in the martial world, even though he is not at the level of the immortal physician who can cure every disease in the martial world. The renowned physician can cure most of the diseases in the world. And since the association leader is suffering from a strange illness, the renowned physician may be helpful. Yet the association leader is telling the gloomy old man not to do that. Plus what he is interested in right now is about the results of the corpse blood valley. The gloomy old man's body slightly shuddered by that question. Then he wanted to know if the association leader remembered the hostages that he brought from the mock sword manor and sent to the corpse blood valley. The association leader thought for a moment. Then he answered that he do remember them. By seeing how the association leader took some time to remember the mock brothers, the gloomy old man realized that the association leader may not have sent the mock brothers for any special purpose, and just for entertainment. The association leader made a guess that the mock brothers would have been dead by now. Nonetheless, the gloomy old man turned down the association leader and informed him that the mock brothers have won the trails as the top performers and tied. The association leader is blown away by that fact. Then he did burst into laughing as he had never foreseen those circumstances. The gloomy old man is reminding the association leader that it is not the time to laugh, as two orthodox pupils winning the trails held by the heaven and earth is no ordinary matter, and that could lead to many consequences. So he is suggesting that they need to publicize that Azrith had learned the ancient moon sword technique. Then the air slowly started to change into a heavy substance, and the gloomy old man's eyes have enlarged. The association leader with a fierce voice said to the old man,
"Do not try to do something like that, as it might result indifferently to what I have planned."
After those words from the association leader, the gloomy old man once again recalled that the person in front of him is no ordinary man, as the association leader is one of the 6 heavens in the martial world, where there are only 5 more people in the whole world who are as strong as the association leader, and these 6 people are top of the world. Then the association leader happened to ask the gloomy old man if the old man had found the thing they were searching for, and the gloomy old man replied that they haven't, and said something in a low voice. After that response from the gloomy old man, the association leader nodded his head. After coming out of the association leader's manor, a person is walking towards the gloomy old man and called out for him with a strong aura. This new person is asking the old man if the association leader is doing well. The gloomy old man is surprised that he hadn't even sensed the presence of the new man until he called out for him. And this man with a muscular physique is the second disciple of the association leader, Jang Nungak. And the girl who looked like Alaris is the third disciple of the association leader. Among the 3 disciples, the second disciple is deemed as the least talented. But that is among the 3 disciples only. But when he is compared to others, he is a genius. The second disciple is casually having a conversation with the old man, that if the association leader is still looking for that thing, he tells that it might be better to just look for the renowned physician instead of chasing after some religious thing. The gloomy old man just turned aside and said that he don't know what the association leader is thinking, but he can assure that the association leader has his own reasons. The second disciple understood that the old man is dodging the question, so he wanted to let the old man to know something interesting that he heard on his way here, that the Orthodox disciples were the ones to win the Corpse Blood Valley trails. This made the gloomy man to get unsettled, so he said that he already knew about that. Moreover, just in case, he prompted the second disciple that he shouldn't mess with them. And before he could finish his words, the second disciple obeyed, that he wouldn't do anything to them, as he was just a bit interested in them, since they are from the Orthodox faction. The gloomy old man knew about every disciple's character. Since he had been observing each of the 3 disciples since their childhood, he knew very well the second disciple is someone who is the least talented among the 3 disciples. So in order to compete with the other 2 disciples, the second disciple is trying to gain more people into his side, and he cherishes and cares the people who are in his party, and for those who don't take his side, he will use some unnecessary methods to destroy them. Now the second disciple is really hoping that the Mock brothers would be joining him or not. At some other location, Azrith is now at the dark sect, which is only a bit smaller compared to the Mock Sword Manor. This made Azrith to realize that merely one sect in the heaven and earth is as big as the Mock Manor. So just how big the whole heaven and earth is, and how many strong warriors does it have? The subordinates of the Dark Sect are collecting the letters from the pigeons, and then after retrieving the information from the letter, they are burning down everything. Alaris, by stretching out her body, is out of the wooden doll after a long time, and Azrith asked her what are the subordinates doing, and Alaris said that the subordinates are just maintaining secrecy by burning those after taking out the information. After hearing that, he spoke to Alaris using the sound transmission, and this made Alaris to be flabbergasted as to how and when did he learn something like this. Azrith informed her that he did learned it from the musician head at the final trail. Now Azrith and the Dark Leader have entered the training room. He was spaced out for a moment, and now Azrith is checking out the weapons stored in here and having a tour over the place. The Dark Leader questioned if Azrith is now willing to learn the martial of Dark Sect. Azrith blatantly said that he is not going to do that, and Alaris is making fun of Azrith, that Azrith is now thinking like a man. The Dark Leader accepted that and remarked Azrith that if Azrith doesn't practice the Dark Sect's martial arts, he would just be considered as a subordinate. This made Azrith to pause, as he cannot become the official disciple. The Dark Leader stated, as to how can he take someone as his disciple if they aren't willing to learn his martial arts. Azrith is having a slight disappointment in his decision, as he is pondering if he should have just chosen one of the 5 kings. The Dark Leader broke the silence and made him aware once again that only the men who castrate themselves can gain energy, whereas the Dark Sect martial arts can only be trained if people have energy in them. In this world, any person could contain only one energy. If a man is born with yang energy, and later he castrated to gain energy, his yang energy will reduce a lot, and there is a chance that it will permanently disappear. After hearing that theory from the Dark Leader about yang energy, Azrith smirked like he always do and mentioned, what if a person contains something more powerful than both yang and yin energies? That is when Azrith displayed his demonic energy, which is not red or blue in color, but pitch black and looks deadly. Azrith has both yang energy, which is present when a man is alive, and demonic energy, which comes out when a person is dead. So he is man who has both the power of life energy and death energy in himself. The Dark Leader is thinking that the energy that Azrith is displaying as yin energy, because there is no way possible for a living human to have death energy. And Azrith also said that he somehow happened to collect the yin energy, and he concealed the fact that the energy he is displaying right now is demonic energy. Alaris from a side realized that Azrith somehow managed to protect his small brother. After checking the pulse of Azrith, the Dark Leader can discern that there is nothing unusual about Azrith, and he is perfectly fine. He thought Azrith might had an issue in his body since he released yin energy, but that doesn't seem to be the case as thought by the Dark Leader. Azrith now brought up that if he can become a disciple or not, and the Dark Leader answered that Azrith can sure become one. And even if Azrith doesn't have yin energy, the Dark Leader was going to make him a quasi-disciple. A quasi-disciple means a half-disciple. The Dark Leader updated Azrith that there are 3 quasi-disciples who have joined before Azrith and have not proceeded with the castration. All the other 3 disciples are at true peak realm. From the outside, a person is rushing hurriedly, and he opened the door as he had something important to discuss. This person is the advisor of the Dark Sect, and he requested that the Dark Leader must have to go with him right now. The Dark Leader is wondering what had happened, and the advisor said that it is a message from the 19th unit of the 2nd stem. The Dark Leader recognized that name is a code which refers to squad he sent to the Imperial Palace in a mission. The advisor was about to say something, that the squad has found the underground prison's flower, but the Dark Leader cut him off in the mid-sentence and told him that they will discuss about this in his chamber. Azrith is a bit curious to know what this underground prison meant by, and the Dark Leader by handing over a scroll instructed Azrith that he will have to discuss some topics with the advisor, so Azrith needs to memorize the martial technique present in the scroll while he's away. As the Dark Leader and the advisor are on their way to the chamber, the advisor is telling about the news, that the appearance of that thing is same as described in the rumors, and the Imperial Palace is planning to completely uproot them. Furthermore, this is the thing that the association leader is seeking to get his hands on. Azrith, by closing the scrolls, said to Alaris that the techniques were pretty interesting, to which Alaris, no matter how many times she looks at Azrith, she is always mesmerized by the fact that he has such an extraordinary brain. After a few minutes, in the Dark Leader's chamber, the Dark Leader and the advisor are strategizing a way to get that thing, and that is when someone is knocking the door, as there is a problem. The Dark Leader opened the door and questioned the guard as to what is the matter. The guard apologized for his disturbance when the Dark Leader is having a meeting, but he advises that the Dark Leader must come to the training hall right away. A few minutes ago, someone is barging into the training hall. As there were 3 people, this one with a bandana is the second quasi-disciple, Myung Tak. Also, this one who is spitting is the third quasi-disciple, Young Soo. Finally, this innocent and bright-looking fellow is the first quasi-disciple of the Dark Leader, Hwan Yu Myung. Azrith asked who they are, and Alaris can tell that they are the disciples the Dark Leader mentioned, and she can also see they are disliking Azrith for some reason. Now the third disciple saw something unusual, which is the evil commandment sword. As such, he is biting his teeth like a dog and yelled at Azrith that someone who is from an orthodox sect is not worthy to wield that sword, and the worthy person to hold that sword is the first disciple. This made the first disciple to feel like some king. So many weeks or even months ago, the first disciple, Hwan Yu Myung, is the senior disciple among the quasi-disciples, and this first disciple was an orphan who was taken in by the Dark Leader, and he was raised like an official disciple. When his time come for the castration process, he couldn't proceed with that, as he has already indulged himself in sexual pleasure, and his desires cannot be concealed forever. So he had no choice but to decline the Dark Leader's orders, who almost raised him like a father. But that is not the end to it. There was another trouble for him, when the Dark Leader accepted new disciples to make them as official ones. The cunning first disciple intellectually took the newer disciple to prostitutes and made them feel the pleasure. Hence they have also declined the Dark Leader's offer to become the main disciple. The first disciple is doing this because, if anyone were to proceed with the castration process, that one will be ruling over the dark sect in the future. So the first disciple schemed, if no one moves on to accept the castration, then the Dark Leader will have no choice but to make the first disciple as the new dark sect leader in the future. However, all his plans have misfired when the third disciple mentioned about Azrith just some moments ago. The information about Azrith being born with a lot of Yin energy has already spread through the disciples, and not only that Azrith is also the master of the evil commandment sword. This made the first disciple's eyes to get red, as he is not in a position to let go of someone who ruined all his plans.
Returning to the present, the 2 disciples charged at Azrath, their eyes burned with greed, desperate to take the sword from Azrath's grasp. That is when Azrath rose from his position, like a dragon awakening, and the air felt like an unbearable presence as the slaughtering began once more. In a single heartbeat, Azrath grabbed the second disciple by the face and drove him straight into the ground. The impact was monstrous. The floor shattered violently. Before anyone could react, Azrath turned and crushed the third disciple's arm, breaking his arm with lightning force. The first disciple stood frozen, his mind unable to grasp how they had been overpowered so easily. Subsequently, Azrath then stepped onto the third disciple's neck. With cold, absolute authority, he spoke.
You are all nothing but a small rabbit, yet you dare to show off in front of me.
Azrath, by unsheathing his sword, stated that if the first disciple is so interested in the sword, he can just have it. That is when he threw the sword at the first disciple. The first disciple's body is not fit to wield the evil sword. As such, his body is being slashed by the sword's power, followed by his whole arm receiving slashes from the sword. Now Azrath, with good intentions, asked if the first disciple needs help. After hearing those kind words from Azrath, the first disciple understood that Azrath is like a Buddha, so he accepted Azrath's help. At that fleeting moment, Azrath made a grin which looks like a devil's grin. This made the first disciple's eyes enlarge, where every vein and nerve in his body screamed that Azrath is not a Buddha, but the very resemblance of a demon himself. And Azrath, with his sword energy, sliced off the first disciple's hand.
At that point, the Dark Leader opened the door, and he is stunned that the whole training hall, which looked peaceful in all these years, had become a slaughterhouse after Azrith's entrance in it. Now Azrith is sheathing his sword back into the scabbard after seeing the Dark Leader. A few minutes ago when Azrith threw the sword, and as soon as the first disciple grabbed it, he spilled out everything about his childhood and what he did to the other disciples, just so that he can become the sect leader. After spilling out everything, he is surprised to see why he has the evil commandment sword in his hands. Then Azrith, by clapping his hands, is impressed that the first disciple orchestrated very well by making his junior disciples to feel sexual pleasure so that he could become a sect leader. Now the junior disciples are interrogating the first disciple as to why he betrayed them this whole time. The first disciple now remembered that Azrith tossed the sword at him. Not only that, the Dark Leader warned him about the evil sword as to how, when someone grabs it, it makes them lose control and reveals their hidden desire. The Dark Leader predicted that there would be a clash between disciples, but he never knew that his quasi-disciples would be so useless against Azrith. Then the first disciple, by raising his left hand, called out for his master, and now he is pleading to the Dark Leader that he wants to get castrated as soon as possible. Not only him, the other two quasi-disciples are also begging on their knees to be castrated, when they didn't want to do it when the Dark Leader asked them nicely in the past. Even the Dark Leader is awestruck at Azrith's way of doing things, that he realized violence is never an answer, it is the question, and the answer is yes. For some reason, the first disciple is grinning at Azrith, as if he had a strategy in mind to deal with Azrith when he gets castrated. Earlier, after slicing off the wrist, the first disciple is trying to scare Azrith that the Dark Leader wouldn't treat this as a normal issue, since Azrith offended all the three senior disciples to him. But Azrith, by throwing off the hand to the back, asserted that he is the official disciple, whereas all the three of them are just quasi-disciples. Those words are stuck on the first disciple's mind, given that what Azrith said is true, as the Dark Leader would give priority to Azrith since there is only one official disciple. So at that time the first disciple thought of a tactic. If he were to get castrated, he would become higher in position compared to Azrith, so then he can turn the tables on Azrith. So with his face gleaming with happiness, he is wanting to get his two balls sliced off. The Dark Leader for the last time questioned if they are not going to regret it, and the three disciples have made a vow that they won't feel regret and are ready to get castrated. The Dark Leader with a chuckle accepted that, which made the three disciples to feel joyfulness. Now the first disciple, by sneakily glaring at Azrith, is pondering that Azrith is done for in the future. The Dark Leader then called out Azrith. Then he announced to him that Azrith will now be getting 3 junior disciples to him. The 3 disciples were disoriented by that, and are asking why they are going to be juniors when they have joined before Azrith. Then the Dark Leader, with a face that is having satisfaction, made things clear. Even though Azrith came to the sect last, he is the first one to become the official disciple, so that makes Azrith as their senior disciple. The first disciple realized that his life is doomed now, because Azrith will torture them like a beast from now on, and he lost his hand. Plus he is even going to get castrated as well. The second disciple quickly greeted Azrith as his senior disciple, where the first and third disciple were shocked to see this sight. The second disciple is thinking that the Dark Leader not even asked what happened in here, or whose fault it is, so the second disciple noticed that the Dark Leader was on Azrith's side, and Azrith has the potential to become the Dark Sect leader in the future. Like that, the advisor and the guards are taking the disciples to the infirmary, and the Dark Leader asked if Azrith has any questions as to why the Dark Leader, who doesn't even know what happened here, just made Azrith as the senior disciple. Azrith answered, "There isn't any necessary to ask the Dark Leader, because the Dark Leader might have predicated this type of thing to happen." The Dark Leader is impressed that Azrith guessed it correctly, and he said that he felt kind of satisfied. Azrith wanted to know why the Dark Leader hadn't punished them when he knew that the first disciple is trying to make the other disciples to experience sexual desires. From the words of the first disciple, Azrith figured out the Dark Leader must have known about the schemes of the first disciple, and Azrith said the Dark Leader can skip the question if he doesn't want to answer that. The Dark Leader then provided an answer, that it is just because of an attachment, where sometimes in life, a person must have to ignore some things even if they are aware of it. By chuckling, he mentioned that Azrith will understand these things much better when he becomes a leader of an organization. The Dark Leader now said, Azrith can memorize the scrolls since he had no time to read them because of the sudden disturbance, and Azrith told to the Dark Leader that he already did memorize the whole thing, with every part in it. The Dark Leader is dazzled by that. He once heard that those who have genius disciples will always be amazed of them. As the Dark Leader has some things to do, he said Azrith can have some rest since he memorized everything, and he handed over the Dark Sect's uniform. In that moment, Azrith sensed a person's presence. He requested the Dark Leader that he wants to take a small walk before getting rest. As this is his first time in the Dark Sect, he wants to check out the area. The Dark Leader, by chuckling, agreed to that, and he even offered an escort to take with him. Since the escort can act as a guide, as this is Azrith's first time in here, he might get lost. Azrith is aware of the Dark Leader's intentions, and he can say that the Dark Leader is still not trusting him. Outside the Dark Sect, no matter how many times he looks at it, he is always shocked to see how enormous the heaven and earth is. Now there is an escort who is following Azrith. An escort's name is Suk Jung, where he stated Azrith can just ignore him and can look around. Alaris is advising that Azrith can just rest, or else it will seem like Azrith is on a mission here as a spy if he roams around like this. But Azrith explained that he felt Go-chan's spiritual energy from here, and that the energy is coming in this direction. Alaris recollected who Go-chan is, as the loyal man, who died protecting Azrith and took a woman's body. She is impressed that Go-chan managed to infiltrate a place like heaven and earth with his skills, and Azrith clarified that he must have used the assassin woman's memories to make it through. Alaris is happy to have the loyal man on their side, because he is not one to betray Azrith. Azrith at that precise second felt a lot of powerful auras beside the loyal man, where there are multiple strong energies coming in his way. Right then, a person's head is visible, and as he climbed those steps, a group of people along with the second disciple of the association leader are moving forward. The second disciple's energy is equal to the Bright Blade King himself. Even Azrith is getting himself prepared. The escort who is with Azrith informed him that the person who is coming in their direction is Jang Nung-ak, the second disciple of the Heaven and Earth's association leader. In that state, Azrith's eyes have swiped to a person who is having alcohol while carrying a woman. That woman slowly raised her head to see what is in front of her, and she is none other than the loyal guy. As soon as they saw his face, Alaris and even the demonic monk have burst into laughing. They are so surprised to see that the loyal guy had sold his body to infiltrate this place. The loyal guy is now feeling like dying because of the embarrassment. The loyal boy is scratching his head as he is unable to contain his embarrassment when the other spirits are mocking at him. 3 days ago, at the Cherry Pavilion, there is a room in this pavilion where only the most important guests could get access, and the loyal boy is selected to entertain the guest who has occupied that VIP room. The loyal boy joined in this pavilion only so that he can find Azrith, but he instead ended up in something like a brothel. The person who occupied that room is a disciple of one of the 5 kings, so the whole pavilion is taking utmost care about the guest. However, the guest is not pleased with any of the women in this pavilion. Then the pavilion manager called the loyal boy, and she is instructing him to perform well, and if the guests seem to be unpleased about her, the loyal boy needs to come out immediately without making his mood bad. The loyal boy agreed to that, and went in to entertain the guest. However, he is not interested in doing any of this work. As the loyal boy is inside, the guest is having alcohol, then by looking at her, he is a bit impressed about her. But it is not because of her beauty that he had taken a liking into her. It is because he discovered that the woman learned martial arts. The loyal boy is stupefied to hear that, because no one ever saw through his martial capabilities, since her body is at early transcendent realm. If the guest is able to tell her that she is a martial artist, it means he is on an equal or above the level of early transcendent realm. He asked her, for what purpose did she learn such high-level martial arts? The loyal boy is first trying to calm himself down, and now with one of the woman's assassination techniques, which is called a woman's tears, she narrated her story, that her father passed away, and his last dying wish is for her to become a great martial artist so that she can protect herself. The guest said that was a nice story, but the guest doesn't get convinced at all, because there are a lot of people who are leading a much harder life, so he is not going to show any sympathy towards her. The loyal boy thought he cracked it, yet the guest hadn't fallen for his tricks. Right then, the guest said that if she is okay with it, she can become his guard, so that she can become powerful enough to protect herself, and not because he empathizes with her. However, the guest is pretty much fallen for his story, as he is leaking buckets of water from his eyes. By wiping his eyes, he said the girl can become his guard, so that he will protect her if any danger comes in her way. The loyal boy is astonished that he doesn't have to work at this pavilion anymore if he becomes the guard to the guest. Then the loyal boy asked for the guest's name, as he wants to know who he is going to work for. The guest, by laughing out loud, introduced himself.
My name? I am the disciple of Hu Taegan, who is one of the 5 kings of heaven and earth, and I am the leader of the Annihilation Squad, as well as a close aide to the second disciple of the association leader. My name is Ho Jong-yuk.
As he rammed the ground with his axe, the loyal boy's eyes have widened, since only one person in the 5 kings uses axe, and that is the Axe Destruction King, who is one of the 8 stars in the martial world. And this guest is the disciple of that Axe King. That is how he ended up in here. Even though the guest said that he will make the loyal boy his guard, he just used him as a mistress and made him serve alcohol to him. Like that, not only demonic monk, even the skulls around his neck are laughing seeing the loyal boy like this. On the other hand, Azrath's eyes are looking elsewhere. It is because most of them in that group is at least on the transcendent realm, and the second disciple is at the level of an ultimate transcendent realm. The demon mask gave an idea about the second disciple, that he is not like the other disciples, where the demon mask suggested that it is best to avoid him as much as possible. Azrath could see that the second disciple is a person who always takes whatever he wants, so Azrath is doing his best to not make himself stand in the limelight. Azrath greeted the second disciple with his name, and he mentioned that he is also a disciple of the dark sect leader. Yet the second disciple didn't pay any heed to that and moved on. Even Alaris is happy that the second disciple just didn't care about Azrath. Nevertheless, the second disciple halted for a moment, and he turned his head back after realizing that Azrath said he is a disciple of the dark sect. Now he remembered the gloomy old man's words about that Azrath being accepted into the dark sect. So he in an instant appeared in front of Azrath and inquired if Azrath is from the Orthodox sect. Alaris is warning Azrath to just bow down his head without making a fuss and deal with it silently, since the opponent is not an ordinary foe. The second disciple is patting of Azrath's head as if Azrath is inferior to him. Azrath's blood is running wild because he is not used to being treated like this, but for the sake of his grandfather's revenge, he is calming himself down. The second disciple is dying to know, how did Azrath manage to win in the competition when he is only in early peak realm? And Azrath just remarked that he just got lucky. Right when Azrath is still speaking, the second disciple with 2 of his fingers is about to poke Azrath's eyes. Azrath knew that the second disciple will stop those fingers right in front of his eyes, and this is a test to see how Azrath would react. So Azrath acted like he was afraid, and all. This made the second disciple to realize that Azrath is not hiding anything. Then by grabbing Azrath's collar, he forced him into the ground and spoke that Azrath is nothing special, and that he must have won in the trails with just luck alone. The group is slowly moving back in their route, and they are communicating that the mock brother who was chosen by the Blade King must be stronger. Azrath and Alaris are happy that things have somehow worked out in their way, and no problems have arisen. But a man in that group proclaimed that if Azrath really is scared, then his heartbeat should be beating fast rather than slow. Listening to those words, Azrath's eyes have widened, and the second disciple once again halted, and is stupefied to hear that. Even though Azrath did his best in diverting the second disciple, there was one thing that he overlooked, that is sound. The second disciple has gained 1/3 of the heaven and earth support, and there are 5 people who are his personal support system, and he called them as 5 Peaks Assembly. It means that those 5 people are ranked as 1st peak to 5th peak, with 5th peak being the lowest, and 1st peak being the highest. The man who listened to Azrath's heartbeat is ranked 2nd, known as the 2nd peak, Wymanction. This man is blind, who cannot see, so that is exactly why he can hear things very clearly. So he mentioned to the second disciple that Azrath is not at all surprised or scared in the slightest. The second disciple with a maddening smile is now desperate to see what Azrath is what he is capable of, and Azrath's expression has also begun to change, as if he is being enraged. The second disciple, Jang Neong-ak, he is known as the most cruel disciple of the association leader, and he had crazy fantasy where all the powerful people should be on his side. Because of the blind man, his eyes are now set forth on Azrith. Now that the second disciple placed his hand fan on Azrith's heart, he can feel that Azrith's heart is beating normally. Alaris is suggesting Azrith to keep calm, since the second disciple doesn't know about Azrith's martial realm. If he can play his cards right, he can evade from this scenario. So Azrith, by Kung Fu saluting, made a statement that the one who taught Azrith had also taught him a great lesson once. That is, Azrith shouldn't lose his cool even when he is facing a great tiger. The second disciple for a moment is flattered since Azrith is viewing the second disciple as a great tiger, but by snapping his fingers, he called for one of his subordinates.
That moment, a person swiftly appeared behind Azrath, and before the air itself could react, a blow slammed into Azrath's back with such violent force that even Azrath was driven several steps back. The atmosphere immediately thickened as the air is rising in intensity. The second disciple dictated the subordinate to go on full throttle so that Azrath will expose the true depths of his power. Ilaris, by getting stressed up, insisted Azrath to endure a few punches. Azrath did not retaliate as the subordinate descended upon him like a frenzied executioner, fists crashing down in a relentless storm, each strike aimed to crush every bone. As he is dealing with a barrage of blows, Azrath is just taking those punches in order to make himself look like a loser. The lady beside the second disciple is showing sympathy towards Azrath, and the second disciple is also slowly losing his interest in Azrath. So just when he was about to order the subordinate to stop the beating, amidst the chaos, the blind man surged forward, declaring that Azrath's heartbeat is still smooth sailing. So the blind man is going to fight for himself. As he is drawing his sword from the scabbard with deadly intent, he is not going to hesitate and stab Azrath directly in his heart. Just when the sword is about to reach Azrath's heart, Azrath is getting into the action as he cannot control his raging blood, where the heavens started to rumble, and he took the evil commanded sword out of its sheath to block the incoming sword and grabbed the subordinate's fist with the other hand. The subordinate is trembling by sensing the tremendous power flowing through Azrath's veins. Then Azrath just crushed that fist like it was nothing, and he warned the blind man with his body leaking with aura.
Oi, old man. You have messed with the wrong person this time.
The second disciple then clapped his hands to stop the match, as he was left speechless by that performance. The second disciple mentioned that Azrath's martial prowess has reached the level of transcendent realm. The lady is astonished to hear that, and the second disciple precisely said that Azrith is at the level of early transcendent realm. Both the loyal boy and the guest are shocked to hear that, and the loyal boy is the one and only person here who knows that Azrith just started to learn martial arts from a half a month ago, so he can perceive one thing, that a monster is inside the heaven and earth right now. The blind man is now laughing that he had successfully made Azrith to disclose his martial prowess, and Alaris is cursing that blind man for ruining Azrith's plan. The second disciple is now seeking to make sure that Azrith swear his loyalty to him. Also, Alaris and the loyal boy are implying the same thing, so that Azrith can escape from this situation right now and can blueprint his way of doing things later. However, Azrith is not your everyday man, so by Kung Fu saluting, he declined the second disciple's proposal. Both the demonic monk and Alaris understood that Azrith never does as they say. The second disciple is now enraged after hearing that, where the ground below them shattered with his sheer internal power. The blind man never envisioned for Azrith to reject the proposal. Then Azrith continued. He rejected because he wanted for the second disciple to have the whole dark sect. What Azrith said made the second disciple to cool down a bit. Azrith spoke that if the second disciple makes any kind of decision with Azrith right now, it would be a loss for the second disciple only. Those words made both the second disciple and blind man to be shocked. The second disciple, by sneering, told Azrith to go on, and Azrith elaborated. If Azrith, as soon as he joined in the heaven and earth, is involving himself in the game of politics, it would only make the dark leader to be suspicious of him. The second disciple understood that Azrith would only look like a spy from the Orthodox sect, who joined in the second disciple's force to stir things in the heaven and earth. So the second disciple desired to know, what could he get by leaving Azrith here, and wait for a few more days. Azrith promised that he heard the second disciple is closest to the successor's position. Thus, if Azrith has some time, he could gain the trust of the Dark Leader, and once becomes the Dark Sect leader, he will present the whole Dark Sect to the second disciple, so the second disciple will have another strong support to his succession. This made the second disciple to laugh like a king. Hence, by place his hand on Azrith's shoulder, he is sure that what Azrith said is true, as the Dark Leader will definitely be distrustful of Azrith, so he is going to wait for things to move smoothly. With that, the second disciple is leaving the place by placing his trust on Azrith. He commanded his group that they are now going to have a party since he is in a good mood. The lady is dumbfounded to look at the second disciple leaving just like that, even after someone rejected him. The blind man is just taken aback that not only Azrith's martial prowess, even his intellectual skill are top-notch, because Azrith knew what the second disciple wants and likes. He simply resolved an unfavorable situation with mere words. Strangely, when the blind man was about to pierce his sword into Azrith's heart, he sensed a presence in Azrith, which is making the blind man to get a chill back on his spine even now. He thinks that Azrith is hiding something even more deadly inside, so he concluded one thing, that he needs to kill Azrith secretly. Not only the blind man, Azrith also rotated his head to the back and whispered to Alaris,
I am going to kill that blind man and make him suffer even after death, so even death won't be able to save him from me.
After all of this, Alaris is now questioning, what is Azrith going to do about the loyal boy, since it is because of him Azrith has caught the attention of the second disciple. Azrith then divulged to Alaris that he sent a sound transmission to the loyal boy to keep an eye on them, and to inform him if they are planning something. Alaris is marveled that Azrith dealt with the situation much peacefully than she thought, and Azrith responded that he had no choice since there were people watching them. Alaris asked if Azrith is referring to the escort the Dark Leader sent, but Azrith told her there are some other people who are watching them. With those words, he glanced behind him and said he knows who they are. The one is spying on Azrith is the young woman who is the third disciple of the association leader. She is actually in a confused state, because recently she heard that Azrith is from the Orthodox sect, and she is being on edge given that she handed over her name plaque to Azrith. But after hearing in secret that Azrith is in Transcendent Realm, she once again changed her opinion. She cannot lose someone at that caliber when even the second disciple is trying to get his hands on Azrith. The guard behind the young woman questioned why is she spying on Azrith when she is here to meet him, but she just don't know what to do in here. The guard behind her then gave her advice that she shouldn't lose someone like Azrith, because Azrith is now the official disciple of the Dark Sect, and he has the proficiency to become the Dark Sect leader soon. So he is indicating that she must have Azrith on her side before the second disciple can have him. She understood what the guard meant by, so she is going to have Azrith in her team, but she just don't know how to do that. Azrith, Alaris, and the demonic monk, all the three of them have stood paralyzed, because the whole manor in front of them now belongs to Azrith, as he is the official disciple. He never thought they would give him a whole manor just cause he is an official disciple, but there is a flaw in here, that is, all the people including the servants have learned martial arts, and they are here to keep an eye on him. Everyone is at the level of third-rate or second-rate martial artists. Azrith realized that by killing them or making them disappear will only make things difficult for him, as he is facing the intelligence head, the Dark Leader here. Alaris is curious to know if Azrith has a plan for this, and he mumbled that he is going to make sure that they can't watch him even if they want. Since he promised to the second disciple that he will having the Dark Sect under his control, he is now going to start the process with the escort behind him. As the escort is about to go back to his place, Azrith briefed in that he has something to speak with him, so he wants to speak with the escort in private for a short time only. The escort is a bit afraid to do that, however there are a lot of martial artists in here. As a result, he picked up some courage and thought, what can Azrith do when there are a lot of martial artists in here? Therefore he went inside the room. The escort closed the door and asked, what is it that Azrith wanted to speak? Azrith, by sitting on a swing, asserted if the escort is going to report to the Dark Leader everything he had seen today, which made the guard to flinch. So Azrith insisted that the escort should just stay silent about it, as the MC doesn't care about the escort watching him, but the escort only needs to report what Azrith tells him to say. The escort is baffled that Azrith didn't just drag things away and straight away told him keep his mouth shut. Consequently, by bowing down his head, he notified that he will just pretend as if Azrith hadn't spoken to him just now, and he will report everything to the Dark Leader. Azrith forewarned the escort that he will regret it, yet the escort just thinks Azrith is arrogant and daring, so he just replied that after defeating some weak foes, Azrith shouldn't act mighty. With a threatening face, the escort declared that he will only follow the Dark Leader's commands only. By turning around, he is now excusing himself. Azrith then raised his hand, and he used the ritual of attachment on the escort, where he is pulled back, and Azrith, by grabbing his neck, slammed his face on the ground. When the escort was perplexed at Azrith's behavior, Azrith took out his sword, which made the escort to think that he is going to die today. Yet, Azrith just nicely placed that sword in the escort's hand. After some time, the escort woke up from his good sleep, and Azrith is speaking to himself that an escort wants to marry a woman who is also an escort, and after his retirement, he is going to build a manor in the outer castle to live together. The escort, who acted like he never knew what fear is now shivering in front of the devil. Azrith revealed his sword's ability to the escort so that he can understand that Azrith isn't lying. The escort is planning to feign like is obeying Azrith's orders, and when he secures his woman, he is going to reveal everything to the Dark Leader. But this is Azrith he is dealing with. As such, that is when something dropped beside the escort, and it is a woman's hairpin. The escort gifted this hairpin to the woman on her birthday, so he is surprised that Azrith brought it here. Then Azrith made things clear to the escort that no matter where the woman is, Azrith can find her easily. So if he ever feels that the escort is scheming something, Azrith swore that it won't be a hairpin next time, but his woman's decapitated head. Then by resting his hand on the escort's back, Azrith told him all the escort needs to do is report what he tells him, and the escort can have nice marriage and a wonderful retirement. The escort nodded his head and agreed to that. Azrith whispered into the escort's ear as to why does he look like he is going to cry. As the escort saw Azrith's face, his heart stopped for a moment, because there was no human this cruel. Even his darkest nightmare was never this horrifying. Only one word passed through his mind. Azrith is a demon who is wearing a martial arts uniform. As the escort finally came out of the hell, the guards were asking why does the escort face looks like he had seen a monster. The escort didn't care the guards' question and only asked them one thing, that if Azrith had come out of his room. The guards responded that it has been only 5 minutes and Azrith hadn't come out of his room. So the escort couldn't grasp as to how Azrith got his woman's hairpin in less than 5 minutes. That is when another demon was standing in front of the escort, the demonic monk with his eyes flaring with molten magma. As the escort went back, Azrith called out for the guards standing outside. He said that the guards are working very hard, and since they will be seeing each other from now on, Azrith offered a cup of tea to each of them to build a healthy relationship. The guards accepted to that since there is no loss in rejecting a cup of tea, and Azrith then closed the doors and started doing his job. Later that night, at the Dark Leader's chamber, the Dark Leader is reading the report of the escort about how the second disciple met Azrith and exchanged a few words. The Dark Leader had already once rejected the offer made by the second disciple to join him, not only once, but several times. Nonetheless, the Dark Leader is a bit puzzled, as it was unbelievable for him to hear that the second disciple went silently without causing any trouble. The escort, by lowering his head, nodded to that question, but in his heart, he wanted to say no to that question. He wanted to tell the Dark Leader that Azrith isn't a normal man, and that he is hiding something terrifying. Yet he had a feeling, the moment he divulges everything to the Dark Leader, he will experience something unholy. Exactly as he predicted, the demonic monk is glaring at the escort with his satanic presence. The Dark Leader just sat there without speaking anything for a short time. Then he chuckled at the escort, since the report made by the escort won't be inaccurate. With that, the escort bowed his head and left the room. At the top of the ceiling, which is right below the rooftop, a person called out the Dark Leader, and he expressed that the report looks like it has some gaps in it. The Dark Leader is also feeling the same thing, that the report is missing some important details, because he can see the escort being anxious and pale. Furthermore, the Dark Leader knows the character of the second disciple, that he is not someone who leaves a talent like Azrith without making a fuss. The Dark Leader, by rising up from his seat, commanded the rooftop guy to keep an eye on the escort, and not only him, but everyone in Azrath's residence too. With that, the rooftop guy disappeared. As of now, he had a new mission. The Dark Leader, by sighing down, opened a drawer after the rooftop guy left. Inside there is a scroll, and there is some different language in it, where the Dark Leader is smiling after reading that. And a week has passed since that day, and for some reason, the Dark Leader looks like he was completely exhausted, provided that he had 3 new problems to worry about. The first one is Azrath's talents. The Dark Leader is speechless looking at the way Azrath is improving each day, where the Shadow Claw technique, which takes a few years to master for an average martial artist, took just 1 week for Azrath to be completely proficient in it. The Dark Leader asked a servant about what Azrath is doing for him to develop at such a rapid pace. The servant just answered that Azrath had not practiced any special techniques or methods, which made the Dark Leader to be even more overwhelmed, as it was a reality hard to accept. He then gave Azrath another technique, and the results were same. He knew Azrath is far more talented, but not to this extent. Even if he is a master to Azrath, he had never taught him anything, and even then, Azrath's progression was terrifying. So the Dark Leader modified his teachings, and just answered any questions that Azrath had. Now this became his second worry, for the reason that Azrath never asked questions about martial arts, but about the secret techniques of the Dark Sect, like how to make the human face mask the Dark Leader is wearing. In addition to teach someone the secret techniques of the Dark Sect, trust is necessary even if Azrath is his own and official disciple. The Dark Leader had not put his trust in Azrath yet, and therefore, he never taught him the secret techniques like the human face mask to Azrath. But to make sure he put his trust into Azrath slowly, he ordered the subordinates to look into Azrath's background back when he was in the mock sword manor. He thought Azrath must have led a nice and pleasured life, since he was so talented. Yet the report stated that he was treated like a failure, and what's more unbelievable is that Azrath was only a third-rate martial artist, just 1.5 months ago. This became the Dark Leader to lose his trust even more, and commanded his subordinates to find out more about Azrath with a saddened face. The third worry is, this was the biggest worry. The Dark Leader was put in a tough spot, since he had a lot of people to watch over Azrath, yet all of them said that there was nothing new to report about Azrath. His daily routing is the same every day. Every day, he trains in martial arts, eats well, does some cultivation practice, and reads about the history. And he never missed a single thing in this from his day-to-day life. It is not what Azrath does is making the Dark Leader to be suspicious. It is that Azrath is doing it too consistently, without straying away from it. The Dark Leader doubts grew more and more, but no matter how many servants and guards he is replacing, everyone is reporting him the same thing. He knew that manipulating one person is okay, however it cannot happen to every single one of them. So he can tell only one thing, that Azrath might have caught on the Dark Leader's intentions, which is why Azrath is doing something to the guards to reassure the Dark Leader. Because the martial talents that he saw in Azrath were not ordinary, so he believes the same goes for Azrath's mental prowess. The Dark Leader only has one final option to test Azrath. He called for his most trusted subordinate, the rooftop guy. He is a special great assassin, whose martial prowess is at the ultimate peak realm, and he is one of the 4 greatest assassins. It means he is equally talented as the one the loyal boy possessed. The Dark Leader now enjoined the rooftop guy that to switch out the servants for the regular ones, and to take out all the guards except for 2 most trusted and proficient ones. Then to keep an eye on Azrath on his own rather than depending on someone for a while. The rooftop accepted that, and is on his way to fulfill his job. The Dark Leader is now a bit relieved, since the rooftop guy is a master in camouflage, that even a peak transcendent realm master cannot detect his presence. The Dark Leader laid a strategy, that if a person knows that he is being watched, he would never reveal his true colors, so the Dark Leader made sure to make Azrath feel that he is alone, to lower his guard and disclose who he is. As the rooftop guy is now hiding in the rooftop, he took a tile and is peeking at what Azrath is doing, and he is confounded. Azrath with a smirk is reading a manual with one hand, and grabbed a person's head, which is bleeding with the other hand. The rooftop after looking at this awful sight landed down, and now taking out something from his kimono, is about to stab Azrath. Nevertheless, Azrath just spoke, that the rooftop guy is early, and the rooftop guy is nicely handing over the scroll that the Dark Leader had viewed secretly the other day, on which the rooftop guy is possessed by none other than the demonic monk. 3 days ago, both the demonic monk and Alaris were on their way to investigate the forces of the dark sect, and they found this rooftop guy at that time. Even though the rooftop guy is master at hiding, that is nothing compared to spirits like Alaris and the demonic monk, so they took him down and the demonic monk possessed him. As a result, just after a week of joining the dark sect, Azrith took care of almost the entire dark sect for himself. Like that, Azrith inquired if the demonic monk likes his new body, and the demonic monk with a smug face raised both of his thumb fingers to show that he loved it. Azrith now learned that the Dark Leader is looking at this scroll every time when he is alone, so the demonic monk brought it here to show that to Azrith. As Azrith was curious to see what is inside the scroll, he saw the demonic monk looking weirdly at the person Azrith is holding in his hand. So Azrith explained that this person is not from the dark sect, and that he is an assassin sent here to eliminate Azrith. Alaris informed that this assassin is sent by the blind man, who is the second disciple's second peak. Azrith can see that the blind man is quite persistent. He knew that the blind would not sit idle, and he did exactly as Azrith predicted. What's more in here is, the assassin when he came here, he stated that he is from the Orthodox sect. But the demonic monk is scratching his head as he didn't understand the meaning behind it. Then Alaris clarified to him in a simple way, that because Azrith is also from the Orthodox sect, the assassin guy thought he could lower Azrith's guard down by mentioning that he is from the Orthodox sect. However, after a simple torture from Azrith, the assassin confessed everything. But when the demonic monk looked at the assassin's hand, which is bleeding horrifyingly, and there are some long needles pierced deep in his body everywhere, made the demonic monk to realize that it was not a simple torture. But Azrith was quite a bit uneasy, because the blind man wouldn't send someone so weak at Azrith when he knew how powerful and cunning Azrith is. After hearing that, Alaris also voiced that this is the dark sect they are in, so the assassin guy could be caught the moment he enters the premises. The dark sect is a place that stores intel, so this is one of the most strongest places that has a high-level security in the Heaven and Earth Association, which is equal to the security at the association leader's manor. That is when Azrith nailed it. He notified both of the spirits that the blind man has trapped them, as is not because the assassin guy is a skilled one. Instead, the dark sect is one that allowed him inside. Alaris now realized why the real reason the assassin guy said he was from the Orthodox sect when he first came here, and now there are sounds of a large group of people marching towards them. The dark sect security was never loose, and now that the assassin guy is inside Azrith's residence, if the dark sect people interrogated the assassin guy, and the assassin guy says that he is from the Orthodox sect, Azrith would be doomed. This creepy smiling man is the dark sect's internal affairs overseer, and the overseer is now calling out Azrith, since there is an intruder who is inside the residence. The blind man's purpose was not to kill Azrith, but it was to frame Azrith as a spy of the Orthodox sect. As the blind man is standing on top of a cliff and is spectating the dark sect, he asked the person next to him as to what is the situation right now. The person next to him reported that the overseer has surrounded Azrith's residence with the dark sect strike squad. The blind man is laughing pleasurably after hearing that. A day ago, which is yesterday, the blind man instructed the assassin guy to tell Azrith that he is from the Orthodox sect at the beginning, and when Azrith tortures him, he needs to say that he is sent by the blind man. The assassin guy is unable to comprehend why does he need to reveal the blind man's name when he can say someone's name. The blind man told not to do that, because Azrith is sharp enough to tell if the assassin guy is lying or not, and the blind is confident that Azrith won't kill the assassin guy right away if he mentions the blind man's name. If the assassin guy can stall for a small amount of time, the dark sect will make their move and corner Azrith like a rat. Afterwards, the assassin guy needs to get killed as a spy of the Orthodox sect, and the assassin guy has only one request for doing this mission. That is for the blind man to take good care of the assassin guy's family. The blind man nodded in agreement to that request, and that he never forgets the assassin guy's loyalty. Now the blind man is returning back to his manor, as he knows what happens next, whereas the blind man bribed the overseer. So the overseer will find the Orthodox sect's name plaque with the assassin, hence he declares Azrith as a spy of the Orthodox sect. The blind man thoroughly prepared for every move, so that Azrith won't be able to escape no matter what. The blind man is moving discreetly because he felt something peculiar about Azrith's heartbeat. It felt like that no matter what situation he was in, his heartbeat is consistent. And when the blind man informed this matter to the second disciple just didn't care about it and stated the blind man to leave it. So the blind man had no choice but to make a decision on his own for the second disciple's sake. Inside the dark sect's territory, the overseer is calling out Azrith as there is an invader inside the manor. Earlier, the blind man sent a messenger that Azrith would soon get into contact with someone from the Orthodox sect, and that will be the only time Azrith can be caught red-handedly as a spy of the Orthodox sect. But the overseer didn't trust that info at the start, but he was surprised that an invader really came. Normally, the overseer would examine more into this matter rather than directly taking charge just because the blind man said, but the overseer for some reason hates Azrith, as Azrith is someone from the Orthodox sect. The overseer ordered a guard to drag Azrith out here, if he refuses to come outside. But before that, Azrith made his entrance outside. By grabbing the assassin's body, Azrith communicated that he thought the overseer is unaware since they had not captured the assassin guy right away. The overseer commented that they have noticed long ago, yet they hesitated to see what the assassin guy is up to. In spite of that, they were quite confused to see the assassin guy went for Azrith's room. Then Azrith replied that the assassin guy wouldn't confess when he was being tortured, so he suggests to wake him up first. The overseer stated that Azrith being the one to torture the assassin had made things worse. Azrith, with a doubtful expression, wanted to know as to how did that his torture made things worse. The overseer, by narrowing his eyes, interpreted that Azrith might have done that to avoid suspicion on himself. Then, by laying down his hand on Azrith's shoulder, the overseer supposed that the assassin might be a spy who tried to get in touch with Azrith. The overseer is brimming with happiness inwardly, since Azrith won't be cocky and arrogant anymore. Although typical individuals by now would try clarify themselves with a worrisome face, Azrith had his lips curled upwards, as he is enjoying this entrapping. That smile made the overseer to feel something devilish inside Azrith, where he began to sweat for a brief moment. At the same time, the Dark Leader is also here to see what's happening, and he questioned the overseer as to what brings the overseer to Azrith's manor. The overseer was about to explain his sudden intrusion. Then the assassin guy had begun to scream. He is begging the guards to let go of him. The overseer didn't understood why the assassin guy had woke up all at once. The assassin guy is apologizing to the overseer, which made the overseer to feel, what the heck is happening here? Now the assassin guy outlined that he did everything according to what the overseer has ordered him to do. So he is imploring the overseer to at least spare his family, as he don't care even if he dies. And the assassin guy is speaking this way because Alaris has possessed him. The overseer is getting froze for an instant, as he couldn't understand why the cards are being reversed at him. The overseer is making himself clear to the Dark Leader that he is being framed here, as he never knew who that assassin guy is. The assassin is yelling at the overseer as to why he is playing dumb, when he did everything as the overseer commanded. The overseer is agitated, where he took out his sword to rip open the mouth of the assassin. That he is when the rooftop guy in possession of the demonic monk stepped forward and blocked the overseer from doing anything. He questioned why is the overseer overreacting like he really did hire the assassin guy. The overseer is shouting at the rooftop guy, but before that, the guards who accompanied the overseer have started to mumble to each other that the overseer might have really tried to frame Azrith, since they knew Azrith is a very good and honest person. The overseer doesn't even know what to do when everyone just turned their backs on him, and Azrith behind him smiling to his heart's content. The assassin guy is now explaining his task to the Dark Leader, and the rooftop guy mentioned that he is now going to arrest the overseer for causing this commotion, to which the overseer, who acted like some fearless predator, is now crying and trying to explain that is being falsely accused. The guards have unsheathed their swords to arrest the overseer, and the overseer is screeching at them to stop. Within a moment, the Dark Leader decapitated the assassin guy, which made the whole area to be silenced. Everyone stood like a rock at that sight, and the Dark Leader announced that the assassin guy who tried to cause conflict within the sect is dead, so no one should talk about this matter in the future anymore. At those words, all the guards by Kung Fu saluting complied with the mandate. As the Dark Leader is looking at the fallen head, he felt something like a déjà vu, and that is when everyone, including the guards and Azrith behind the Dark Leader, are sneering eerily at him. But when his head rotated back, Azrith is just smiling calmly. This made the Dark Leader to realize the feeling that he had, that something is wrong in here, yet he is not capable of pulling it out. And even if he tries to forcefully investigate, he comprehended that death would befall on him the instant. 2 hours later, when the blind man is removing his shoes, he sensed something is amiss. As his manner is completely silent, he can clearly hear the sounds of wind. Furthermore, he can hear his guards' heartbeats. Yet strangely, they all seem to be too calm, like they are all sleeping. In truth, the guards were all been knocked out by someone. The blind man hurriedly opened his doors, because he can hear his guards' smooth heartbeat. Nevertheless, it is impossible for everyone to be sleeping at the same time. The blind man, with his voice trembling, is muttering. As to how did someone who should be in the dark sex prison right now is here, he laid a scheme which should have made the MC to be tortured in the prison.
It was at this moment the blind man remembered something from the ancient world. There is a quote in history: if the sea becomes completely silent, it means a tsunami is approaching. That is when he heard the sound of footsteps approaching. The blind man drew out his sword as he knew who is coming. Even though he heard it only once, he can never forget this heartbeat. This was the only heartbeat in the world that was unwavering, and it released an aura that whispered only one thing: death is coming. To his guess, Azrath is here, and the blind man is perspiring heavily as Azrath's face has some blood, and it is not his blood. Then Azrath casted the head of someone. When the blind man caught that, since the blind man doesn't have eyes, his other senses works twice as better than others, and he feel that the head in his can only belong to the assassin guy. In that breathtaking instant, Azrath stormed toward the blind man. He clashed his sword with him and warned him of one thing:
even if you don't have your eyes, I will let you witness the very essence of fear itself.
In all of his life, the blind man met various martial masters, so many powerful and cunning friends and foes. Yet there was never a time he felt like he was facing a being that represented and felt so ominous and malignant. The blind man, who is at the level of an early-stage transcendent, is being pushed back by Azrath, who is also in the early-stage transcendent realm. Each strike from Azrath was so devastating that it caused the blind man's muscles to be torn apart. As the blind man was hurled back, Azrath gave him no chance to recover. He stepped in and drove a devastating blow straight into him, an impact so brutal that it hurled the blind man through the doors. When he was balancing himself with the sword, the blind man realized schemes won't work against someone like Azrath, and that he needs to kill him now and to deal with the aftermath later. Now the blind man enraged and pulled out his full potential. Then, in an instant, he graced Azrath on his cheek. Azrath knew that the blind man is better than him at sword techniques. Azrath's martial prowess was so high that it forced the blind man to peel open his closed eyes, and he cautioned Azrath,
"Mark my words, I am going to annihilate you today."
To which Azrath, by wiping off the blood on his cheek, laughed.
This is interesting.
The blind man burst forward. The blow detonated against Azrath's body, unleashing a devastating shockwave that forced even him to slide back several steps. The blind man just slashed open the door that came in his way. In that breathless instant, their blades collided again and again, more than a dozen clashes erupting in the blink of an eye. Golden sparks rippled through the darkness like shattered lightning. Each time their swords met, a tremendous force surged through Azrath's body, driving him back step by step. The blind man then demonstrated to Azrath that even if two people are on the same realm, if one person has more internal energy and more experience, the victory would belong to them. With those words, the blind man was about to hit Azrath at his left hand, but he changed the sword's trajectory in the midway and aimed at Azrath's neck. Azrath just in time avoided that, but his upper body had to bleed by the blind man's sudden slash. As there is a gap created in between them, the blind man began forming a new sword technique. His sword split into multiple shadows. This was the Star Power Sword's fourth technique, Eternal Flash. It was a level of swordsmanship that seemed impossible to believe had come from a blind man. Even Azrath inwardly exclaimed in admiration. As all those sword shadows are about to tear Azrath into pieces, Azrath, by deflecting each one of them, even as his body was grazed and pushed to its limits. Yet, he began to laugh, finding the moment thrilling. He had never fought a true martial master at his own level after learning proper sword techniques. The blind man is still unable to grasp why Azrath is smiling in this situation, but he doesn't care about that and gave one upper strike at Azrath's sword, which made Azrath to leave his body in wide open. And just when the sword reached Azrath's throat, the tip of the sword punctured and drop of blood slipped out. Azrath, on the other hand, is still laughing without getting worried. At that moment, he used one of the greatest techniques in his arsenal, the thought-shattering 8 techniques, which made the sword to slip past his throat. Then Azrath curved his body and launched a heavy kick that struck the blind man's abdomen, which made him to be pushed back by that. This is the thought-shattering 8 techniques, Ritual of Expulsion. Ilaris is shell-shocked by that. If the ritual of attachment makes the objects to pull closer, the ritual of expulsion makes the objects to push away. Since Azrath is still not an expert in it, the blind man's sword got slipped away, instead hurling back. It has been a long time since Azrath saw his own blood, so he intends to finish this battle ASAP. The blind man reinforced his sword with inner energy and firmly planted his foot on the ground, preparing to use the 4th technique once more, which generated sword shadows. That is when Azrath pulled out his innate talent, where he also formed the same sword technique as the blind man, which made the blind man to be thunderstruck as to how can someone possess this many inhuman kind of powers. The star technique that he used can only be passed down to one person at a time, so it is a secret art not known to others. This concludes that Azrath has copied a technique that takes one to practice years in a matter of moments. As Azrath once again formed that technique, its intensity was even greater. That is when Azrath found an opening in the blind man and slashed his upper body in the same way the blind man did to Azrath. Even without his eyes, the blind man could feel the monstrous power hidden within Azrath, a power that could copy a technique and execute it even better than its original user. Without wasting any more time, he is about to wrap up this battle, since Azrath will be a thorn to the second disciple. He grabbed Azrath's hand, and by using his last and final critical move, where he brought up every single drop of his internal energy to eliminate Azrath. Azrath at a lightning speed passed the blind man, where he used the moon sword technique, and the blind man caught his neck, and his sword is broken into 2 pieces. He realized that in that small gap, Azrath's internal energy has increased 3 times, whereas Azrath used the blood reversal technique. Now Azrath appeared before the blind man to make a statement that the blind man shouldn't have interfered with him. At that moment, Azrath's gaze was so cold and deadly that it felt as if fear itself was staring deeply into the blind man's eyes. Even though the blind man could not see, for the first time in his entire life, he formed an image in his mind of what Azrath looked like and came to a conclusion. If death had a face, it would certainly look like Azrath. Then Azrath tapped the blind man's head, and the head fell to the ground, and Azrath sheathed his sword and mumbled,
"Good night, everyone."
Before moving on, let me clarify the martial realms once again in order: 3rd rate, 2nd rate, 1st rate. Most people cannot proceed further than this point as it is considered a wall to martial artists. Once the people ascends this stage, they are known as ascendant or peak realm martial artists. In this realm, there are 3 levels: early, true, and peak, or ultimate. The Mock Brother and most of the strong cadets of the Corpse Blood Valley and the students of the Heaven and Earth are in this realm. Moreover, hardly 20% martial artists have advanced from this realm, whereas the remaining people will stay in this realm forever. Those who surpass this realm are known as transcendent or supreme peak martial artists. In these, there are also 3 levels, same as the peak realm, where there are early, true, and peak or ultimate. This realm is where Azrith's internal energy is at, and the second disciple is at ultimate supreme peak almost close to the next realm, and his subordinates are at early or true, where the blind man is also at true supreme peak, but he used a technique which burned his lifespan and reached the ultimate stage just for this battle. Also, the third disciple is at this stage too, plus the Bright Blade King, who is said to be a powerful martial artist. Even though he is not a part of the 8 stars of the world, everyone consider him as man of 8 stars caliber, because he is at the ultimate supreme peak and very close to the next realm. The transcendent realm is so strong that most people don't even dare to fight against these people. Besides, this is the second wall to the martial artists, where 50% martial artists are stuck at the first rate, and 30% are stuck on the ascendant or peak realm. 17% are remained in this transcendent realm, so only 3% will advance to the next realm. This is the transformation or evolutionary realm, where there aren't any levels in this stage, just transformation itself, and this where Azrith's body is at. After fighting the evil being who looked like a raccoon from the wooden chest, Azrith absorbed the demonic energy of the raccoon, and since his body couldn't have that much energy, it just broke the limits and reached the transformation realm. But in reality, it is impossible for him to fight anyone from the transformation realm, because the gap between transcendent and transformation is very huge, that only less than 3% of the martial artists in the entire world have ascended to this stage. This is also where Alara's cultivation is at before her death. All of the 8 stars in the world are at the transformation realm. The next one is profound realm or mystic realm. This is where the 6 heavens of the martial world are at. The Heaven and Earth Association leader is at this realm. This realm is so powerful that the martial artists in this realm can fight single-handedly with an entire mid-sized sect, and only 6 people in the world are in this stage. Coming back, Alaris, sitting on top off a table, stated that Azrith still has a long way to go, and Azrith couldn't agree more, since it took a lot of time to finish the blind man. Even though Alaris said that, she herself knew that Azrith's speed of improvement is God level. On that occasion, the both of them saw something strange, where death energy is leaking from somewhere, and it is very high. As the both of them turn their heads to the back, this is coming from the blind man's body. Azrith is perplexed as to why the death energy is leaking like this, and Alaris now remembered, as it is Azrith's first time seeing it. When a person dies with strong regrets, the death energy comes together like a spirit, just like Alaris herself. In such a way, the blind man is really upset about his death, as he wanted to achieve greatness and open his eyes. Hence, the blind man now became a vengeful spirit. The blind man is muttering to himself that even after his death, the first thing he saw is Azrith's face. By gritting his teeth so hard, he wants to curse Azrith as a spirit and is planning to follow him to the ends of the earth. For some reason, he could see that Azrith's eyes are looking at his direction. The blind man couldn't grasp why, so he curved his body to the right, and Azrith also did the same thing. Then he curved his body to the left side, and once more Azrith also curved his body. The blind man, by settling down his spiritual energy, inquired Azrith in a low voice, that by chance if Azrith could see him. And Azrith, with a cheerful smile, answered yes to that. Then in that instant, he grabbed the blind man's throat, to which the blind man with a crying face is bewildered as to how can a living being is being able to see and touch a vengeful spirit. Then from aside, Alaris ordered the blind man to be silent, and she is unimpressed. That why is the blind man acting up when his body is still warm? As the blind man is confounded by seeing a calamitous being like Alaris, Azrith and Alaris are on a middle of a conversation about what to do with the blind man. Then Azrith, with his evil smile, whispered to the blind man that he should have just left quietly to the underworld. Exactly as Azrith said, even after the blind man's death, the blind man is going to live like a dog to Azrith, in which even death had not saved the blind man from Azrith. Azrith is stealthily moving into his residence, as he is quietly walking to his room. However, there is someone in his room. Given that, the Dark Leader mentioned that Azrith is late. He is pressing Azrith, that where was he this late at night? Azrith was about to say that he was training, but the Dark Leader spoke over Azrith, that Azrith shouldn't lie that he was training. Then Azrith suggested that the Dark Leader could even ask the guards about it, But the Dark Leader said something irrelevant. Most of the people have a thing called intuition, and it alerts the person if there is something that feels off. The Dark Leader's intuition alerted him a lot of times that something is wrong with his sect, and only now he realized that Azrith is at the center of this intuition. Azrith casually is trying to cover up the situation, but the Dark Leader's sword has been unsheathed, and the blade was pressing against the underside of Azrith's chin. The Dark Leader cross-examined with sharp eyes as to what did Azrith has done to the guards. Azrith is calculating the predicament. The Dark Leader is very fast, as his speed is incomparable to the blind man. So he understood that he cannot defeat the Dark Leader with his fighting techniques. Furthermore, the Dark Leader caught on to Azrith's evil doings without any proof. But Azrith don't have any excuses to make up. So even in this most inescapable scenario, he is still smiling in a vicious way. That smile alone made the Dark Leader to have a chill ran down his spine. Then Azrith brought an old legend. 100 years ago, there was a religion that was oppressed, just for spreading beliefs that brought chaos into the world. The Dark Leader is slowly losing his grip over the sword, and Azrith continued. The people who believed in that religion are still getting excommunicated to this day. The religion that worshipped fire, so Azrith confronted that the Dark Leader is also a believer of this religion called Zoroastrianism. The Dark Leader's eyes have stretched in shock, as he couldn't grasp how Azrith uncovered this truth. An hour and 45 minutes ago, when Azrith is surrounded by the Dark Sect's people, he knows that he won't be having the time later, and there is a chance for the Dark Sect people to search his room. And if they discover this scroll at that time, things could escalate further. This is a scroll that the demonic monk brought, as he got suspicious because the Dark Leader looks at it every time when he is alone. As Azrith unfolded it, with just a single glance he could say that this is the language of Persia. That made Alaris to open her mouth wide, because Persia is a nation that does not belong to the Zhongyuan continent. Nonetheless, what surprised her more is that Azrith can say it without a speck of doubt. Thereupon he unveiled that his grandfather taught him this language, since Azrith needs to learn about medicine from other nations too. Alaris is baffled that Azrith's grandfather taught him a new language just for some herbs and medicine. Then she asked him to decipher what's in the scroll. He thought that this might be some kind of martial art, or more like a poem. Then he translated the scroll. I burn my body with the sacred flames. I have no regret in life or death. There is a path I must take, and the light shall brighten the path. Before he could finish what's inside, Alaris halted him as she knew what this means, that this is neither a martial art nor a poem, but it is a prayer. As there is no time, Alaris quickly briefed into Azrith. Once upon a time, a cult named Zoroastrianism used to worship fire, and 100 years ago, the Imperial Palace and Murim people have sought to eradicate them. Countless people have died because of this, and it still happens to this day if there is anyone who follows or believes in it. Azrith, when he held the evil commandment sword, he saw multiple memories of the sword about the people who held it before, and in those memories he saw Dark Leader's Part 2, where the Dark Leader who revealed his ambitions for the Zoroastrianism killed the subordinate in front of him. At last he found a weakness for the Dark Leader. Coming to the present time, Alaris is worried that Azrith must have made a mistake, because even if it is a weakness for the Dark Leader, there was a reason this cult was so hated, as the believers of this cult are so loyal, that they would be willing to do anything for their cult. The Dark Leader then spoke, that he did not wish to kill Azrith, and now with his eyes burning with fury has decided to kill Azrith right now before he could spread any rumors. Even if the Dark Leader don't know how many people other than Azrith knew about it, but he plans to at least decrease the number of people who knows. With that, he is about to pierce Azrith to death. That is when Azrith started to say something. He begun saying the prayer of the cult by closing his eyes. I burn my body with the sacred flames. I have no regret in life or death. There is a path I must take, and the light shall brighten the path. Joy and despair will both become dust. I pity you worrisome mortals. The Dark Leader had to take a few steps back when he heard that. He thought that Azrith might have took a peek at his scroll, but it is impossible to do that, because that scroll is written in Persia. After nearly 100 years of constant oppression, even among the worshippers, there were only a few members who could read original scriptures. Furthermore, there are only a few people who are in this continent who can do that. Now he is left with one option, that Azrith might have been a generational member, hence he asked Azrith if he is also a believer of this cult. Then Azrith, by adjusting his clothes, is smiling as usual. On the other hand, Alaris is stupefied to see Azrith is disguising like a member of the Holy Fire. When the sun is rising, the Dark Leader is chuckling brightly like he used to do. He just never expected to meet someone from the same faith, and he said that he and Azrith are in the same boat now. Azrith, by kung fu, saluting, obliged that he will do everything for the sake of the order. With that, the Dark Leader is moving back to his place, as he had a lot of work to do. Alaris, even after viewing this countless times, is still amazed to see that Azrith somehow manages to get out of difficult situations with ease. A couple of hours earlier, when the Dark Leader asked him if he is one of the cult members, Alaris is advising to stop the act, because the person Azrith is dealing with is the Dark Leader, whose role is a leader of an organization that deals with intelligence and secrets, so eventually Azrith will be caught by him. Then Azrith nonchalantly replied that neither he doesn't know if he is a member or not, because he only received some teachings. In response, the Dark Leader queried, who is the person that taught him? Azrith randomly said that an old man who has some dark spots on his face, and the old man hadn't revealed his name since it might put him in a tough spot. Even though the words that Azrith spoke make sense, the Dark Leader couldn't buy what Azrith said just by that. Then Azrith responded that he received the teachings about the prayer in the original text. The Dark Leader is now pondering. The only people who can teach someone in the original text would be higher-ups of the cult. So the Dark Leader put a test to Azrith, that Azrith can write anything specific that he was taught. To that, Azrith accepted and started writing something. After thinking for a moment, he revoked some of his memories when he read the scroll, and he certainly felt something with the heading, like it kind of had unique vibe to it. Alaris is happy to see it, since she knows that Azrith can remember anything if he looked at it once, and he also knows the Persian language. Hence, there will be no way the Dark Leader would find any faults in this. Like they have anticipated, the Dark Leader began to shake when he was taking over the paper, because the sentence that Azrith wrote is the prayer of the sacred flames in the original language, and it is impossible for someone to write that accurately, since the strokes required cannot be copied just from peeking at a scroll, and it takes many months or sometimes even years for people to practice the Persian language. Even then, only the higher-ups knew this language in the original text. The Dark Leader began to pour drops of water from his eyes, because there is really an old man the Dark Leader knows, and he started to assume that Azrith is referring to the same old man the Dark Leader has in his mind. Then by grabbing Azrith's shoulder, the Dark Leader has finally acknowledged Azrith as a part of the cult, as that old man is someone very great, that he wouldn't randomly teach anyone. So as his eyes filled with hope, the Dark Leader sought if Azrith knew the whereabouts of the old man. Yet Azrith let the Dark Leader know the old man had disappeared one day without giving any information about where he is going. Even though the Dark Leader is disappointed about that, he is happy to know that at least the old man is still alive. Alaris is finally clapping her hands because Azrith solved everything by making up some lies. Just then Azrith said, even if the old man had not disclosed his next destination, he left something behind. To that, not only the Dark Leader, including Alaris, is also stunned by that, because there is no old man, and Azrith is just making up some lies, so Alaris can't grasp how someone who doesn't exist can leave something behind. Then Azrith commenced to write something on a parchment in the Persian language, but Azrith couldn't decode what the old man has written down. The Dark Leader was staggered to look at that. What Azrith wrote was none other than the name of the Ghost Blade. As soon as the Dark Leader uttered the Ghost Blade's name, Alaris is startled, because now she understood that there is no old man, or nothing left behind by the old man. It is just that Azrith is just trying to use the Dark Leader to figure out the location of the Ghost Blade. Given that the Dark Leader is someone who can track people efficiently, he is deliberately linking the Ghost Blade to the cult, so the Dark Leader would do his best to find him. Coming to the present, as Azrith is removing his kimono, Alaris is notifying Azrith to be on guard, because the Dark Leader seemed very obsessed about this cult, and if he were to caught on to Azrith's tricks, it would definitely lead to some serious action. So her suggestion is to maintain some distance with cultists like them. Then Azrith, by adorning a new kimono, stated, back a few days ago, Alaris revealed her opinion about the Orthodox people, that the righteous people act like they are good, yet commit crimes cruel than evil sects. And now Alaris is having a prejudice about a cult that came from the western regions. That made Alaris to click her tongue. So by taking a smoke she declared that she cannot do anything about it, and acknowledged that she is prejudiced. However, this isn't important to them right now, because a few hours ago, when the Dark Leader thought about the Ghost Blade, even he doesn't have any information regarding to him. Then Azrith said one of the rumors he heard, that Ghost Blade is someone like the Association Leader's guard. Even then, the Dark Leader couldn't confirm it, as no one knows about the Association Leader's close guards, not even the Vice Leader, the gloomy old man himself. This made Azrith to grind his teeth in anger. Then something evoked in his mind. He voiced that the Poison King once fought with the Ghost Blade, so there is chance they could get some clue if they talk with the Poison King. The Dark Leader had to reject that, as the Poison King is in a 3-year mourning period to his mother, so unless it is a really urgent matter, he wouldn't make an appearance. In that moment, Azrith dropped a few things on the table. They are the 3 plaques that he got as a reward for being placed first in 3 trails, and if he redeems this plaque, he can meet up with any higher-up of the heaven and earth. However, the Dark Leader is not recommending that, since he couldn't waste an opportunity like that, where he can use that on the 3 of the 5 kings who reached the level of 8 stars. Yet Azrith with an angel's smile responded, that he is just persistent to do something for the cult. Those words sure touched the heart of the Dark Leader, so he announced that Azrith should meet the Poison King tomorrow. The Poison King's grandson is having his first birthday tomorrow, so he will definitely come out his isolation for tomorrow. Since the Dark Leader is also planning to send a gift, he said Azrith could carry the gift along with using one of the plaques to bump into the Poison King. Thus, the doors have opened, and Azrith has set his foot outside, where the escort is also accompanying Azrith on his way. After so long, Azrith, who lost his grandfather when he was away, where his grandfather is the most precious thing to him in the world, and he lost him to an enemy who is the Ghost Blade, and the only other man who fought with that Ghost Blade, the Poison King. So he is now on his way to find more about his prey by having a conversation with the Poison King. After a short trip, Azrith and the escort have reached their destination. This is the Poison King, Beksaha's manor. The man who fought against the Ghost Blade. As they're about to head inside the manor, Azrith's eye caught something. It is the 3rd disciple, the one who looks like Alaris. And from the other side, the 2nd disciple is also here. Both of the disciples have first greeted Azrith. However, Azrith can feel that he is stuck between 2 weirdos. The 3rd disciple can see through why the 2nd disciple is here, so she is determined to get the support of the Poison King to win the succession battle. Peculiarly, she felt that the 2nd disciple's vibe is quite different, where the 2nd disciple is looking at her, as if he wants to kill her. His eyes are changing into crimson color because of his rage. 2 hours earlier, the close personnel of the blind man is being grabbed by his neck, where the 2nd disciple is rebuking him as to why all the guards are safe, while the blind man is dead. Then he hurled the personnel aside and commanded his troop to kill every one of these guards as they are failed to protect their master, the blind man. With that, all of the guards' heads have been separated, and when the personnel was also about to be beheaded, the guest and the lady have recommended the 2nd disciple to stop, because the personnel is only one who can commend the 50 elite soldiers trained by the blind man. The 2nd disciple is feeling enraged as he couldn't even avenge his close aide. Then someone informed that this murder is not done by an amateur, because the last technique is so powerful that sliced through the blind man's sword and throat. This man who is investigating here is the First Peak, the Demon Fist, Go Yonhu. The First Peak's father is the man in charge of defense system of the heaven and earth. So the First Peak is very adept at investigations, and he also the most powerful candidate in the 2nd disciple's personal squad. He discovered one thing for sure, that the killer is at least at the realm of true transcendent or even higher. The people who killed the 2nd Peak must be his enemies, and even in them, there are only a few people who are at the realm of true transcendent or higher. It is the 1st disciple or the 3rd disciple. However, the 2nd disciple also knows that they wouldn't involve themselves directly, so he has an idea that it might be their subordinates. Therefore, the 2nd disciple commanded his troop to find culprits. One of the man that the 2nd disciple suspect is right ahead of him. It is the mustache man, who is a squad leader, Wu Harang. The second disciple is thinking for a moment whether to kill him here or not, because the mustache man is disciple of the Bright Blade King, and he is also a member of the Five Tigers. As the mustache is also getting prepared as he could sense the killing intent, the lady advised the second disciple not to cause any ruckus, as they are in the Poison King's manor, and they need his support right now. The second disciple had no choice but to wait for his time, and Azrith, who is the real culprit, the imposter, is watching this scene thrillingly from a side. The third disciple is curious to know if Azrith had joined in the second disciple's side, and he shook his head to that. She wanted to talk more, but she is here for a different purpose. The third disciple is very desperate to get the Poison King on her side, because if the Poison King is on her side, she can rival the second disciple. While the second disciple is trying to get the Poison King on his side so that he can rival the first disciple. As the both of them are entering, Azrith also said the escort to move on. But as they were walking further, a person told them to stop and to reveal identities. Azrith introduced himself as the disciple of the Dark Leader. Then the guard apologized as he couldn't recognize him, or told Azrith to state his name, thereafter to leave the manor right away. Azrith was taken aback by that. Then the guard clarified that the Poison King is still grieving for his mother, hence even the association leader's disciples might not have the chance to meet him. Then the guard, by rotating his mustache with overconfidence, he imposed one needs a lot of influence to meet the Poison King. When Azrith heard those words, he grinned and asserted,
"Ha! If it comes down to influence, even gods and demons await my presence."
Inside the manor, an old woman and a young man are discussing about the arrival of the disciples. This old woman is the Poison King's wife, Madame Jiang, and the young man is the second son of the Poison King, Baek So-gang. The old woman is contemplating. The Poison King has never shown any support to any of the disciples, so the disciples are doing their best to win his favor. The young man propounded that it would be better for the Poison King to just choose someone for now, and later to choose wisely. The old woman couldn't agree to that, because she knows the Poison King well, as he is not a person who wouldn't change his mind. She decided to just inform the disciples to leave this manor in a polite manner, and to ask for their understanding. As both the old woman and young man entered the guest room, all the people have greeted the old woman by standing up. However, the third disciple extended her greeting a bit more by saying that she hopes for the old woman to have great life ahead. Looking at that, the second disciple also extended his greeting, that he wishes for her grandchild to have a wonderful birthday. Both of the disciples are quarreling over a greeting. At the congratulations from these two, the old woman clicked her tongue inwardly. She couldn't understand how they engaged in such subtle mind games while offering congratulations. The old woman apologized and refused them to meet up with the Poison King. She said that even if they are the disciples of the association leader, she cannot do anything about it. This made both of the disciples to be shocked. That is when a guard is running towards the old woman with an important news. As he caught some breath, he expressed that the Dark Leader's disciple is here. The old woman ordered the guard to just send everyone back. Then the guard held out his hand and showed the name plaques. After looking at that, the old woman is frozen. From the hallway, a person with a majestic appearance, his aura filled with demonic presence, has set foot into the scenario. Then by showing the tokens he made a statement. These tokens have power that is equal to the Heaven and Earth's association leader, so no one can deny the orders given from these tokens. Then by Kung Fu saluting, he introduced himself.
"I, Azrath, the Dark Leader's disciple, offer my greeting to the great lady of the Beck family."
As the escort is sitting outside the manor, the old woman took a moment off to think what to do about this circumstance. The third disciple with an intriguing face wanted to know, how did Azrith manage to get in here, while even the association leader's disciples are having a hard time? The second disciple then barged in their conversation and answered that he would expect nothing less from his subordinate. The third disciple with a low voice said that Azrith and the second disciple became very close in a short time. Then the second disciple, by grabbing Azrith, boasted that the both of them are besties, so she should expect at least this much. That made the third disciple to crack a nerve. So to make the second disciple jealous, she mentioned if Azrith is using the name plaque she gave well or not. The second disciple, after listening to that, is searching his kimono to also hand over his name plaque to Azrith. Yet the lady stated that the second disciple shouldn't make rash decisions. The old woman who is watching this kid's fight from inside a room can't think of what to do with the problem at hand, because the Poison King is not in a place to meet anyone. But she cannot deny the orders of someone who has the 3 tokens. But if she allowed Azrith to have a convo with the Poison King, she can't prohibit the disciples to meet the Poison King. By sighing down after a deep breath, she came to a decision. By opening the door, she agreed the disciples and Azrith to make contact with the Poison King. Yet the second son is not agreeing to that, since the Poison King cannot come outside the room he is in. Then the old woman spoke. She is not going to let the Poison King come out of the room. Rather, she is planning to make the people to enter inside that room, and to show everyone why her husband earned the title Poison King. At the Poison King's residence, the young man, before letting them in, stated a condition. That is, the ones who want to meet the Poison King shall go visit him themselves. The third disciple is pondering as to why is that a condition when it is nothing but a formality. When the young man grabbed the door handle and slightly opened it, the poison energy is leaking tremendously from inside the manor. The energy made both of the disciple to close their nose, as the energy is very strong. The young man now clarified, this is a trail where the people should use their internal energy to protect themselves, as the whole building is filled with the Beck family's poison. That made the 2 disciples to wide open their mouths, because they know the Beck family uses a lethal poison that is one of 3 most deadly poisons in the continent. In addition to, many people don't even know if there is an antidote to this poison or not. The 3 people have stood idle, and the old woman sighed down, as she knows that one needs to be at the level of transcendent realm to barely breathe inside the manor. As she was going to stop everyone from meeting the Poison King for now, one man stepped forward. It is none other than Azrith. To which the old woman yelled at Azrith to stop going further, as he might get crippled from inhaling that poison with his cultivation. The young man instantly shouted at the guards to quickly bring a physician. Then Azrith said in a low voice that the poison sure does smells good. He immediately figured out the ingredients of the poison one by one. After that, he asked if he can go inside the manor now. The young man is curious to find out where did Azrith learned about poison, yet Azrith turned him down, that he studied about poison and medicinal herbs just a little when he was a child. The old woman had been dazed at that sight, since naming the poison and naming the ingredients of the poison are realms apart. And even then, Azrith casually said that he only studied a little about poison. The old woman knew that a talent like Azrith is very rare even in the Beck family. With a smile, the old woman is now coveting for Azrith, and the young man also agreed to that. Subsequently, the young man inquired what the 2 disciples are going to do. The second disciple took the lead by saying that he can't send his subordinate alone to the manor. Looking at that, the third disciple also moved ahead. As the doors opened, all the 3 people are slowly going forward, and 2 disciples have almost reached their limits. Even though they are in the transcendent realm, they are suffering severe damage from the poison just by inhaling it. On the other side, Azrith is completely fine, like it was his cup of tea. The young man then stopped and announced that they have reached the Poison King's room. Furthermore, the poison from here on gets intensive even more, so everyone should be on their guard. He elaborated, the Beck family's poison is divided into levels. The higher the number, the greater the intensity. From the entrance to here, it was only level 4 poison, and starting here, it will be level 6 poison, which is specialized to meld away even the surroundings. So that is why the Poison King uses a manor that is made up of special material. The 2 disciples are feeling extremely terrorized, since the level is now going to be 6, and they have heard in rumors that level 6 can easily kill 100 martial artists who are at the 3rd rate. The young man called for his father, saying that all the 3 people are here. The Poison King then chuckled, and just from that small movement, the whole manor vibrated. The second disciple understood very clearly. There is reason why the Poison King is also one of the 5 kings. However, he called the Poison King and explained regarding the reason for his arrival. Seeing that, the third disciple also stated that she is also here to gain the support of the Poison King. After hearing that, the Poison King burst into laughing and gave a task that the one who raises him up from the floor, he will grant a wish for them. The young man closed his face with the kimono where the second disciple is happy that all he needs to do is raise the Poison King from the floor. But the moment he took a single step, even he, who reached the ultimate transcendent realm, had to cough up blood, and same fate has struck to the third disciple as well. The young man can see why the disciples have coughed out blood, because the poison level is not at 6, but it is at level 7. The young man realized that the Poison King has no intention of supporting anyone. Then the Poison King showed himself from the poison and dared everyone, as to why is not a single one of them are not moving. This old man with long hair and scars on his body is the Poison King, Beksaha, one of the 5 kings of Heaven and Earth Association. But the Poison King's eyes have flinched, his whole body just for split second trembled by looking at someone. It is Azrith, who is the only one standing from the 3 people. Even one of the 5 kings had to feel a sense of fear when he looked at Azrith's eyes. Because Azrith is very furious for some reason, as he just stood looking at the Poison King. He was looking at the scar on the Poison King's right chest, the very mark, which is the symbol of the Ghost Blade. Azrith began to walk in the direction of the Poison King without being affected by the poison at all. The mark that started everything. The mark left by the person who killed his grandfather, the Ghost Blade. Azrith by Kung Fu saluting greeted the Poison King, that he is requesting teachings from the Poison King. His expression was very fierce that the artwork itself changed. Yo! Recap Rangers, 3 small things. If you are okay with the names of Azrith, Alaris, Murim, then it won't be a problem. However, if you are not okay with it, just comment down that you need a new version, and I will upload a new video with the original names in a new channel. I have dropped using their original names since it leads to copyright strikes. But if you are unhappy with it, I will upload a new version from starting with part 9 with original names in a new channel. The second thing is, many people are wondering about the voice changes. There are some cases when a voice changes, and it leads to several impressions. The deep voice is the action voice. Whenever you start to hear it, it signifies that a serious situation is up ahead. Additionally, every character in this recap has their own voice, like Azrith has his own voice, and the Bright Blade King, the Dark Leader. If one voice is used on a character, it won't be overlapped with another character, and the voice I am using right now is the storytelling voice. Sometimes, I use a voice which is very rich and deep. It means I am telling a story from ancients, something that has happened way back in the past, like the Zoroastrianism, but I haven't been using it lately. The third thing is, if you like my content, support me on Patreon too, where you can get access to my new videos earlier than YouTube, and your name will also be added on the video credits. It will be a huge support for me, and the link to Patreon will be in the description. That is everything. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Thanks for watching.